around owners that fall in love with some S2 cognition test, it's almost like it's in their DNA to be like, oh, I can sell this. Like in his mind, he's like, wow, look at this test. Look at the results. I could go and sell a hedge fund based on the S2
This
test.
is a prospectus.
Yeah.
Versus,
like, I feel like an actual hardcore scientist ideally would be more like, well, wait a second. Like, let's look at the sample size that we're talking about and all of his, like, and they wouldn't have fallen whole hog in love with it the way they did.
Right.
And ultimately, that's why I don't buy that as many executives would have been for Bryce Young over C.J. Stroud if they were the ones actually handing in the draft card.
Yeah.
I think Bryce Young's size, not to mention his erratic footwork and a lot of these other things that, like, you look at Drew Brees, who overcome being 2 inches taller than Bryce Young. And, like, a lot of stuff had to be perfect for Drew Brees. He had to be nails with his timing and anticipation. He changed his mechanics to give him a little bit of extra height, all this stuff that Bryce Young just didn't do. And I think when you actually meet him in person, I think there are a lot of executives that would have been freaked out about the size.
Wow.
Yeah. So I think that having an owner who's obsessed with the stats and metrics and everything might have been ultimately what did them in.
And was the perfect thing for the Texans, right?
Yeah.
It's that team that traded up to go get the number 1 pick.
That's just look, we're looking at a world where people thought Will Levis was going to go in the top 4. This isn't just that one
Hours
Reddit
before the
commenter.
draft, yeah.
That was like Daniel Jeremiah and those people had Will Levis going in the top 4.
That's right.
I think there were probably a lot of executives, just like with Will Levis, that would have passed. They would have passed without hesitation on Bryce Young.
Yeah.
Because of his size. And it's simple. You might think that's sizist or what have you. Fine. Cancel me for being sizist, apparently.
Right.
I think he's too small. Like, how small? At some point, you have to draw a line. Like, at some point, like, is 5'1" too small to be an NFL quarterback?
Yes.
Yeah, right. It's 5'2", too small to be an NFL quarterback.
Still too small.
So it's somewhere along the line, you're too small to be an NFL quarterback. Because it's not just his height either. It's his height coupled with a lack of genuine athleticism at the NFL level.
Yeah.
And a lack of and a lack of
bulk,
body size.
Skinny little bird frame.
Yeah, he's just not a big dude.
Nope.
Kyler Murray is a bigger, thicker dude and not
Russell
to mention
Wilson
he's an incredible athlete too.
Russell Wilson, Baker Mayfield.
Russell Wilson, way thicker.
Yeah. Yep. Hey, did you happen to see Antonio Brown on CT ESPN yesterday announce his retirement, that he's retiring as a Raider? Now, keep in mind, if you don't know why that's funny,
threatening to kill Mike Mayock.
If you don't know why that's funny, Antonio Brown put together a Hall of Fame resume with the Steelers and then was traded to the Raiders. As we all know, he eventually played a game for the Patriots.
Yeah.
And then played a couple for Tampa Bay. In between, a stint that won't show up on the back of his football card is his stint in Oakland as a Raider, because the Steelers traded him to the Raiders at the end of after the 2018 season. So in the 2019 offseason in March, they traded him to the Raiders. And he was all gung-ho about being a Raider, man. There's video of him hugging Mark Davis, and he was all gung-ho until training camp rolled around. And then these are the things that happened literally within the matter of a few weeks with Antonio Brown in August. Keep in mind, John Gruden was the coach, and Mike Mayock was the GM of the Raiders at the time. Those guys consummated this deal, and they thought they were getting a steal. We're getting Antonio Brown, Hall of Famer. He got frostbite on his feet from not wearing footwear in a cryo chamber.
I forgot about it.
That's what kind of started.
France.
Yeah, that's what started the cycle of bloodshed here, like literal bloodshed. He had like scabs on the bottom of his feet. So there was that. So he couldn't practice at first at training camp because of frostbite on his feet. He had issues over which helmet he could use. Remember, he wanted to use one of the older helmets, and he threatened to retire if they wouldn't let him use a certain helmet. So he was just being difficult. And then, the coup de grace was when he got into it with Mike Mayock, the GM, at a practice, like a shouting match, and ended up screaming at him and calling him a cracker.
That's right.
He called Mike Mayock a cracker, grabbed a ball, and punted it and said, "Go get that, cracker." Missed practices, missed meetings, and eventually he was released before ever playing a game as an Oakland Raider. Antonio Brown announced his retirement. He wants to retire as a Raider.
Well, he's just turned into a professional troll right now.
Oh, yeah.
He's pretty good at it. Mike Mayock, He hasn't tweeted since 2018. He was let go from the Raiders in 2022.
Yeah.
What is he doing?
He's back on TV.
He is?
Yeah.
Where?
I don't know, but I've seen and heard him. I don't know exactly. He was the color analyst on Notre Dame football for a long, long time, and he was excellent.
Yeah.
He was really good because that was his world. Like, he was a draft guru,
right.
So he knew everything about everybody. Jason Garrett's on there now, and it's awful. He's terrible. Jason Garrett stinks.
It's just so weird to me that they can't find a good Notre Dame alum to do that color commentary role for Notre Dame.
It is weird, and it is.
It's like you've got to it's like Stanford or something. You got a lot of bright people that go to that school. It seems like you should have
that
somebody
are in broadcasting
that's able to string together a few sentences about Joe Alt or something.
I wonder if they've asked Brady Quinn to do it. I think he'd be pretty good at it. He's
Does he have color?
Broadcaster. Does he
Is he colorful?
Is he Brady?
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know. Is this part? Are we going to call somebody Buddy again here?
No. I'm saying he's.
Does he have a sizzly personality?
Yeah.
He's pretty good on that studio show on Fox.
Yeah, I think and especially if you're following the team for the entire year.
Yeah.
That would be. Yeah, I think he would be
quarterback.
Good at it.
He played there. He knows what it's like to be the guy there. So I think he'd be pretty good. He's on Fox, so he'd have to get out of his contract to do it.
I would think I would take a lot less money. Well, maybe not a lot less, but I'd take less money to go just to be a color commentator for my alma mater.
Oh yeah.
If I could make it's
like 6
if
games
I could
a
somehow
year.
make this, maybe I could now. I wonder if I could make. How can I figure out a way to make as much money as I do now by being the Cornell? Color commentator?
I'll let you.
I got to figure something out with a local business.
I'll let you put that puzzle together. Yes, NIL.
Yeah, I got to get in on a patent from the engineering school or something somehow.
How little respect does the Astros front office have right now around baseball?
Oh.
It's been quantified.
Oh,
we will have that fun. But I think they may have gotten one right, though. I think this five-headed monster might have gotten one right. We'll get to that coming up next.
Johnson Fitness and Wellness, my friends.
Start earning entries.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, we're going to get to the storylines for tonight's night one of the NFL draft in the final segment in about 15, 20 minutes or so.
One of our listeners gave us clarification on what Will Anderson said to D'Amico after he was drafted.
Yeah, Ben, pull up, if you could, Ben, pull up Will Anderson's phone calls with Nick Caserio and D'Amico Ryans. Yeah, here was Will Anderson on the phone with the Texans brass after they traded up to get him last year.
What's up?
How we doing, man?
I'm doing good. How you doing?
Congratulations, Nick Caserio.
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity.
You got it, brother. Happy to have you. We're so excited to have you here. Can't wait for you to get here.
Thank you.
D'Amico's right here. I'm going to put him on the phone, all right?
All
right, thanks. Yep.
Let's go, my man. Let's go. Peace out, bye.
All right, that's what we were what he was saying there. We were guessing as to what was being said right there.
Yeah, I was way off, yeah.
Would you say peace of mind? Peace of mind?
I knew it was something. I thought it was something Alabama. Somebody had said like, "Oh, it's an Alabama thing," but no.
Yeah. So it turns out he was saying B Psi-Phi, like Omega Psi-Phi, the second most popular black college fraternity behind the Kappa Alpha Psi fraternity. That's from listener Kyle sent that.
So they were fraternity brothers.
Yeah, man.
Obviously different times, but at the same school.
Yeah.
So there you go. Which is, I feel like I don't know. I feel like that's a good advertisement for the fraternity, too.
I think so, too. That's a fraternity that's got some good dudes in it. They're 2 for 2 as far as I'm concerned.
It's like seeing some of the dances guys
do. No, they'd accept me in that fraternity. But
well, yeah, I think, yeah. I mean, I don't know what things are like these days.
Yeah.
But, some of the...
A little more latitude now.
Well, but you got to be a tough-ass SOB to make it through the pledge.
That's
process.
What I meant.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Dude, sir.
What were you thinking,
sir?
Yeah.
I'm not sure this is on the up and up. I was not told that there would be paddling. What is this? Dazed and confused?
There's going to be paddle. I'd walk in with like a ping pong paddle. I was told there'd be paddling. When's the ping pong? No, sir. This paddle. So yeah, that's what they were saying right there. So the Astros, they did a vote of the best front offices in baseball. This would have been an article that even as recently as like 3 years ago, like James Click, the first year of James Click after COVID, I would have been so excited to click this and see where the Astros front office stood, and certainly during the Luno era, they would have stood atop until all the sign stealing stuff came out. The Athletic polled 40 baseball executives, current baseball executives, and they had them vote 1 through 5 on the 5 best front offices in baseball.
Okay.
With sort of an MVP point system, 10, 7, 5, 3, and 1 points. Out of 40 baseball executives voting 1 through 5, the Astros got 1 third-place vote, and that's it. There are 39 other baseball executives that don't think the Astros even are worth giving a top 5 vote to as far as their front office goes.
Wow.
Puts them 13th overall among front offices in baseball. That's crazy. I mean, it's not. It's by the way, it's not crazy. I don't think the evaluation is inaccurate. It's just crazy to think this was a team that had a book written about how cutting edge they were.
Right. Yeah, that things have changed drastically.
Yeah.
You go from Luno to Click to a consortium.
Yeah.
Because I don't think Dana Brown has nearly the same power or decision-making ability that Luno and Click had. I think Click was kind of in
certainly not Luno.
Click was that transition as Crane was trying to figure out just as whether he wanted the job or not. It feels like that's what it feels like. It feels like the Astros won a World Series, but for the most part, Crane thought that was all the residue of Jeff Luno and whatever input he had into it. So yeah, we'll go ahead and hire Dana Brown, but I'm really the one in charge here.
Yeah, that's tough to look at, and the problem is that this poll comes out amidst a 7-18 start. Like, I'd feel better if I had a front office that was well thought of around baseball and I'm on a 7-18 start, because this is a group of people who can find solutions.
Well, there was always going to be a question with Luno himself. Okay, how are you going to extend this window out, or whatever you call it, if it's not a window? Like, how are you going to extend this competitiveness out once the pipeline dries up and is not the same as what it was? So, I mean, we still would have had those questions about Luno, except that, there would have been some continuity there, obviously. we'd still be having that same question with James Click, I suppose.
Yep.
But, yeah, now everything's been dismantled to such a large degree. You got 4 players left on the team from 2017. And lately, after being spoiled with year after year of various pitchers coming up or various players coming up who hadn't been top-rated prospects, but you get Jeremy Pena's the MVP of the World Series, you bring up a Framber, you bring up a Javier.
Yeah.
Now it's starting to really the rubber's meeting the road in terms of reality. Like, okay, Spencer Arrighetti is, as of right now, like I know, look, he struck about a bunch of guys out after giving up 4 runs in the first inning.
Yeah.
It's just not the same, man.
It's not the same. And I will tell you who has gone into hiding of late, the 162-game people.
Yeah.
It's a long season people.
Well, you're back to now. The comparisons kept being like, hey, they haven't had a start this bad since 2016. They didn't make the – and then it was like, hey, they haven't been this bad since 2014. Now we're all the way back to they haven't been this bad in a lot of respects since 2013.
The really bad team.
When they had a payroll of what, Sean?
$18 million.
$18 million. What's their payroll this year?
It's $250 million.
The third most in baseball.
Yep. Jet Bagwell was at the Brothers in Arms golf tournament yesterday, the one that John and Landry were doing their show from yesterday. And Adam Winkler of ABC 13 caught up with him and asked him about Jose Abreu.
I really do. It's certainly not from a lack of caring and a lack of effort. He works as hard as anybody. And when you get older and you struggle, it's a lot more difficult. And you know the old saying, can't teach old dogs new tricks. Well, he's got to learn some new tricks right now. And the only one that can do this is him. And I do feel bad. I do feel bad for the team. I feel bad for Jose because he's taking a lot of brunt of it. But it's not just Jose. I mean, we got a lot of things that have gone wrong. It's just a part of it right now.
Yeah, it's bad. It's
that doesn't fill. That didn't fill me with enthusiasm either.
No.
Like, hey, he's got to do something that's, by the way, really hard to do.
Yeah.
This guy that hasn't looked like he can do anything difficult at all.
It's a lot harder when you're older. Like, yippee. Okay, good.
At least they found a way to work him into the game last night. There's nothing I like more than an old guy going in late in a game when it's 40 degrees out.
Who sucks at defense?
Pitching matchup or something. I don't know.
It was the bottom of the 8th.
Dude, there was a way. I'll tell you what. There'd be so many excuses to make if it wasn't happening so continuously. But I swear, there was some data to back it up. The Astros pitchers have induced a boatload of soft contact, and yet defensively, the Astros don't seem to know what to do with the soft contact.
Right.
And even like yesterday, that hit early in the game that went, and it went like a skee ball up the front of the pitcher's mound. And then hit second base so it could skip off of second base like faster than Jose Altuve could adjust to it. In that one, right there, I want to say, well, boy, that's just some bad luck. But you're only an inning removed from Jose Altuve blindly hurling the ball at John Singleton at first base for an error and a base hit. Like everything's awful.
How about the slow roller up the first baseline that hit the bag and Singleton looked like my aunt trying to field it. It's
a comedy out there. It's so weird to watch.
Really, they're a bad baseball team. Like, this is not. I know there's sprinkling of bad luck in with every baseball team. This is a bad baseball team right now.
And the thing is, though, too. Okay, like, look at errors. I haven't checked it in a few days. They were hovering right around like 15th or 16th in errors per game.
Yeah.
Which, okay, so that's not bad. That's mediocre. But remember, this is the 3rd highest paid team in baseball.
That's right.
And one that, when they were good, were routinely in the top 5 for errors allowed per game, or errors committed per game.
Multiple guys out there have won Gold Gloves.
They used to be super sharp. Yeah. And now they're not.
Not sharp.
Not sharp, but paid a boatload of money.
Did the 5-headed monster of Crane, Biggio, Bagwell, Reggie Jackson, and Dana Brown get one right, though? Here was Reggie Jackson, if you recall, on John Heyman's podcast just a week or so ago, talking about the decision to back away from Blake Snell in free agency.
Being fiscally responsible, I think, is what kicked us out of the Snell deal. He signed a 2-year deal, I want to say, for 62. That's too much for him. He's been hurt a couple of times. And I think there's incentives on top of that. He's also got an option on his own. And between the 4 or 5 people that make the decisions with the Astros, we don't play that game.
Yeah. All right. Ignore the scary part there about 4 or 5 people making decisions. The Jim Crane 5 might have gotten this one right. Blake Snell went on the injured list yesterday after an 0-3 start with an 11.57 ERA. So they might have got one right. Might have saved it. Might have saved us from the fans wanted Snell. They might have saved us from ourselves.
You know where else we could look if we want inspiration or to feel better about at least somebody else's bad too?
Yeah.
I know a lot of people are wondering, man, maybe Maldonado and his secret sauce of calling a great game and knowing how to manage pitchers, maybe that's what's missing.
Right.
Just take heart in knowing that only one of 2 teams worse than the Astros in team ERA right now is the Chicago White Sox. Martin Maldonado being the team that has a. So the Houston has a 5.14 ERA. The Fighting Chicago Maldonado Sox have a 5.20 ERA.
Dude,
his incredible boy. They could be really bad if he weren't there calling the the games.
Yeah, they might be. What are they're last or they're second?
They're second to last.
Second to
Dead last is Colorado.
They might be 30th.
Dead last is Colorado. Boy, look at this though, Sean. You got 2 teams going to play in Mexico City. Elevation 14,000 feet.
Oh yeah.
Houston with a 5.14 ERA.
Dude,
Colorado with a 5.61 ERA.
Over.
These games might last forever.
I know.
We might see our first ever triple-digit MLB score.
Seriously.
That'll be awesome.
9,000-foot elevation and 2 really crappy teams.
It's going to be one of those types of games. In football, it happens a lot where you're like, all right, well, to get a real, you got to cut out this one game because it was. Remember Miami a couple of years ago? Their defense let up all those whatever.
Yeah.
You got to cut that out to get the real picture. Baseball out of 100, these 2 games might actually skew the stats.
Outliers. Yeah, these need to be the ones they eliminate.
It's awful, man. Yeah. It's really bad. Now. I mean, like
It's bad. All right, final segment coming up. It's draft day. Night 1 of the draft is tonight. Final draft storylines as we head into tonight. What are the areas of intrigue for both the Texans and the top of the draft? We will get to that coming up next. But West Point Lincoln, Katy Freeway exit Kirkwood. That's where you're going to find West Point Lincoln. Online, you're going to find them at westpointsales.com. I want you to make a note of that website, westpointsales.com. Any
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, so a follow-up text. Apparently the B-Sci-Fi is an Alabama football fraternity, according to somebody.
What the hell? There's an Alabama football fraternity?
I guess.
Wait a second. That's a pretty big drop-off from second biggest black fraternity to that's an Alabama football
Yes.
Oh, wait. Maybe that's the one that all the football players are in. Oh, okay. That makes sense.
Maybe so.
No, I was because I was in a fraternity that all the football players
wonder
were in.
why they're... Oh, were you? You were in a frat?
DU was a lot of the... It was almost all... When I was there, it was almost all football players in DU. And then there are another couple of fraternities that it was weird back then.
We didn't have them at Notre Dame.
You didn't have them at all.
The
Greek system was really big at Cornell because they didn't have there wasn't a lot of housing. So it was like 50% of the student population was in a fraternity or sorority.
Just living in fraternity houses.
And they're huge fraternity houses. You know, we had like over 100 people in our fraternity. But yeah, like when I was there, it was all football. It was pretty meatheadish. Yeah.
Did you bring up the IQ or bring down the IQ?
Well, IQ's different than like actual scholastic performance. So I think I raised the IQ, but it really hurt the GPA.
The GPA, okay, yeah. Gotcha. So final draft storylines for tonight. The quarterbacks are going to be the big one. You know, almost like every other draft is a big quarterback draft. You know, and this one I think is going to look a lot like 2021, where Trevor Lawrence went first, generational prospect. Caleb Williams going first, generational prospect. Yep. And then we've got 2, 3, 4, one that could go in the top 10 or 15, kind of like that draft.
Yeah, you know, you got a bunch of quarterbacks that basically it's almost like you're a woman. All these GMs out there that might be looking at Drake May or anybody, because I put Drake May in that second, like that, the official second tier. I think Jaden Daniels is like 1B. And then
I agree.
But anyways, once you get past Drake May especially, that's like all these GMs are 38 years old and they're looking to have a child and they're going to settle. They're going to settle with a J.J. McCarthy or somebody like that. Just give me somebody that might work out, it might not, but I got to put a baby in this belly. So that's where you're looking, right? If you're the Vikings, you're like, put a baby in this belly.
That's right.
Come on, Bo Nix. Time's a wasting. Let's get down to business.
Let's go, Penix.
Yeah.
Come on.
Let's say, get some Penix up in here.
Big Penix energy.
It's time.
Yeah.
Clock's ticking.
So I think for Texan fans, if we're just watching the whole quarterback thing unfold, it's nice you don't have to worry about it because we've got one. The Minnesota thing is one I'll be watching very closely because I think Minnesota made that trade with the Texans to get the 23rd pick so they could start to pile up some of their artillery and then make a big push up the board, possibly on draft night, to go get a guy. If Minnesota is still sitting there at 11 and 23 and they're taking non-quarterbacks with both those picks, I think they're going to get destroyed by people.
I think including Vikings fans.
Yes.
And including, as we learned, Mike Florio is a big Vikings fan.
That's what we got to watch out for. If that happens, now I'm kind of rooting for it to happen.
Yeah.
Does Florio kill the Vikings for not moving up and getting a quarterback?
Is it widely known that Florio is a Vikings fan? I always thought he was a Steelers fan because he's from around there.
Yeah. Ross Tucker was the one who told us that the other day. Yeah. I had no idea he's a big Vikings fan.
And then, like, the next day, there was a post on Pro Football Talk about the Vikings, and I was like, oh, yeah.
About Justin Jefferson.
This is totally the way a fan would say it. Like, why aren't they trading Justin Jefferson?
Right. He wanted them to trade Justin Jefferson for the second pick in the draft.
Yeah.
It was a written sports talk radio call.
Yeah,
it was like he's calling our show. Let's go to Mike in West Virginia.
Trade
Mike,
Justin
what do you got?
Jefferson for number 2 overall. Like, well, great if they would do it.
Yeah.
But what the hell are you talking about?
I need that to happen now with Florio tonight. We've got a texter brings up a good one. Looking at tonight's draft through a Texans lens, texter says, don't be shocked, but I think the Texans make a splash tonight trading Mills, Pierce, or Nico Collins. I don't think they're trading Nico Collins tonight. Well, that's interesting, though.
Boy, that would be
look at the Amon-Ra St. Brown trade. Are the Texans a team trading a marquee receiver?
Is that something that Nick Caserio had in mind, not as a plan, but that, man, you know what? If we did... No, this is too strong a draft for wide receivers. It doesn't make any sense that people would trade that much for Nico Collins
after one good year,
with plus having to pay him and everything when there's this much young talent in the draft. So that's why Stephon Diggs was available for what he was.
Yeah. It's an interesting thing to kind of workshop a little bit, just in light of how much Amon-Ra St. Brown got on his extension yesterday, because Nico's up for an extension now. Here, I'll just give you my very basic take on Nico Collins going anywhere other than staying here with the Texans. He was part of the uniform reveal.
Oh, yeah.
He literally was one of the models walking on the stage.
Flexing and everything.
On Tuesday,
Dameon Pierce and Davis Mills, I don't know what you would get for them right now, but it's certainly not enough to move back up into the first round.
No. Now, I think those, now among the players who I could see getting traded, though, this weekend for draft capital, those are probably two of the top guys. Like Dameon Pierce, changes scenery, team that watched his 2022 season and said, okay, he doesn't fit what they did in 23, the Texans, but we run something more of like a power running game. He'd fit really well with us, and he wouldn't be very pricey. I'm guessing a late day 3 pick probably gets it done if you were to want to do that. I do wonder if there's confidence in the building over there that Dameon Pierce is going to figure this thing out. Like,
right.
You know?
Yeah, and I do think that they probably, like a lot of teams, this isn't a New England South thing or anything, but I think that they probably look at running back kind of like a commoditized position where you're going to be able to find somebody out there. Well, like, don't worry about what his name is right now. We're going to find somebody out there. If they get what they think is a good offer for Dameon Pierce, I think they would probably move him. If they got, like, if somebody offered a 4th rounder for him, I think I'd do it in a
second.
Yeah.
I love Dameon Pierce, but I would do it for a 4th in a second. Mills is an interesting one just because he's now had a year in the system. There's a lot of teams that run this system. I think you're better off with Mills. Even if you were to draft a quarterback on day 3, I think you're better off with Mills hanging on to him till camp.
Yeah.
Like if Joe Burrow had gone down with a season-ending injury in camp last year, like the Bengals and Davis Mills had been in the system for a year, I think the Bengals would have called the Texans just seeing what the price was on Davis Mills.
I'll tell you the thing to keep in mind, and I'm the first one to tell you don't read into top 30 visits too much, but Spencer Rattler, for whatever reason, took a trip to Houston to meet with the Texans.
Yeah.
And if that is to be trusted, we know from the press conference the other day that Nick said basically it sounded like a few of the reported top 30 visits were false. So, but for whatever it's worth, Spencer Rattler met with the Texans.
He did say that.
And was Rattler a top QB recruit?
In college, he was number 1.
He was number 1 overall.
Coming out of high school.
Yeah. Nick's got a thing for guys that showed extreme ability out of high school. At various times, they've had 3 different guys who are the number 1 overall quarterback recruit in the country.
He has.
Yeah. So you might like the upside of Rattler if he falls further in the draft.
I like the upside of Rattler if he's there in day 3. I wouldn't use. I don't think he will be. Rattler's name is getting. His name is now brushing up against the back end of those top 6 quarterbacks. Yeah. Like it's more like he's closer to being like a surprise 2nd-round pick than he is being a 4th-round pick.
My other thought about why the Texans would have met with Spencer Rattler was that perhaps maybe they wanted intel on Xavier Leggett, the wide receiver out of South Carolina, whose career never really took off at all until Spencer Rattler showed up. And it took until Spencer Rattler's 2nd year, but Xavier Leggett didn't do much at all in his first 4 years. Basically surpassed his by twofold, surpassed his first 4 years of production in total in his 5th and final year at South Carolina.
Yes. We're big Leggett fans on this show.
Just because he's so country.
He's as country, if not countryer, than Dameon Pierce, I would say. Yeah.
Dameon Pierce is from he's not as from far out, I don't think, as Xavier Leggett.
He's from Georgia, Dameon Pierce.
Right, but he's from like just north of the Panhandle there. He's close enough to the redneck Riviera and everything. I don't know if it's quite as country.
They're both really country. Now this is pretty,
you know what though? We always underestimate. It gets super country super fast,
very quick
outside of any city.
Yeah, down in the South. Yeah. Here's how country is Xavier Leggett. He's this country.
Oh, man, I'd say the deep ball, man. But I really feel like any way that I get the ball in my hand, I could get it to that end zone.
If you don't want that guy playing for your football team, then you don't know football, my friend.
You don't know.
You never watched a damn football movie in your life. If you don't know that Xavier Leggett comes in and like one of the guys from the city takes him out to show him what life in the big city is like. Man. Xavier Leggett's not quite sure if this is the life for him.
Yes.
But he finds a coach who believes in him.
Right.
Yeah.
I think CJ and Leggett would be a fun combination. You got CJ, the Cali kid, very, city, and then you got Leggett. One more time, Ben.
Man, I'd say the deep ball, man. But I really feel like any way that I get the ball in my hand, I could get it to that end zone.
Hell yeah, you can.
Do not want to go fishing with him.
Hell yeah.
Lopez.
I know.
Oh, my gosh, Lopez. You want to take your podcast to the next level.
He's the man.
Xavier Leggett.
By the way,
I'm not staring at your nose.
It's better.
It's better, so I didn't wear a Band-Aid today.
Yeah.
Is it that bad still?
No, it's not bad. I only knew to look for it, but it's not better. The nice thing about it is that when you're staring at somebody's nose, it
looks like you're looking at their eyes.
Right. It's not like a mole on your chin or something, yeah.
Right. Why is he looking there?
What do they call them? The big...
a goiter.
Goiter.
A goiter, yeah. Why is he looking at my... Oh, yeah, I have a goiter.
Here's the other thing, a little hidden known fact on... I think I've got this right. I could be dead wrong. Isn't he South Carolina?
Yes. Yeah.
That's a Texan school.
That is a Texan.
Bob McNair, born and raised.
Tribute to Bob McNair, draft Xavier Legette.
Bob McNair, born and raised.
Jonathan Joseph.
I think they still have a home in South Carolina.
Yeah.
Well, Jonathan Joseph also has a little the dialect there. The Geechee,
I forget what it's called.
Geechee dialect.
Geechee? Yeah.
Like that's his is more fast talking. It doesn't sound as country, but he could. I bet it really comes out if he's talking with Xavier Legette.
Yeah.
Two South Carolina guys from the Low Country there, and yeah.
Hey, John, we were talking earlier in the show about Caleb Williams crying into his mother's bosom after a game this year. Turned into a fairly long list of times where it's okay to cry.
Yeah.
If you're a man.
Yeah.
Do you have any in particular on your power ranking when it's okay? Like, I don't think.
Number one, and not even close, is when you have your kid.
Crying when you have a kid.
When you have a kid, I did all three of mine.
Where do you come out on fainting when you have two kids at the same time?
Did you faint?
I fainted. Yeah.
Why have I not ever heard this story?
They wheeled him out in a wheelchair.
Have you told me this before?
No, I told it on the air before though.
Yeah.
So as you know, my first two kids are boy-girl twins.
Yeah.
My ex-wife.
I like the girl better.
My ex-wife.
If we're being honest.
James listens. No, but Judy's she's your spirit animal.
She's my people.
Yeah. So it's nothing against you, James, if you're listening.
No,
Just
he's
really
a hell
likes
of a good
Judy.
guy. Congratulations. Good luck.
My
not a lot of lawyers in this world. So
that's Sammy.
Oh, Sammy, I got that right.
James works for a liquor distributor. You'd love James. So my ex-wife is pretty tiny, so it was tough on her carrying twins.
Yeah.
So she had to get a C-section 9 weeks early. So the twins were premature.
Oh wow.
So it really looked like.
So you're already
there,
nervous.
Man. You see those things pop out.
And
you're already nervous.
You're looking at two fetuses. Basically.
I'm already in a room where there's a C-section going on.
Yeah.
You know? And so they
and premature. Well, not premature,
but I was on the right side of the curtain to not see any of the. I was just seeing the carnage.
Yeah.
That was coming from behind the curtain. I wasn't seeing the actual procedure. But procedure ends. Hear a couple crying, and they come and they hand me these two little creatures,
little rodents, right?
That look like I brought them from. They look like I bought them from Mattel. You know, and I'm like, oh my god! And I started getting like my legs just started jelly legs.
I could see that.
And I had to hand the kids back to the nurses, and I blacked out for a little bit. Next thing I know, I'm in a wheelchair, getting wheeled out to the waiting room, where my
wife is walking next to you.
My ex,
patting you on the back. You'll be all right. You'll be all right.
No, my ex-wife's whole family is waiting there in the waiting room in the lobby. There's like 15 of them there, and they're waiting for the door to open and get the news.
You.
Door swings open and out I come in a wheelchair. I think that was the day my divorce began.
Family, yeah.
I do.
So when your child is born, you can cry.
I was already perceived to be soft because I was a Yankee.
Right, and they're like old
Southern
Louisiana,
Cajun
like
as
rural.
hell.
Yeah. Like,
So
be a man, damn it.
I was already paddling upstream.
Man.
Yeah. Good times. Good times. What's up, Landry?
What'd it do?
Did you cry, faint, or do nothing when Avery was born?
Nah, we were fine.
Okay.
It was smooth. The doctor, our doctor, the only stressful thing was he'd done like 6 births in like 20 hours. So the nurse was in
on
there.
A heater.
Yeah. The nurse was in there, and they introduced us to the backup, and the backup was down the hall. But I mean, it came out. I mean, she came out pretty smooth.
Doctor trying to get a free sub or something? Do you like punch his ticket? Six in one day.
He looked worn out. I was like, okay,
your next baby's free.
I guess you can call in the backup if you trust him. If you think they can manage the game, and they did.
Good stuff.
Case Keenum.
All right, let's.
Was it the doctor that was that your gyno?
Yeah, it was our guy, and he came in.
Sorry.
He came in. They made it sound like he was like in Oklahoma or something. He was like right down the hall, but
yeah,
he was cool.
Someone said happened to me too, Sean. Sir, I'm going to take your number down and we can go to therapy together. All right. Draft day is here. In the Loop has you for the next 4 hours. We got you covered all weekend long here with the draft. Seth, I will see you tomorrow.
Antibodies and salutations.
Yes, thank you very much. Appreciate that. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. Oh, let me tell you, you're listening to KLT and KLT HD2 on Odyssey Station. Draft day is here. In the Loop starts now.
You're darn right we do. We start right now.
Now.
On a big day, as big a day as you can find.
Well, I mean, I don't know about that.
No, it is.
I feel like that's bad. That's misleading to the
No,
audience.
man, it is.
They don't have picks. It can't be as big.
How do you know they don't have picks?
Because they don't have picks.
Well, how do you know they won't end up with picks?
I don't. Diana Rossini's throwing out the possibilities. So
Yes.
I do wonder that. I wonder, do you want them to pick today? Does it? I feel like I can wait for this.
I actually am with you. I want to wait, mostly because I feel they're just in a good spot with those 2 picks in the second round, man. I mean, 42 and 59, good to go.
What if of all the things that could happen, if Marvin Harrison slides to 8 and then the Colts don't have to give up a lot, that's fine. I kind of want Jim Irsay to just get really nostalgic though and trade 3 first rounders to move up to 3, just because he wants to have an old Colt there.
He wants the story. He wants the story of having it. Look, I think today. Everything's on the table, in terms of Nick Caserio. He's moved up, he's moved back, he's moved up a lot. But I don't want them to draft today only because I feel it's sort of like spinning your wheels after the Stephon, because you were there. You had the number 23 overall pick, then you made the trade with Minnesota. Then you get all this stuff done. I feel like you're just in a sweet spot. You've been setting up for this moment. Just wait that one more day, see where everything falls.
Yeah, just figure it out. Let it play out. Just hang out. Matter of fact, don't take the phones off the hook.
Well, don't do that.
Just take the phones off the hook.
I wouldn't feel good about doing that. That's for sure.
Yeah, just unplug them.
Yeah,
just go phoneless. Don't even make a call. There's some intriguing names that we've talked about, Kool-Aid McKinstry, all that. So I mean, we can throw out the possibilities, but I would have no problem with Nick Caserio, D'Amico Ryans. Just chill, do work. Day 2, get some rest, regroup, and then come in. And tomorrow we're talking about 3 picks and reacting to what happened in round 1. That's my dream scenario. No picks.
I wonder if
no picks, tackles, quarterbacks.
Let's assume that they, what I'm talking about. They kind of angled. They've already done all their deal making in terms of what they want to get in picks, and they're very happy with the 2 second-round picks and the other picks that they have. What would it take for them to re-engage? Like to all of a sudden, let's say they're happy, this is our strategy. We know the bucket of players we like in the second round.
I think it would take D'Amico falling in love with someone. I think Caserio would be.
It wouldn't be Caserio.
No, I think Caserio has used the term moderate a lot lately.
Yeah.
And when I hear someone say moderate, that makes me think he's listening a lot. He's kind of trying to be kind of the middle guy. He's trying to orchestrate. He's kind of like the point guard. We've heard him say that, I think, probably last time he spoke, I think he said it 4 or 5 times. Mm-hmm. So I think it would take D'Amico really, really falling in love with someone and saying, I need that guy. Now, do we start to see D'Amico Ryans? Do we start to see D'Amico Ryans and the belief that defensive coaches want defensive players? Do we start to see that kind of come out now that he's starting to get guys on his defense that he likes? Do we start to see that? I don't know. But for them to trade up, I think it would have to be a defensive player that D'Amico Ryans really likes. I don't think Nick Caserio is going to be forcing trades upon anyone. I think he's a guy who has strong takes, but I don't think he's going to do anything aggressively unless it's D'Amico's idea at this point.
I think you're right. I think everything that's happened this offseason, as we've talked about, has led to them being put in this position where they are right now. The only thing that would change that is someone, let's just be honest, someone getting emotional about a pick. I don't think Nick Caserio is ever going to get emotional about a player. He's too programmed, too robotic, and I mean this in a compliment.
Oh, that's a compliment?
I mean this in a compliment.
Robotic?
Hey, look, robotic has been good for this organization with Nick Caserio. He'd probably tell you that. I don't mean it. I mean it in a good way. To get swept up in, boy, I really love that kid, or whatever. I think D'Amico in his mind, he's always going to be a coach first, you know? And he's going to say, this kid, this player can fit exactly what I want to do. And I think that leads to maybe the emotional maybe influence that he might have on Nick. And I think that's very much the possibility. It would have to be D'Amico.
I do think if somebody that they really like, if they slide to maybe around 27, 28, and nobody's seeing that coming, I do see them seeing what it takes to get up there, maybe 29, 30, somewhere around there. I do see that.
Well, the thing that I think about Nick and about the way that this offseason has kind of gone is I think there's been a pretty aggressive offseason. You've spent the second most money. You made the Stephon Diggs trade, and I think the Texans want to be balanced. I don't think they want to pigeonhole themselves and put themselves in one identity. And this kind of goes back to your take of the week, and the one that I think that you kind of just reset here is they've already made their aggressive moves. Yeah. So if you want to counter the aggressiveness, which is a new thing, I wouldn't say I don't know that they've had opportunities since Caserio has been here outside of this year and last year to be aggressive, but they were extremely aggressive this day last year. They were even more aggressive than they've ever been this offseason, whether it's the trade or whether it's the money being spent. Yeah. So I don't know that they just want to establish themselves as we're going 100 miles per hour 24/7. I do think they might want to just regroup. Who are these players that we think we can figure out? Do we have too many picks? Would we like to package some of these picks perhaps here? But I don't know that they're just going to be as aggressive as they've been because they've been so aggressive this offseason. Yeah. And I don't think that's a bad thing.
And I think Nick Caserio, when he's aggressive, I just mentioned it, he trades a lot. He's traded up a lot. But I don't think it's because he falls in love with a particular player as much as he realizes there's incredible value there. Using the analytics in his head and his research and his scouting and all that. Like, why is this player still there? We like him. He's on our board. We need to go get him. You know what I mean?
It is draft day here on In the Loop, Sports Radio 610, first round. First time in a couple years, Texans won't have 2 first-round picks. Matter of fact, they'll have 0. And we got your coverage here on Sports Radio 610. Will they, won't they trade up? It is interesting, though. Diana Rossini, when she says something, you kind of raise the eyebrows. Now, is she basing this on knowledge or is she just basing this on reputation? The way it was worded in The Athletic, it kind of feels like she's just basing it on reputation, although she wasn't the only person who threw this out there. Peter Schrager, he listed the guys that he could see, the teams that he could see moving up in the draft, and he put the Texans and the Bills as 2 teams that could move up in the back end of the first round.
Well, the Bills, I absolutely see that. That's just logic, right? Trying to get a receiver or something like that. The Texans, I have to believe that it's not. Maybe Rossini's really good. She's had a good offseason. Maybe there's some more smoke, more fire to that smoke. But I think that's just a product of. You realize Nick Caserio.
Reputation.
Yeah, Nick Caserio has moved up in the draft. Now some of them are later in the round in the draft, but still.
Yeah, moved.
He's moved up in the draft 11 times. 11 times.
18 of his 23 picks, he didn't select where he was originally selecting.
Yeah,
that was a stat.
Yeah.
That I think is just insane. 18 of 23.
Yeah, so that's the reputation of him moving up. But I don't think it's necessarily because of emotion as much as what I said earlier. I think it's the value that he sees, and accumulating picks and still making the most of that would help.
The 832, I think this is absolutely hilarious. It says they have the party on the day they'll start drafting. Trust me. They're not going to like someone on the back end of the first round and say, oh, my God.
We can't do it.
What about the party tomorrow?
Yeah.
What? There's no draft party.
I would make this trade.
Nick Caserio don't give a damn about uniforms, let alone a draft party, man.
Are you kidding me? So they're
okay, Figgy. I think they're gonna. They have a trade in place. They just can't do it.
Shoot.
But if you originally don't have picks, then yeah, you don't have to have a draft party. But trust me, it is that is not. It's not even. It doesn't even make the list of factors as to what D'Amico Ryans and Nick Caserio are
That's
thinking.
not even in the same ballpark.
Wait, there's no draft party.
He doesn't even know they're having one. He may not know. He legitimately might not know.
You know
that
what? I'm almost rooting for him to trade all 3 day 2s to get up into
That's
first
two
round.
different departments, man.
I'm almost comments like that. You know what? Loophole. Shout out to the loopholes. If you listen, you are one. The fact that you're in the draft party is going to have an impact on what Caserio. I hope he trades all 3 of tomorrow's picks and moves in.
Maybe that's why Caserio traded up last year.
Yeah.
Because he knew it was a big draft party. Hey, let me make some bang right here.
You got to trade that those 2 1s in that too, because there's a big party going on.
By the way,
popping.
I have no news today, as I did a year ago. Nothing to necessarily report.
Oh, you don't have any bombs to drop?
Or bombs to drop or anything, but I have a feeling.
No CJ?
None of that this year.
Okay.
But I have a feeling.
Okay.
I have a very strong feeling.
That?
I have a strong enough feeling that I would bet on it.
Okay.
If the Texans stay where they are.
Yeah.
42 overall.
Okay.
Linebacker.
Okay. Edgerrin Cooper?
Or what's his name from Michigan? That
Chris Jenkins?
No, Junior Colson.
Okay.
Yeah, Junior Colson.
Okay.
Linebacker.
Okay.
Call your shot if they stay where they are.
I think it really depends on what happens today. I'll have a better grasp tomorrow.
Yeah.
I don't know. So you're saying Edgerrin Cooper?
Figgy or Colson?
I don't have a. I think they go go cornerback. I think they go.
That'd be pretty sweet, to be honest.
Yeah.
That'd be pretty sweet.
Okay.
Yeah. But I wish I had more news, hard and fast news. But that's just more of a feeling than anything. I really, you look at this depth chart. It's the only place that they don't have the depth. I mean, they don't have
they don't have depth anywhere.
Well, like they have a little bit. If you want, depending on how you feel about some of the receivers, how you feel about the backup tight ends,
perhaps.
How about some of the backup tight ends? Yeah. Edge rushers. How do you feel about that? There's a little depth here and there, but linebacker, there is nothing unless you feel really good about Jake Hansen and Henry To'o. I think it's gonna be a linebacker. I really do. Assuming they don't trade.
All right, that doesn't excite me, man.
Well, it
doesn't excite me. But I mean,
eventually
some picks that aren't exciting.
Yeah,
they end up working out. That wouldn't excite me too much. Linebacker, okay. See how that works. It's all good.
That might be a D'Amico special too. Like I really like this guy.
There you go. Yeah, they don't have a lot of depth. That's why I think the sky is the limit for them. Mm-hmm. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. I'm starting to think that Leggett could be the guy.
I want it to be.
Bobby likes reverses, man. Bobby likes reverses. Bobby really doesn't have that gadget receiver where he can just do crazy stuff. Yeah, I think he wants it.
Have you heard him talk?
He's country as hell.
It's awesome.
He's country.
It's awesome. And little known fact, Bob McNair, South Carolina. Love South Carolina. Leggett's from South Carolina. They've got some ties to South Carolina over the years. Still have a house there, I believe, a beach home. The McNairs, they love them, some South Carolina.
So he did an interview with John Crumpler on the Texans Wire, and he said, he was talking about meeting with the Texans and all that, and he said that Dave Canales, the Panthers GM, told him that they would take him if he were there at 33.
Yeah.
To which Canales was asked about that. And listen to what this guy said. This is pretty interesting.
It's slime ball.
Saw the video of Leggett saying that he's met with you guys 4 or 5 times, and you guys have told him if he's there at 33, you're taking him.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That was, it was a great conversation. I definitely said that to him and about 50 other guys, man, so we take you at 33. It's actually a lead-in question. So when we draft you at 33, what happens now? And then there's a bunch of questions that happen after that, so
what?
Yeah, part of the process.
What?
Yeah, that's
we draft you at 33, then what happens? That's part of the process?
That he's just
no if.
It's one thing if like plans change.
It's a bad look, man.
Like if I tell you, Landry, I'm going to draft you at 33 if you're there. But then plans change, like something happens and you move up in the draft or you move back or whatever. That's one thing. But to deliberately tell multiple people, if that's true.
What do you mean if it's true? He just said it.
He said it, but he might have just been saying, like, about 50 other people too, just short, whatever. But if it's true.
If it's true, you just heard him.
Well, we don't know if he's telling the truth. Hell, listen to him.
Why would he lie about that?
50 other people he said they would draft at 30. It doesn't matter. To deliberately do it and tell multiple people, that's just slimeball stuff. I mean, that's sorry. That's absolutely sorry.
Poor kid walked out of there
thinking he's going to go at 33. Man. Yeah.
Poor guy.
Mm-hmm.
Poor young man. You and Sean and Seth were talking about childbirth?
Yeah, like what actually the question was,
how'd this come up?
When is it appropriate for a guy to cry? And I said,
okay,
by far, number one is when
they saying they cried at the draft last year or something, or Sean did.
No, I don't know about that, but I cried at every one of my kids' births. So I said, yeah, when you have a kid. I don't know what else is. Did you cry? You didn't cry when your baby?
I mean, it was emotional. It's just fast, dude. Like,
yeah,
it's not. It's a fast thing. It's not like built up.
When your dog dies.
Yeah.
Those are the two that come to mind.
I don't know. I mean, whenever you want to cry,
whenever it
cry.
feels like it.
Go ahead, dude.
Yeah.
Get it out.
Yeah.
So he fainted?
He fainted when he had his twins.
Okay.
Yeah.
And had to get carted out
on a wheelchair.
Yikes.
Yes, I agree.
It's not hard to see. I think he's right about the divorce there.
Yeah, that's kind of where it started.
I ain't gonna lie to you, man. If Avery, let's say that God willing, I'm alive to be in the delivery room of me becoming a grandpa.
Yeah.
If Avery's husband gets carted in there after they're born, I don't know that there's going to be too many fun family dinners.
Sometimes divorce is a good thing.
Yeah, for sure.
That's a good pull there, Figgy.
Coming up next, let's talk about history and let's put some names on it. If these names are called, will it be good or bad for the Houston Texans? Draft day continues next.
In the loop.
One thing we know about Nick Caserio, is he's going to trade and make a lot of moves.
Yeah, that's right. Download the Odyssey app now and don't miss a minute of the conversation.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Biggie, let's hit it big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
Oh, the jokes are coming fast and furious every time y'all talk about this guy.
With Landry Locker.
Landry, I mean, you're going to be in midday forever now.
And John Lopez.
On occasion, Lopez makes a statement that's so ludicrous, it makes me pick my phone up and call you guys.
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader.
Your champ, 610.
Sports Radio 610.
What does a good first round look like for a team that doesn't have a first round pick? That's the question. In the Loop has the answer and discussion for you here on Draft Day on Sports Radio 610. Landry Larker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. Take it away, J-Lo.
Yeah, a little bit of a primer here for those that aren't plugged in day to day with the draft. Let me give you some names that you do not want to hear today. You don't want to hear their names called. And the reason for that is obviously Texans would have a better chance at him in the second round, but maybe otherwise. So here, I want to get y'all's thoughts on this. For sure, I do not want to hear Blake Corum, the running back out of Michigan.
Yeah, that would be hilarious.
Oh, he's actually.
I actually wouldn't mind that
at 42.
Yeah, if anyone. No, I'm saying if he gets drafted today, then I'll send a limo to that.
Well, there's actually there's actually a kind of a silver lining on some of these too, because other players would fall. But if you want a running back, Blake Corum and then Jonathan Brooks from Texas.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't think any running back goes today.
The consensus is no running backs in the first round, which makes sense. Wide receiver, you don't want to hear anyone take either Adonai Mitchell or Xavier Leggett. The Adonai Mitchell from Texas or Leggett from South Carolina. Yeah, that means they're going to be able to fall. Maybe you can get them somewhere in the second round. Edgerrin Cooper and Junior Colson are the two linebackers that you hope fall. So you don't want to hear
Cooper
those.
Seems to be one of the more popular names among Texans.
Yeah, but the kid from Alabama probably will go. Well, he will. He'll go top 5, top 10. But yeah, Edgerrin Cooper's right there. Of course, some people really love him. Maybe fringe first rounder, some don't. Tight end is going to be interesting.
Which kid from Alabama?
Is it? I had his name a second ago. There is
talking about Dallas Turner, the edge guy.
The edge guy, yeah, the edge guy. Tight end, you don't want Jatavion Sanders.
He's not going.
You never know.
He's not going.
Cade Stover
on the first round.
First day.
Good Lord.
These are guys that. I mean, these are guys that people have mentioned.
I was with you on Sanders a little bit.
Yeah.
But Stover, that brother ain't going in. I'll be shocked if he go in the first round.
I'm just telling you what people across the NFL are saying, not necessarily.
I haven't heard one person say
that's
Cade
3
Stover
tight ends in the first round.
Yeah, no way.
Kool-Aid McKinstry.
That is one to watch.
Yeah.
I saw the Peter Schrager mock draft. He had him going to the Baltimore Ravens. And, which I every time a Baltimore Raven selection is made, I automatically think that he's good.
Yeah.
That's just kind of where I'm at. He's good,
yeah.
Especially if you wanted your team to have me like, damn, we stink.
And one that I've mentioned here and there, I don't know him really well, other than I haven't watched him a little bit. And I know he's climbing the boards. That Ennis Rakestraw from Missouri, they seem to like him as a cornerback. Now maybe he'll sneak into the first round. You don't want that to happen. You want him to be available in the second round. Now, how about some names that you want to hear called today? Some of those are doubling, like you said, maybe Blake Corum or something like that, because, I mean, somebody else is falling. But you absolutely want Bo Nix and Spencer Rattler.
Yeah, just go ahead.
To be taken in the first round.
Yeah, the Rattler thing, it was weird. Someone brought it up. I just don't see that as a possibility. Bo Nix, okay, we'll see. I think Bo Nix falls out of the first two. I will find it comical if someone picks Bo Nix.
That's what you want.
They're talking about Sean Payton doing it, and I'm like, oh, that makes sense.
Well, they're going to take a quarterback. I don't know about that guy.
He's a moron. I can ride with that.
And then tackles. And I put two names out there that are just kind of on fringe first rounders. It doesn't really matter. The kid out of Oregon State and then the one out of Washington. You want tackles to be drafted.
Yeah, tackle
in the first round.
Anytime there's a tackle, good. And there's supposed to be a nice little run on them.
Yeah. Same thing with defensive tackle. I think, unless you feel really strongly that you want the Texans to get a defensive tackle.
Nah,
and I don't.
I want Fisk gone.
Fisk
I don't like him.
And Chris Jenkins is the other one.
I like Chris Jenkins. I don't like Fisk.
Yeah. Why didn't you like Fisk?
I just he's just kind of a little bit. I watched one of his interviews on Bussin' with the Boys. Wasn't a fan. He's been in college 6 years. Just not no thanks.
Yeah,
we're good, man. Take your 24-year-old ass somewhere else.
You hope they do get called. And then there's these sleepers out there. Everybody has their first-round sleepers. And, man, you got to hope that these guys, somebody falls in love with them. I'm not a big fan of any of these three guys. Now, I could be dead wrong, of course. But Brian Thomas, the receiver out of LSU.
He's going in the first, right?
I think he's going in the first, and I hope he does. He's a hell of a talent. He's productive. But it's something about him that just doesn't seem to strike me as NFL. Like, it just doesn't look like NFL big-time receiver. The other one that I absolutely love this kid in college is Michael Penix Jr.
Polarizing.
I mean, I think he's an awesome. He was a college football player. He's 23 years old. He's had multiple injuries.
Yeah, he had to put out a statement on those.
Yeah, and I just don't see him. I hope someone falls in love with him. I admire his work in college. I don't think he's going to be that good of a pro. And then the other one that the buzz is kind of faded on him, Keon Coleman, the receiver out of Florida State.
40 time hurt him, man.
Yeah, was it 4.65?
Yeah, he ran a 4.6, but then he in that tracking, whatever the hell they call it, he was one of the fastest. He was going like 21.5 miles. That would have gotten a but a stingy cop would have given him a ticket in the school zone. They're going 1.5 over.
Yeah, so you got to hope that those three guys get taken. Somebody falls in love with
Coleman, man. Some people are liking Coleman at 42, perhaps.
He's a highlight reel guy. He's a highlight reel guy, but not fast and not known as the best route runner.
Could be some game speed there.
Yeah.
It'll be interesting to see how this all goes down. The buzz right now is what's going to happen at number 3. And perhaps you see a team in the AFC South trade up. Tennessee's kind of lurking right there, a few spots away. Perhaps Tennessee, perhaps they trade up and maybe they want to secure alt, or they want to just aim big and just increase the receiving core. Indianapolis, they're 12 spots away, which means it would be pretty expensive. We saw the Texans trade back last year. Our trade up with Will Anderson cost you 2 1s, a 2, and more. So maybe Jim Irsay gets a little bit romantic, remembering the days of the past, and he decides he wants Marvin Harrison Jr. That would be aggressive, but Cam Wolf just reported that New England, they like 6 guys. 6 guys. I find that is interesting. If you like 6 guys to draft there, I don't know if that's some sort of smokescreen or what. And then, of course, Minnesota, who got the Texans' first-round pick. Josh McCown is their quarterback coach. He actually coached Drake May in high school. So he knows Drake May. They need a quarterback. They lost Kirk Cousins. The number 3 pick in the draft. Last year, the Texans kind of controlled the draft. We assume that Daniels is going number 2 to Washington. Assumption. But it seems like right there at number 3, that's where this year's control of the draft is, much like last year when we were wondering who the Texans were going to take.
So many people needing a quarterback. It seems like the last couple of years it's been the case, which means people are going to be really aggressive. Like we had some aggressive trades last year. Texans were one of them. And so I think, I think there's going to be – that's the one thing that's going to be entertaining is the top of the draft, top 5-6 picks of the draft. Like who's going to want to just angle their way in there and get their guy.
Yeah, you got to figure this out on the back end. That's when it gets really interesting. Like as soon as 15, the Colts there will be 2 teams in the AFC South we think that have added good players in the Titans and the Colts. So keep an eye on that. The first half. And then the second half is going to be real interesting because that's where you start to wonder, okay, could this guy fall? Is this going to happen? Darius Robinson out of Missouri, another guy to keep an eye on. I can see D'Amico falling in love with him. I don't know how many guys they feel they need on the edge. Are they just going to rotate? Are they going to go like hockey rotation of
line changes?
Of D-line, I don't know. That seems like quite a lot. So we'll see how it goes. It's definitely going to be exciting. It's going to be interesting. It's going to be a very much different feel than it was last year. Coming up next, Caleb Williams. He has already negatively impacted Nick Caserio and D'Amico Ryan's first draft pick. There is a lot of speculation, a lot of uncertainty about what's going to happen when they make their pick, and you can blame it all on the number 1 pick in the draft. Localizing it next.
Yeah, you guys know that.
turf for your kids and pets? TexansTurf.com.
We're making the stories from outside the loop matter to you. This is Localize It.
Don't you know I'm local?
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Texans' first draft pick already in question, and you can blame the number one pick in the draft for it. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. It is draft day. Sketch, old Sketch, the streamer, was supposed to announce the Texans' first draft pick. Think that's still going to happen, but he might have to have a surgery before because video went viral yesterday of Sketch running some routes against another streamer. I guess his name's Speed. I don't understand why people like watching this guy. I don't know what he does. I guess he does video games or something. Yeah, he was on WrestleMania and all that, but Sketch had a nice grab against him, and then Sketch had another route that Caleb Williams threw him, in which Sketch had to be carted off, man. And I don't think it was work. I do not think it was work. I think Sketch really got hurt here, and he said he heard a pop. So the status of Sketch, will he be on crutches? Will they have to call in a replacement? It's up. It's very much in doubt. And the Texans having representation from, God, one of the hottest things going right now.
Doubtful, questionable, probable.
He's got to get out there, right?
Questionable.
He's got to get out there.
He's going to be out there. No, he'll be out there. This is his moment, man. This dude is taking off. He was already huge, but he is taking off.
I listened to the podcast yesterday about this kid, and really perhaps the most famous Texans fan right now. He was on with Theo Vaughn, and I learned a lot. I mean, it's really not a bit. This is just an awkward kid without a kidney. He went to Mississippi State, then he went to OU, then he went to Texas State, then COVID happened. Ended up just getting popular via the stream. He's not trying to be weird. He's just naturally weird.
Yeah, it's not an act.
It's just him.
Yeah.
And this might have been one of the more hilarious podcasts that I've listened to in a long time. This was him first talking about voodoo dolls, which, crazy enough, this was a few days before he tore his ACL or whatever the hell happened yesterday. This was him talking about voodoo dolls and his relationship with C.J. Stroud.
Somebody might have one, yeah.
It's working.
Yeah,
I got some back pain. It's working.
Yeah, you're not feeling good. What if C.J. Stroud starts feeling all the that they start kneeling yours up?
That would be worse. I'd have to sacrifice myself for the greater good of our team here. He's a great guy, though.
Yeah, have you met him?
Met him twice.
Really?
Met him randomly at the Apple store, and then met him. When I was in LA, we played a little football.
Oh, sweet.
I was about threw up when we were running around. So it's like
played a little football with CJ
The
Stroud.
Apple store. CJ doesn't have someone to go to the Apple store for him.
Why not? People like to shop.
Man, the
Don't
Apple
you like to
store
shop for
is
that
hell,
stuff?
man.
Oh, it is.
The Apple store is absolute hell. You got to get it's worse than the DMV.
It's pretty bad.
It is worse than the
But some
DMV.
people really like to do that shopping, man.
So I guess in this streaming game, which I'm not as familiar with, these people are starting to like hand each other Lamborghinis and stuff and get each other Lamborghinis. And this might have been this. I don't think I've laughed this hard in a long time because I can't tell when Theo Vaughn's serious either. And I think that's one of the best parts about it.
Mm-hmm.
He has a weird childhood, but he'll start telling stories, and I'm like, all right, is he really being serious? And he started talking about how, because Sketch took a picture by a yellow Lamborghini, and Theo Vaughn ended up talking about how yellow Lamborghinis are what creepers use to attract people to creep on. And Sketch says, well, fortunately his is black. But then Theo Vaughn and Sketch, they go back and forth talking about a story that from Theo Vaughn growing up about a guy who had a yellow sports car.
Yeah, dude, I remember the first time we had a guy in our neighborhood, or a dude, he said he told us he was an EMT or whatever, and he had me and my buddies doing like CPR on each other, right, practicing. Well, then there was a fire in our neighborhood and somebody got burned, and so somebody's like, we got to run over to Mr. Gary's house. He's an EMT, he can help. And somebody's like, that dude's not an EMT, dude. He's just kind of, he's just dude, that's always perfect on people. Dude. We're like, oh,
Oh my gosh, that's pretty.
Well, then what about these certificates he gave us for CPR?
You get your full certifiking there. You gave him more than lips. You gave him a little tongue in there, brother. He's trying to breathe.
I didn't do anything. This one kid, William, he was a fucking weirdo. But yeah, we shouldn't have been over there. But he ended up having a vehicle like that, And this other guy named Big Roy would always play Navy with us at his house. He had one of those big bathtubs.
Yeah. Oh my, a bathtub.
And we would play Navy over there.
There you go.
I was barely enlisted, so.
You're just part-time? Coast Guard, I think that is.
That's it.
You never left the port.
I was Coast Guard, bro.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
What about these certificates?
They gave me a certificate.
What about these CPR certificates?
Watch me do CPR on another dude.
I can't tell if he's being serious or not.
It sounded like he was telling a real story there. It didn't sound fake.
So I guess Sketch went on his first date, talking about the guy, the viral sensation that is scheduled to announce the Texans' first draft pick. Hurt his leg yesterday playing catch with Caleb Williams. I guess he had his first date yesterday. Where's the best place to take a first date? Because they have a theory on it. They have an opinion on it.
They do, huh?
Yeah, they have a take.
Well, generally, it's like a lunch, right?
They think seafood's the way to go.
See, I disagree with that. But go ahead. I heard this, and I think they're kind of reaching here.
So on the YouTube, it says that a streamer named Steve Wildalt gifted Sketch a Lambo. So I guess this guy has Happy Dad Seltzer with a couple of kids. So okay, so there you go. I'm getting hip to this whole thing. Here was Sketch talking about, and this is where he's making the sports references. He's gonna end this with a nice old H-Town sport reference. But here is Sketch talking about his first date and the feelings of that.
You didn't start dating till after?
Yesterday was probably my first real date.
Nuh-uh.
Yes, sir.
No way.
And he's helping me out here.
Let's
look at that.
Go.
Let's go.
Bro, your first date, and where did you guys go?
We went to Eddie V's.
Ooh, it's nice there.
Eddie V's.
They have tablecloths in there.
Oh, yeah. So we went to Eddie V's. Then we went out on Broadway. That was fun. And then that was it.
Go to some bars?
Some bars. We were bar hopping. And, yeah, the bars here were pretty crazy. So it was a fun time. We both needed IVs in the morning. So
really?
Yeah.
And was it I don't even want to be inappropriate. Was it like sleep in the same bed type of date, or was it like a
same room?
Gentlemen.
Yes, sir.
I'll respect
yes,
that.
sir.
Yeah.
Here we go. You don't need to score all the way in the first half. Come on, it's a first inning here.
Hey, look, I feel you.
Here we go.
I love your attitude, man. How were you feeling?
I was feeling butterflies. Butterflies with a little bit of the beer. I drank on the flight. It was getting to me.
You drank on the flight?
Oh, I just don't like flying, so I drink a little bit when I fly.
Yeah.
Or maybe a lot.
Dude, so now that you're in the dating world, do you feel like you're going to start dating different ethnicities? Do you feel like there's anything, or you just kind of
open to all?
Open to all.
Look at me.
Yeah.
I'm like the UN. I'm just here to make love. I'm a peacemaker. Peacemaker here.
Got your second date ever coming up?
Yes, sir. Back to back.
Wow.
Look at this. 94, 95 Rockets here. There we go. Yeah, hit the fan after that. So tomorrow's going to be scary. Might be 20 years of nothing.
All right, there you go.
Sketch. With the 40-second. No, he won't do the 40-second. He'll probably do the second one or the third round.
No,
right?
first one.
You think the first one?
Zero doubt. Yeah. Zero doubt. Yeah, he's doing the first one.
That'd be pretty sweet.
Zero doubt.
Yeah.
No doubt. For sure. I can't tell whether he's I think Sketch is Sketch. I mean, I think there's been talk about, is this guy like some sort of, I think that's the dude, man. Like, that's just the awkward, smart 25-year-old that is just witty beyond his belief, and I think he has an appreciation of what's funny and all that. I don't think, like, some people were wondering whether it was an act. There's no act there.
There's no act, but he's a really smart dude. He's smarter than people have given him credit for. That's for sure. Like he's pretty quick-witted. Kind of gets what he is and does and owns it.
That's it.
Yeah.
Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you here on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. B. Scott coming in. B. Scott has hot takes on the draft prospects. He is ready to go. B. Scott for sure. One of the better days of the year. No news on trades. Bill Belichick said there's 12 hours for you to be able to believe what comes out when it comes to the draft. We're inside that, so we're at 9.5. The three popular names I would say for the Texans right now: Xavier Leggett getting more and more momentum. The talk about the visit, the Bobby Slowick thing, Kool-Aid McKinstry. Another one that is getting thrown out there, and then Darius Robinson. He said he met with the Texans, the Missouri D end. He seems to be a popular name as well. Indianapolis, they're going to select at 15. Antonio Brown having some fun on that. CT ESPN. He's saying that they're going to try to trade up for Marvin Harrison, which sounds crazy, but I do wonder if Arizona trades with someone and a quarterback is selected, do we see a situation where maybe in that 7-8 range where it's a little bit cheaper that someone goes up there and gets Marvin Harrison? If I had to bet, I'd say he goes 4, but that's just something to keep an eye on. Coming up, though, let's talk to B. Scott. Let's figure out what B. Scott's got going. He's got some names. I think a lot has changed when it comes to what B. Scott originally thought about this draft pick to what he thinks now. Let's talk to Brandon Scott next.
John Lopez and Landry Locker.
It's going down. H-Town. Power Clock. Beast guy.
To pick or not? That is the question. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Brandon Scott, Figgy Fig here. It is round one. Unlike recent years, Texans don't have a pick in round one. Matter of fact, they've had two the last two. B. Scott, though, doesn't think it's going to remain at 0. You think it's going to creep up closer to 2? Are you feeling a trade?
They don't have a pick yet. They don't have a pick right now. But I would be surprised if by the end of the day, or by the time we got through with this first round, if Nick Caserio, if we didn't hear some news about the Texans. I feel like there's way too much smoke for it. We've paid attention to the insiders. Diana Rossini, there have been others that have hinted at this, that the Texans have kind of been working towards something, or at least looking towards something. So I feel like we're at a spot where if Nick Caserio, if the Texans do not trade their way back into the first round, it will not be for a lack of trying. And this is the part of it that is exciting for me, because going into this, I was like, oh, day one's going to be relaxed for Texans observers, media, fans, because there's no pick. And there's not really much of a motivation to go up and get something, because you've already got your foundation. You've already done all these things that you've done in free agency and the trades that you made in the offseason. There's not this desperation to go up and get a player. So, logically speaking, it's like, okay, so you're fine. But that's not necessarily how Nick Caserio is wired. It's not even about desperation. Or Lopez, I heard you mention earlier emotion. He doesn't get emotionally attached to players. That's true. But he also is not emotionally attached to 2 second-round picks, or picking the way the draft is slotted for them to pick right now. Like, he's not really attached to anything.
Yeah.
So, like, if he sees a player, or if he knows something, a guy's going to slip, and that's the big thing about this draft. Who's going to slip, and what team likes that player or likes those players? And I think the Texans could fall into that group.
I'm curious if he has like someone in mind already, or two or more than one someone in mind already, or if he's just like what you're talking about. Let's see if either of these guys start to fall, because he doesn't. He thinks too logically. He plans too much. And then the only other option is what Landry mentioned. Maybe D'Amico says, "I really like this guy. I want this guy."
Oh, I mean, it's not happening. Yeah. It's not happening without D'Amico's not only blessing but encouragement.
Yeah.
Right? Like, there's no way it happens if D'Amico's even lukewarm on it, right?
Yeah.
Like, it can be Nick's idea even, but D'Amico's got to be like passionately into it for it to actually happen.
I wonder who can all step to D'Amico in this point. And I'm not sitting there saying there's going to be like some fist fight and it's Bill O'Brien versus Jack Easterby or Bill O'Brien versus Rick Smith, but let's say that Bobby Slowick is really adamant that this guy can help our offense, and D'Amico feels like this guy can help the defense. Like, how much can Bobby Slowick step to him?
Yeah.
And I know that goes back to Nick Caserio talking about being the moderator and the point guard type, to where he generates it. But I do wonder, like, how aggressive is Bobby going to be? Or is it just, D'Amico's the one that controls the aggressiveness, or the willingness to pick up the phone and actually put a plan into practice?
Yeah, no, I think it's D'Amico that's setting the tone, but like, D'Amico's a collaborator in nature. Like, that's kind of what he's been. Now, I think he also has a leadership aspect to him, to where he's going to command the respect and ultimately be the decision maker. But like, I don't think Bobby Slowick's somewhere in a corner, like, just kind of shy or not willing to speak up or let his voice be heard with D'Amico or Nick Caserio.
Yeah.
And so, like, I think in some ways D'Amico might even be the moderator, like listening to everybody and then ultimately being the one to make the decisions.
One thing about D'Amico that we've already learned, he's approachable and he's open-minded. Like so it's not I don't think anybody out there is going to be, worried about saying, I really like this guy, knowing that he's going to absorb that information and maybe side with you. I mean, just look at the coaches that he hired. He didn't just go with all his guys. I mean, he interviewed a lot of guys, came from different organizations, and brought them in. I think he's very open-minded. So if somebody comes to him and says, this is what I think, then he'll be very open-minded and take it to Nick.
But also, look what he comes from. I think we don't want to overplay the whole San Francisco thing. I know there's a lot of talk about the whole Shanahan thing, but I think there's some value in referencing that. Like, D'Amico's voice was heard when he was a coordinator, when he was a lesser coach coming up in San Francisco. He was respected, and that eventually catapults him into the position that he's in now. So I think he understands the value in that. Not being that far removed from that experience, Bobby Slowick is similarly situated to where DeMeco was just a couple of years ago. And I think you should keep in mind that Bobby Slowick was brought back after having some opportunity, some interest elsewhere, and was given a raise. I think it would only make sense for him.
More power.
He should, or at least more of a voice. I think the power ultimately lands with DeMeco. Like, we shouldn't get that twisted or confused. It's DeMeco, but DeMeco is not out there, ruling with an iron fist, I don't think. I think he's taking in the information from the smart people. That's important. Like, these aren't just schmucks or yes men or just people that are there just to take up space. Bobby Slowick's supposed to provide some value. Nick Caserio provides value. Their opinions are supposed to matter, right? So I think DeMeco's taking all of that in.
The other thing I wonder is oftentimes when your season ends in disappointing fashion, and especially if you get your ass kicked as bad as the Texans got their ass kicked the final game of the year, sometimes there's like a lesson. Like sometimes there's a theme, and it's like, okay, this team isn't tough. This team needs a big play wide receiver. This team needs a better offensive line. What lesson? Like, if DeMeco and they could just wipe the slate clean and say it has nothing to do with anything. But if you look at the way that they lost to Baltimore, what exactly is the lesson there where you said, okay, we can't let this happen again?
Well, so, my first piece of commentary after the game was that they needed more weapons, and so they addressed that. They did address that, and I think that's also a reason why, we've all been encouraging of them going out and getting either a wide receiver, a tight end, and Landry's a running back, right? Like, we've talked about that, I feel like, ad nauseum, and it was pretty clear that they needed that they needed more weapons, despite the breakout scene that Nico Collins had and the encouragement that you had from Tank Dell in his rookie year. You felt like you still needed that. But underrated from it, and we learned this through the course of the offseason, I think was the defensive line. Like, not even just in the Baltimore game, but I went back and watched. I don't want to say went back and watched NFL Network.
Wow. Look at you, tape guy.
No. NFL Network aired
all 22.
Happen to see. I was on the TV guide.
Deuce.
Your boy ain't gonna. I'm not gonna ever lie to you. All right, I'm on the TV guide, and it says, Texans Colts that final week. We watched that at the bar. So I was at home. So I was like, I'm gonna check this out.
Yeah.
And I noticed, the defensive line had some issues at times.
I know you're watching the same film I watched.
No,
Come on now.
I wasn't breaking it down in that way, but I did get a second look at it. So I think underrated toward the end of the season was perhaps DeMeco Ryans wanting more from his defensive line. We saw that in them upgrading with Daniil Hunter, them basically saying, hey, these defensive tackles, we don't need them. I know they tried to get Sheldon Rankins back, but they traded Malik Collins away for nothing. And so, if they trade up,
do they even have enough to trade up? Like, how far up can they go?
But see,
I mean, both seconds, and then maybe even
it would be both
another
seconds.
third. They seem to want to trade draft picks next year. It seems to be kind of their thing.
Yeah, I'm more interested in how far up they want to go. Because to me, it shouldn't take much to get to the back end of the second of the first round.
Sure,
right?
Sure.
Like you should be able to do that.
No, it's 10 spots.
Yeah, you should.
So you might be doing a 3 or something like that.
So that's doable, and I feel like that might be what we're talking about here.
Yeah.
Right. So,
but I also think that the problem that I think that there is with them, with where the Texans are, is it's almost going to have to be before 30, because when you start looking at Baltimore, San Francisco, and Kansas City, like they need some guys on rookie contracts, and they also can kind of like fill in accordingly, because the mock draft that I saw with Schrager, I was like, you gotta be kidding me! Like this is just so ideal. I saw Baltimore got Kool-Aid McKinstry.
Yep, I saw it. Yeah.
And then Kansas City, I forget who Kansas City ends up getting, but
Adonai Mitchell.
I think San Fran got Adonai Mitchell.
I think Kansas City got a
you're
tackle?
talking Schrager. I'm looking at Dane Brugler.
Yeah.
My bad.
But Adonai Mitchell goes to San Francisco, and then Baltimore just says, okay, we'll take Kool-Aid McKinstry.
Yeah.
And you have to you want to try to find guys who are on rookie deals, especially with how expensive those guys are. So that's the other awkward thing about trading back in is
So I think with each pick, and this is why it's going to be fun. With each pick, you got to ask yourself, like, just do the intellectual exercise that Landry literally just did. What is this team's motivation for trading out of this pick.
And trading with you, because that's the other thing. When you're the Texans, like, it's one thing to be trading back in when everybody just thinks that you're just a ward on the butt of the league and you have nothing to do with it. But, like, if you're drafting, like, let's say you're drafting from 23 to 32, which is where the Texans were. If you're an AFC team, I know Buffalo just traded Stephon Diggs to him, and then there were other factors.
Yeah,
but
I was going to bring that up.
If you're looking at the Texans as a team that's knocking on the tier, and I don't know that this should be the end-all, be-all if you're getting appropriate draft comp, but if you're a team like Kansas City, Baltimore, any of these other playoff teams, why do you want to make the Texans better?
Yeah.
In this situation with where they are, it might be a little bit harder to trade back into the first round too.
I thought the same thing when Buffalo traded Stephon Diggs. Like
I did too.
And so that's going to be the fun part about it, though, because like you can ask that question on the front end, and then if they do it, like that's a clear criticism. Like, hey, why are you making the Texans better?
Mm-hmm.
Or what? To me, that could simply come down to, though, a difference of how they view the players. Like, and we talked about this, man.
And worrying about themselves.
Well, yeah, but also there just not being a consensus on the value of the players, especially once you get to that part of the draft.
Yeah.
There does seem to be a consensus about, like, the first 10 to 12 to 15 picks or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But once you get into the spot that we're talking about, I don't think everybody agrees.
Never.
It's also why I'm perfectly fine with them not trading up. Like, I'm actually good with sitting back and them not doing this, but I know Nick Caserio's wired a little bit differently.
We also have to realize that this is Lion season. Like, it's still Lion season right now. It could be
even
just,
today.
Yes.
No, it is. It is. But that's why Lopez and good thing that we got 3 journalists sitting up here. That's why it's important to. This is kind of like the equivalent of following the money. Follow the receipts. Nick Caserio is prone to do this. We're not just basing this off of conjecture. This is like evidence, receipts. What was the stat that you had, Landry, that Stoops had about
18
how many?
of 23 they've selected?
No, I agree with that.
18 of 23.
So I mean that supports the theory right there.
No, and yeah, he's always moved. He's moved up for a player 11 times. We talked about that as well. No, I get all that. What I'm saying though is he runs one of the tightest ships in the league. Like, stuff does not get out.
Well, but to that point.
But for something to get out to Dianna Russini, it might just be, hey, look, maybe we're trying to kick the tires here a little bit.
It's a breadcrumb. You know what hasn't gotten out? So that's gotten out, right?
Yeah.
You know what hasn't gotten out? Who they might be interested in.
Oh, of course.
I'd love to be able to sit here and tell you that. I'd love to be able to bring that to my weekly segment, but that hasn't gotten out. Like, we've been around the Texans.
No, we don't even know what position.
Yeah,
no.
Wish I did. We just know that they got a frisky GM, and that the GM's being frisky.
Yeah.
Now, whether or not he's going to be able to make something happen.
You think Nick Caserio has ever been called frisky, or you think that's a first?
He just was.
Oh, only in the draft?
I mean, you called Nick Caserio frisky.
In the
not
draft,
that kind of frisky.
In the draft, for sure.
Yeah.
What did we ask last week? Has he ever had a cigarette or does he drink?
Has he ever had a cig? Yeah.
Nah, no chance. But frisky in the draft, that's his sig.
That's his sig.
That's his sig, making a draft day trade. Man, I couldn't imagine being as active as Nick Caserio is on draft day and not, like, ending the night with, like, a smoke or a drink or something.
I bet
like,
you,
I'd have to wind down.
I bet you'll have the occasional wine, right? Or
no.
Hey, man, that actually
too much sugar, man.
Man,
Too
I'd
much
have
sugar.
to have something stronger than that.
He doesn't. Yeah, maybe bourbon.
He might take a tequila, like just in the glass and gag.
Yeah, what was that?
The guy who takes the shot. They got the weasel who takes the shot, and they're like,
he does it like he
Puts
make
it
a
down.
face like, ooh, like this is disgusting.
Look, do
you have a water?
He's going to be very healthy, so not a lot of anything, but yeah, maybe like a good bourbon.
You think he's had a beer?
He might just get a P90X workout in.
He's had beer.
What's Nick Caserio's beer?
He probably get a protein
Like when
shake.
he was in college,
Michelob Ultra.
Michelob Ultra for sure.
When he was in college, he had to have had beer.
Oh, he's
Mick Ultra.
Yeah.
Mick Ultra for sure. If he drinks a beer.
Yeah.
It's Mick Ultra. Or vodka soda.
Yeah. But will he be popping bottles
Vodka
tonight?
water.
No lime.
That's what
No,
I'm
not tonight.
No, he's not going to
not
bed tonight. He's
Yeah.
got work to do.
Yeah.
He's going to be chilling.
That's true. That's true.
But all this stuff, and it's all over now. Hey, Texans, if they do move into the first round, man, don't forget, the only thing that doesn't lie is the draft, and I think anything that Dianna Russini got, there was a reason she got it. You know? Maybe they will end up trading back into the first round, but it's because he's trying to float that little balloon out there to see if anything happens.
Play a little possum.
Yeah, playing possum. Yeah.
Could be.
He runs a tight ship.
I think that it's going to be a legitimate effort to try to get up there.
Yeah.
I do think he's going to try it. Now, again, it's going to come down to, hey, why would I trade with you? Or why would I give? I don't want to be picking twice in the second round. I want this pick. The same motivations for you wanting to trade up to get this pick are the motivations for me not wanting to give it to you. I can see that being the reason why it doesn't happen. But like I said at the top, I don't think it's going to be for a lack of trying. I don't.
So you think he's going in here on the attack?
I think he is.
I think they're going in there chilling.
Nah, I think he's on the attack until. See, I think he's chilling if it doesn't work. Like, I don't think he's like, oh my God, I couldn't trade into the first round. Now what am I going to do? If it works out to where they're picking at 42, I think at that point he is chilling. He's cool.
Mm-hmm.
I do believe that.
How many phone calls you think he gonna make today?
Oh my God!
All over
just
the
to
place.
call teams like, hey, what's up? What you doing with 23?
That'd be an interesting.
Or what you doing at 28?
See, you think he's going in aggressive. You think he's chilling. I'm actually in between. I think that was a balloon. That was a test balloon he floated with Rossini and whomever else, because it's getting a lot of traction.
You
now.
might be on it.
And he's
a test.
He's going to see, maybe somebody will call him and say, you know what, we're not tied to number 20, whatever.
He gonna
maybe
call
it's Minnesota again.
He gonna call some teams from 25 to 32. He's gonna call and see what's up.
I just don't feel like he can help himself.
No,
right?
Absolutely.
You know what I mean? Like when I said frisky earlier, that's what I'm talking about. I feel like this is his bag. This is his thing. And we know you talk about the emotion.
Yeah.
He ain't emotionally tied to no pick, no player, no scenario.
Yeah.
So like he does not feel. You know?
He does not
the man
feel.
Don't feel. Not here.
I called him robotic, but in a good way.
No, I think he's a human being, like legitimately. But like in this scenario, the man don't feel.
Yeah.
So he's just gonna be calling, and I don't think he's gonna be calling frantically, but yeah, he'll be working the phones. They'll be doing their due diligence,
So
as you might say.
to move back 19, you got the second. So to move up 19, you'd probably have to give up 2 twos. Like, so if you wanted to move back into the 23 range,
yeah, it's probably 2 twos. That's probably it.
2 twos.
Do it.
And then if you want to, if it goes a little bit further back, then who knows? I don't. So final answer: do you think he trades today?
Yes.
No.
I don't either.
No.
I don't. I don't even think he brings the phone in.
Oh, come on. He's bringing the phone in.
He's bringing the phone in.
I think it's going to be unplugged.
He's going to make some calls.
He's definitely
I'm putting him on the table a little bit by
Yeah,
actually saying it's going to happen.
Yeah.
But
unplugged, man.
I think it's a fact he's bringing in the
he
phones.
he gonna call and try to find a sucker, man.
It's unplugged.
He gonna try
man.
to find a sucker.
There's no that phone's unplugged, man.
Figgy's on it. He's going to try. You don't think that Nick Caserio's looking for a mark?
Of course.
Yes, 100%.
This is what he does.
It's Nick Caserio. He ain't gonna budge.
And even if we don't agree with the move, even if we don't actually think that it's a mark, in his mind, hey, I think I'm on to something here.
Yeah.
Yeah, Nick, he ain't gonna get fleeced, so we ain't got to worry about that.
Yeah.
He looking for a sucker.
It's a good way to put it.
Draft day suckers. Who are the draft day suckers today?
The Cardinals. You got to call the Cardinals because you've already talked to them before, and they think they're. I mean, they just think they're so.
I was
smart.
gonna say the
Austin
Browns,
Fort
but they ain't got
thinks
no pick.
Austin Fort thinks that
He's the gift.
He thinks he's
He's
like,
the gift.
I made the trade.
Yeah.
I made a 6-way trade, and I moved up 2 spots. Job Weasel.
Yeah, who
Raiders.
Austin Ford and probably the Bears GM are probably the most.
Poles thinks he is the man.
Oh man,
dude.
Poles
Good
thinks
Lord.
he is like king.
My
you know what?
Goodness.
Yeah.
Jeez.
God's gift to the football executive world.
That's done nothing. He's got like Browns vibes. Like when the Browns were playing Moneyball and getting all these picks and stuff. It's like, we got to do something with him, buddy.
Hey, today's about to be a good day, though. Talk about Caleb. Wherever y'all want to say about Caleb Williams crying and pink nails, dude can play. They are up.
No, it's the best situation that a number 1 overall pick's ever gone into.
Oh, yeah.
They're up. He's up. They're up.
Yeah.
For sure.
We'll see how up, though. Be interesting.
Apparently, he said he's not going to wear heels
salute
to
to
the
the
draft tonight.
Heels?
Apparently,
Prince?
yeah, he said he was not going to wear heels.
Someone said.
I was like, okay, good.
Did you see that report
Okay,
that
good.
said that he was like Prince at quarterback?
Yeah,
What
yeah.
the hell does that mean?
Yeah, no idea.
I kind of get it.
Who reported this? This was JPA football put it out there. What the hell does that mean?
Somebody said it on a podcast.
Is that what it was?
Because that's what happened. That's how we aggregate.
GM.
Well, yeah. Somebody quoted an anonymous GM on a podcast,
And then someone shame on me for not looking, but it was something like, if you listen to the full quote, it makes sense. No, I don't know about that, man.
Yeah.
Like Prince, what are you talking about?
It's kind of a joke. I get it.
Mm-hmm.
Paints fingernails, test your notions of masculinity. I understand where they're going.
Yeah.
Coming up, dream and nightmare scenarios that impact the Houston Texans. Let's take a closer look at this thing. The draft, which is a few hours away through the localized lenses, with B. Scott next.
The Drive with Odyssey app thanks to Planet Fitness, home of the judgment-free zone.
Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
What's the nightmare look like for the Texans tonight? What is a bad day one for the Houston Texans look like? Brandon Scott in the building, Landry Locker, John Lopez with you. What does it look like?
If they trade up into the first round, like I predicted they will, okay? If they do that and it's for one of these luxury positions, or let's just call it even a non-position of need. Like, I do feel like that changes the calculus a little bit on what they should be targeting if they trade back up into the first round. Like, I'm cool with it if they do it. But if they do it, say, for one of these receivers, which I could understand them doing that.
Yeah.
But I'd be disappointed. I'd be disappointed with that sort of resource allocation, given what you've already done to address the receiver position. I do feel like you could stand to address it more, but there's an opportunity to do that now, I think, in the second round. So I feel like to get a little gluttonous with positions of strength or luxury positions.
What
I
does
think
strength mean?
Places where, in the receiver case specifically, where I don't think you need a premium.
You're planning on like the organization leaving, like is the team leaving in a year? They're going to need receivers next year.
They have like what, 4 guys?
And I'm not.
They have 4 guys that are on the final year of their deal.
I'm not against drafting a receiver. We've talked about this.
Yeah.
I'm not against drafting a receiver. I just feel like moving up, given the fact that you've already addressed it, and the fact that you can get some, even with that second round pick, you can still get a good receiver. So I'd be a little bit disappointed if they made an effort to, hey, let's forfeit these 2 picks to go up and get a receiver as opposed to picking one at the back end of the second round.
Mine is similar, Landry, to his. Everything they've done this year, everything this offseason has been in win-now mode. So I get drafting a receiver for the future and for security and getting a rookie contract behind these guys that are going to be free agents. I get drafting maybe an offensive lineman, to be honest. Somewhere
that would be disappointing. But I would get it. I would get it, yeah.
Because it doesn't fit with what their philosophy has been the entire offseason. Their philosophy this offseason is win now, win now, win now. Stephon Diggs, all Danielle Hunter, all these guys, accumulating picks. So I want, if it's anyone but other than a win now player. That's why I keep going back to the same thing. I have no intel on this. Linebacker would be a win now draft pick. Linebacker would be a win now draft pick because that's the only place they have left where there's the least amount of depth.
To me, that would also make sense. I wouldn't be excited about it,
right?
But to me, it would not make sense to trade up into the first round to get something. Like, you're doing that to go get something that you can't get in the second round.
Yeah.
Is that fair to say?
Yeah.
Like, that's the whole reason for doing it. You're moving up to go get something that you can't get in the second round. And I feel like maybe linebacker fits into that, or really more so I'm looking at cornerback. Like, you're looking at the defensive tackle. What are the positions or like the players? Think about it.
What's up, Ross Blacklock?
What can you not
This
get?
is the exact...
No, but what's
let's just roll tape on 2020 draft.
No, Landry, this is the point.
This is what we're doing.
This is the exact
2020
point.
draft. No first-round pick, corner, defensive lineman, Ross Blacklock.
I'm talking about trying to go get a player that you definitely think is better than that.
What's your nightmare?
Because look, that's the difference between picking a defensive tackle at 42. That sounds like Ross Blacklock. Moving up to get that's a first-round pick or that has a first-round grade or that you have a first-round grade on is an entirely different thing. So I would be down with that.
The D lineman that I like Jenkins and I like Hall. That's it. But I don't even necessarily want those with the first
Ohio
second.
State.
Yes,
yeah, okay,
Hall.
yeah, oh yeah.
I like those 2 guys. This Fisk is my nightmare.
Really?
I don't like him.
I don't understand that.
Why don't you like
I'm
Fisk?
Not crazy high on him, but
I don't know, man. But it also seems like every time I'm down on a white D lineman, he ends up being good.
Yeah, I'm
take
not
it for what it's worth. I wasn't a Karlaftis guy either, and if they would have taken him instead of Kenyon Green, I might have been okay. I might have been happy.
Yeah.
So there is just that kind of. I don't know, man. I'm 6 years college, man. Come on. And I heard him talking. He just sounds really like broy.
The 6 years of college is a drawback. Like he's like a year older than C.J. Stroud, or maybe 2. So
he's
at
least a year.
He's 2 years older.
Yeah. So no, I'm not. I would not.
So you're
I would be cool with drafting him. I wouldn't want to trade up
D
for
lineman.
no
I don't
guy
want
like
D
that.
lineman. I don't want a D lineman just to take a D lineman. I'm not there. I don't
see that kind of ties in with my whole draft philosophy for the Tech, whatever you want to call it. Like I'm looking at their two deep right now. I'm like, look at the guys that they brought in. Stephon Diggs, that's win now. Joe Mixon, that's win now. All these defensive tackles, no matter what you think of them, you know, Danico Autry, Daniil Hunter, Al-Shair. Like they are. Okuda could be argued.
Yeah,
you know. But so if they draft like a wide receiver that they can develop, I'll be disappointed. They need a linebacker to bolster that defense.
Yeah. Obviously, trading up though is going to say a lot about what we think about the player.
Sure.
So, I mean, you know
what?
We're obviously allowed to disagree. Be like, man, I don't know about that. But that is going to be like a bold, just like trading up for Will. That's a bold statement. Hey, we think this guy is this.
Here's my motto: screw Swarm. I want to score. Okay, like let's enough of this Swarm crap. Okay, like
Score.
okay, y'all.
Hey, don't
good
talk bad
defense.
about Swarm. It got him a long way.
Score points. Quit
I'm not mad
settling
at
for
this.
field goals.
Yeah.
Put it in the end zone. Don't get to a position to where you only have one running back that you trust. Don't get to a position to where one injury at wide receiver ends you to where you have no puncher's chance. Score, please.
Yeah.
Just let's score some points. Goodness gracious.
Well, they've added to it.
I'm not mad at that.
I want more.
I'm not mad at that. I do think it would. Don't you think it would be weird of all of this moving around and just to move up and get another wide receiver?
Yes.
When the wide receiver position is one of the positions of strength, not just within the draft, but also on your team, like on both sides.
Mm-hmm.
Within the draft itself, you've got wide receiver depth, which indicates there should be
Which
one.
seems like it's every year now, doesn't it?
Well, because yeah.
So it's a good time to be picking in the second round if you want to go get a wide receiver.
Yeah, that does seem to be a theme where wide receiver just every year is.
That's because the college offenses, we've seen them. We know how it is.
Man.
Yeah.
You got me thinking now about linebacker Lopez.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, I've been saying it for a while.
I'm
now.
more down with that than D line. I don't care about your D line.
Look at who
I
they
care about
have.
your 3 tech.
Yes, they brought
There
in.
are players there that have been linked and that extended them to go pick. I haven't had a linebacker.
These
in
are
mind.
their starting linebackers, if you believe depth charts in the offseason. Obviously, they have Christian Harris. We like him. Al-Shair, they brought him in because what? They want to win now.
Yep.
And then Toto or Jake Hansen?
They like Toto.
Well,
Alabama guy.
Yeah.
Eh.
He's an Alabama guy for sure.
Yeah.
Just like Forrest Gump. I think Forrest Gump might have run better than Toto
Hey, they could use
before the braces came off.
You playing? They could use a burner like that.
Nah, he runs like Forrest Gump with the braces, not without, with the braces,
with his legs still straight.
Yes,
yeah.
That's what
his knees.
Toto in coverage looks like Forrest before that kid hit him with the rock running. That's what he looks like when he's in coverage. Let's be serious.
Toa and Xavier Hutchinson are tight. I want to. Their camp will be interesting.
You know something that nobody's talking about? What if J.J. Watt's coming back and that's why he's squatting and doing all these squats and stuff, and they don't need to worry about D linemen. They got J.J. back.
He needed a full off season. He needed a full off season.
He needed a full off season to see
needed to be sold
now
on the
JJ's
direction.
Coming back. And Daniil Hunter knew it. That's why he didn't take 99 because he knew that JJ was coming back. Well, then why is JJ putting pictures of himself squatting up? Like, come on.
No, I
what
don't
are we
know.
doing? Move on.
He is JJ.
Well, okay, work
He's
out.
a hard
But
ass.
we know
Yeah,
he's,
he is.
That's
yeah,
the
but
thing, though.
come
We
on.
know he's JJ. It's
Work
like,
out.
JJ Watt lifting weights.
JJ, I like the pictures of your kids. I like the pictures of the soccer. I like the pictures of you on the golf course. I like all this stuff. Move on from just doing like I got 10 45s on each side doing a squat. Like, grow up. If you're not gonna play, don't be putting up
Maybe
pictures
he just
like
likes
that.
to work out.
Come on, man. Like I don't need any more of this
Got
JJ
that
Watt
old
squat
milk
rack.
bottle of water going on.
Come on, man. Like, put the kid looking at you lift weights or something like that. I want first day of school vibes from JJ Watt at this point, not Hardo in the gym singing Fort Minor vibes.
Yeah.
Dude, that would be so front runner though if he came back.
Oh, come on. You wouldn't embrace it?
I'd embrace it, but it would also be I would of course embrace it, but it would be front runner. Come on, man. You've been gone a year, living good. You're going to come back. He's not going to have to work a lot. He won't have to work nearly as much as he did in 2020 or whatever he was here last.
What are we doing?
Nah, he's a situational guy. He's a situational.
Fair enough, Lopez. You know what?
What are we doing?
Fair enough, Lopez.
He's J.J. Watt, situational guy, fresh. J.J., see quarterback, get quarterback.
Have we reached that
You're
point?
not a 3-down guy anymore. So we have Will Anderson on one side. We have Daniil Hunter on the other. Danico Autry and J.J. Watt inside. 3rd and 12. Who says no?
What if Brian Cushing becomes the other linebacker?
Hey, he looks like he could still play.
Yeah.
Coming up next, the hits are lit. Where the draft starts, where to keep an eye on, and it could impact the Texans and the Astros. My gosh,
yeah,
they lost another one. Justin Verlander, can you avoid the sweep next?
Nick Caserio is
2220.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Lyons.
The hits are lit here on Sports Radio 610.
Playing all the hits.
These are the hot stories of the day.
You're listening to In the Loop
With Houston's sports leader.
Sports Radio 610.
We know the draft starts at 7, but sometimes when the draft starts, it doesn't actually start. In other words, more times than not, we know who the top pick is going to be. Last year, we knew it was Bryce Young. The Texans had the number 2 pick. The Texans were basically in control of the draft. This year, we know Caleb Williams is going to be the first name called. We anticipate Jaden Daniels is going to be the second name called, although keep a close eye on that. And then when the Patriots pick, that's when the draft actually starts. Here's Cameron Wolfe, NFL Network, talking about what we could see when the draft actually starts.
If the draft was starting today, they would stay at 3 and make a pick. But the draft still has 24 hours of that chaos we love. And Gerard Mayo told me in his office today, a sign of the change of times with the Patriots, that if that offer comes when they are on the clock, then they would have to heavily consider it. And he refers to that offer as a bag. He said it's not just going to be a pick in the teens and a pick next year. He said it's going to have to be something that is franchise changing, because he knows they have to get this draft right, particularly at quarterback. And Mayo also told me they have narrowed down their list from their top pick to about 6 prospects they would love to choose from.
I love the change in what's going on in New England. You got the coach of the Patriots now talking to reporters in his office ahead of the draft.
6 guys.
And referring to offers as a bag.
Yeah.
When was the last time you think Bill Belichick referred to a draft haul as a bag?
That would be never.
That would be never. Yeah, I like the change over there.
Earlier, Mayo said that they were going to take a quarterback earlier in the offseason. I just wonder, like, if you're sitting at the mercy of being outside of 3, like, let's say the Texans never took C.J. Stroud, and they're sitting, on the back end of the top 10 or something like that. Like, what are you saying? Are you saying they got to give up the house for Drake May? Are you saying, well, maybe J.J. McCarthy or Michael Penix? Are you saying, hey, let's just not try to force it and not draft a quarterback just to draft a quarterback? Like, what the heck are you saying in that situation?
Is it y'all tell me, is it in conflict for me to say that I would not give up a haul or trade up really for any of the quarterbacks in this draft that are not Caleb Williams? So I would not give up a haul to go up and draft Drake May, but I would absolutely draft Drake May if I had the number 3 pick. Is that in conflict? That's how I feel about it.
No, like you're just not in love,
right?
With a lot of these guys.
But he does make enough sense to me for the Patriots at that spot. I'm kind of weirded out by what's happened with Drake May, whereas a year ago and even just a few months ago, it seemed like he was a consensus
maybe
number 2.
He was last year.
He was like the hipster number 1.
Yeah, and now it's like, will the Patriots even draft him at number 3 after having to get rid of Mac Jones? They got a new coach, don't have a quarterback. Like, it's odd what's happened to him, honestly.
For as many quarterbacks as they're talking about going in the first round,
there
ain't one of them that really does it for me. I mean, and I like Jaden Daniels, and I like Caleb. I like Caleb, and I like Jaden Daniels.
Caleb's pretty good.
The thing I heard, well, he's awesome, but I also heard about, I saw this yesterday on Caleb Williams. Like, he's the first Gen Z quarterback that has ever going to be there. It's the first time you're ever going to toss the keys to your franchise to a Gen Z quarterback. And there's something to that.
Yeah, well, I mean,
there's something to that.
There is, and I mean, you got Wendy's commercials, Dr. Pepper, all that, like NIL.
I mean,
it is the first.
He epitomizes it, but is he the first? I mean, the 2 quarterbacks that went 1 and 2 last year are Gen Z quarterbacks.
They didn't seem to have as many of the characteristics.
I get it. But
Gen Z.
Yeah, he does have the Gen Z vibe, or as someone put it.
And there is something to that. I mean, Gen Z's a different.
I hear y'all. We some old ass dudes right now talking like this, man. Because
no, it's different though. It's a different mindset.
Oh man, 100%. The fingernail painting and all of that, like this, it's way beyond my understanding and comprehension.
Let's not act like all Gen Z's painting their nails.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm getting at.
But he epitomizes that.
Yeah,
like he epitomizes
not the nails, though.
What it is.
Like C.J. Stroud, I made fun of him for he was doing one of those live streams with. Or a podcast with Micah Parsons, and he didn't know who Ricky Waters was.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So I was like, you child.
Ricky Waters.
He was like, I'm sorry, who's that?
He thought he was talking about Ricky Williams.
Yeah. No, so I was like, yo, that's a Gen Z quarterback. Because how dare you?
But he's old school. He's more
at heart. At heart. But that was sober.
An old soul.
He was like, I'm sorry, I don't know who that is.
Yeah.
I was like, what?
Yeah.
Micah Parsons was upset. I think because he's from Pennsylvania.
Yeah, they were doing. They were like
who's from Pennsylvania and who's from Texas.
Or California.
California. Yeah. So they were doing the back and forth thing. But it is going to be wild. Tomorrow 3 picks. Today none. Lot of speculation that Nick Caserio might like to get into that first round. Astros. They lose another one. 4 runs in the first, and you're fighting an uphill battle. They go 1 for 10 with runners in scoring position. They strand 10. They're now 7-18 on the season. Spencer Arrighetti gets rocked. Justin Verlander on the bump this afternoon, looking to avoid the sweep. I think this is the best way to put the Astros in perspective as to where they are in the uphill battle they have ahead of them. Because we can say it's early. That's fine. Let's just do that. 25 games. Is it fair to assume that winning the division is going to require 90 wins? Kind of like last year. Is 90 wins a good range to guess? Because that was what
I would guess.
Yeah, 90 wins won the division last year.
Yeah.
And more than likely you're going to have to win the division to get in the postseason, right? Because all the other divisions have more balanced squads that are good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So let's just pretend that the Astros, they finish the season and they win 90 games. They will have to go for the remainder of the season. This baseball team that we're watching right now, they will have to go 83-54. So they will have to play to get to the 90 wins.
Hell, dog.
They will have to go
29 games over 500.
Yes,
and they're not even they don't even resemble a 500 baseball team. They're a losing
They will
squad.
have to go 83, and they will have to play 29 game over 500 baseball in order to get to the 90 wins. If we're looking at 90 wins as what gets you into the dance.
I was telling you guys during the break, like you have to start in baby steps. Let's get a win streak going. Right now, this team is incapable, like incapable of winning 4 games in a row. They don't have the starting pitching. I mean, look who they've trotted out there the last 3 days. Giving up 3, 4, 5, and 3 runs. 3, 5, and 4 runs in consecutive games in the first inning. But they are incapable of winning 4 games in a row.
Dude, I was just on here yesterday talking about how I've recalibrated the season entirely to just get back to 500.
Yeah.
Get back to 500. And then hearing you say that made me think about how hard that actually is.
Just trying to get a 4-game win, they can't do it.
You can't string along a win streak of really any kind.
Yeah.
4 games is even 3 games would even be
2 out of 3 is hard.
Yeah.
No, I mean that's what I'm saying. You said 4. I'm like, whoa. I felt overwhelmed by you saying 4.
They used to be able to do 4 games, in their sleep.
They're 2-5-1, like in series right now. You're talking about even winning a series, like that's 2 out of 3, 3 out of 4, whatever. They're 2-5-1 right now.
Yeah.
Like more times than not, you put yourself in position in baseball where if you go on the road and you split, good. I mean that's good. You go 2-2, okay. They're 2-5-1 in series right now.
Well,
it's
also like when you face a team or when you go into a series, there is basically not a team where you're like, oh yeah, I like the Astros over them. This is what I was doing on Friday.
Mexico, baby.
Yeah, and it's like literally the only one, and then you playing them in Mexico. So it's like, it's almost like a wild card factor there. Like almost anything could happen.
Yeah.
But this is where I was at on Friday, going into the National Series. I was like, it used to be a day. It used to be a time where I'm like, all right, this is a get right series.
Yeah.
The Astros are good.
Yeah.
They'll take care of business on the road against the Nationals. I liked the fact that Verlander was coming back, but I didn't feel good about that series. And then you see what happened.
I don't want to give them an excuse, but they're also in the territory where it kind of means a little bit more to the other squad if they beat you. They still want to beat your ass. So it's not like you're going to go play a random game in August where baseball players are just coasting and chilling. I think they kind of crank it up a notch when they see that Astros uniform. So it's even more of an uphill battle than it would be if that were not the case.
Oh, yeah.
They're relishing it.
Yeah, you're still getting the other team's best shot, even though you yourself aren't your best anymore.
Yes.
So yeah, no, that's for sure happening.
So I got some news for you. Y'all might like this.
Mm-hmm.
Christian Javier played catch yesterday, according to Chandler Rome.
Oh,
cool.
He played catch.
Let's go, man.
Let's go. I'll tell you this. These Astros pitchers.
By the way, Fromber threw a 40-pitch bullpen, too.
These Astros pitchers.
Okay. Let's
are
go.
the most. They are the most.
We back.
Dude.
Bike.
They are the most catch playingest,
Oh, yeah.
bullpen throwingest,
Flat ground throwing is.
long tossingest.
Do 40 pitches from flat ground.
My goodness.
Where my man Lance at?
He might be throwing off a mound in a few days.
Oh, man. World Series, baby.
Like, does any, and maybe I'm just too close to it, but does any MLB franchise get as many incremental pitching updates as we do?
I think the biggest joke in all this joke of a season so far is that people think the pitchers that are injured are going to be
Saviors.
the answer.
Saviors.
They're not.
You'll be lucky if really one or two of them. You know what I mean?
Even just one. And I'm talking in addition to Verlander. Come on, man.
Yeah.
We're talking about you think Fromber's arm is going to get better?
Elbow soreness terrifies me.
Yes, Javier. Do you think it's going to get better?
At what point do you
Urquidy. You think it's going to get better?
No, I don't.
No, that's the biggest joke of it all, man. Just injuries, man. Injuries got us.
It's what's going to happen is
they're not going to fix anything.
If you're lucky,
yes.
Luis Garcia comes back healthy.
Oh, come on.
Lance no. But listen. No, listen to the end of this. No, listen to the end of this. If you're lucky, those guys come back and all you do is tread water because something else happens with one of them other guys.
But you're
like
so
you just
behind now. Like you're so behind now
early.
to where you're like,
dude. It's early.
Even if these guys were at their best, you're talking. If you're getting to 90, you got to go 29 games over 500.
It's early.
Landry.
It's early, man.
It is.
Ain't even made yet.
It is at the moment.
It's early.
I don't mean to patronize you, Landry, but I think it's cute that you're even talking about it like this, and that you're even talking about them in this sort of light anymore.
No,
they are, as Lopez eloquently stated at the beginning of the week, done.
They're done.
Yeah, and I mean, in 2.5 weeks, they'll be 1/4 through the season. So I don't know.
I don't know what got into Figgy's. All I want to know.
Early.
What I want to find out.
Nah, I mean, there are a few things that annoy Figgy more than a catch update. He played catch yesterday.
He played catch.
They are the kings of the he played catch update.
Also with playing catch. I don't want to hear nothing else about playing catch either because isn't that how wasn't Fromber playing catch when he hurt his elbow?
Yeah, he was.
I don't want to hear nothing else about playing catch, okay? All right, just save it.
Playing catch,
Keep
man.
it. Maybe don't play catch.
Yeah.
That's how it goes.
I don't know.
Dude. Just kind of how it goes.
Go out there and play. Pitch.
Lopez has a called shot. We've been talking about a lot of positions, offense, defense, what the Texans need, what Nick Caserio and D'Amico Ryans wants. John Lopez, he's going to call his shot. He thinks there's a position that will be selected by the Houston Texans, and it may or may not surprise you. Draft day continues next. First, I want to talk about Orchard. You know what Orchard continues to do?
play here, an Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Lyons.
All right, so you're going linebacker. You're calling your shot. Linebacker. You think that's where this thing is headed with the Houston Texans, who don't draft today, at least not for now.
We don't think.
Yeah, we don't know. We don't think. Peter Schrager, Diana Rossini, putting the Texans out there as teams they could see potentially going up. But you're leaning linebacker. D'Amico gets his linebacker.
Yeah, the tackling machine. We need a tackle.
Linebacker.
Here's. I wish I had like something like substantial to say. I've got a good feeling about this, like I did last year. This is just common sense, and the common sense. I've said this a couple of times in the last couple of weeks. Sometimes we don't think the Texans are telling us much, and they really are. Like D'Amico has done it, with Nick has done it, with trying to get into the second round. Those players and that they've told us about positions that in the offseason that they want to focus on. The defensive front, they've done exactly that. You got to listen to them sometimes. Sometimes you got to listen between the lines, but you got to listen to them. And right now, I'm listening to sort of absorbing literally everything they've done since the offseason, since the season ended.
Okay.
Everything they've done since the season ended. And we wondered about this early on. Are they going to, try to build for 20, are they in win now mode? Are they trying to draft players and get on rookie contracts, or what are they going to do? Are they even going to spend money? Remember that conversation with Sean and Seth and with John McClain?
They got that $20 million receiver.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
And the end.
Why would they even want to spend money?
They were able to fill a roster.
Look, and I don't even want to relitigate
no, we don't
that.
Need to.
All I'm saying is
it's crazy though.
Everything they've showed us is that they are in win now mode. They have spent the money. They were in on all kinds of receivers.
So what does win now? Trade into the first, because they're just going to pick someone.
Well, I think what win now is get that other position of need filled. Okay. Like that other position of need filled. When you look at their depth chart and what they've done, well, they really need a wide receiver. Guess what? Got Stephon Diggs. Boy, I don't know if I trust Dameon Pierce. Well, how about Joe Mixon? Defensive tackle. D'Amico told us that. I don't know about defensive tackle. Well, how about Fatukasi, Danico Autry, this other guy, Tim Settle? They have told us what they've wanted. They've gotten into win now mode, and they've filled those needs. Even Jeff Okudah, which I'm not real crazy about, but you could argue is the answer that they're looking for. Opposite.
Final answer.
I don't know if he's the final answer. So and middle linebacker Al-Shaair. Like, they are getting win now pieces.
Yeah.
The only piece that they have a glaring need at right now is another linebacker.
I think they need a tight end, man. But that's a day two thing. That's not a trade in. So is that linebacker's name Edgerrin Cooper?
I think it's Cooper or Colson from Michigan would be my favorites.
Okay.
I think Cooper is gaining a lot of steam nationally. This happens. Players get a lot of run. I've liked him. We've talked about him since early on in the process. I've watched every single one of his games, of course. I remember I forget who the analyst was, but when they played Alabama, he was described as having the best performance a linebacker has had this season against Alabama. He's really good.
Jeremiah.
It was a Jeremiah?
Yeah.
But I also like Colson from Michigan. All I'm saying is, if you're reading the proverbial tea leaves, linebacker. That's if they're in win now mode, you can get a win now linebacker at 42, or maybe even move up. If there's that guy that you like, 27, 28, like Figgy was talking about, that might be a good sweet spot for you.
So you linebacker would be okay with you?
I think it'd be preferred.
I need offense, man. I need offense. They can't.
Linebacker.
They didn't score an offensive touchdown against Baltimore.
Yeah.
They didn't score a single touchdown. The wide receiver is going to be a big need next year. You can play these guys. I need an elite offense. D'Amico, coach up the defense, man. Mm-hmm. They gave you Danielle Hunter. They gave you Danico Autry. They gave you Shaair. If we're going to go this route, I think safety would be where I would look. If we're going to go defense, then I want some. How about some proactive?
Yeah.
Because I would argue that I almost feel better about that linebacking group than I do the safeties at this point. Unless I can go old school, and this is my favorite thing to talk about. Unless I can go old school Madden and just turn injuries off with Jimmy Ward, but I would almost rather go safety. I like the linebacker safety thing because I do think that's where you can get your best guy.
Mm-hmm.
Where I don't think there's going to be like a linebacker or safety run, so you can get your best guy. But if they need something there, I think they need a safety. They need to be able to.
I wouldn't be mad about that.
Cover the deep half of the field, and then hell, you can use Jalen Petrie almost like a linebacker.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, not full time, but you
He can
could
go
still
in the box.
Still has value.
Yeah,
figure some stuff out.
Yeah, I wouldn't be mad at safety, but when you look at their depth chart, like you see players there, Petrie, Ward, Murray, that they've already trusted. Like I don't know if they trusted Toto last year and didn't work out.
He was okay. I mean, based on
but
what he was,
missed
he's
a lot
okay.
of games late. I mean,
yeah, he missed games, and he doesn't move too well.
And then there's Jake Hansen, good player. I mean,
he's a good special teamer.
Okay, yeah, like that's their linebacking core outside of Christian Harris and Shire. It's Toto and Jake Hansen. Like if you're in win now mode, you got to get one of those dudes, man. You got to get somebody to fit that role.
So Edgerrin Cooper, is that the called shot?
Or Junior Colson?
Okay,
Yeah.
so you're going linebacker.
Yeah.
Okay.
I wouldn't be mad at safety.
Okay.
Certainly wouldn't be mad at safety. That was one of my kind of go-tos early on in this process as well.
Okay, so linebacker.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm smiling because last year you were the one who came in here with that bleep-eating grin on your face and said that Stroud was the dude.
Yeah. Well, I had a little more info last year. This is more just reading the tea leaves.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, last year was their control.
Yeah.
I mean, they don't control
Yeah,
with
they
where
had
they
a
are.
choice.
Like, yeah.
They had a choice of everyone.
I mean, it was Bryce Young. It was anyone but Bryce Young.
Yeah.
So they were in control. So that type of stuff going down did not really matter.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll see. I would like for them to stay. I want 3 picks tomorrow, and then just be able to look around and see what's going on.
That'd be sweet.
With the league. We really haven't heard anything, really, no reports or anything. You got to think we're creeping towards some sort of new. Like, if there is going to be a draft day trade, there's got to be.
Oh, you mean like not just the Texans? Oh, yeah.
Yeah. There's got to be some sort of news, right?
Yeah. No, right now is prime time between now and I'd say like up until the draft. You're going to start having to really watch some of these reports. Somebody's going to make a deal, and it's going to happen here pretty soon.
It's going to be New England?
New England is prime time. I think the Giants.
Arizona? I think Arizona's lying. I think Arizona wants Marvin Harrison Jr. I just find it hard to believe that they're going to pass on that.
Mm-hmm. I mean, come on.
With the way he's been acting?
Yeah, they have to get him.
Like, are you telling me that Marvin Harrison Jr. is really sitting there saying, hey, I'm not working out for anybody. I'm not talking to anybody. Like, just is that real?
No, it is real.
No, but it has to be because he knows he's going to at least Arizona.
Yeah, no, he never.
There's no way he just randomly decided, you know what, screw y'all, I'm not working out, I'm not talking.
Well, yeah,
I'll
said,
play football.
He's not doing any draft type of workouts.
Yeah, he said I'm trained to play football.
Yeah. So
that's the biggest Hardo quote of all time.
But the thing about Arizona is they have 2 first-round picks. So that's,
but they need receivers.
But no, I'm saying I think they could get Marvin Harrison Jr. and then that number 27, I believe.
Yeah, they're talking about that as like a potential.
Maybe that's a Texans thing.
Spot.
Yeah.
Well, they have a relationship with Arizona.
Yeah.
They've made some pretty big moves.
Mm-hmm.
Monty Austin Fort and Nick Caserio work together in New England. Maybe that's
your linebacker.
Your linebacker. Damn, we're going to trade up there to get the linebacker? Oh, man. The thing about with where the Texans are, and the beauty about draft is that everyone's going to look stupid at some point when it comes to the draft.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone's going to look stupid. But you kind of have a trust now in this organization to where you don't pound the table as much claiming the stupidity.
They're
They've
not
at least
the
got that
Ravens
grace
yet.
right now. Yeah, they're not the Ravens yet, but they're...
But you're like, okay, it's got to be pretty smart for them to do that.
They're definitely not the old school Texans either.
Oh, God, no. They're not Bill O'Brien. You see that latest thing making the rounds?
Where Chancellor Johnson put out the Jonathan Grenard, where Bill O'Brien yelled at Jack Easterby, the COVID, he yelled at Jack, and then he almost tripped over
That's
his son.
your pick, Jack.
Funniest was his son.
Yeah,
just sitting there like, oh, Dad's mad again.
We see this every day.
And then the explanation was the best.
Yeah.
Remember the explanation
Messing
of
with
it?
the Zoom, baby.
Because McClain tried to bring it up.
Yeah.
He's like, oh, we were just messing with the Zoom.
Messing with the Zoom.
What does that even mean, dude?
How?
He did look lost, man.
By the way, you're going to hear that during confessions because that's one of mine regarding B.O.B.
Messing with the Zoom.
You think B.O.B. watches the draft?
Well, sure he does.
You think?
Yeah.
Or you think it's just too painful?
No, he watches the draft. Yeah.
Why, is that Boston College? You don't think he's getting ready for a spring game?
No, why not? Why not? That's in his DNA, man.
I'm so glad he dipped out on Ohio State, man.
Dude.
Oh, yeah, he's going to be
Man, I'm so glad.
You
should be.
Wonder if CJ made a call.
You should be glad that he did.
CJ was like, hey, we can't do this.
Like, nah, bro.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we can't. I've heard about this guy. You should hear what they say about him in this building that I'm in right
Can I
now.
get Chip Kelly, please? What the heck are we doing here?
Yeah.
Man, that draft sucked. 2020, Roger
COVID.
Goodell sitting in his damn fireplace, up by his fireplace
Bill
in the
O'Brien
basement.
going on walks with Jack Easterby.
They have like
That was a high first-round pick, too, man.
It was.
Sucked, man.
Laramie Tunsil.
Yeah.
Man, that stunk. Freaking COVID draft. God.
Yep.
Let's get the B.O.B. Let's get the B.O.B. Zoom explanation. This was John McClain asked him. Bill O'Brien's cussing at the top of his lungs. His poor son is just sitting there.
Yeah.
You know you're on camera. And B.O.B.
loses it.
The
Let's just be honest.
explanation. The explanation was even worse.
Yeah.
Here was B.O.B.'s explanation of the Zoom with John McClain.
Before you made that last pick, it was you. They showed you on TV. You seemed to be very agitated. Did you have a trade fall? Did you have a trade fall through with Detroit?
No, we were messing with the Zoom. We were messing on the Zoom with myself and Easterby and all the guys. No, nothing agitated. So I thought the camera's on the whole time. I don't know. We were just messing around on the Zoom. We're on the back patio here. We've done a lot of business on the back patio over the last couple months.
That sounds so cringy.
Why
man.
was he so angry?
Just
They're
say
messing with the Zoom.
disagreements happen in the draft room.
Yes.
Sometimes it goes down and you get intense. We were messing with the Zoom. What the hell does that mean? What kind of explanation is that?
It's like they were making prank calls or something.
Did he not know what the out was back then?
Yeah.
All you had to do back in that day, no matter what, whether you were late to a meeting, whether you got in trouble, no matter what, all you had to do was say COVID.
Yeah.
You didn't have to don't blame the Zoom.
COVID.
Remember that? Why were you late to COVID?
But he was like trying to force this laugh about messing with the Zoom like they were making prank calls or just having fun in the middle of a pick.
See, play McClain. Play McClain. This is what B.O.B. should have done. Play
Before
McClain.
you made that last pick, it was you. They showed you on TV. You seemed to be very agitated. Did you have a trade fall?
COVID.
I was just upset.
COVID.
That was a rough time, man.
That was the dark.
Oh my
those
goodness.
Those were the dark times.
That audio sound awful.
Just blame it on COVID.
Those were the dark times.
COVID, man.
Yeah.
Got the computer going off in the back.
Mm-hmm.
Man.
And you just got in a wreck. You're walking up, COVID.
COVID, man. Of
COVID.
course. Yeah, everybody used that excuse.
COVID. Sorry, COVID.
Yeah.
Man, the craziest thing is Grenard ended up being the
that was the best pick.
He was good. Yeah.
He made the mistake and got the best pick.
Yeah.
We got some rumors from the Starbucks baby. Can I interest you in some Starbucks baby rumors? The Starbucks baby is saying that the Giants are trying to trade up to number 3 with the Patriots with the belief that they want Drake May, but it's considered a long shot to happen per the Starbucks baby.
Why is it considered a long shot to happen?
That's 4 spots, right?
Yeah. That can happen.
Yeah, what are you giving up a first and a second or something to move up?
Yeah, that's easy. I mean, that's you can use the Jimmy
and the
chart.
Patriots, if the Patriots like 6 guys, you're trading back 3 or 4 spots.
And they're still going to get their guy.
And you'll still get your guy. Maybe you could trade back again.
I would say that's likely to happen.
Yeah. It's saying that they would want a haul, but if you're just moving back 40, you really need the haul.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
I don't know about that.
By the way, a little other news here. Fromber is starting in Mexico. Coming off the IL. We'll start in Mexico on Saturday and then Blanco on Sunday.
Well, that 40-pitch bullpen session must have gone good yesterday.
We'll see. Was it flat ground?
Fromber's back. That's good news, man. Maybe Verlander can win, get Fromber, get you 2 straight dubs.
Yeah.
Beat him again. 3 straight dubs. How about the Astros? Let's go, baby.
Yeah, I don't think they're capable of 4 straight dubs.
Let's go, baby.
Yeah.
Never know.
You never know.
Get Verlander, Fromber back. We'll see.
Yeah.
I'm waiting until we're 25% through to bail out. So 2 weeks and change.
Well, those numbers that you tossed out a second ago are this early in the season.
Yeah, you got to play 29 games over 500 from here on out to get 90 wins, assuming that 90 wins is the target.
Yeah, that's head spinning. Like that's
a lot. It's hard to imagine.
Jaw dropping, head spinning, whatever you want. For this team to go 29 games over 500 just to get to 90,
very difficult to imagine.
Yeah.
What do you think Cal and Hannah do in the war room? Just chill?
Yeah, I think they sit in the back. I think they kind of.
What are they doing? Just hanging out?
I think they like listening. Like nobody's going to consult them, because remember they've talked about this a little bit, like how the trade went down and how they were, how hectic it was and frenetic and all that stuff, and they were just sort of captivated, like they're watching, real time, documentary or something.
Yeah.
I think they just sit in the back and enjoy it. Yeah.
Eat some popcorn.
Why not? Nobody's going to bother you if you have popcorn, especially if you're the owner.
What if they were like, hey, guys, can y'all leave us some privacy here?
To who?
To Cal and Hannah. Just say, hey.
Well, they wouldn't work there very long.
We're talking.
They wouldn't be working there very long.
We're talking here.
I think Cal and Hannah are smart enough to just say, we're just going to chill.
I think that's a blessing because you got other owners that
would.
Yes.
Well, Jerry Jones is.
No, I don't want that player.
Yeah, exactly.
I want this player. I want Johnny Manziel.
Yeah.
You easily had that owner.
You might have been in the room on that one.
Oh, yeah.
So does Hannah like throwing a take, a random opinion?
No.
Doesn't Hannah strike you as someone that talks at the movie theater? Like, I'm just saying, like, if they're just sitting there observing, like, if we're just be serious,
I'm trying to consider.
If we're imagining Hannah McNair and Cal McNair going to the movies, you're telling me that if you're sitting the row in front of Cal and Hannah, I could see Cal being quiet. You're telling me Hannah ain't talking during the movie.
So you're saying Hannah's that girl?
Yes.
Oh my goodness.
Hannah is talking during the movie. No doubt. Come on, bro.
I don't know. I'm trying to consider it, and I'm not leaning that way.
Because I don't see how she's got to be. Oh, that guy sucks or something like that. Like just an occasional like take. You're telling you. So you think Hannah's silent?
What
at
is
the movie
she doing
theater?
with him? Oh, she's gonna fool around on him.
It's dead silence. No way.
Okay, here I think I've reached.
I'm not saying that she's telling them how to draft. She's letting them do their thing. But there is no way there's no presence of a peanut gallery with Hannah in the draft room.
Maybe during the previews.
I'm not even saying it's annoying. I'm just saying it's happening.
I think you should get the guy from Ohio State. What about that guy?
She's the preview talker. Which I think preview talkers.
I think you should grade previews. I go thumbs up or thumbs down on all of them.
Yeah, but you still shouldn't talk. That's still, even though you should absolutely not talk during the movie, it still bugs me a little bit because I want to see what the preview. I want to see what the preview is.
If you're talking,
you got to be quiet and talk. You got. If you talk, if I'm just talking to my wife or something like that,
if you're talking,
kind of lean in.
Yeah,
but I want to know what the preview's about. So don't talk.
Previews are the best thing.
Yeah.
God, they're the best thing. Mm-hmm. You know damn well she. Oh my gosh.
That's it. I'm switching to music.
Well, I guess she is.
Yeah, it's okay. Lunchtime confessions coming up here on In the
Loop.
Loop.
Never would, by the way.
Could the Texans have a addition at D-line that we aren't talking about? Let's just talk about it next.
Payne and Pendergast.
There's certain things.
Lunchtime confessions. We confess our sins to you, the loophole. Shout out to the loopholes. If you listen, you are one. Some of these confessions have to do with sports. Some have nothing to do with sports. We're transparent with you 24/7. Let it hang a little bit lower during lunchtime confessions on a draft day. It is time to confess.
Watch this. These are my confessions. So I feel like we're being a little bit. We might be setting ourselves up for a little bit of disappointment here. Here I am about the linebackers and all that. I was looking at a list of every player in the last 10 years taken at number 42 overall.
Yeah.
There ain't a lot of stars there, man. I mean, you tell me. I'll go back to 2014. This is number 42 overall. Jordan Matthews, Jalen Collins, Kamali Correa.
Where's Gronk?
Marcus Williams.
Where's Gronk?
Mike Gesicki. Drew Lock.
Where's Gronk?
Laviska Shenault. Liam Eichenberg. Andrew Booth. And Luke Musgrave. It's a big ask. I mean, we're all excited.
About Gronk?
Well, he was. When was he?
He was 42 overall, man. 2010.
Oh, it was 2010. Yeah.
42.
Okay, Gronk then. Let's get one of those guys.
Yeah, let's get Gronk.
Let's get one of those guys.
If they got Gronk, would the Texans be Super Bowl favorites?
Did you see the video of Bill Belichick when they drafted Gronk?
Yeah, we're gonna play that tomorrow.
That is awesome.
Assuming that they go through. He called him and got mad that he was being too rowdy on the stage.
Like, get off the stage, man.
Called him.
Casario with a couple of cameos in there,
Casario
too.
was chilling, looking at it.
Yeah.
Studying a little bit.
Yeah. But
they drafted 2 tight ends that year.
Yeah, who's the other one?
Gronk would be me, and then you would be Aaron Hernandez.
What?
I'm Gronk, you're Aaron Hernandez.
Why are you saying that?
Just saying. I'm Gronk, you're Aaron Hernandez.
Yeah, well, you called me a murderer, I think. I'm not sure. But
ball player.
42, though, man. We're all like, okay, yeah, good, cool. Dude, it's hard to hit on 42. It's hard.
If you could draft Aaron Hernandez at 42, would you?
No.
But you
because you know you don't have him.
No, but you know the pattern of life. Like, you're going to get his rookie deal. You don't give him the second contract. You get 4 years of that quality of play.
That's a big headache.
No,
man.
but then he's gone. So he starts acting bad afterwards. Are you taking Aaron Hernandez?
Oh, so he's acting all right? He's not killing anybody?
Not that we know of. Are you taking Aaron Hernandez?
Not that we know of.
Are you taking Aaron Hernandez?
Yeah, no.
What about in the 6th?
Nah.
What about 7th?
He's a murderer.
What about Mr. Irrelevant?
No, still a murderer.
Okay.
Yeah. How about you?
Okay. What if it was OJ? What if you got OJ Simpson at 42? And this is going to happen.
Yeah. Oh, goodness.
No. But you have a crystal ball, and it's going to happen 35 years later.
So 35 years later?
No. He's gonna commit his crimes
35 years after you draft him.
On the same timeline that he did. So it's not going to be happening while he's there. He's going to be one of the faces. If I told you right now the Texans at linebacker could get O.J. Simpson, number 42. And again, it's nothing you know at the time. You just know that 30 years, something's going to go down in Los Angeles. Do you take O.J. Simpson at 42?
I probably would.
Okay. Yeah, I mean,
right?
Sure. But I would keep it to myself.
You get that career?
Yeah, I wouldn't tell anyone, though.
Well, I don't think so.
If I was the only one that the genie told, I would just
By the way, this guy's a murderer to be. He's a murderer to be.
I'm going to be like 90 years old. Oh, my God, I never saw it coming.
Never saw that coming.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Is J.J. Watt trying to play football? I'm starting to wonder. He talked like he was a little bit open to it last year. Now he's putting up pictures of himself squatting, and I mean, it just this between all the dad life stuff and all that, and now we're getting to the draft, and he's putting up this type of stuff. Is there a chance this guy comes back? Because I'm not completely dismissive of it. I wouldn't bet on it, but what are you doing full squats for?
I don't think there is any chance he comes back.
Okay, what are you doing then?
That said. It's really starting to hit him that he's not in the limelight anymore. So he's just kind of.
You think he's thirsty?
Kind of needy, yeah, kind of thirsty, kind of needy. And
he's squatting like 575 pounds.
Yeah. Well, some guys just like to lift weights, like to do that.
Like that?
But to do it on the gram and
why do you want
to
do a squat?
Why would you want to risk hurting yourself like that? Just stay in shape. Don't go to the extreme. But I think it's starting to kind of, he's not in the limelight anymore, which is weird because he is in the limelight in a lot of ways with on television, and obviously the studio shows and all that, and McAfee. But I think I don't know, maybe he's just a little needy.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
As time goes by, I'm starting. I despise Bill O'Brien and Jack Easterby more than ever. You would have thought it'd be the exact opposite.
They just go away.
They're gone.
Why don't you move on?
Yeah, moving on. I'm not wanting
You got
to
a good ball club. Why don't you move on,
But
Lopez?
it just obviously we've moved on, but when you think about it, when you do think about B.O.B. and Easterby and that whole era, I almost despise him more now than I did even then, because it's like, how did this organization get to that point? Like, how did anyone allow that to happen?
Incompetence.
It's crazy.
He was in the draft room, man.
Dude, he was in the draft room. Remember the whole controversy? Was he in the room? Was he not in the room? Was he making? I mean, he was standing in the back, right behind B.O.B. that one year and all that stuff. I was like, God.
On the text line, the 713, people work out, Landry, talking about the JJ picks. I get it, but, I mean, do you think that, I don't know, name a football. You think Tom Brady's doing power cleans and squats right now?
Well, he was running the 40. Did you see that video?
Yeah, but do you think he's, maxing out squats and doing power cleans? Like, there's some things, I'm not sitting here saying
Tom
you don't
Brady,
go do
though,
a
man.
workout or something, but,
well, he's also in his 40s where you better work out.
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah. You better work out when you hit your 40s.
Is that the rule?
If you don't, you're gonna start feeling it a lot quicker. That's for dang sure.
Oh man. Okay. JJ. Oh no.
No, he's not in his 40s yet.
Someone says OJ and Hernandez would be a killer team.
See what you did there.
Yeah. Good job.
Yeah.
Well done.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I am fascinated with Sketch.
Oh, I got one too.
I am fascinated with Sketch. I listened to the podcast with he and Theo Vaughn. I'm fascinated. I got to confess, I'm a fan, and I did not know that he went to Texas State. COVID got him and he left. He'd actually gone to OU and Mississippi State before that. So he was.
Where does he actually live?
Around. Here.
Is it here? Because he said he took a flight.
Here-ish.
Where's he from?
Yeah.
Oklahoma.
Maybe he's living somewhere up there.
He's from Oklahoma, and then they moved here.
Okay.
Yeah, so he was in Oklahoma in
grade
school. It was kind
of the area.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, here's my question on Sketch. I think he might have blown out his knee.
No, he did.
I just watched a video a little while ago. Like this, he was catching passes.
Off of Speed.
Yeah.
The dude named Speed. Why is that guy a thing?
Yeah, I don't know. But I looked at the video. I'm like, that is not acting. Like he went, I started grabbing his thing. So is he or is he not going to announce the pick?
Oh, he's going to announce the pick. He's going to come out
maybe
in
from a
cast
wheelchair
or something.
Yeah.
That's my worst nightmare, man. Trying to run fast and blow out something.
Okay,
yeah.
I wouldn't even put that in the atmosphere. But
I'm not out here trying to do that, so I'm good.
Okay, yeah, I'm just making sure. I mean, I see all these guys doing CrossFit at 50. Shout out to you.
Yes.
We're trying to run the 40.
I am not questioning you, and I am not questioning your dedication or anything like that. But man, you guys are insane. LeBron James is still playing NBA basketball.
Think about that.
I mean,
at that level.
At a freak show level, to where if you're just watching, you're like, that guy's the biggest freak on the court.
Is he the best 39-year-old basketball player of all time?
What? Who's even in that?
I seen somebody post that.
Yeah, Kareem could be up there, but Kareem wasn't. But Kareem kind of had a little bit more of what resembled an old man game when he was breaking boys off
those
at 39.
hook shots and all. But but it was a lot more physical too.
Yeah,
I mean, people were just elbowing.
But he's not as good as Bron, is he?
He was the all-time leading scorer until Bron.
Man, LeBron though out there.
Yeah, you could argue say he's still the best player on the team.
Yeah.
Well, Anthony Davis once every 10 games.
Yeah.
Man, Kareem at age 39.
When did he retire, Kareem?
41.
Yeah.
At age 39, he was averaging 18 and 12.
Yeah, that's cute.
Crazy.
That's cute. LeBron says that's cute.
Yeah, but that was, and he was an all-star.
LeBron says that's cute.
Yeah. What LeBron averaged like 25 right now?
Yeah, but
26?
LeBron doesn't get guys that are and I'm not getting in that conversation. I'm just saying respect. I'm just saying respect for Kareem.
ESPN first take.
Guys were just elbowing him and
game was
pushing
physical
him.
back then.
It was.
Who was the better player, LeBron or Kareem?
Hey,
I'm not getting into that.
ESPN.
no, you're there now. Let's go. Let's get into it.
I'm just.
You need company.
Embrace debate.
I'm just
You
saying.
need you need some company.
I'm just saying respect for that man.
You want me to come there?
Respect
let me get in on Team Lopez.
for that. But I mean, push comes to shove, I'd probably take a Kareem.
Now you breathe on them. Now you breathe on them. They're calling a foul every time. Every time. Back then, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar used to get
You're damn
punched
right.
in the face, and it
He was
wasn't
playing
even a
with
foul.
men.
You're damn right. Put a skirt on him.
It's Lunchtime Confessions. Here on In the Loop. Coming up next, the day that was a year ago and how that could have changed. Next.
It's draft week, and only one station in town has wall-to-wall coverage from the first pick.
1073 Network.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
All right, last year, C.J. Stroud, Will Anderson. That was one of – where would you rank that in most exciting days in Texans history? Is it top 5, top 3?
Oh, easily top 5,
10?
right? Easily top 5. Top 3? You're talking about exciting.
Yeah, excitement. It's got to be top
3.
Okay. The Cowboys.
Well, yeah.
Win.
Cowboys win. Bengals win. Bengals playoff win. Yeah, and then it's right in there with those. Yeah, for sure.
I think it was probably the most excited that Texans fans have been, and I do think that the rough times before added to the excitement
for sure.
So I think I think in a strange way, the fact that you had the disappointment of Deshaun Watson, you had everything else, I think it just kind of increased it, elevated.
Yeah, because we'd been through the desert, and then you see, You
think CJ's moment kind of got taken away a little bit, though, if you think about it? Like,
no. Do you?
I mean, they drafted you, and then all of a sudden, it's like a pairing. It's not.
See,
it's
my
not
thing
just
was
a
like,
CJ thing.
holy crap, that too? Like, you got CJ Stroud, and you're like, oh, man, because it happened so fast, too. And you're like, wow, this is crazy. Wait a minute. That's a Texans logo up there.
Two of them.
Yeah, it's like, holy crap.
Do you think that there's like a hidden value in the trade that was made? Because we talked about it was a package deal. I think it was a package deal. I 100% believe that. I will go to the grave thinking that they wanted Will Anderson and C.J. Stroud, and they figured drafting C.J. first would be the way to go because if C.J. were the guy that was there for Arizona, then the price would have been higher. I'll go to the grave.
No, I agree.
That. Do you think that there's hidden value though in that trade? In that, a couple of things. Number one, your franchise quarterback kind of has a. And when I say took away CJ's moment, I'm just saying more so like pop. I'm not saying it made his night any worse. But do you think there's hidden value in a quarterback coming into the league with all that pressure, with everything that that comes with being a quarterback, having someone that's shoulder to shoulder with him, going in there with him as like he calls Will Anderson a brother. Do you think that kind of adds value and maybe eases the mind or makes it easier for the organization to establish what they want to establish and C.J. Stroud to be prepared to do whatever it is that he needs to do? Do you think that there's like hidden value there in that?
I think it's not even that hidden. I think it became a package deal, and they became immediately the faces, not face, but the faces of the future of the franchise. And so, automatically that's going to take a little bit of pressure off of both of them. But moving forward, it's like CJ and Will Anderson. So, yeah, absolutely it does. Here's the other thing. I think there is some hidden value in that deal last year that we're still benefiting from. And that is no one knows what the Texans are going to do. Like, because they were almost predictable going into last year. They had drafted some players in the in the later rounds. They had pretty predictable picks in the first round, and then all of a sudden this happens, and you're like, holy crap! Now no one in the league, no one anywhere really knows what to expect from the Texans.
Yeah, I don't even think people are looking at him though, right?
Well, I mean,
it's not like they're lurking. I think people are looking at Minnesota and saying, "Oh man, something's going on there. They need a quarterback."
Yeah.
My God! Oh, holy crap! Oh, Josh McCown, Coach Drake May in high school.
Yeah.
Oh, they got 2 first-round picks. Oh, Kirk Cousins is gone.
No, but what I'm saying is hard to predict. You can't predict what the Texans are going to do.
Yeah, it's hard to predict, but it's not like you don't. The only reason that it feels like people feel like something could happen is because of Nick Casario's past
and that trade.
Yeah, but the other thing is, I don't know that his past is the same. The situations are the same. Like in the past, when he's made these moves, there's been. I don't want to say it was like a trial run the first couple of years, but you're trying to get through the mud. You didn't have a first-round pick, so perhaps you're trying to get a little bit aggressive to get guys higher up on your board. And then he had the 2 first-round picks, so he was willing more willing to trade back with the Kenyon Green and then trade up with the CJ. He had extra equity. I don't feel like we know Nick Caserio. I don't feel like we know him. which I think adds to your unpredictability.
Yeah, that's my point.
But that's what. But when I guess I'm kind of arguing with a ghost in here. So this is my fault. I'm just saying, assuming that he's going to trade up, I think is just as dangerous as assuming that he's going to trade back.
Yes, I think he's unpredictable. That's why I said there's still a little bit of hidden value with that trade, because that trade is going to make it unpredictable for what Nick Caserio does for the foreseeable future. Not just this year. Like, well, this is the guy that traded up and gotten the number 2 and 3 picks. This is also the guy that has traded up 11 times in 3 years. So at the same time, he's also been very patient, and he's traded back. And so I think there's a lot of value there to be unpredictable with what he's doing.
The other thing is it really him that's going to be the one that's being aggressive? In other words, is there a little extra nudge from the face being D'Amico Ryans? D'Amico Ryans kind of telling you what to do. I want to ask this, because we talk about this, and it's fun right now because when you look back at how things were, it's not even like in a negative context. It's more of like a gratitude and appreciation for where the Texans currently are. But there's a lot of ifs. Like, if the Texans had the number 1 pick, would they have taken Bryce Young? If Deshaun Watson hadn't never gotten the legal stuff, would they have traded with the Jets and perhaps drafted Zach Wilson? If Deshaun Watson never demanded a trade, would they be in a tough spot right now? There's a lot of ifs. What if they would have drafted Jonathan Gannon? Hired Jonathan Gannon instead of D'Amico Ryans? Is it possible that we could have this same level of excitement? Because I think D'Amico's the right guy. But is it possible, had they hired a different coach, that we could still have this same level of excitement? Let's say it's Shane Steichen or Jonathan Gannon. Is it possible, or would we have to know who wanted CJ at the end of the day? Like, where are we at there?
I actually don't think it's possible. Because keep in mind what the dialogue would have been, what the narrative would have been. Oh, that's a Nick Caserio guy. Gannon was a Caserio guy. He interviewed him the year before, even. And so I think there would have been a little more skepticism and probably a little bit safer approach in the draft. I believe, and I have no reference for this in terms of like a source or anything saying this. I just believe that D'Amico Ryans is better for Nick Caserio than Nick Caserio is for D'Amico Ryans. Like, I think he challenges him.
I don't even know that Nick would push back on that.
Yeah. I think he challenges him more than he's ever been challenged. He has a different approach than he's ever been around. I think Nick has said some things that would make me want to believe that. Like, I think he's never been around a guy that like D'Amico Ryans, and seeing that other opinion has kind of made Nick Caserio get out of his comfort zone a little bit.
See, I do wonder, you get Shane Steichen. Which quarterback does Shane Steichen like? Is there still the excitement? I don't know. There is a certain level of comfort of watching a ball game, and on top of he's a really good coach, and just seeing D'Amico Ryans. And I also think his mindset, the guys had the resources to develop that mindset, but I think he helps Will Anderson and C.J. Stroud. I think he helps them bring out their best. So I am with you. I do think it would be a little bit more difficult. It's just kind of crazy because we're sitting here, the way we talk about the coach, the way we talk about the GM, the way we talk about the players, like, it's just so positive. Ownership, all that, it's so positive. But just like we said, where Deshaun Watson and all the timing and stuff ended up working out for the Texans, it's also kind of crazy that the biggest scumbag, loser, weasel that's ever been in this town, the POS Jack Easterby, I mean, he probably had a little nudge in getting Caserio here too, if we're being honest.
Yeah, somebody actually asked that on the text.
Which, here's my thing.
Would you go through it again, because knowing how it ended up here?
Sure. I mean, yeah, whatever. Why not?
They weren't going anywhere.
Yeah, sure. I would. But here was always my thing with that. Slime balls, con artists, they know how to latch on to guys that are good at stuff. That's how they get to where they're at.
Exactly.
Like, you latch on to Bill Belichick, you latch on to Tom Brady, you latch on to Nick Caserio. Like, there's plenty of scumbags, lowlifes, con men, whatever you want to say. I mean, other than that, he's a pretty good dude. But there's plenty of those guys that know how to latch on to the right guy. That's how they get where they go. Like Buzz Williams at Texas A&M, he's doing a good job.
All of a sudden they're winning.
Hey, Buzz, I was going to be in town. You mind if I come through?
All of a sudden they're winning and in the tournament. I haven't seen you in years, buddy.
Oh, yeah, I remember at South Carolina, Dawn Staley. She's my favorite coach.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's kind of like, it's not like he discovered it. Like the guy had been working in New England for 13 years as kind of Bill Belichick's right-hand man before.
I mean, he
happened.
was Bill Belichick's right-hand man, so you think he's going to latch on to someone that's now a general manager? Of course.
Or
try to make him a general manager.
It's just kind of good because the reason I'm bringing it up is because you know how people talk about curses and this team is cursed and oh my gosh, this bad luck. You trace back, 2021, like the start of 2021, getting through that mud, there's plenty of credit to go around to where the biggest debates that you have about the Texans now are like, well, what if this wouldn't happen? What if that wouldn't happen? What if that would have happened? What if that would have happened? Instead of, well, what if they would have taken Aaron Rodgers instead of Travis Johnson?
Yeah.
Or what if they would have taken Julius Peppers instead of David Carr?
Yeah.
What if Gary Kubiak would have brought in Peyton Manning? They could have won a Super Bowl. Now the what ifs, it's not, well, things could have been much better. It's things you think are as good as they can be, and what if it had gone the wrong way?
Yeah. No, that's a great point because those, as much as those, and that the Aaron Rodgers one is one that I've always kind of hung my hat on that as a what if, but they're still far fetched.
Yeah, for sure.
They're still very far fetched. Whereas now you can just look back and do those things.
Yeah, that's the crazy thing for me, and I just think it's interesting to see how it goes. And on the text line, you're getting people saying, well, did Caserio want CJ? Did D'Amico want CJ? I don't care, because the fact that they disagreed and they found a way to satisfy both sides, that's a healthy organization.
Yeah.
I think it's actually better if one side didn't want him.
Yeah.
That's fine. Like I don't care
that's
about
kind
that.
Of what
I actually think that's better.
D'Amico's good for him.
Yeah, that's better.
Making him think
they're
differently.
balancing it off each other, and if you didn't want this, then you ended up executing. I think that's even better.
Yeah.
Do you think it was a disagreement?
Yeah, I mean, I think half the room probably thought Will was the guy, and the other half thought it was CJ.
I don't know what.
I think them having that other first round pick, I think they took advantage of that. I don't think it was like a one or the other. Let's decide and get both.
Here's why I think so, Figgy. When you're trading for when you're angling to get the number 2 and number 3 overall picks, there's no way everyone would agree on that. Like in a room of NFL executives and coaches, it's almost impossible to believe that you're kind of floating this idea and everybody's like, yeah, let's go. No, that's true. There's no way. So there was disagreement, but there was also the compromise, if you want to call it that, or whatever, that they ultimately landed there. And I think D'Amico probably was the most influential.
Yeah, and I think it's just great that they're all. Yeah. If they can disagree and come to an agreement, I think that's a great thing.
Yeah.
Screw the whole. What was the word? We'll put a bow on this with the word. What was the Bill O'Brien word? With gang. Damn it.
With who?
Alignment.
Alignment. Oh my God.
We're aligned.
AKA they shut the hell up and we do whatever the hell.
We're aligned at the hip.
Yeah. AKA he's aligned on my nuts and does whatever I tell him to do.
Yeah.
Goodness gracious. Alignment. Gosh, that was awful. Good Lord, that was bad. Oh my. Let's go around the NFL. Is this guy a slime ball or is this guy just misunderstood? There's a general manager who's been telling NFL prospects the exact same thing. Is he in the wrong? Discuss next.
The new Texans uniforms are here.
The red alternate uni is absolutely fire.
One of the best in the league, I think.
The H-Town uni is H-Town through and through. I love a simple, clean look. You get that with the white away jerseys. And the home is just the traditional Texans jerseys. Accomplishing all of that within 4 unis. They're hard to dislike.
How do you feel, H-Town?
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Your Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Zadig Jewelers.
This is Jim Rome with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Relief Factor, the natural way to reduce or even eliminate pain. It's finally here, draft day. Hey, Detroit, how you living? After all the speculation, all the self-promotion, all the nonsense, all the lava flinging, here we are. I'm pumped. It's going to be a wild night. The best drafts are the ones with lots of quarterbacks, and we definitely have that. I'm Jim Rome.
Sometimes I struggle.
Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Let's go around the NFL to keep you in the loop. This is Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, so Xavier Leggett did an interview, and he said to John Crumpler of the Texans Wire that Carolina said that they would take him 33rd overall.
Mm-hmm.
Which, I mean, that's a hell of a promise, right? I mean, you're at least going the first pick of day two. You're from the area. That probably means a lot to him. I'm sure he was very excited to hear that.
I'm sure he told his friends, his parents, family.
He told John Crumpler, that's for damn sure. I heard that. Panthers GM Dave Canales was asked about it, and this is what he had to say about it.
So I have a video of Leggett saying that he's met with you guys 4 or 5 times, and you guys have told him if he's there at 33, you're taking him.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That was, I mean, it was a great conversation, you know. I definitely said that to him and about 50 other guys, you know, like, man, so we take you at 33. It's actually a lead-in question. So when we draft you at 33, what happens now? And then there's a bunch of questions that happen after that, you know. So, yeah, part of the process.
What a cop-out.
What do you think of this? You think this is slimy?
It's a slime ball nomination. It's a weak-ass cop-out. It's unfair to – I mean, this is a kid's dream and livelihood that you're talking about. I get it if you have every intention of taking a player at 33 in this instance, and then something changes, and you change your mind, and you know that you just have to deal with that. I'm sure it happens every year, several times a year. But to tell multiple people, of these young men, we're taking you at 33, and then turn it into some kind of like a test, like I guess that's what he was trying to say. Like this was just one of our evaluations.
Well, why don't you just say what if?
Yes, then? Exactly.
Not we take you at 33, then what happens?
Yeah. Yeah.
So did Leggett is he the only one who misunderstood this?
He couldn't have been. And it's a shame because, like I said, this is a lifelong dream, and you're just toying with these people.
It's unbelievable, man.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. Bengals defensive lineman Trey Hendrickson. So he's requested a trade. He received a 1-year contract extension worth $21 million that included an $8 million signing bonus, but had a good year last year and requested a trade. Don't know how that's going to work out for you, buddy. And I don't know what the Bengals' motivation is. I do know the Bengals, they got some I guess it's not under the radar, but they do got a little bit of drama. Like the T. Higgins thing, he wanted a trade. He said he hadn't talked to him in a year about a contract. Hendrickson wants out now. I say this.
And then they had the other receiver.
Jamar Chase just got his 5th-year option picked up. He wants to get paid.
Yeah.
But and they lost Joe Mixon. This is where the Texans are headed. heading. Like, point at Buffalo and you point at Cincinnati, and it's unavoidable once you start paying your quarterback.
Yeah.
This is where you're heading. But these are the types of things that are going to happen as you get good players. Your quarterback's more expensive. You got to be careful with this type of stuff.
Well, and you got to be able to plan. Actually, this is one of the things that I feel best, as much as he's done a good job this offseason and previously, I actually feel best about this part of Nick Casario's sort of arsenal than anything. Because he's such a planner and such a good he has a good gauge of what's coming down the pike. I think he's going to have a really good feel for who to extend, who not to extend, how it's going to play out.
All right, on the text line 832, you lose your psychological advantage in the testing if you make them aware of what you're doing.
What does that mean?
I have no idea.
Yeah,
What is this?
what does that even mean?
What, are they going to a shrink?
I mean, you're playing psychological games now? Is that what you're saying? It's not. Like, it's stupid. It's silly. It's petty.
I want to blow your cover.
No matter what.
I want to keep them on their
You
toes.
ain't got to tell them what you doing.
Keep them on your toes.
All you have to do, Figgy, is say, what if we drafted you at 33?
I mean, it's an interview, man.
Yeah.
How you going to handle the interview, Lopez? What are asking him?
I'd be good, man.
It's the first thing you're asking him.
Oh, as on that end. I thought you meant if I was being asked.
What's your first question?
Oh, I don't know. Asking
the guys?
Like Leggett?
Yeah. You're probably one of those, like, just asking random question guy.
No, not at all.
Is there anything worse than the
Yeah.
job at things like getting deep because they're asking you just stuff to back you into a corner?
If you could be an animal, which animal would you
it's
be?
like, what in that? What are you saying?
Would you be a dog or a tiger?
I would be a damn hippopotamus and crush your ass and eat you for asking a stupid question like that. That's what I'd be.
Who else you got in the hallway out there?
I'd be a gorilla and I'd snap your neck in half for asking me such an idiotic question.
I don't think I've ever interviewed anyone for a job.
You haven't?
I've never been asked to. Because a lot of times at the Chronicle, they would ask people to sit in on an interview.
Yeah.
I was never even asked to sit in. I've never been on that side of an interview.
Man.
I have. It's just.
I would think I would be just kind of have a conversation.
Yeah.
I think I just have a.
What's your schedule?
Yeah.
What do you want to do?
And it wouldn't be like, tell me about yourself. No, it was just like this talking.
Where do you see yourself in 5 years?
None of that crap.
Where do you see yourself?
None of that crap.
Where do you see you in 5 years?
Yeah, no. I think in the course of a conversation, this is how I've always interviewed
How
people.
did you overcome a difficult situation in your life?
Yeah. My whole, whatever you want to call it, philosophy, whenever I was doing like long form interviews with people, what I would just be like trying to have just a conversation about everything going on and then lead into other stuff. And just a regular conversation.
I don't mind the question is that I don't mind being asked is, if you could have anyone's job in this building in 2 years, who would it be? I think that's fair. That's better.
Man, I never got that one.
Yeah, I got that one. I think that's better.
That's a good one.
That's better than where do you see yourself in 5 years? It's in this building. It was the first second radio gig I got, and he's like, "Hey, whose job would you like?" I was like,
yours.
That kind of,
guys.
Honestly, that kind of show you where you want to go.
Yeah.
I think that's fair. It's better.
So okay, he want to be a PD one day, or okay, he want to be a host one day.
He wants to be a
Yeah.
That's actually a good question.
It's way better for sure than hey, sell me this pen.
That's a great question though. In the context, in the context of that movie. In the context of that movie, that was great. Like he's trying to break them down into
no, but I don't think it originated from that movie. I think that's a popular sales thing.
Yeah. But like in the context of the movie, it was great. It was great. That's not a job interview.
I better
question.
not hear that in a job interview.
That's not a job interview question.
I don't give a damn if you work applying to be sales.
Yeah, no, that's not a good job.
Sell
interview.
me this pen.
That was great in the movie. That was awesome. Yeah.
Laramie Tunsil, he saw the
jealous
the news that Penei Sewell got a new contract, 4 years, $112 million, $85 million guaranteed. The left tackle for the Lions.
Yo, Nick, you up?
He quote tweeted it, and then he put 28 all caps, talking about how much bread he got.
Mm-hmm.
I like Tunsil. I wouldn't mind maybe 2 years from now, maybe trying to find a younger guy that's not going to be
for sure
chasing bread
next year. Should be trying to find it in this draft.
Yeah, next year. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm actually not opposed to that.
Mm-hmm.
This is a lot.
Tunsil getting the ski mask out.
Yeah. Man, he smells blood. We know Laramie.
Yeah.
Marvin Harrison, I want to ask you this question.
Mm-hmm.
Why is Marvin Harrison Jr. not doing interviews, skipping workouts, and putting together a process, like a draft process, that comes across as, I guess, combative? I don't know if it's combative. I don't know if it's rebellious, but it's like nothing we've ever seen. Why is he doing this? Is this something new? Or is this something where he knows where he's going?
He knows where he's going. I think he's known from the very start. And even if he didn't, it's common sense at this point. What do the Cardinals need? What can he offer? Who's going ahead of him? But I think he's been told.
Did you see his Hardo quote when he was asked about not doing any football workouts?
Yeah.
Quote, I trained to play football instead.
You go, man. You go.
David Fleming. I don't know who the hell he is. But David Fleming said that he talked to a former NFL scout who said that, quote, Caleb Williams scares a lot of teams. First of all, it's easy to say that when you don't have the number one pick. Like, that's the funniest thing to me. That's like me going around and hating on a Ferrari.
Yeah.
I can't afford it, okay? I can't afford the $1.1 million car.
That car is overrated.
Yeah, I'm not a car guy, but like but if I went around, man, I wouldn't want that. Well, you don't know.
I don't want those type of cars anyway.
I don't know, like, how many teams, knowing that there's only one team who can get Caleb Williams, and we've known that they're going to get Caleb Williams since they clinched the number one pick. How many teams are just going to go out there now and say,
yeah,
man, he's the best thing I've ever seen. I can't believe it. He's awesome. His arm strength is great. He's mobile. He's polished. All these things. Like, how many teams are going to say that knowing that they can't get him rather than focusing on the negative?
No, and everything you said for sure, but also what is the end game here for saying that other teams are scared of him when he's going with the first pick of the draft, and they're clearly not scared of him? I mean, are you just trying? I think that's just sort of trying to make a name for yourself or whatever. I actually searched David Fleming. I'm not exactly sure where he was.
Yeah, these aggregators, man. I mean, Tony Pauline. Good God. I mean, I've never heard of you, and he's just putting out all this stuff. I don't know what happened to him. Who he knows. But this was the quote that I thought was hilarious. I don't. Tell me what the hell this means. And I want to play a little game with you and Figgy the Loopholes.
Mm-hmm.
Quote, it's from David Fleming. He says an NFL GM said this. Or no, he says an NFL scout. By the way, how many NFL scouts are there?
1 million.
60,000?
Yeah, 1 million.
Scout told me. He said, quote, he scares the bleep out of a lot of NFL teams. Oh, this is GM. One GM told me it's like if Prince played quarterback. Close quote. What's that mean?
I don't know, but I think it has something to do with what we were talking about earlier.
Wasn't Prince like really good at everything? Wasn't he like good at
basketball,
basketball, ping pong?
Yeah.
All that?
Mm-hmm.
What does that mean? He's
just a
Prince?
different kind of guy.
Diva,
different kind.
Mysterious,
good but a diva.
Also,
or
sort
great but a diva.
Mysterious is definitely one word. Something of a recluse, sort of that kind of thing. But I don't.
Huh?
Yeah, I don't buy any of that.
What rock star would you want your quarterback to be like? Like if there was a popular opinion,
I love this.
that he had to be like a rock star celebrity, which one would you want him to be like?
Rock star.
It could be any celebrity. Like, who would you want? I know you're P. Diddy. Your turn, Figgy. Go ahead.
Oh my goodness.
I'm gonna stay with rock star. Would I want my quarterback to be compared to?
Yeah, who do you want him to be?
I'm gonna say John Bon Jovi.
Really? Why? Just professional?
Badass, Jersey tough.
Professional.
Yeah.
Kind of carries himself.
Yep.
Like
Bon Jovi or
off.
Mick Jagger.
He's washed.
He's a badass. Concert Sunday.
They were showing him dancing. I saw a video of them showing him dancing. Like, this guy's 80 years old. I was like, no kid. I mean, I didn't think he was 20 with the dance.
He's going to be right there on Sunday.
Are you going?
I can't say.
What do you mean you can't say?
I got tickets yesterday.
Yeah, didn't your buddy get you some tickets?
I got tickets yesterday, yeah.
So why can't you say that?
Well, I just didn't want to,
Do you ever get tired of going to the same concert 50 times?
I've seen him 6 times.
I mean, come on, dude. How much is enough? When is enough enough?
Well,
you're seeing him in his worst. He keeps getting worse and worse.
But here's the problem. I've seen him, I think, 6 times. The last 3 times, I thought it'd be the last time I'd ever see him. like 20 years ago, I thought it might be the last time.
Like your 96-year-old grandpa at Thanksgiving.
Like, he's still here? I thought he died.
Grandpa! Hug him extra tight.
Yes. I'm
so happy to see you.
You'll be here next year. I swear to God, I saw them probably about 16, 18 years ago at the Compaq Center. I saw them at the Compaq about 16, 18 years ago. I thought it was the last time I'd see the Stones.
On the text line 832, Bruce Springsteen, of course. He busts his ass every single show, sweats his ass off. Very good leader, very good work ethic. He's not good, though.
His energy, though.
He's not good, though.
Yeah.
I was listening to...
sound like Jay Sean Tate.
Yeah. Yeah, Bruce Springsteen's not good. The other day...
He busts his ass, do all that stuff.
Rick Springfield was on, Jesse's Girl.
That guy could rock.
Does he have the best song by someone whose first syllable in their last name is Spring? Like, does Bruce Springsteen have a better song than Jesse's Girl?
Probably.
Give me one.
Yeah.
Let me hear it.
What? I'm trying to remember the name of it.
What's that? Born in the USA?
Running.
The Run. Yeah, that song. That's legendary. Born to Run.
Born to Run, but it's not. He's not singing good.
Yeah, but
it's good guitar, but it's not a good sing.
It's a bigger song.
No, but is it good though?
Yeah, that guy.
All right, so what rock star you want your quarterback acting like? Figgy, you got an opinion on this?
Acting like, see, I don't really know the rock stars personally.
It can be a rapper. Go ahead.
Rapper, I would probably say, if it's CJ, I would probably say Tupac.
The hell, you want
go
him in
around
jail?
Tupac?
You want him in jail?
Hey, we still talking about Tupac to this day, man. He lives on.
Well, you want him acting like he's actually from California.
Hey, he got a little Tupac in him a little bit, man. Put him on the field.
He's actually from California, though.
Yeah,
he doesn't just claim it. He's not actually from New York. He went to trade school with Jada Pinkett Smith.
Hey,
I like my quarterbacks to be authentic, not fake like Tupac.
Hey, Tupac claimed the West Side.
You got West Side on your chest, man.
Yeah, man.
And he said F New York, too.
Yeah, you're from there.
That's a lot of guts.
Yeah.
Thug life. You went to trade school. You went to trade school with Jada Pinkett Smith, sir. What is this, an act?
Hey, man, don't disrespect Tupac like that, man.
He was a trained actor, singer.
Everybody's like, wow, how is he so good at acting?
Well,
he went to freaking acting class with Jada Pinkett Smith.
The top acting school at that.
I don't know if it was Juilliard or that, but it was in the neighborhood of Juilliard.
But he didn't. Yeah. He knew how to act.
Bono.
Bono.
That's a badass. Come on, man. Wearing all that leather, singing all those badass songs. Yep. Or Robert Plant from Led Zeppelin. I still think I'd go Bono. I want my quarterback to be Bono. Yeah.
That's who you're going with.
I'm going with Bono. Final answer.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. It's hard to say anything bad about Bono.
All right.
Yeah.
It's nice, man.
Mm-hmm.
I would probably say Dr. Dre. Makes everyone better, can do stuff behind the scenes, can perform when he needs to, and he's bulletproof, and nobody ever mentions what an absolute slime ball he actually is when it comes to his past. It's just kind of bulletproof. So
yeah. Hopefully he ain't got the Michelin.
Yeah. He damn sure ain't going to jail.
Yeah.
Goodness gracious.
At least not yet.
Yeah,
not yet.
Not yet. Maybe about 20 years.
Yeah. She tried to put out that Surviving Dre movie. It just didn't work.
That was not good, man.
Hey, man, it was kind of troubling, being honest. DK Metcalf, so he was walking on a field to train, and a kid decided to kind of troll him a little bit. He said that Jalen Ramsey was his daddy. DK Metcalf took the kid away from the Twitter and kind of confronted him, and this is what it sounded like.
What you say? DK is Jalen Ramsey's daddy. Why you say that? Oh, it's film. What? It's a film. And who are you? What's your name?
Sebastian Ramirez.
You play football?
Yeah.
Good luck to you, bro.
Thank you.
No problem.
Let's go.
There you go, DK.
Good luck to you, bro.
He said, why did you say that? He said to film it?
Just for the reaction, yeah. That's what I got out of it.
Come on, kid.
Yeah, he wanted to go viral.
Come on, kid.
Mm-hmm.
Someone says they're suspicious of you for you liking Bono. What's wrong with Bono?
Bono is a
What's wrong with
stud.
Bono?
He's a rock and roll legend.
What did he do?
Nothing. He made some badass rock songs.
Someone says I have bad taste in music. I haven't even said my taste in music. Only thing I said is Springsteen sucks. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have any other taste. Country, rap, whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, Springsteen sucks. He's
Yeah.
not good.
Yeah.
He's a guy who got it, rolled his sleeves up, and that generation just rallied around. Oh, what a rebel. Look at that earring.
Springsteen should be remembered for the final episode of Curb Your Enthusiasm.
Oh, yeah, that's his best performance.
That's his best
that was
work.
A good performance.
That was his best work.
That was a great
Yes.
performance. I'll give him that.
Yeah.
I'll give it up for him there. Very much. Coming up next, there's a rumor about the Colts. I'll let you decide whether or not it's credible. And there's uncertainty about the Texans pick and how that will look. But it's not necessarily what a lot of NFL insiders are talking about. We'll explain now.
Home of the judgment-free zone.
I got the internet going nuts.
Internet going nuts here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. Stuff that broke the internet, and this is a wild day when it comes to that area. We're less than 6 hours away from the draft. We got you here on Sports Radio 610. CTESPN is reporting.
Oh, here we go.
They're reporting that the Colts want Marvin Harrison. That's what Antonio Brown is saying. He's saying the Colts want Marvin Harrison Jr. They would have to move up perhaps 11 spots to make that happening. But CTESPN, which is hit every once in a while, I just think it's amusing. I think it's just it's one of the best things on the internet. They're saying look out for the Colts and Marvin Harrison Jr.
The thing about Antonio Brown that's so weird is you don't know if he's completely BSing you or if it's absolutely true. You know, because
it's a good balance.
He just goes back and forth. Wouldn't surprise me. I mean, you're talking about Jim Irsay here, so it wouldn't surprise me if that's in fact the case.
He likes romanticism.
Yeah. Speaking of which,
I got the internet going nuts.
Obviously, we've been talking about the NFL draft, but as the internet is going nuts about tonight's draft, I did see. Well, they've been out, but I was looking at the broadcast crews for tonight on ESPN and ABC. ESPN is the way to go with Greenberg, Booger, Lewis Reddick, Molly McGrath, and Adam Schefter.
You're not going to watch the McAfee Belichick?
Well, but that's what I was about to get to. On ABC, you know, Nick Saban is going to be fun to see how he evaluates these guys. That's the one with Reese Davis and Herb Street and Desmond Howard. So I think I'm going to kind of hang with ESPN, but I've got to go see what Nick Saban's going to be now that he's no longer, in the game, and see what kind of, he's going to be good.
You sure?
Yeah, I think Saban's analysis is going to be
final answer.
Yeah, final answer. I think it's going to be really good.
I got the internet going nuts.
Sketch is supposed to announce the Texans' first pick. He might be hurt though. Caleb Williams threw him a deep ball, and he had to get carted off with injured knee. I've found a fascination for Sketch.
Yeah.
Listen to him with Theo Vaughn. This was him talking about his relationship with C.J. Stroud, voodoo dolls, all that type of stuff.
Somebody might have one, yeah.
It's working.
Yeah,
I got some back pain. It's working.
Yeah, you're not feeling good. What if C.J. Stroud starts feeling all this that they put? If they start needling yours up,
that would be worse. I'd have to sacrifice myself for the greater good of our team here. He's a great guy, though.
Yeah, have you met him?
Met him twice.
Really?
Met him randomly at the Apple Store, and then met him. When I was in L.A., we played a little football.
Oh, sweet.
I about threw up when we were running around. So it's like,
all right. Well, he definitely did throw up.
He definitely hurt something pretty bad. It looks like somebody said hamstring on there. I don't know. It looked like he was grabbing his knee. I don't know. Could have been.
Look like groin.
Yeah.
Who knows?
We'll see Sketch get out there on a wheelchair or something.
I got the internet going nuts.
Johnny Manziel trending, and I'm like, oh Lord, what did Johnny do now? He did a good thing. Like, this was pretty impressive.
What, the Reggie Bush thing? He's taking credit for it?
Well, no, people are giving him credit for it because I guess about a month ago or so, he posted, I didn't even see this, but he posted something, I'm no longer going to go to the Heisman ceremony until they give Reggie Bush his Heisman back. And then he went on a podcast and said, look, I truth be told, I probably did more and worse than Reggie Bush ever did. But it just happened at a different time. And Reggie Bush himself and a lot of college football analysts are saying Johnny Manziel did a good thing. Actually, was one of the biggest reasons that the Heisman Trust decided to give Reggie Bush his trophy back. So good for him. He stood for something.
I got the internet going nuts.
All right, here's more from Sketch and Theo Vaughn. Did you ever have a creepy neighbor?
Creepy? No, I don't think so. Oh, yes. I was thinking in my childhood, as an adult, we had a creepy neighbor. Yeah, big time.
What was his name?
I don't know if he was a sports fan, and he might still be alive.
Okay, well, what did he do that was so creepy?
He would sit on his porch, watched kids play.
Okay.
And it wasn't like
that's enough to be creepy.
Yeah, but it wasn't
But
like
it's probably just chilling, man.
Yeah, at first you give him the benefit of the doubt, right?
Yeah.
You're like, oh, nice old guy.
Yeah.
Just watching the kids play. But then he would like try to get him to throw them the ball and stuff, and they were a little
This
bit.
doesn't sound creepy. This sounds innocent.
You had to be there, I guess. Yeah, it just was. It was a little bit much. It was a little.
What
bit
was
much.
he having him like be center or something?
No.
Oh God.
Wasn't that bad?
I mean, I'm just asking.
It was
like,
just. It was
what
just
was so
uncomfortable.
I mean, he was all-time quarterback. What's
Yeah,
wrong with
yeah.
that? There's nothing wrong with that. You can't be the all-time
what
QB.
you're gonna do?
I mean, if the kids want me to be all-time QB, sure.
Yeah. You know,
Hey, you kid right there. You play Jeff Saturday.
No, hey, no. You gotta be Owen Daniels. Owen Daniels.
It was just you had to be there kind of thing.
Well, this was Sketch and Theo Vaughn because I guess Sketch got a Lamborghini, and Theo Vaughn says that people with yellow sports cars can be creepy.
Yeah, dude, I remember the first time we had a guy in our neighborhood, or a dude, he said he told us he was an EMT or whatever, and he had me and my buddies doing like CPR on each other, right, practicing. Well, then there was a fire in our neighborhood, and somebody got burned, and so somebody's like, we got to run over to Mr. Gary's house. He's an EMT. He can help. And somebody's like, that dude's not an EMT, dude. He's just a kind of, he's just a dude that's always perfect on people.
Dude.
We're like, oh, man.
Oh my gosh, that's pretty. That's
Well, then what about these certificates he gave us for CPR?
you get your full certified there. You gave him more than lips. You gave him a little tongue in there, brother. He's trying to breathe.
I didn't do anything. This one kid, William, he was a fucking weirdo. But yeah, we shouldn't have been over there. But he ended up having a vehicle like that, And this other guy named Big Roy would always play Navy with us at his house. He had one of those big bathtubs.
Yeah. Oh my, a bathtub.
And we would play Navy over there.
There you go.
I was barely enlisted, so.
You were just part-time? Coast Guard, I think that is.
Yeah, that's it.
You never left the port.
I was Coast Guard, bro.
Yeah.
The best part of that is the certificates. These certificates he gave us. Yeah. Just keep working on that. I'll get you a certificate in a minute. Here, I'm writing it up right now. It's like, look, I got a certificate from Mr. Ray. What do you call him? Mr. Roy? Mr. Roy? Yeah, that's not real. That's not real. It's not a real certificate. He just wanted to see you make out with the other guy.
Here's more from Sketch on dating life, and he drops a little Houston sports nug in there.
You didn't start dating till after?
Yesterday was probably my first real date.
Nuh-uh.
Yes, sir.
No way.
And he was helping me out here.
Let's
look at that.
Go.
Let's go.
Bro, your first date, and where did you guys go?
We went to Eddie V's.
Ooh, it's nice there.
Eddie V's.
They have tablecloths in there.
Oh, yeah. So we went to Eddie V's, and then we went out on Broadway. That was fun. And then that was it.
Go to some bars?
Some bars. We were bar hopping. And, yeah, the bars here were pretty crazy. So it was a fun time. We both needed IVs in the morning. So
really?
Yeah.
And was it I don't even want to be inappropriate. Was it like sleep in the same bed type of date, or was it like a
same room?
Gentlemen.
Yes, sir.
I'll respect
yes,
that.
sir.
Yeah.
Here we go. You don't need to score all the way in the first half. Come on, it's a first inning here.
Hey, look, I feel you.
Here we go.
I love your attitude, man. How were you feeling?
I was feeling butterflies. Butterflies with a little bit of the beer. I drank on the flight. It was getting to me.
You drank on the flight?
Oh, I just don't like flying, so I drink a little bit when I fly.
Yeah.
Or maybe a lot.
Dude, so now that you're in the dating world, do you feel like you're going to start dating different ethnicities? Do you feel like there's anything, or you just kind of
open to all?
Open to all.
Look at me.
Yeah.
I'm like the UN. I'm just here to make love. I'm a peacemaker. Peacemaker here.
You got your second date ever coming up?
Yes, sir. Back to back.
Wow.
Look at this. 94, 95 Rockets here. There we go. Yeah, hit the fan after that, so tomorrow's going to be scary. Might be 20 years of nothing.
Oh, my gosh.
94, 95 Rockets. It's going to be fun.
He's an awkward dude.
Yeah.
He knows it. He embraces it.
Did you see his high school football
It's not like
highlights?
some sort of act.
He actually
not terrible.
played. Yeah, you actually
had
played.
a nice little grab yesterday.
Uh-huh.
Before he hurt the leg.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I very much enjoyed that podcast. I thought it was interesting to say that the very least. 94, 95 Rockets back to back. Let's talk about how hard it is to open doors because if they're fast walkers. The yellow sports car thing, man. I'm never gonna be able to look at a yellow sports car the same.
Yeah, it's like pineapples. I can never look at pineapples the same ever since somebody told me that swingers use pineapples.
Do you feel like the innocence of like the neighbors has gotten a little bit different with society now? Where
I think a lot of good neighbors get a lot of unfair treatment. Like the one I was talking about. Like you should be able to say, "Hey, kids," and not be a creeper.
Yeah. Yeah.
But it's just, the old days, and growing up in the old days with me, like our neighbors took care of us.
Do you think it's just a lack of balance of maybe too much trust versus not enough trust? Like to where back in the day there was too much trust and now there's not enough?
Yeah, like I would go into pretty much everybody on our block's house.
Yeah.
Just hanging out.
Well, that's kind of creepy.
No, like they would like you're hanging with your buddies,
like
your
a
kids.
sitcom.
No, like you're with.
Hey,
I don't think you understand. There'd be like 4 or 5 of us hanging out. Hey, you want to go to your house? Yeah, let's go. And we'll go in, and then this kid's house. And then
you almost knew everybody at every house on that block.
Yeah, and then also like their parents would kind of discipline us or hang out. But now you're a creeper.
Yeah.
So there is no balance.
Fight. I remember like the house growing up. So there was Tommy and Michelle on the corner. The Thompsons lived across the street. Matt Thompson was nuts, dude.
Yeah.
God, he pulled a knife on me once. The Elkins. Something about it. I think it was a basketball game or something. Like we were just playing hoops in the driveway, and he pulled out a knife. He also stole.
Must have been busting his ass,
dude. He pulled out.
I'm gonna go to the car, get my other gun, shoot everybody's ass.
He pulled a knife on me, but the thing was that his dad was like a big football fan, but he just smoked cigarettes in the house, and his mom and dad were actually his aunt and uncle. His real mom was like nuts, so she just like kind of a crackhead, so she gave him up, and he was just the worst kid ever. I remember like he would one time he stole Hot Wheels from Albertsons.
Oh, don't do that.
When he was with me and my mom.
Yeah.
And I guess I didn't mean to snitch. I just said it.
Yeah.
And my mom told his parents, and the worst part about it is his brother worked at the grocery store.
Oh,
his older brother worked at the grocery store where he stole the Hot Wheels from. So he comes over and he has to apologize, and I don't even. I'm like, man, what the hell did you apologize to me? I didn't do. I was like kindergarten.
Yeah, you were just
like kindergarten.
Yeah,
and he was like in 2nd grade, and he's like, and then he was mad at me because I guess his dad gave him a pretty bad whooping.
A whooping.
He said he hoped I died that night.
But think about like I'm sitting here thinking about like if I got hurt.
Oh yeah, you go right over.
You go over into the neighbor's house and they take care of you. Now you can't even be by yourself with a kid, even if you're putting a Band-Aid.
My neighbor would take me home at the house.
Yeah,
just no problem.
Yeah, and I would go. It's basically a million stories like that.
Yeah,
where it's one extreme or the other. You can't do it anymore.
Oh, you get on the school bus and you just talk trash to everybody.
I had teachers taking me to get a milkshake on the way home.
Well.
Do you know
I never went that far.
You know how far?
Now you, man, that's kind of.
You know how quickly that teacher would get fired? Like we would, because I had a long walk.
Y'all were going to get.
Y'all went on a date.
Y'all were going to get
like
milkshakes
several times. I had a long walk after football practice in middle school. So I was 13, 14 years old.
Yeah.
And the teachers would work late.
Yeah.
And I had a teacher.
Hey Lopez, let's go get.
Yes.
Hey Johnny, let's go get a milkshake.
But here's the thing. Completely innocent.
Why you laughing?
Because
just get a milkshake.
No, I get it. I get it.
It only cost a nickel back then.
And
it's not. It wasn't like a $10 shake.
She was
a nickel,
and it was a she. She
find that on the ground.
Okay, so how?
Of course, she was a she.
How quickly would she get fired today? So
for taking somebody
at least 5 or 6 times, maybe more. I'm walking home from football practice, tired. She's leaving work. And pick me up, stop, get a milkshake, and then take me home, drop me off. Boom, nothing to it.
Yeah,
she'd get fired in half an hour.
Now, did this teacher stay in your neighborhood too?
It was on the way. It was on the way to her house. Yeah.
Okay.
So she'd always drive on my street to go, to go to her house. Hey, you need a ride, John? Yeah, sure. Thanks. Let's stop and get a shake at Dairy Queen. All right.
Okay.
And then go home.
Yeah.
That would be so bad now. That would be like completely innocent. Figure like completely
She went lost her
innocent.
teacher's license.
I remember when Matt Thompson, my mom thought this was funny, but she was a teacher. I guess he was in the library, and that was when you had to go get your report card at the library.
Oh, yeah. I remember. Yeah, we did that.
They give you the report card.
We did that.
And I guess he had library fines. So they were like, he was like trying to get his report card, and they were like, well, you got fines. You got to pay your fines. And he's like, oh, man, blah, blah, blah. And they go, no, it's okay. We'll give it to you. You can just pay the fine tomorrow. And he opens up the report card, and he's like, oh, never mind. I got to pay my fines. He's like, I don't want the
Didn't want to take it home.
Dude, he was like a sitcom character, man. I feel like he could have been a reality TV show. Coming up next, we are 5 hours away from the Texans staying put. Or will they? The latest buzz surrounding Nick Caserio and the Texans and what they could and should do next.
Cal and Hannah McNair.
The Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
Okay, so we are 5 hours, 12 minutes away from the draft. Texans kind of sitting pretty. Last year they had the draft by the coconuts. Nick Caserio just had the NFL by the coconuts. You can see on YouTube I'm showing like coconuts.
He had a handful.
He had the handful because we knew Bryce Young was going number one, and then there was speculation that C.J. Stroud could perhaps go 2, and then we were wondering what the hell they were going to do at 12. I'll be damned, they trade up, and they go number 3, and then that's a wrap. I just remember that was the end of the draft party. Bye-bye. We're done. We're good. Bye. See ya. This year, I think there's an interesting dynamic because I think there are some people who would like for him to trade into the first. And then I think there's also, I don't know if this is like the patience that they've earned. I don't know if this is maybe people just really thinking long-term or trust or what, but I don't know that too many people would be disappointed if they just didn't do anything and just sat and waited till tomorrow.
I don't want him to move in the first round. I don't. I think that those 2 picks are gold, man. And of course, maybe you can tweak it a little bit, move up a couple of spots or something into the top of the second round or whatever. But yeah, I just feel like the if you move into the first round, that's a bold leap, and you'd give up a lot. You know? You'd have to give up a lot. Like, I was actually looking at that Jimmy chart. I mentioned it earlier, so it made me look at it.
Why is that still a thing?
I don't know. It's just a gauge for me.
I'm not hating.
I don't swear by it, but it's a gauge.
I'm not hating. I just think it's crazy that is still a thing.
Yeah. No, I've never really bought into it other than, like, as a reference, like what it might take, you know? So, like, I'm actually looking at it right now. I'll give you the example of what I was talking about. So, like, the Texans are at 42. That's 480 points. If they want to get up to 25, they've got to give up that second and maybe 2 seconds, or that second and a third from next year. That's a lot, man. That's what I'm using for, just as a reference point, like what they might have to give up to get into the first round.
Isn't that wild that some random dude, and I know he's not that random, it's Jimmy Johnson, created some chart, or whoever created this chart, and now all of a sudden people look at this as like a gospel, like there's
because
no fluid
worked.
process.
They've used it.
No, I get it. It's like a starting point, but it's almost like they made up rules. It's almost like back in the day. Man, I'm acting millennial as hell today. I don't know what's going on with me, but Like back in the day when they used to have baseball cards and there would be like Beckett's and you go get the Beckett and it would tell you how much your card's worth.
Mm-hmm.
It almost feels like the Jimmy chart is that. And I don't get it because in certain situations, sometimes it might make sense for the draft equity to be this. Sometimes it might make sense that. But it seems like a lot of these draft nerds, some of the most respected in the game, they look at a trade and they basically ignore all variables. Yeah, well, according to the Jimmy chart, you gave this up.
No, I don't do that. But
a lot of people do.
I use
a lot
it
of people
as
that do this for a living.
I kind of like rub my chin and go, okay, what would it take to get into? And I'm like, okay, well, maybe this and that. And that's where and that's why I landed on this opinion. I don't want to move into the first round. And now if they do it, it's going to be one of those things where like, all right, let's see what you get.
But do you think they will?
I do not. I think this whole, I guess it started with Diana Rossini and others about the Texans. Don't sleep on them going back into the first round. I think that is a little balloon that has been floated by someone in the Texans organization that wants to know if maybe they are going to get a good deal and to be able to move in to the first round. Or maybe some other team did it. I just don't see it realistically happen. We're going to be here talking tomorrow, and tomorrow's going to be exciting. Tomorrow's going to be
great.
Tomorrow's going to be really exciting.
I don't want to make a pick. I don't want to. I want to see what everyone does.
I don't want to go. Me too.
I just kind of want to hang and then really make some moves. I want 6 rounds, all those picks, and then you can start getting crazy. Now, I will say this. I like moving up how many ever spots tomorrow after it's unfolded. That would be cool.
You could absolutely do that.
If you want to do that. And the other thing is you'll probably be able to play a little bit better chess because you'll see this team drafted this team drafted that, and you can kind of go back and forth with that.
You could move up tomorrow with just trading second-round picks and one of your fourths.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, no, I'm looking at it. Like
the Jimmy chart.
Yeah, I'm looking
at it again.
No, just as a reference point. Like, let's say you want to move up.
No, it's a reference point. I'm not denying it's a reference point. I just think it's pretty impressive. Isn't that impressive?
It's awesome. But let's say you want to move up to 36, Washington. All you need is to switch picks and 60 more points. Well, 60 more points is your first fourth-round pick.
What's up, Coach?
So there you go.
What's up, Coach? How you doing?
Yeah.
How you doing, man?
Who's there?
Off-season right there.
Oh, yeah.
Coach right there.
Yeah, nice hat, by the way.
We got the coach pullover, man. That
the Marshall special, man.
Man.
Okay.
Everybody's sporting.
$10.
I had mine on yesterday. Y'all got the new gear today?
Yeah, you had to go to the party to get this one.
Yeah, I didn't go to the party.
Yeah, it was a different box. Yeah. No, that's cool. JP France pitched.
I told you, yeah. JP, man. Wasn't going to miss JP France giving up 5 runs. Damn sure. You don't see that every day.
No, well, maybe once every 5. Yeah, you definitely don't see it every day, but I mean,
you
once
see 3 or 4.
You see it once a week.
You see 3 or 4 runs.
And probably in the first inning.
Not 5, though.
Yeah. Yeah, where were you when JP France towed the rubber? Goodness gracious. This is one of my favorite times of the year. It's different. It's a different just even if the Texans had their first round pick, it would be a different feel. I mean, it would be but the same, like just the soothing confidence right now.
Mm-hmm. If they still had their first round pick, we would be talking about them moving back.
Oh yeah, we would be talking back, up, all that. I mean, who knows? The possibilities would be endless. So
yeah,
you just got to look at Stephon Diggs. That's what they need to do. They just need to wear a Stephon Diggs jersey.
Just put him up there.
Yeah, just wear a Stephon Diggs jersey in the war room.
Yeah,
let him know. Hey, this was your first round.
This is our guy.
We moved back.
This is the guy that this is the reason we're not picking today.
Yeah, this is it.
And frankly, the reason that I don't want them to pick today. I love. Like I said, tomorrow's going to be exciting because we're going to see everybody that's going to be available. We're going to see everybody that's been taken. We're going to see what the division has looked like, what the division teams have looked like and done, and you're going to be able to play that game. You know.
Yep. Magical time, man.
Magical
time. What a time to be alive.
What's Ron laughing at over there?
Stoerner, Ron Hughley here. Look at Ron. He's giggling already.
Laughing.
Man, he's giggling over here. This guy
must be watching that Astros
got the green
game.
pants on, too.
Lopez in here lying.
About what?
Talking about I don't want him to pick today.
I don't. Hand to God.
But let him get in there and go get somebody that they really like and they really see that they want to go get.
No, I said if they do it, I'm not going to sit here and stomp my feet. Because that's clearly going to be someone that they love. But I like where they are right now.
Now you're saying you cool if they don't get back in the first round.
Yeah, and I don't want him to.
I don't want to. I want to chill.
Yeah.
I like day 2, man.
Mm-hmm.
What you mean you want to chill?
I want to chill. Tomorrow we got 3 picks. You get to reset it. You see who slides. You get a better
don't
view.
stop. Don't stop now, Nick.
Hey.
I want them.
Oh, you want Nick to work?
Well, if you see something, you like,
that's
if somebody,
a given.
If somebody is dropping,
If
then
Brock Bowers is there at 25,
then go get
well,
him.
then hell yeah.
Then go, or whoever it is that
Yeah.
you want. If Byron Murphy is falling, like, and you got the ammo to go get it, like you've been picking it up. You've been aggressive. You said it earlier. I think I was riding and listening. You said, "Hey,
everything they've done is win now. Mode.
let's go,
Yeah.
let's go."
Yeah.
Now, I'm not saying I need them to.
Yeah.
But if you sitting there and you see something, we gonna chill. No,
Do you
go
like
get
anything?
it.
Do you like anything?
Do I like
Do
anything?
you like anything back there?
Yeah.
Potentially?
I really want Cooper DeJean to be on the team, but that's for a lot of different reasons.
Yes.
We all do. We all do.
But no, like if it becomes a run on quarterbacks where like people get antsy and there's 5 of them that roll through here, and then there's going to be a lot of tackles that go and receivers, and if there's probably 3 D tackles there.
Mm-hmm.
If those guys start to fall, and because there's a run on something, I like that would be something that the kid Newton from Illinois, Byron Murphy, like any of those guys start to drop a little bit because
somebody's going to drop.
I don't think Murphy drops.
Somebody always drops.
Well, somebody's got to drop just by
default.
Yeah, right. I mean, whether it's a DT or a corner.
Bowers is down on my board. You can't be going bald and still trying to pull off the come over. That take you down to a mid first round.
He does not look like his game, does he?
Well,
No.
he looks like
When you watch him play, and then he's like, "Whoa, that's that dude."
tough.
He's a beast.
That hair, that's tough. That's tough.
He's doing the best he's got.
Is he?
He needs my people over at Advanced Hair, huh?
Is he show?
He's doing that. He's doing the best he got, man.
Is he?
Just let that man live.
He can live.
I doubt any of them co-eds at Georgia are going, man, that hair at St.
Ooh, I love the way that hair falls on you.
That's right.
They found a way to look past
Yeah,
it.
Over
love
running
the
their
way
fingers
that
through it.
Yeah, they found a way.
Doesn't he have the cutest hair?
Running their finger through it.
Yeah.
He's got the comb under.
Yeah.
Goodness gracious. Yeah, what a time, man. What a time.
Live.
Hey, he's living. He's going to be real good today. I would anticipate Clint Stoerner, Ron Hughley, they're going to take you up to draft coverage. It's one of the most exciting days of the year. Will they or won't they? That's TBD. But in the meantime, the drive is live.
All right, the drive is live. And yes, it is a big day in the sports world on the sports calendar. The draft is in. And right now, as we've been talking, the Texans are not in play today. But as Cal McNair said right here earlier this week on In the Loop, you never know what Nick's going to do. Never know what he may do. So it is something to be paying attention to all day and all night. But I do want to start off with the update here on the Astros. The Astros, it is the 3rd inning, and how about it, folks? They are winning. They are not trailing. They are not trailing early by 4 or 5 runs.
It's a draft day miracle.
Off. My God, we were at Kirby Ice House. I mean, they were down 4 to nothing before we got our drinks.
That's actually factual. That was rough.
That is factual on both ends. But that was. I mean, they were down 5 to nothing, and here goes Altuve. He's going to add to this lead as the. Oh my God, he caught that. Never mind. I felt that one. It is 1 to nothing.
That was a hell of a catch.
That was a hell of a catch. I didn't think he was going to have a chance. By the way, I would be pissed off. Like, I understand. Is there padding behind the ivy? I need to know
think
that.
so.
I don't think there is.
But then again, yeah.
Like, that hurt. That hurt. I don't think there is.
Oh, he's tough.
I don't know what's behind the ivy. Doesn't look like there's
It
anything.
don't look like padding, man. That looks like he's hits up against a wall that's got grass on the front of it. That looks like a shoulder injury that is waiting to happen. But the Astros do lead 1 to nothing on a sac fly by Yordan Alvarez as an infield hit beat out by Altuve to kick things off in the first. And then, hey, anytime a guy's struggling, a little hit-and-run action, they did that with Alex Bregman. He hit it right in the hole, vacated by the second baseman, got first to third and then they got the run home. But the big thing was Verlander loads the bases in the first inning, and I was going to say, Tyler and Clint, here we go again. Early deficit, but he loads the bases, and then Verlander reaches back like the Hall of Famer he is and strikes out 2 and then gets a fly out to allow nothing. But 1-0, Clint. 1-0
Verlander.
As the Astros are going to try to end this. What is this? A 4-game slide right now? 4-game. The last time they won was when Verlander pitched.
Feels like
so this
18.
4-game slide as they are 11 games under 500.
Well, as I say, it took them 4 games into this road trip to get to that 10 games under 500 that you were talking about. So
11 now.
You're hoping they wouldn't get there by the end of the road trip. Well, they're halfway through it and got there. So
you said you didn't see 2 of 3. So,
no, sir. No, sir.
Hopefully they can get this one, but. Keep you updated on this as the Astros got Justin Verlander. Feels like they got to win all his starts. They get him back. We'll let you know and keep you updated on that. All right, we walked in today and I said, "What do you think the number one thing people are thinking about here?" Because the Astros are still playing. They're playing a day game and they need to get it going right now. Verlander's on the mound, but it is draft day. But the Texans don't have a pick as of now in the first round. Tyler said, number one thing people are thinking about, I'm thinking about, Clint. Is Nick and D'Amico going to jump back in this first round? Are they going to get aggressive and jump back in the first round? Are they gonna pull this off? They're going to do this. I don't know where you are, Clint. I would be at this point surprised if they did. I would be surprised if they did. I'm not ruling it out at all. I'm not saying no way. I'd be surprised, but that is the number one thing I think people are wondering are how serious are the Texans about potentially going back in that first round?
Well, for the sake of the party tomorrow, boys, let's hope not. Let's hope not. Let's just stay in that second round. Let's have 3 picks tomorrow. Let's have a hell of a party. Now, I think it wouldn't surprise me if it happened.
No.
Now, what I think it's going to take is, you mentioned it in the crosstalk, it's going to take somebody sliding and the Texans, somebody that they're really, really in love with sliding. And to me, that has to be a D tackle or that has to be a corner. At that point in the draft for them, I think to get good and worked up and jump back into the first round. Yeah. I mean, I think that's my one key to this draft tonight. Is keeping an eye on it as it pertains to Texans.
Those are the 2 positions you're watching.
If a certain corner starts to slide and a certain D tackle starts to slide, look out. Look out for Nick and D'Amico, because I think either of those 2 guys, I think they've got a couple that they really like, and if that guy starts to slide, I think Nick and D'Amico could potentially make a move. Because I agree with you. I think it's in their DNA. Like I think it's in. Now that we've seen Nick handle a couple of his own drafts and not be under Belichick's umbrella, and we've seen D'Amico be part of one.
Because Belichick and them, they were more into moving back into acquiring a lot of picks.
Yeah.
That's not what he's really done here.
Yeah, no, he's been aggressive since day one. I mean, Nico Collins was an aggressive move. I mean, so
went up to get Garrett Wallow.
Yeah, he did. GY.
That's never, ever been a thing.
Yeah, it is.
Casario. It is not.
Yeah, it is. He sat at our table.
He goes by GY?
Yeah.
No, he does.
Yes, he does.
No, Tyler, have you heard of it?
Yes, I was at the table. Fact.
GY? Hold on, man.
What up, GY?
No, you're lying.
It's not that bad.
No, it is. Both of you are making this up.
No.
That you are making this up, and you're just making me look stupid.
Oh.
I can look stupid by myself. No one has ever said, yo, GY.
Yo, Big G.
He did not, because how does that even, I don't even care if he was at the table. How does that even come up? He didn't come over and say, hey, man.
There was 2 players at the table. It was Garrett Wallow and the safety you mentioned yesterday. What was his name? The safety, the depth safety that played a little bit last year, getting hurt.
Oh, yeah. I know who you're talking about. He's got.
Golly.
He's got the. It's MJ
That's what he
Stewart.
called him. Yep. That's what MJ Stewart called him.
GY. No.
Just like that. See how natural that came
No,
out?
it's not natural. GY. Like, we got to stop that one, man.
It did.
I'm about to say, man. I can't. And Tyler, I mean, he just,
that was well done,
he
Tyler.
is right.
Well
I mean, he's coming right through. Man, y'all, okay. I see.
It's going to be a fun one today.
Garrett Wallow's a cool cat. I can't put that one on. I can't leave that one on him, man.
But I'm calling him that now. Where is GY at right now?
I can't leave
Is
that
GY in the league?
Yeah, he's on the P squad, ain't he?
Is he? GY!
He's on somebody's P squad.
I thought he was gone. I thought he's maybe trying to get
he's on somebody's P squad.
Check the Titans. I thought maybe he.
Check the Titans. Check them Titans.
Titans, yep.
There you go.
He's with the pretend Oilers up there in Nashville.
They're calling him GY over there.
Mm-hmm.
GYY.
GY's a legend. He's a legend on
GYY
on Broadway over there.
Welcome to Tennessee, GY.
But anyway, yeah, it is. As you were saying, it is.
That one really.
I told you, man. I wasn't gonna move past it.
No way, man. No way.
Selling that GY. Get the hell up out of here with that. No, but no, it is in there, Dad. That's what they've done. By the way, I'm against that. I think the party could be set off. Because I feel like since we're going to be broadcasting live out there at the party, if they moved up in the first round, I feel like we should be able to get the first round pick on the drive, talk it to them tomorrow. That's what I'm thinking.
You feel like we should.
That's what I'm thinking.
I imagine you're going to stick around for Vandermeer and the boys to get that.
I'm thinking, no. If that happened, I think I would camp out and just sit close and try to grab the headset first.
From Vandy?
One of them. Grab that headset first so I can pose me a few questions. I like to get. That's what I'm about. I want the first rounder to be here tomorrow. To be at the party.
All joking aside, that'd be nice. All joking aside, Ron. I mean, look, I'm gonna get real excited if dudes, particularly on the defensive side of the football, start to slide, and Mel Kiper and all of them are going on and on about, man, I can't believe this guy hadn't been taken yet. I can't believe this corner or this D tackle, this D end. I can't believe this guy hadn't been taken yet. Because I mean, all we have to go off of is history with history in Houston with Nick Caserio, and I think he's done it every draft he's had. He's moved up.
Tyler, you said you feel it. You said you feel that there's something in your loins, in your soul,
down in my plums,
your plums that you feel that Nick's going to try to get himself back into this first round.
Yeah. Like I was telling y'all before the show, I'm not Adam Schefter, obviously. I don't have any inside information, any report from anybody over there at NRG. But just the feeling I've had the last 48-ish hours, looking at the grand scheme of what's been going on with the Texans, with Caserio, going all the way back to last year's draft and how aggressive the Texans have been, I really, really think this is going to go down today. I think Caserio is going to get the Texans back in the first round.
Listen, I'm about all the fun. I'm about the chaos. I'm about the fun. And to me, if he did do that, it clear, as you said, it clearly would be somebody that they have coveted, that they have wanted for a long, long time, and they've looked, and somebody that they probably didn't even envision being there when they had the pick at 23. That's what. But someone just texted in here, and I just all right. Listen, what are y'all talking about? Why the hell would the Texans trade back into the first round? If they do, it shows how ignorant that Caserio is. Why isn't anyone saying the man trades just to trade? He doesn't know how to use picks. But listen, if they trade it back into the first round, doesn't necessarily mean that he is. First off, it doesn't mean he's an idiot. It means information changed. It means something different happened. It means that, hey, they saw somebody they didn't think they could get. Like, for instance, let's say we heard in the loop talking about it. Brock Bowers was just starting to trip and fall into the 20s. I don't think they thought Brock Bowers would be there. But if that is something someone they saw and was like, yo, we got to get him, well, go get him. Like, I don't think you have any problems with that. Would be a different thing. You'd be foolish if you had a chance to get somebody that you didn't think you could get, that you have the ammunition to go get, and you just say, well, we traded out of it, so we're not going to go back up again. Now, that would be foolish.
Yeah, look, I think it's – and I'm no draft guru, but obviously there's not 20 – they were at 23. There's not 23 prospects that they have slated as legit first-round picks. So as you look at it from that perspective, what can you get for that 23rd pick? They moved out and got added value for that 23rd pick from, what was it, Minnesota? Because Minnesota's trying to move up every board possible to get a quarterback. You know, you move out and you get that. Okay, now the draft starts happening, and now your sights are set on anybody that falls out of that first tier unexpectedly, and you can get a shot at, or there's certain people in that second tier that aren't going to get to where you're at in the second round, and now are any of those guys attainable? Look, it doesn't bother me at all that they traded out if they were to trade back in. I mean, it's a fluid situation. They're constantly moving. They've already won the trade out battle. With the extra 2 that they got was part of the Diggs deal. They already won that. Now, if they were able to maneuver their way again back into the first round and end up with that level of talent, I wouldn't be mad at all.
Yeah. Text line coming through. Hey, OGY. Hey, Clinton, Ron. After the way Big Nick has been aggressive this offseason, would you be disappointed if they didn't move back into the first round? I would be. Now, see, I wouldn't either. I think what this guy, the previous texter, was saying is too much. No, it does not show ignorance if they traded back into it and they saw different evidence. But I also don't think they just should go trading back up just to be trading back up because they've been aggressive. You're aggressive when it is there for you to be aggressive, right? Like this offseason and the moves they made, they didn't just go and get people just for the hell of it. They got aggressive because there were people to be had to be aggressive. That's what it is here. And I don't want you to go just be aggressive on Curtis Samuel. There's Diggs, there's Keenan Allen. You go be aggressive on that. So I think it's whatever it takes, whatever they evaluate. I do find something interesting because since free agency, Clint, it feels like you have been hardcore on. I don't know if they go to battle with these D tackles. Like the D tackles were the number one issue for you. Just hearing you talk, though, it seems like you have shifted to corner. Because I remember you were saying you can hide second corners, you could do different things with your coverage and how you play things. But it seems like, I don't know if you've gotten more comfortable with the D tackles or now you're really thinking about the corner situation. It seems like you have changed to where it feels like, I don't put words in your mouth, but it feels like second corner is becoming more of a priority to you than D tackle.
For me, it's just entered the fold, right? Because, I mean, at the end of the day, the conversation and what I was bullish on was getting a defensive tackle that's plug and play, that's a game changer.
Yeah.
Like where the Texans sit right now in the second round, you're not getting that. So the conversation has shifted from get a game changer to, okay, now how can you find a rotational piece? So in other words, it needs to be a position where the guy's not going to be either buried on the depth chart and never get any run, or he's going to be asked to play it immediately and not be ready for it. Like that's a play immediately is a top 10 or 15 pick. That's not, to me, that's not a guy, that's not necessarily a second rounder. So when you've got 2 2s and a 3, where my focus goes is, okay, where do they need help the most? And that's at corner, linebacker, and D tackle. And a depth player would be absolutely beautiful at all 3 of them. Like a true second on the depth chart, corner, linebacker, or defensive tackle, or defensive end. Anybody in the defensive front and corners. And that guy's going to, without a doubt, be one of the better players because he's a second-round draft pick. He's going to get reps at a rotational position. And then you hope by mid-year, kind of like we watched with Will last year, where Will, you could tell he was good, but he was working on things. He's working, all of a sudden, boom, he comes out in the second half of the season, he's a different dude. Like that's just where I'm at with these 2s. Is I think you can find a player that you can plug and play in as a rotational depth player. He still gets 20, 30 snaps a game, potentially. And you can that guy can develop into something and help you in 2024 versus going after a guy that's buried on the depth chart that may not play, may not get any run at all. So that's really where I'm at. Is bullish on the D tackle was bring me a guy that's a game changer. I don't believe you're going to find that with the draft capital that you have. And
clearly you didn't in free agency. You weren't.
They didn't get it done in free agency, right? Yeah. So yeah, I mean, look, I think you could add to your depth add to your rotational pieces on the D-line, and by mid-year have a player that's better than some of the guys that you brought in. Have a player that is more productive in terms of pushing that pocket. But he's not going to be a guy, I don't think, that you're going to plug and play, and he's going to be one of those game changers immediately at the interior defensive line position.
The corner thing has always been something for me to look at because with the injury history of Stingley, you want to put yourself in the best space possible. With the injury history, he's missed, high amounts of seasons. His first 2 years, he's missed, 6 to 9 games, both years between that amount of games. So that's something that you want to make sure you are in the best place possible. That's why that always made me look at that position. But as we talked about it, that defensive tackle thing, there are like 3 that seem to be bigger than or much better and separated themselves from the others. Yeah. That's where I think you could be aggressive. That may happen in the second round, or it could happen late in the first round.
To your point, Ron, if one of those guys falls, if one of those guys
that's
slips,
where it has to look.
And they get real aggressive. Now the conversation changes. So now you've got aggressive. You move back up into the first round, and you've got one of the, say, 3 best D tackles this draft had to offer. Now that guy should be a plug-and-play starter immediately.
Yeah.
And that guy should damn sure be on a trajectory of like a Will Anderson last year. I'm not saying he is Will. I'm not saying he's anywhere near Will. But at least the plan should be, let's get him in the game. He should be a starter, if not a guy that plays a huge amount of snaps, and then by mid-year he separated himself. Now that changes the story, the conversation as well.
Yep. All right, we'll keep you updated here on the Astros as they're looking to get out of this funk and snap this 4-game losing streak they're playing right now. We'll get you updated on that. And I respect what Joe Espada's doing, but I think he and many people who are following the Astros probably need to slow down. We'll discuss what that means coming up next.
Texans GM Nick Caserio on the team's plan heading into the draft.
We have 9 picks. We'll see if that changes or stays static. Just given our history, it'll probably change at some point.
Yeah, that's right. Download the Odyssey app now and don't miss a minute of the conversation.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Into center field, Dubon is there, and Verlander works around, bases loaded, nobody out. The Astros fans here at Wrigley are standing in appreciation of the future Hall of Famer leading 1-0.
That was huge. That started to look very similar to what we've been seeing with the Astros here. Definitely in this series, but here of late, early deficits. And I mean first inning deficits. Yesterday was 4-0 or 4-1. The day before was 5-0. 2 home runs in the first inning and 2 walks and a hit. Loaded the bases, but he went ahead, strikeout, fly out. And I'll be honest, he has been flirting with danger. To be honest, throughout this game, there has been traffic and hard hit contact, but he's been able to hit it. Get those balls, hit 2 fielders. Kyle Tucker was working in that third inning, having to run back and go get a few hard hit balls. So, however it gets done, the Astros are not going to complain how they can get out as long as they get 27 of them jokers. As Verlander is in the bottom of the fourth, but I ain't gonna lie to you, Clint, I don't think he's gonna be going long. He's at 78 pitches with 1 out here in the fourth inning. He's in a 3-2 count. It feels like that's been the run all game long.
Yeah, if he can dance his way through 5, we'll be all right. If he can dance his way through 5, I think we'll be all right. But this
when the party starts there.
This is exactly what this is the professional that Verlander is, right? Clearly doesn't have his stuff. Clearly has been in trouble a couple of different, at least 2 of 4 innings that I know I've paid attention to here. And he's worked his way through it. And so, I mean, that's the wheels have not come off. The long ball or the ball in the gap with runners on base.
The big hit hasn't come.
Yeah, it hadn't happened. So that's exactly what you hope you get with Verlander. So here we are.
Yep, here we go. Listen, Clint. This situation with the Astros, they lose last night to lose their 4th straight and to go ahead and lose this series. Hopefully they can get this one today.
It's not ideal.
But, Clint, listen, I mean, Dana Espada, Joe Brown, whatever. They're
Joe Brown. I kind of like that
Clint
one.
suggested Joe Brown earlier. I like Dana Espada.
They're both solid. I like it.
I mean, I get the point either way.
Joe Brown, that sounds like a principal. But
was that a Judge Joe Brown?
Judge Joe Brown, yeah.
Hell yeah.
There you go. Good for you. Good for you, man. Good for you.
Yeah, I used to watch that late at night with my ma.
TV judge. Are those guys real judges in real life?
Yes.
Yeah, except for Steve Harvey. Steve Harvey's got that. He's got that gig running right now too. Wonder when that gig's going.
Judge Joe Brown.
Judge Joe Brown. You got any others? Any other TV judge?
Mathis.
Wow, you got Joe Mathis.
Yeah, I watched a lot of Mathis back in the day.
What's the lady's name?
There's a Greg.
Of course, that's
Judge Judy.
Judge Judy. Yeah, the legend.
There's a Greg too. I think there's a Greg, a judge by the name of Greg.
I watched a ton of Mathis.
I ain't watched that much.
I don't know why. It was when I was young, but like I'd be up late, and me and my mom would just be watching Judge Joe Mathis, watching him serve justice.
How about that? Well, anyway, Joe Brown or Spider, whatever way you want to go with it. Listen. He's been trying, Clint. He has definitely tried. Alex Bregman has hit since Friday in the 2 spot, the 3 spot, and the 4 spot. I mean, he's up and down. I sent out a tweet yesterday. I said, all right, where's Alex? He went 1 for 5 with an infield single. Got an RBI off of it yesterday. But where's he going to hit today? He is trying it all. They're doing whatever. Glenn, I know many people have suggestions on what he should do. He should be playing Dubon at first, or he should be playing. I said it. He should play him in center field, or he should bat here, or Bregman should bat 7th, or put Pena at 2. Man, I think we can all just stop. Like, it really don't matter where the lineup is. It don't seem to matter right now. Like, listen, I think there's some things that he has struggled with that has helped this team be in this position where they're 11 games under 500. But, man, right now nobody's doing anything. Like, nobody, even the guys you think. Jordan, he's coming up and not hitting with runners in scoring position. Like, it's just right now, I'm not saying just throw your hands up, but right now, like, I'm glad he didn't shift the lineup again today. It's just these dudes at some point got to produce. It's some form of fashion.
I'm okay with the lineup shakeup. And in fact, I like it, to be completely honest with you. But to your point,
every day.
yeah. Look, I mean, I'm ready to put Payne in the 2-hole. I'm ready to put Diaz above Bregman. I'm definitely ready for Singleton to be your everyday first. I thought I'd never say this. Your everyday first baseman.
I'm with you.
And him swinging the bat. At least he's swinging the damn thing. So yeah, I mean, I'm ready for Dubon to be your everyday center fielder. Yeah, I'm ready for these things, and that is a shakeup in the lineup as well. But I will admit and agree wholeheartedly that it's more of a I just don't know what you say.
It's just trying stuff.
Well, yeah, I mean the lineup. I think the lineup can be adjusted, and I do think it can be a positive thing. But when Jose Altuve is 1 for 15 this year with runners in scoring position.
Is he really? Is he 1 for 15?
Yes, I heard it. Trust me, I
did not know that. That is a horrendously good stat.
My one rule yesterday was I can't talk, so I sat there and listened to TK and Blum the entire game yesterday. And you watch these guys, and it's just like, and I know it's Altuve, and this is where I'm going. I don't know how Espada corrects it, but like Altuve yesterday with runners in scoring position had 2 awful at bats. Bro, yesterday Altuve swung at the first 6 pitches he saw. First 6 pitches that he saw, he swung at. Then he watches one down the pipe for a strike, and then he swings the. I mean, it's just one of those like. To me, it's just you get, and then Alvarez came up afterwards after Altuve, not directly after, but after.
He's struggling too.
He had a terrible at bat. It's just like
because people. That's the deal is move him to the 4 spot when. It does not. Right now, it does not matter who comes up with.
Yeah, no, I know. That's where I'm going. That's where I'm going with it, though, Ron. It's like it's to me, it's just the approach, and I know they're accomplished hitters, so I don't know how you have the conversation. But yesterday, Spencer Arrighetti, he had a rough first inning, but that kid should have been bailed out, Ron. That this lineup should have bailed his. They had multiple opportunities in the first 4 innings.
Him and the bullpen never gave up any more after that first.
No, and the line. I want to say they left 8 runners on base through 4 innings yesterday. And it's not just you think with Jake Mike. No, it's Altuve. It's
everybody. It's everybody.
And so I just like I sat there yesterday. I was madder than a hornet just simply because I'm watching this kid. He batting down the hatches and he pitched his ass off, man. And ended up striking out 7 or 8. Well, kind of as an Astros fan, you look at it and you go, man, this guy's got some stuff. He's got some of that Hunter Brown type of stuff. You know, you're like, damn, he's got some nice movement.
Once he settled down, yeah.
And I'm sitting there wanting, come on, line up, man, just bail this young fella out, man. And your big dog get up there, and not only do they not come through, because I get it, it's baseball. I mean, a guy's going to hit 300 and he's going to be an all-star. I get it. He's going to fail 70% of the time. But you got guys that are going up there with, I mean, bases loaded, 1 out, and we're trying to hit the ball out of the park every damn time.
It's becoming contagious.
Yes.
Like you can't, like there's so many people who are trying to put the lineup together, and
it's an epidemic,
and do it in a sense of trying to get somebody somewhere. Or I don't like Alvarez not hitting in the 4 spot. He's a cleanup. Or Alex, all of them. Nope, there ain't. Who do you want to come up with runners in scoring position? Mauricio Dubon, every time. He's the only one that seems to do it. You can't put him in everywhere.
Yeah. No, I agree. I agree with you that the fix isn't to juggle the lineup, but I'm okay with juggling the lineup at this point.
Well, yeah, I give him credit for saying, well, hell, we're gonna do something. Like I just throw him out, but I mean, honestly, like the fix is, hey, y'all gotta have better at bats. I'm looking at Chaz. He's one of them.
Yeah. No, they ain't nobody void of it. I mean, yesterday, you get the way you generated the couple of runs you did, small ball. Make them make a play. They throw it up. And they end up with bases low. I mean, it's one of those where I mean, that mentality is just so rare with the Astros. And I get it. You've won a lot of games the other way. You've won a lot of games swinging out of your damn shoes. But you're 11 games under 500. Like, at least be aware of the situation right now. And how about we put the ball in play and we move runners around the base instead of just trying to swing and hit everything out of the damn park.
Yep. Pull everything that you can. It is the at-bats and the approaches, to your point, have just not been good enough, and not been good enough for the experience that these guys have. All right, coming up, there is one person who has the potential to really be the star of tonight in the draft. We'll discuss that coming up next, right here live on The Drive.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
You're scared of the IRS. Guardian Tax is the company that wins when you need it most.
Guardian Tax Service is really great to work with. They really help me out. I'd recommend them highly.
Call now for a free confidential consultation. 800-499-5165. 800-499-5165. 800-499-5165.
Live from the Twin Peaks Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Talking about our star Tyler here.
Yeah, man. I look at that damn Instagram, pull it up. You and Hannah right there on Houston Texans IG, man, with that new tag.
It was in the Cron yesterday.
I saw that.
Hannah's McGow now.
Okay.
She's helping usher this new era of Texans football in a big way. Big way.
Y'all did it together on what was that, Tuesday?
Yeah. Couple of housekeeping things. And I know my guy Greg is keeping count somewhere. It is Judge Greg Mathis. Slipped up. Out of all names, it would be Greg. It's Greg Mathis, not Joe. Got a little excited on the Joes, by the way. And also from the text line, where is Mama Stoerner to fix them boys?
Oh, boy. She texted me yesterday.
How's she doing with this? I was about to say, boy.
I tell you, she texted me to find this.
She may be just.
She texted me yesterday out of left field. She said, because she didn't know I was down and out, so she had her earbuds in, was listening to the show, and was like, "Wait, what the hell, my son?" Kind of deal. So after we got through going back and forth there, she hit me at 7:00. Can't watch this ish.
Yeah.
Are you shitting me?
Yeah, she's probably fired up. We may need to hear from Linda, or maybe they need to let Linda come in there.
I don't know.
I'm gonna come over there and whoop that ass.
I don't know if they want old Astro Granny in there. All that ass whooping she's going to do is going to be in Houston.
If there is one person she would like to get a few minutes to talk to the most, if there's one person you think she'd like to get to, I think she's done with Jose Abreu, so I don't even think it's him. I think she's moved on.
It would be Presley. You're nail on the head, though. It would have been Abreu, but she's beyond that. Now she's like, I'm not going to waste my breath on Abreu. Yeah. He's beyond help. It would be because she really likes Texas kid.
She come hard with him, but then kind of bring him back in is the only way that Linda can.
I hate to tell you.
I don't know if it's going to be a hug, but it'll be a cheers.
It would have to be Presley.
It'd have to be. Yeah, I would think so.
Go Stros.
I'll ask her about that.
Because she'd go off. I feel like she'd go off first, but then by the end of it, like, come on.
Well, she'll definitely
you're this.
I mean,
you know who you are.
Absolutely, she's gonna beat you down to build you up. No question. She's gonna let you know why she feels the need to have the conversation first. Here's what's going on, just in case you didn't know.
She does sound like a beat you down.
Oh, ain't no doubt. Let me remind you and everybody else why we're having to have this conversation. But baby, keep your head up.
I ain't got no use for you.
You're the best reliever out here.
I love you. Keep your head up.
That's pathetic.
We believe in you.
We'll find you a few more excuses.
We got you in here. All right, Verlander, by the way, update here. Verlander has just exited the game. He is in the fifth inning. I believe he's got one out in the fifth, but two runners are on. So if runners on first and second with one out, I didn't see who was coming in.
I believe it's Taylor Scott, I believe. He was warming up, I know that, but unless I got someone else up.
Tay-Tay's out here.
South African.
Tay-Tay. Is Tay-Tay South African?
I believe what I heard OTK and Blum say, he's the only South African in baseball.
I didn't realize.
I think the second ever in Major League Baseball.
So Tay-Tay's coming out.
Is it South African?
Last time he pitched was the first game of this series, and he got screwed by another one of those catcher's interferences. So hopefully Yainer Diaz can avoid a catcher's interference. That's two in like the last week Yainer Diaz has had. Two catcher's interference on the road trip. Late in games for Yainer Diaz. Hopefully he can avoid that. That helped lead to a run. But we will keep you updated as the Astros are clinging to a 1-0 lead here in the fifth inning. And it looks like Taylor Scott's going to enter this game. All right, Clint. Round one, it feels like at the top of the draft we know what's going to happen. We know who number one is going to be. Got a pretty good, strong feeling who number 2 is going to be. Actually, Rafael Montero has entered this game with runners on first and second. We'll keep you updated on that. And then probably we get the feeling who number 3 is going to be, although that one is not as known. But it seems like to me, Clint, J.J. McCarthy is the player today. It seems like tonight that's going to be the player. After Drake May is gone, those 3 guys, those 3 quarterbacks are going. It seems like that's the guy that people are looking at. There are quarterback-needy teams. There are teams that have been rumored for him. Teams like the Vikings, like the Broncos, like the Raiders, like the Giants at 6 there that could make a move to get him. First, I guess from you, do you get the sense, Clint, that J.J. McCarthy is going to have a team go trade up to go get him? You think he goes early in the top 10? Somebody goes to get him?
Wow. This is a tough one.
This is tough because last year, I'm saying, Tyler, you remember his record. Last year, he said Will Levis wasn't going to go in the first round. I lost $100 on that. He said Will was not going to go to the first round.
Lost a name, too.
That day I did. And he didn't. And he slid in a way that I don't think people thought he would. I think I think somebody is going to come up and get him in the top 10. I think there's too many teams right there that are that have enough ammo to do it. I don't love it. I don't love J.J. McCarthy. So I'm not with it. I just think teams aren't going to be able to hold their wad.
I don't believe if Jim Harbaugh was in the picture, if Jim Harbaugh had not said what he said, I don't believe we'd be having this conversation about J.J. McCarthy. That's how influential I think Jim Harbaugh is, and that's how I think. What word am I looking for? That's the scouts and even general managers. That with Jim Harbaugh saying that, they would all jump on that hook, line, and sinker. Because now you got a partner to go down with if he's wrong. Well, Jim said he was great. I said he was great. Hell, Jim's one of the best out there. He's a head coach.
Jim had him.
Yeah, Jim had him. Man, who knows him better than Jim? I just don't think we're even having – nothing about J.J. McCarthy says top 10.
Nothing?
Nothing. There's not one thing on his resume. There's not one thing in his physical
makeup. When you've watched him, you don't see top.
No, his arm strength, arm talent is not top 10. His size, speed is not top 10. His overall resume from a statistical standpoint is not top 10. The tape is not top 10, and I don't see it. Now look, I'll be honest with you. Like I told you this, Ron. The Ohio State game last year, I was tuned in to watch C.J. Stroud. And I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, but Michigan wins the game and they do it on the back of J.J. McCarthy running with his legs. And I thought the whole thing, J.J.'s got that it factor. Like J.J.'s he's gonna be hell to deal with in the future. I think where I'm at with J.J. McCarthy, I think if J.J. stayed one more year and would have played at Michigan one more year, I believe he would have legitimately been a top 10 quarterback. I believe the whole package he would have put together, all of a sudden there would be stats.
So you're saying he has the ability to reach that, you just don't think he is right now.
Correct. I would not have been shocked if he'd stayed one more year and was one of the top quarterbacks coming out next year. Because there's nothing there, like when you look at a guy coming out in his resume, like he just, I mean, we did the deal. He threw 4 touchdowns in the last 7 ball games he played in college. He threw for more than 150 yards one time in the last 6 ball games. And I'm not a big stat-driven guy, but damn, it's hard to overcome that. I mean, he's not a big dude where you look at and has this arm strength or this arm talent where it's enough. Don't get me wrong. It's enough to have success in the league. I don't believe in needing to have elite arm strength and elite arm talent to play in the NFL level. Drew Brees does it. Tua does it now. I mean, you don't need all that's bull jive when people tell you that. But if you're talking about a guy that has a lack of a resume and is talking about being drafted in the top 10, like it typically takes a lot more than just intangibles and your head coach co-signing that you're great to get that done. Like usually, like Drake May, if Drake May were to come out last year, I could have seen him be a top 10 pick. He's 6'6". He's got a big-ass arm. He's more athletic than anybody. He's Justin Herbert in a shell up ultimately. So they're betting on this kid developing. They're betting on the come. Okay, cool. I don't like that. I don't like that mindset. but I understand where you're coming from. But a guy that has won a lot of games, he won a high percentage of his ball games. Don't get me wrong, I love that. But a guy with a really a smaller sample size, couple years in college, that just is average across the board, and his numbers, his stats, his film is well below average. It's like, how do you justify going up?
Yeah, like I said, I'm not a huge J.J. McCarthy fan. I do look at the teams that are rumored to may go try to get him. The Giants at 6, they may wait to go get him, although I think they probably are going to go get a weapon. The Vikings and the Broncos are the teams that we are really hearing a lot, potentially to move up. The Raiders are kind of in that mix. The Vikings, to me, feels like potentially the perfect fit.
I'm going to tell you this. You asked me a question, I danced around it, Ron. I apologize. I think he slides.
You do?
I don't think he slides out of the first round. But I think
he slides past the top 10?
I do not think that teams around this league look at J.J. McCarthy as a I can't pass on this kid type of talent right now. I do not believe they do that. I believe J.J. McCarthy slides into the 20s, and I believe Michael Penix Jr.'s jumps.
So you think he slides into the 20s, and he like teams like the Broncos and the Vikings have picks at 11, 12. They bypass him. I feel like one of them is going to go up and get him.
One may. I'm just telling you what I see. I don't see anything that tells me the Minnesota Vikings go, yep, I'm going to trade it all and I'm going to jump to 6 and go get this dude. Like, I just don't see it. Caleb, yeah. Jaden, sure. Drake May, I don't know if I'm trading away everything. JJ McCarthy? Like, I don't know that Bo Nix isn't a better pro than JJ McCarthy.
I don't love him, but clearly
Bo Nix got all the intangibles that JJ's got.
Clearly, people have. Like, he has clearly been the fourth quarterback.
Yeah.
And they've tried to push him with Drake May.
Well, I look at it, Ron.
I heard Dan Orlowski say he's more ready to start right now than Drake May.
You better define ready. And I don't disagree. I don't disagree with that. I don't disagree with that. Now when you say Drake May, okay, I don't disagree with that. I don't disagree with that. The only pushback I have is teams that typically draft in the top 10 don't have the best supporting cast. Drake May is more equipped to deal with the chaos that comes with being drafted in the top 10 in terms of not being protected right, not having targets, not having the supporting cast. You put J.J. McCarthy with a team that doesn't protect him well, he's going to get folded up like a cheap tent. Come on, man.
I think expensive tents can get folded up, too. I just don't ever – that saying, I've always thought expensive tents can get folded up.
The cheap ones you can fold up without using the joints. You can just fold them up mid-ride.
I love pit tent. I'm serious. It's fun.
Thanks, John. All right, coming up, we'll keep you updated here as Breckman. How about it? He got another hit in that 2 spot. Another soft hit, but it's a hit. Who cares? We'll keep you updated on what's going on there. The draft is coming up. What will the Texans do? Will they be involved at all tonight? And potentially a future contract that at least could set up for what the Texans may have to do with this position. We'll discuss that coming up next.
I believe in Nick Caserio.
Nick Caserio isn't buying into the outside noise around the Texans.
It's so early.
Don't let pain tell you how to live. Fight back naturally with Relief Factor. These products and statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or condition.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Oh, it's 3 o'clock.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. With the biggest stories of the day. It's the Big 3 at 3. Number 1.
All right, let's make it happen right here. Yainer Diaz is up. They got runners on first and second with 2 outs. Can he come through? He popped up to second base. No.
Got fooled at the plate, by the way. Got fooled at the plate.
Damn it.
Just
I
popped
thought
up
this
and
was
off
one to
speed
break it
pitch
out.
to second base.
All right, 1-0. Alex Bregman got a soft hit, and then another. I think they called that an error. It was a grounder. The first baseman dove before letting it go foul, and had that opportunity with Yainer Diaz there, and he was unable to capitalize. But they do lead 1-0, and today's game thus far has been about Verlander and Montero pitching out of jams. There's been traffic throughout. Verlander, including the first inning, had the bases loaded with nobody out, struck out 2, and then got a fly out. He had a couple of other innings where he had multiple runners on, and then Montero came and relieved him in the 5th with runners on first and second with 1 out, got a strikeout and another fly out to center field. But they haven't been able to capitalize themselves, so it is 1-0. The bullpen is going to have to finish this one off, Clint. They are now 11 games under 500 after last night's loss. Whew, they got to get this thing. They got to get this thing. They if they can get a win today, they get an off day, and then they play in Mexico City against the Rockies, and there's some good news there. Blanco starts Saturday. We'll tell you the rest of that here in just a second, but this feels very important to come away
a dumpster fire
and at least avoid this sweep into running this losing streak to 5 straight.
Yeah, I mean, at some point in time, it'd be nice to turn the corner here. 7-18. I'm wondering. I hadn't asked lately, but it's early bunch. We still early?
They better. I swear to God, I'm serious.
If there's any of you out there, shut the hell up.
I'm gonna throw cold. I don't want to hurt people, so they're gonna be hot. I'm gonna throw cold coffee at people.
Yeah, I didn't know. I mean, I didn't know if it's too early.
Cold
All my
iced
baseball,
coffee at people.
All my tried and true baseball folks out there, it's too early. Is it too early? Are we beyond now talking about, hey, man, it's still early? Remember back in '82 when the Astros did this or that? I mean, yeah, it's they need to turn the corner here. They
better stop. I swear to God, I won't even accept text. I might block you. That's aggressive. All right, I won't block, but I mean, stop it.
Season, you're not the blocking kind, man. You wouldn't do that.
Only for racism.
Yeah. No.
Those are the only blocks I've ever done.
Okay, fair. Okay, fair.
Outside of that, I'll let you ride through. But no, man, there can't be any too early crowds. They just can't. They can't at all. I mean, it's the 15. Like Clint, you gave a stat yesterday. Brandon gave us the stat of since this the league has expanded to 30 teams, there has not been a team start 7-17 and make the playoffs.
There you have it. And we're sitting at 7-18, right?
Yes.
I mean, it's just crazy.
That was before the game yesterday.
I was going back and forth yesterday on Twitter with old boy from Baytown.
Somebody's.
No. It was just like it was. He just. I can't remember what the comment was, but it was something along the lines of "Don't worry about it. Everything will be all right." No, it's not going to be all right. You got a center fielder that didn't realize there was 2 outs or 1 out in the game. You got Pena trying to stretch a single into a double and getting thrown out by 10 yards. You've got Altuve, suspect defense, and getting terrible at bats with runners in scoring position. And you're talking about. You're out here talking about, oh, hey, man, Clint, he's up, man. No, man. We
had a catcher's interference the night before.
Come on,
man.
The
second one of the road trip.
We can talk about Abreu not scooping things at first base and all that. That's fine. Hey, Pena got to pick it up, man. Yeah, but Pena damn near missed Singleton's big ass on first base yesterday. Did you see that? On a routine, I mean, it was literally he is shifted behind the base. The ball's hit directly at him. He steps on second, and damn near misses Singleton at first. He one-hops it up the line.
Singleton had to, yeah.
Singleton had to, I mean, my heart stopped. I thought I said, here we go. Yeah. But
Gold Glover.
Now, the first baseman, I get it. He gets paid to do those kind of things. But Pena's acting like he's chasing some bonus or something, man. Make a decent throw every now and then. Yeah. Kidding me? Talking about, oh, it's all right. No, it's not all right. Well, it's Bush League baseball at its finest.
But everything you listed is what we said last week, I think. When I said, well, if it smells like a duck.
Yes.
It walks like a duck. Hell, it might be. The Astros, and I'll keep saying it, they do, as Clint just ran through them again in one night, they do a lot of things that bad baseball teams do. And they do them nightly, consistently. They do them nightly. Like, I almost threw out my back when I saw Yainer Diaz have another catcher's interference of the road trip. That's just inexcusable. Now, you just get, like, Tay walks a guy, all right, man, we're rolling, and then, bam, catcher's interference, first and second. It leads to them scoring a run without having to get a hit.
We already got Javier dealing with a bad back, dude. I don't need you throwing yours out, too.
Yeah, but I'd come to work.
That's right.
I wouldn't be on the
rub some dirt on it.
Over this time next week, I will not be at work. But outside of that is not.
Where are you going?
NYC.
NYC, baby.
Oh, is that already? It's already time for that?
So
NYC,
jealous,
baby.
Man. I love that city.
Yeah, baby. I turn 40 next week now.
Except for the Yankee idiots.
Good times. Good times. Yeah, but no, man. They got to get this one. Clint, listen, they're up 1-0. As there is good news with that. They're up 1-0 right now. And other good news, Framber Valdez, Clint, Tyler will come off the injured list, and he is going to start Sunday against the Rockies in Mexico City.
Okay.
Joseph Espada said via Dana Brown. He is going to start start Sunday. He threw 40 pitches in a bullpen session yesterday in Wrigley Field. So we'll see what his pitch count is coming up on Sunday for that game. But he is going to start. So they do get their second ace, so to speak. Verlander's back. They get Framber back in the rotation coming up on Sunday. So that is a welcome sight. Now, hell, it won't matter if they just keep losing before they can get them in. But hopefully a crick in the neck is just 15 days on the DL, and he comes back after 15 days, and now you could potentially have the rotation you were hoping to have.
Yes. Praying for it. Need it. Sooner rather than later.
By the way, real quick, an update. I told you at the beginning of this game has been about getting out of trouble. Well, Rafael Montero has just gotten himself right back in trouble. Runners on first and third in the bottom of the sixth with no outs. No! God! They have been able to Harlem shake themselves out of this trouble all game long. Thank you for Harlem shaking it. There you go. That's nice. I see that if you're on YouTube and Twitch, you saw Tyler hit that Harlem shake one time.
Let me see it one time. What you got? Hey, okay.
Hey, there it is.
Okay.
There it is. But we'll keep you updated on that. But
that's what I'm going to do after I sink putts on your ass.
You're never going to sink
good one
because you guys are never going to play.
Oh, we are.
Big 3 at 3. Number 2.
Your hip's going to have issues. Tyler's shoulder's going to be hurt.
Nah, my hip's good.
Before
I've been back at it for about 2 months now. My hip's good, baby. That thing's shoot. Ask low.
The NFL draft is tonight, and round one starts tonight. As of now, the Texans are not in the first round. They could get back into that. We'll get to that in a second. But, fellas, Texans fans out there, I hope you're getting used to this because this is what the draft is going to start to feel like moving forward. Because the draft, although important, when you are either out of the first round or picking extremely late in the first round, like you hope the Texans are going to be doing moving forward, the draft doesn't quite have the same feel that it's had the last couple of years. And that's a good thing.
Yes.
That's a good thing. You're looking to just kind of maybe add some maybe pieces. I think you're more accustomed here in Houston of trying to add, we got this person to help us immediately right now to really make our team. This is what the draft is going to feel like moving forward for the Texans because the expectation is that they're going to be a good team that that the draft is not as much of a primary focus as it is for other teams.
Well, look, I think Nick said it, I don't know, a week or so ago. The goal ultimately was to get to a point where you feel like if there was a game tomorrow with your current team as is right now, you could go out and play a game and put a quality product on the field and not need the draft to play a game. It's been a while since, as Texans fans, we can relate to not needing the drafts to play a game. And I think the Texans are there right now. You don't need the draft to find a plug-and-play difference maker that's going to allow you to win ball games this year. Although it'd be nice, you're not depending on it.
Yeah, no, that's big, and I think that's going to be the Texans moving forward. That they won't have to depend and will just be adding things. You could potentially see them moving out more often, and not being involved in it. With that being said, Clint, your thought with them potentially moving back into the first round. How much of a possibility do you think that is? Like, how realistic? Obviously, anything's possible.
Yeah. Well,
but how realistic do you think it is for the Texans?
Look, I think if you look at the way this draft, at least from a mock draft perspective, appears to be probably going to go with a lot of quarterbacks, a lot of tackles, a lot of wide receivers.
Yep.
Yeah,
maybe some corners.
I heard the other day, don't know how true this is, I heard the other day that there's only 6 defensive players that have true first-round grades. Again, I don't know if the Texans feel that way or not, but that's a low number. Even if it's off by half, hell, it's still a low number, right? But I think the only way the Texans move in back into the first round, which, by the way, I wouldn't be opposed if they did, but the only way that they do is if one of the players at a position of need, which I believe is D tackle, corner, linebacker, really, hell, anywhere on safety, anywhere at the safety position. I mean, on the defense at any level, any spot. If we're being honest, if any of those guys fall, but there's a lot of corners, there's a lot of D tackles, right, that could potentially fall into the late first round. If that does happen, I do believe that Nick and D'Amico have positioned themselves draft capital wise to be able to move if they do indeed need to and want to. But I think it's going to take one of those corners or one of those defensive tackles that they are absolutely in love with to fall into the late first round, and Nick and D'Amico say, all right, let's go get them. Now, if that happens, Ron, as it pertains to the draft conversation, I do believe at that point in time you got a plug-and-play starter that's a difference maker. If one of the top corners falls in this draft and you got a chance to go get him, if a top defensive tackle falls in this draft and Nick and D'Amico feel the need to jump and go get him, I do believe at that point in time you're jumping to go get a guy that is a plug-and-play starter and a difference maker.
That's interesting. You said a player at a position of need to move up. You'd be opposed to them moving up to getting somebody that isn't in one of those positions of needs? Like the name we've heard, and they were talking about in the loop, is Brock Bowers. If he were to fall, that's not necessarily a position of need.
No, but that is a big time. That's a big time opportunity. I mean, as it pertains.
Even though you just signed.
I mean, you're talking about you're talking about a generational player. I mean, to me, that is a. You're making that move because that type of tight end just doesn't come around very often. I mean, this is not. He's not just a generational tight end. He fits the 2024 NFL mold of being able to do multiple things, and so that's boy, you have to get real horny to jump way up there and get that guy. I don't see that guy sliding far enough for them to get, but if he were, I wouldn't be opposed to that. Now, no, look, there's certain guys, Ron. There's certain dudes that if they fall, you just got to go get them no matter who they are. So. I don't see that being one of these, though. I think it's going to be a late – somebody slides late first and ends up being a position of need.
Big 3 at 3. Number 3.
Quick update here. Finally,
son of a bitch.
The Astros have been playing. It's all right. Let it out.
No, I'm
know you are.
I'm not going to be okay, dude.
I know you are.
I can't take much more of this.
The Astros.
You're going to bet their way out of this slump, ain't you?
I'll give an update real quick. The Astros, who have been flirting with danger, been in trouble. They go to the bullpen to get Abreu after the game gets tied on, I guess it wasn't a sac fly, it was a hit because Tucker was able to come up with it, but he did get the out at second. It was tied 1-1. They bring Abreu in with a runner on first. The runner moves to second, Clint, because Abreu's first pitch, he throws. Hell, if that were Shaq at the plate standing up, he wouldn't have been able to catch that. He threw it over his head to the backstop, and then
good God,
and then somebody just drove the ball.
Looks like Eminem.
I mean, yeah, this fella who doesn't look like
Crow Armstrong.
Crow Armstrong, who doesn't look like he's big enough to hit the ball where he hit it.
That is an interesting fella.
He hit that ball, and if you're looking for a description, this is hardcore blonde here, folks. I mean, this is
dyed blonde.
This is Sting, WCW Sting, hardcore dyed blonde hair, right there, and he hit that thing
I bet
to
it's
to the last row. Did you see where this ball landed?
Ron, that's got to be the first home run of his career.
It doesn't look like it. Where it landed. Did you see where it landed?
No, I did not.
I hope they show the replay.
I know it was a no-doubter.
He almost hit it. He almost cleared the seats in the outfield. He absolutely crushed this thing.
Crow Armstrong.
Crow Armstrong.
That was his first major league hit, not just homer.
Oh God,
that's where we're at, boys.
I'm gonna lose my effing mind.
And by the way,
I'm gonna lose it.
I know you are.
I'm not positive, but I think it's double-digit wind blowing in from the outfield too. I mean, I think Crow Armstrong. I think his little narrow ass, little blonde-headed ass just went into the wind.
How far this ball went. Damn, man. Brian, I mean, someone texted in earlier, and I don't know if they were doing this joking, but they said that this thing is locked because we got the three-headed monster of Abreu, Presley, and Hader. 3-1. The Cubs are leading, and the Astros are going to have to come back if they get a W today. All right, coming up.
What an show.
Crow Armstrong.
This is getting rough. This is getting rough. All right,
how about that life? Laying on the turf at Wrigley.
Just getting hammered. All right, coming up, the draft coming up tonight. Right now, the Texans aren't in it, but that does not mean that there isn't major things to pay attention to. I want you to think this through. Think about the division because they are all in the first round. What's a scenario in which you certainly don't want a team getting this player? What's a scenario for any of these AFC South teams? I got one in my mind. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, before we do that, I gotta tell you about Advanced Hair, man. These dudes are doing big time things, y'all. For everybody out there that you get up in the morning, you get ready to go to work, you look in the mirror, and bam, it hits you. That receding hairline, balding, thinning up top, whatever it may be, that hair loss issue you're dealing with, it hits you right in the face, man. Steals your confidence, steals your swag.
workouts to help you find your groove. Find them all on the free Odyssey app thanks to Planet Fitness, home of the judgment-free zone. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
That ball hit deep to right field, through the wind, and gone. Pete Crow Armstrong's first major league hit is a 2-run home run to give the Cubs a 3-1 lead, and he hit it through a wind coming in from right.
Somebody give Todd Callis a hand. Somebody needs to give Todd Callis a hand. I don't know how he sat there without just losing his mind.
Yeah, I don't know how these guys aren't losing. I think Blum's got a chance to lose it.
Oh yeah, at least
his eye, from a tone perspective.
The look in his eyes. Yesterday he had that hat on. He looked miserable. It was 40 degrees at first pitch. Real feel of 35. He had that damn skull cap on. He was smoking hot. Doing another one of those post games where they lost the game.
It's just impossible. When you're watching bad baseball, bad football, whatever, it's just impossible to not just be disgusted.
But
I mean, it's bad. By the way, my boy Mike Ruiz let me know that Pete Crow Armstrong, top prospect in the Cubs organization, he was brought up after what's his name? Cody Bellinger messed his ribs up, bro. It looked like Bellinger broke a couple ribs or something.
And this is where I can see, like, this is the part where I think it's probably sent Tyler over the edge, and this is why I'm surprised Todd and Jeff, good for them. What pros is the Astros, fellas? They can't buy a hit with a runner in scoring position, and I'm talking Altuve. You gave off the 1 for 15. With runners in scoring positions. Jordan, he's not doing it. I mean, Mauricio Dubon is the only one that has any level of consistency of doing it. I mean, up and down the thing. And this cat walked up for the first time, his first hit in the major leagues, and he hits it almost out of the stands.
This is just about as disastrous as the season could have started for the Houston Astros.
And as a side note here, again, the story of today's game has been in and out of trouble. Well, Brian Abreu has just kicked off the 7th, getting into trouble again. I know if this may sound like a recording, but it's not.
A lot of
they
traffic.
Kick off the inning first and second as the Cubs are looking to try to add on to this lead. What is going on? Just what?
Well, that'd be about what's right here with the Astros is you carry a 1-0 lead into the 6th. You end up giving up 3. You get down 3-1, and then in the 7th, you go ahead and just let them put it out of reach. that would be about par for the course.
That would be it, right? Just for them to go ahead and just go ahead and hopefully Abreu can hold this thing together. Hopefully he can
hold
get out of this
thing together, damn it, and you get your bats back up here, get a couple runs, and maybe you can steal one late here.
Yeah, that's it.
I used to feel really, really good about the Astros, like legitimately unhealthy. Here. Like I felt good. Like as long as Alvarez was coming around in the batting order again,
2-run.
I felt no run was safe. Right now, I feel like Jake Myers. I feel somewhat defeated. We got 2 innings to play.
Close to the top of the lineup. If they can just hold it here. 2 runs is nothing. 2 runs is nothing. All right? Here it is. We'll keep you updated on that. All right, the Texans as of now aren't in that first round, but Clint, the rest of the division is. And the rest of the division is in pretty good spots to grab picks. And I'm going to tell you this right now, Clint. The scenario in my head, and I look at that I would have concern that if you tell me the number one thing, if I'm a Texans fan, that I do not want to see happen,
okay,
is that this run of positions where it could be quarterback, where there could be 4 going that top 10. I think there's going to be a run on tackles that go. I think there's going to be a run on the receivers that go. And that run rolls out, and Brock Bowers drops enough for the Indianapolis Colts to potentially either go up to get him or even drops to a point where they don't even have to move at 15 to go get him. That, to me, is something that would be a real concern to me if they added a Brock Bowers to that offense. Like, you have told me this. I've worked with you closely for almost 4 years, that the number one thing, and you have not changed from 98 to now, that can help, especially a young quarterback, is a really good tight end. And if you say, all right, man, we're gonna have Jonathan Taylor to help you in the run game. You got your own legs in the run game, Anthony Richardson. You got a good, dependable receiver in Pittman. We'll see what else they do. And then I'm going to give you Brock Bowers, a tight end right there that you can grow with. That's the scenario to me if I'm a Texans fan that I don't want. I hope Brock goes early. I hope, because if I'm the Colts and I sit there and Brock is around 10 and I'm at 15, like, that is a piece right there, Jack, that could really, really help change their offense. That's one I don't want to see.
You got Tennessee sitting up there with it's going to be a new look Tennessee squad at 7. I mean, it's just flat out they're going to get a player.
Yeah,
I mean
they're looking O-line too.
They're going to get a player one way or the other. But the Colts at 15, as you mentioned, and the Jaguars at 17, Ron. Either one of those teams now. You still want to talk about players falling out of that top 10. Either one of those teams right there could be sitting pretty. I mean, they're sitting pretty to catch.
Oh yeah, they all are.
Somebody.
Yeah.
But you're right. You're right. You add a Brock Bowers
for Richardson. That all of the things you think to help a young quarterback, a great running back. You yourself have the eject button to get out of trouble, and in the middle of the field. That's what he was killing the Texans with before he got hurt.
Yeah, well, and he's a hybrid type tight end too that can do so many different things, man. You put him in that offense with Shane Steichen calling it. It's
what Dallas Goedert did.
Yeah, Indy could be a major problem. They're going to be a problem anyway. I'll be honest with you. They're going to be a problem anyway with Anthony as long as he's healthy. But you give him a guy like Brock Bowers with that collection of weapons, he could be. Let's be honest. Wherever Brock Bowers goes, he's going to be a problem.
Yes, that's why you did. Like but I would rather him not be in the division.
Fair, absolutely.
if I'm a Texas fan, I'd rather him roll his ass like that. I would be more concerned that if one of those receivers dropped to them, like if there was a run and Neighbors or somebody like that dropped, like just for what would be easier and would help Richardson more, that type of tight end. That's the one to watch because I think that's very realistic to happen. That the quarterbacks, oh God, we got to get these receivers, these tackles, and bam, that's just sitting there for a team like the Colts to go get him. All right, coming up, Tyler's turd list. And,
hell!
I got a feeling somebody from In the Loop might have a whirl at this thing after they were talking about my man's tattoo. So that is coming up next. Tyler's turd list.
In-house hate.
Oh boy,
in-house hate on the tat man.
They were on his ass. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, before we do that, got to tell you about these cold Coors Light. Y'all know I tell you about them every day.
Plus, at these prices, well, we're burning rubber, not cash. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Good news, Abreu was able to get out of that jam. And it still remains 3-1 in the 8th inning. But the Astros almost didn't make it out of the commercial break before they went down in the 8th inning themselves as Dubon and – okay, they're out of it now. Dubon and Altuve go down quickly, and now Bregman strikes out to end the top of the 8th. So they still trail 3-1 right now in Chicago, trying to avoid the sweep here as they've got one more at bat to try to avoid that. All right, before we get to Tyler's turd list, and that ought to be entertaining. That's coming up here in just a bit. We do it every Thursday. Is it me when I watch this thing? Because I think there's a lot of potential issues with what's happening with this baseball team. I just look at this and I watch this, and I feel bad even when I said it, because I was thinking this when I was watching them in the dugout. But I get the feel like one of the issues, Clint, is I just don't think they deep down inside, and it's not just Joe Espada, just a lot of the decision makers that help run things. I don't get the feeling that deep down that these guys believe that they're putting them in the best chance to win. I think there is a thought of that, an issue of that of, man, does he know what he's doing? Do they know what they're doing? Are they do they really it? There is a feel to me, and especially when you have a group of guys who know exactly and have been there on what it means. They've been to 7 straight ALCSs and been to 4 World Series and won 2. I just get to feel deep down they don't believe that they have answers.
Well, that's what scares me about this bunch is that if they're not there, they're headed that direction, right? I mean, at some point in time, I think that becomes a problem. And I don't know how much of it is the 7-18 or on their way to 7-19. I don't know exactly how much of that it is, but I think through these times you find out truly who Joe Espada is. You find out who your leaders really are. And it doesn't. There's nothing that's happened outside of Justin Verlander appearing to have stepped in late last week, I guess it was, before that first start when he came back. I mean, really, there's nothing other than that's shown me that the leadership on this team is fit to make that run, to hold this thing together, to weather the storm of 7-18, fixing to be 7-19. That's the part that scares me. And if they're not there, Ron, to your point, they're well on their way.
Well, Clint and Tyler, we've watched the Rockets and Texans struggle like hell, and there's a difference in struggle, and then there's a difference in, and you know this better than any of us, Clint. There's a difference in struggle in we're struggling and we ain't got the answers.
We're all out of answers. Fresh out.
We don't believe that the people who are supposed to have the answers have the answers. Like that last year of Bill O'Brien, those 4 games, you could tell they had no belief. Yep. Not just Bill, David Culley, Lovey, they had no belief that the people who are supposed to have the answers had the answers. That's the feel and wonder. I wonder if that's going on with the Astros. They look over there because I know it feels bad, but every time I see Joe up there, now today he's got on sunglasses. Every time I see Joe over there in that dugout, them glasses with his hand on his knee, I just feel like, he got the answers to get us up out of this thing.
Does Joe have the ability?
Right, like I just wondered.
Does Joe have the ability to stand up in front, calm the waters, and get these guys through this?
I just think there is at least a question.
Absolutely.
With those guys.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I think there's at least a question with that. All right, the Cubs are currently leading right now, still 3-1 here in the bottom of the 8th. We'll keep you updated. Seth Martinez is on to try to get through the 8th, and if they are able to keep this with a 2-run deficit, they will have Yordan, Kyle Tucker, and Yainer Diaz coming to the plate. So they can erase 2 runs very quickly. But look no further now. Old Pete Crow Armstrong is up at the plate, and he grounds out. Where was that at the last time? 5-2.
Right.
Where was that at the last time?
Grounder to second base.
All right, let's do it. Tyler's third list.
Pro athletes are sometimes a lot to handle.
Which is not good enough.
Maybe even a bit dramatic.
Altuve stole an MVP from Judge.
Turdish behavior will not be ignored. No one is safe.
I'm not going to let it take my joy.
It's Tyler's Turds of the Week on The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, another week. Another full slate of turds in the sports world.
Oh, let's hear it.
Yeah,
Let's get to the bronze here. By the way, Seth Martinez just took out this guy right in the back.
He drilled him.
That got away from him. Hopefully there's no I would think there's no retaliation on this in a 3-1 ball game.
Shoot.
They're coming up to put the tying run at the plate, but damn, that looked like just hit him in the back. That's a hard place to get hit right there. Anyway, go ahead.
All right, we got a strong podium of turds this week. The bronze turd medal around the sports world this week. Y'all know Caleb Williams, quarterback draft prospect.
Number 1 pick.
That's right, Caleb Williams. I'm going to preface this by saying it's not lost on me that this kid might be a little different. We've all seen different interviews and different interactions with him. Might be a little different than your normal number 1 overall pick and how he interacts and what we've seen so far. I, for one, I don't fully understand the whole nail polish thing that goes on with the younger folks here lately. But all that to say this. Any and everyone out there that's been, to one degree or another, shaming this dude about the crying thing out on the field, that's Bush League and you're a turd. And you're getting the bronze turd medal this week.
Oh, man. I'm going to calm down because I got words for that a little bit later on.
Yes, please.
I like that, T.
Oh, I love it. There's some real sons of bitches out here on that one.
I'm telling you, man.
About an hour from now.
I mean,
I've about had it.
Everybody can get a lesson right now real quick. One of the best things I've ever learned in my own life. My great-grandmother taught me this. Her name was Bunny Head. That's true. Her first name was Bunny and her last name was Head. Lovely woman. Tremendous.
Don't forget it.
Lived into her 90s. Loved that woman. She told me when I was very young, she said, Tyler, men can cry. If anything, that makes you more of a man, to show your emotion in difficult situations like that. Don't ever be afraid to show your emotions. So
I hear you, Bunny.
Yeah, if you're trying to shame this kid, I mean, there's plenty you can try to poke fun at him about. But if you're going after him about these tears and the crying thing, you get the bronze medal turd this week.
All right. Said he lacks leadership with it. Go ahead.
Wow. All right, silver medal.
Oh, God.
First ever turd medal that's going to go to one of our coworkers here at Sports Radio 610, and boy, did he earn it.
I thought he was going to get the gold, really.
I went back and forth on it. But
you don't want to give him the pleasure. Let's be honest. You don't want to give him the pleasure.
Yeah, it's an honor.
He was pretty fired up about it.
Winning the gold's an honor. And John Lopez, nothing about what you did on In the Loop yesterday was honorable. You get the silver turd medal because you put on display for the entire world, the entire audience of Loopholes, for everybody in Houston. You put your turdish behavior on display yesterday.
That was interesting.
What did he do? I didn't know what happened.
He was just,
so,
go ahead.
As you all know, I got this H tattoo at the Texans event the other night. Very happy with it. Looks great. My tattoo artist has done all my work. He did it. Dude's a pro.
Yeah, I met him.
Yeah, Sean Will. Shout out Sean Will and Red Dagger. Lopez comes into a show on In the Loop yesterday and just right in that first hour, then multiple times throughout the show, decided to crawl out from under his troll bridge and just do his best job to troll my tattoo. Was saying it was crooked. I saw pictures. I don't know. That thing was. You telling me that's not crooked?
I will be honest. I will vouch. It was and I told him I was disappointed in John. It was a level of hate that I just didn't see coming from John. Like you couldn't even look at the person across, who generally like hate is just in the heart generally of Landry. That was not a Landry hater situation. Landry was, it was
Lopez.
Yeah, I'm not
Lopez the whole way.
I'm not gonna lie, it caught me off guard.
It did. It caught me off guard. It did for me, man.
But first of all, Lopez, you weren't even at this awesome event the Texans put on, so maybe you should have just stayed out of this one since you weren't there to win us anything. Yeah, you weren't even there, man. You hadn't even seen me in person. He's looking at these photos. Stay in your lane, Lopey. You don't know nothing about ink. You don't know anything about tattoos. And I know Lopez has been putting out there. He's been acting a lot more boomerish to me lately. Getting cranky about things he maybe normally didn't in the past. Trolling people when maybe he wouldn't have in the past. And now he's coming after me.
You seem to be a target of the.
I know, right?
Of ITL quite a bit.
Yes, off and on it does.
What'd
feel
you do
that
to
way.
those guys?
I think they're just threatened by me.
I think we're all targets.
Oh, okay.
But anyway, yeah, silver medal goes to John Lopez of In the Loop. Stay in your lane, Boomer. My tattoo ain't crooked. Sean Will's a professional. He's one of the best in the city. Appreciate Red Dagger again for the new ink on my arm. Gold medal time.
It's your gold.
This was an easy one, fellas. This was an easy one. With the new uniforms the Texans got this week, obviously we've had a ton of fun, looking at those, dissecting them, getting excited to see them out at NRG Stadium next year. Gold medal this week. She's won the gold before. It is Amy Adams and the Tennessee Titans organization, a.k.a. the pretend fake-ass Oilers in Nashville. Because the McNairs, when they were on Within the Loop on Jersey release day here in Houston, I knew what Hannah was doing. She's classy, unlike Amy Adams, so she wasn't going to completely throw her under the bus, but they all but told us we were trying to get more H-Town blue than what we got in that jersey. Wanted a little more of that in there. The Titans just they just want to hold on to another city's history, man.
Again,
blows my mind.
I would love to mediate the sit-down between AA and Hannah McNair. I'm just saying I would love to
tear
do
that
it.
ass up.
By the way, gold here.
Whoa.
Okay.
No, she would. Hannah would whoop Amy Adams' ass.
I got you.
I mean,
I don't want them to physically fight. I just want to mediate it. By the way, it looks like Joe Espada was ejected in this game.
Oh, great.
And I want to watch it because I want to see if he got his money's worth. If he was ejected, he walked.
I looked up and it was a casual walk back to the
diary. It wasn't like that time when Dusty got ejected in Arlington.
No.
When he lost his
God, I forgot about that.
And Dusty, I believe, continued managing. All right, Clint, what you got coming up at the 4?
Got to watch the draft tonight. The first round. The Texans don't have a pick, but what are we looking for as the draft goes along? As Texans fans, what are we hoping happens to maybe spur D'Amico, maybe spur Nick Caserio to make a move and surprise us all again this year in the draft? We'll tell you what that is, and we'll do all that next right here on Sports Radio 610. Also, some of Adam Schefter's best work and a would this shock you moment if this happened. I got a would you be shocked if for Ron to cuss and discuss here in a second. Before we get to that, though, I got to tell you about Ron Kraft Chevrolet, y'all. If you're looking for a new Chevy Silverado right now,
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily.
NFL draft kicks off tonight, y'all, in Detroit. We wish we were in Detroit, Ron. We were in KC last year making it happen, man. You wish we were in Detroit?
No.
That was easy. I'm with you.
No.
I'm with you. I ain't lost nothing in Detroit. As I told folks before, Detroit's one of those places where actually it's the only place in America anyway where when we went when I was with the Cowboys and we traveled on the road, it was the only place they warned us.
Warned you to what?
It was don't leave the hotel. Hey, look here, it's in your best interest if you don't leave the hotel. If you do, make sure you let security know, kind of deal. You will be targeted in Detroit if you do leave the hotel. Yada yada yada. Dead ass serious. Only city where that happened. Now, when I was playing in NFL Europe, it happened pretty consistently when you travel because you travel as a group of 50 Americans. It's easy to be spotted and easy to be targeted. So I'm pretty stoked about not being there, if I'm being completely honest. However,
I've been a hard pass. Maybe try to slide over to Canada.
Well, I don't know if that'd be a good idea either, Ron. To be honest with you. I mean, I think it'd be fun. It'd have been. There was a time in our lives where you and I together could get in a lot of trouble in Canada. And be honest with you, I don't know that I don't, unless it's a vacation, I'm going up there at scheduled. I don't want to do that either. Something about being in a different country that I just don't. I watch too much investigative Discovery. Being in other countries,
Canada too, huh?
Yeah, man, hell, it don't matter.
Mexico,
hey, one step over that line. Yeah, I mean, I'll fly down there and stay in a very Americanized resort. That's for damn sure. Even who am I lying to? They got AK-47 standing at the gate when we go down there. So, but anyway, we're safe. But nonetheless, big draft tonight. The Texans do not have a first round pick.
By the way, the Astros just lost.
Yeah. It's too bad we're not going to get to play. Hector Neris done put that nail in the coffin. I think 2 of 3 nights on the Astros.
Led off the inning with walks to Yordan Alvarez and Kyle Tucker.
Another sweep, boys.
Yep. Another one. 5 of the first 9. So they've been. What is that?
Lord, what a
is that? No, it's 4 of the first 7.
Team.
4 of the first 7, right?
Yeah. Bregman's having at it with the officials. Joe Espada's been ejected.
Freaking embarrassing.
In the calmest way.
Shut up, get off the field, get back to Houston. You're losers.
What is going? Look at this. They look like they're like they just lost the World Series.
They should look like that. What do you want them to do?
I mean,
they should look like somebody stole their puppy.
Again, I know the over. The it's early, should be over. It's October. It is April 25th. He has leaned over the dugout like there is a celebration about that. That looks the way that people look like
when they lose the championship. Yeah.
Wow.
No, I'm with you.
Wow.
We got a draft tonight, though, Ron.
There we go.
We got a draft tonight, though.
Nick may need to move back in the first round just
to save Houston. Just to save Houston. Yeah, right now. Wow. There is a draft tonight, though, and the Texans do not have a first-round pick. But there are a couple things, Ron, that I think Texans fans need to keep their eye on as you watch the draft tonight. You mentioned one of them a little earlier, the in-division opponents that you're going to catch twice every single year moving forward. I think this division, I believe, is going to get significantly better. It already got significantly better.
It has, yeah.
Well, it already has with D'Amico and Will and CJ, obviously. But you look at Shane Steichen with a backup quarterback taken last year, won 10 games, I believe, but didn't get in because they got beat by the Texans the last game of the season with a backup quarterback, without his running back for a good chunk of the season. Indy's better. Tennessee
is set to hell with it. I mean, they're going for it.
They cleaned house.
But then they've added so much.
Yeah,
Jerry Sneed and Calvin Ridley. And
they're going to get better at the very least by bringing in, be a more talented football team. And then Jacksonville, Doug Peterson, Trevor Lawrence. They again, I've said it a million times, they don't scare me ever, to be honest with you, but they are a good football team that could make a run.
Bring on the Jaguars.
The Titans picked 7th overall, and they've got their quarterback. So obviously there's going to be some They don't have to sit back and worry, well, we want this quarterback, but he's going to get taken. There's going to be O-line help. There's going to be wide receiver help. There's going to be whatever they need at 7, there's going to be available. The Colts at 15 and Jaguars at 17 right now, Ron. They're going to get significantly better. Again, tackle, wide receiver, quarterback heavy at the top. So when you get down to 15 and 17, you mentioned –
They had their pick of the litter, man.
Yeah, you mentioned Brock Bowers earlier. But I'm going to tell you, man, there's I've seen mock drafts where, Jared Verse, who I would be my first defensive player that I would take on this board. I think I like him at the edge position, and he can slide inside, light in the ass, but can slide inside. He would be one of my probably top 3 defensive players on this board for me to get. I think the Colts and the Jags are both going to have a shot at that caliber player. And so they're going to get significantly better as well. So the Texans fans out there specifically watching, pick number 7 from the Titans, 15 from the Colts, 17 from the Jags, and see what happens inside the division. That everybody thinks that the Texans are the best team in the division. If I had to bet on it right now, I would bet on the Texans, but I don't think it's near as lock, stock, and barrel as some folks think it is.
No, I think it is closer. And I think the schedule could play a role in that. And like we're saying right now, we'll see what Nick is able to do. But as we look at it right now, these teams, and I know some out there may look at this and think differently, but these teams, all of them, the Titans, the Colts, and the Jags, can realistically, I believe, look at themselves and say, yes, there's a real scenario that we can see ourselves being playoff teams. Like, I think what they have done and the talent they have, they can see, like, even Tennessee, which you would say is probably the worst of the group. I mean, they're going to roll out their Hopkins. They're going to roll out their Calvin Ridley. They're going to roll out their Burks. They're going to roll out their Pollard. Like, they're going to draft a big piece, probably an offensive lineman we're seeing. We Jeffrey Simmons they're going to have back this year. They've got like they can tell themselves we're a playoff level team. And obviously the Colts and the Jags, they've added and will add some more in the draft, and they have a chance, as you just put together, better positions to get more of an impact piece right now coming out of the draft. So this is going to be interesting. I am really watching what those 3 teams do. I am really watching to see if because we talk about the Texans have been aggressive. Those 3 teams have been aggressive, especially the Titans and the Jags. The Colts have really aggressively signed their own guys, but they've been aggressive. They are in a we want to make it to the playoffs mode now too. So they're going to be interesting to watch because there are a lot of different directions all 3 of them can go, and they can get impact plays.
Well, it hits closest to home because it's in the division. Every team in this division now has a young quarterback that they believe is a franchise-type quarterback, and so now it's just building the pieces around it. It just hits close to home, so that's who you need to watch. The other thing, more specific to the Texans, Ron, is who slides in this draft. I'm looking at Jordan Reed. I like Jordan Reed in terms of a draft analyst, if you will, in terms of prospecting these NFL draft picks. I prefer him, so I'm looking at his mock draft. He's got Byron Murphy, 18 to Cincinnati, defensive tackle out of Texas. He's got Jared Verse, my guy, edge out of Florida State, going 19 to the Rams. And the only reason I'm bringing these up is because these are guys that could start to slide, that are already slated in that late teen, early 20s that could start to slide and maybe spur Houston. Nate Wiggins, cornerback, Clemson, going 23 to the Arizona Cardinals, which was originally the Houston Texans pick. There's one more, Chop Robinson, Penn State edge, going 26 to Tampa Bay. Ron, a guy you keep bringing up, Jerzon Newton, a defensive tackle out of Illinois. I saw my boy Brett Bielema getting on a plane. I guess they're going to the draft to support Big Newton. Hell, Bielema looks like he could play a little D tackle now again too. I guess he
Has
said,
he gotten down?
Oh, they ain't got no down. No, he's up. He's a heavy. He's a nose guard.
He had been looking like a Ted Washington type the last time I saw it.
Yeah, man, he's up there. Cooper DeJean, cornerback, going 29 to the Detroit Lions. That's the white corner. Be interesting to have the only white corner in the league here to cover. That would be interesting.
Come on, man.
Kool-Aid
We had a little
McKinstry.
fun with that yesterday.
Yes, indeed. I saw that in the rundown. Kool-Aid McKinstry, cornerback, Alabama, going 31st to San Francisco 49ers. There's a lot of corners. There's a lot of D tackles that are going late in this first round, or slated to go late in the first round, and the Texans could get a tad bit froggy and make a move there. So as the first round, as we get into the second half of that first round, watch for who's sliding, and whether it's to watch and hope that there's some Texans action on the board, or to hope and see, who's going to be available early in the second round. I'll be honest with you, I think that's where
he moves up.
I think it's sleep on it with Nick. I think it's see how the first half unfolds, and there's going to be one or two guys available that slid out of the first round that are going to now be early second round picks that Nick and D'Amico could potentially move up just a few spots in the second round and grab. I think that's a more likely possibility than moving into the first round where they just had the 23 overall pick and moved off of it.
I think the interesting thing is what are Nick and D'Amico thinking? Like, are they thinking there's a group of players that are worthy for us to move up to, right? So if there's a group of players, I think the point that you're making of sleep on it is something. Or do they also have the thought of there is a dude that we're keeping an eye on. There is a dude that we're keeping an eye on. Because if it's a group of players, that's an easier thing to we'll sleep on it. But if there's a dude where you're like, if that guy keeps falling, now you get antsy.
Yeah.
I don't know who that dude may be, but that's the thought. Are they looking at a group of players like Nick has said, or is there also just a man? If that Cooper DeJean is there, I can't let him go by.
Well, the way this draft is shaping up, I think my overall point is the way this thing's shaping up with the quarterbacks, offensive tackles, and wide receivers. There's a real good chance that one of the defensive positions that you at the very least need solid quality depth, if not somebody to compete for a starting job, there's a really good chance that a handful of those players slip into where it's reachable for you if you're the Texans. And so that's all. I mean, I would just keep an eye on that. By the way, Jordan Reed, who I'm talking about, he's with ESPN. He does a phenomenal job with these prospects and these mock drafts. I prefer him. He's got the Texans at 42, taking Chris Jenkins, a defensive tackle out of Michigan, who's a big-time run stopper, but has plenty of room to grow from a pass rushing perspective for what it's worth there. Position of need, I would imagine.
No, I remember him. He was very he was a beast for them on that side of the ball, but I remember him in Alabama making some plays against Alabama.
Yeah.
But not a guy that you're saying is going to come in and just change things.
Right.
He'll be a rotation.
All right, can I give you my shocker that could possibly happen tonight?
Oh boy.
How shocked would y'all be? How shocked would you be if Harbaugh made this move?
If you say J.J. McCarthy, it's not happening.
You know he's been stroking J.J.
Yeah, he's been stroking J.J.
And you know that they need a wide receiver. They've been shedding cap space big time. They got to get younger. If Harbaugh's not blowing smoke, if he really believes this,
there's no way.
Could Jim Harbaugh trade Justin Herbert to the Minnesota Vikings for both of their 2024 ones and end up with 3 first-round draft picks this year, get your quarterback, get you a tackle, and get you a wide receiver?
No.
All this and the quarterback that you believe is the next big thing in the league?
No, I don't think Jim was hired with, hey, you do what the hell you want to do.
You think Jim was told, this is the guy you're going to win
Jim
with,
was like, hey, man, we just signed him to this deal. We've got Justin Herbert. Yeah, you can do what you like with the roster, but we're not doing that.
So
could you imagine that
shocked.
convincing? Absolutely. Convincing that this is what I want to do. I want to pick JJ at 6 right here. We got that there, and then we can go really build around it. God, you know what he could pull.
Get that off the cap, and I mean they could end up getting 2 1s this year and a 1 next year.
You don't even believe in JJ.
I know I don't, but if I
know it, but I'm not. But I'm not trading. I'm not trading.
But no, you're
now. You don't believe in Herbert either, but I'm not trading Herbert.
I mean, but you're trading Herbert for JJ, potentially one of the top 3 wide receivers in this bunch, as well as a starting tackle.
Yeah, but if you trade, I don't know what we're doing here. This scenario,
it's not as. I just don't think.
Insane.
I don't think it's going to happen. I just don't think it's as crazy as.
If you trade him, JJ has to work. Who gives a rip about the other ones? If you're trading Justin Herbert,
hold on, so
JJ has to work.
Has Justin won a playoff game?
That's fine. Justin has earned himself to be one of the top 5 quarterbacks paid, and nobody but Clint Stoerner has blinked about it. Nobody.
I'm just telling you, if I were the head coach and I was sitting up there beating my chest about this kid I knew coming out, and I got another cat that ain't won a playoff game that's locked up $50+ million in my cap.
Yeah, I think they brought him there because they want to have Jim working with him.
Right.
I think that's
probably more likely.
That's what it is.
Well, that's probably more likely.
I'm
just telling you at this point with Jim, the way Jim has stroked this kid, it wouldn't surprise me.
I don't know why Jim is doing that so much.
Well, he's trying to get somebody to pick his ass so somebody else falls to him.
I feel, in a way, like this is how he's letting Justin know off the bat. None of y'all mean that much to me. I have been thinking, I wonder what Justin Herbert's thinking right now. How much he's talking about this cat.
Oh, but yeah. He ain't said one time how much he likes Justin Herbert, but he loves this J.J. McCarthy kid.
All right, coming up, we'll catch you up with the latest of how that game broke down and ended. The Astros, they took another L, and they were swept by the Cubs before they head to Mexico City to play the Rockies in a couple of days. We'll get you all caught up with the latest of that and where the Astros are. All of that coming up next.
If you're looking to build your dream home, right? If you're looking to build a custom dream home, don't be like the Astros and take
minute of the conversation.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Towards first, and that's the ball game. Michael Bush makes a nice stop on the ground ball to the right side. The Astros are swept in Chicago, and they have lost 5 in a row and 8 out of 9 to drop to 7-19 on the season. 1-5 so far on the road trip, and today a 3-1 loss to the Chicago Cubs.
I don't mean to be disrespectful, but I feel like I will. And Clint, this will be very close to you. Maybe this is early. I've been known to make declarations early. But it is 4:25, and it's not even. And when I say 4:25, it is April the 25th.
It's pretty close to 4:25 p.m. as well, but you're talking about April 25th.
It's April 25th. I'm not saying that the Astros season is over, although, again, much like Abreu that time, I've got the towel. I've got a foot on the steps as I'm walking up to the end to the ramp. But Clint, I believe the Houston Astros have Dave Campo. There are some guys that are just not the top dude. There are some guys that are just not the manager, but the bench coach, the head coach, but the head assistant. You've seen it. You've seen guys who have sat next to guys who have been great coaches.
Up close and personal.
I know it. Dave Campo is very close to you. Dave Campo could have sat under Jimmy Johnson for 40 years, and Dave Campo would still never be a head coach.
Football playing Jesse.
Guys, Joe Espada, he's still learning. Whatever. Joe Espada is not a manager. He is not the top guy. And I'm not just basing it off of the worst ejection I've ever seen in my life. And not just that it was common. If you've seen the video, it appears that Joe requested it.
And
Please,
if he did
in
that,
the nicest way, in the nicest way, but it's okay. I've seen guys like managers. The top guys are thinking this all the way. AJ Hinch and Dusty would be thinking, "I'm going to light a fire right here." All right, this is a chance. This is a thing because he's arguing nothing. That didn't matter. This is a chance for me to go crazy. I'm going to lose my mind out here. I'm going to throw it all. You're not going to get me out of here. My man right here, this is a chance to really set it on fire, Clint. And Dave Campo walked out there. Said, "Sir, can you think you can throw me out?" That's what it looked like he did. And then he casually walked himself right back to the locker room.
Yeah. It was bad.
But it's that combined with everything that we're seeing. The decision making, all of us, none of it trying to roll through. Not any of it calming any of it down or changing any of it.
That's some of the weakest dish I've ever seen
I'm
on a
looking
baseball
at
diamond,
Nick Saban.
dude.
Nick Saban's
I'm trying not to freak out.
Nick Saban's had a lot of assistants that aren't head coaches. That went to try to be head coaches, and you saw it. They came right back under Nick.
Yep. Bill had several of them. Belichick.
He could sit under Dusty and A.J. Hinch all he wants, and I believe he's sat under both of them.
Dude.
Joe ain't a manager. Joe's not the top guy.
If he sheepishly just did that,
I'm sorry.
I'm.
Well, are you talking? You think he really went out there and asked to be kicked out of the game or something, Tyler?
I mean, it looks like it.
Yeah,
Not saying I know 100%, but it looks like it.
It does look like
he
it.
certainly wasn't doing anything to get ejected.
Right. Look, I was a big fan of the hire, and I don't know whether he's going to be a good manager or not. I really don't. But for me, at this point, April 25th, as you so eloquently pointed out, this early in the season, he is not. He doesn't appear to be a leader of men. He doesn't appear to be any level of, I'm going to light a fire under your ass. I'm going to hold you accountable. I'm going to keep the clubhouse together through adverse times. Like I never expected, I didn't expect him to be Dusty Baker. I didn't expect him to be a Hall of Fame manager. But I surely thought a guy that was being considered as a manager in the big leagues would be able to go out there and handle these moments. And it doesn't, just time and time again, it just seems like Joe Espada's in over his head.
That's it. Looks like, I mean, I don't want to say David Culley, but around that range of, that guy's an assistant. Stupid take on Espada. Quit making excuses for these players performing like crap. They're veteran players. Oh, I'm not excusing them.
They're not mutually exclusive, dude.
I think Joe has also been bad, and I don't think they believe that Joe has the answers.
Yeah.
I don't think that they believe in Joe. They have had, it's crazy, guys, they have had the previous years that Dusty Baker was the manager here, they have had obstacles. They have had many of them. They have had injuries. They have lost major pieces. They lost hell of a lot more than Maldonado, Ryan Stanek, and Hector Neris off a team. Like they've lost guys. They've had injuries.
Yeah.
They've had poor starts, poor play. Never did you think the thing was unraveling. Never did you think they didn't believe. They don't. They don't look like they believe. They don't. This looks like a mistake. Like that was.
I mean, I don't. And Ron's not saying this either. I don't want to speak for him, but he's not blaming anything on Joe Espada in terms of the start. Like I don't. When you got players like Jose Altuve, hell, Jose Abreu, when you got Bregman, Yordan Alvarez, I mean, you got Kyle Tucker, Verlander, Frommer, there shouldn't need to be.
This is not 100% on Joe Espada.
Right? Yeah, look, but there shouldn't you don't need a Hall of Fame manager like Dusty Baker to keep this thing on the tracks. You shouldn't. But through this adversity and through these struggles with the Astros, you can also have an evaluation and an opinion on the job that Joe Espada has done. And right now, through this adversity and through these struggles, the times that we hear from him in the media, the times like today when he goes out there and ends up getting ejected, it looks like he politely asked to be ejected. It's tongue-in-cheek there, but it's what it looked like.
That's what it looks like.
Like there's obviously that what has become obvious through these struggles is not just that you're leaderless, I think, from a player's perspective, like your better players aren't necessarily your alphas that can control the temperature in the room. It doesn't appear that your manager can either. Right? That's the scary thing is yes, it's on the players. They've got to play better. They've been awful. If you look at it, don't get lost in certain stats and say, well, this guy's hitting the ball better, he's doing this or that. Like, get down to the reason why they're struggling, and the best players will be involved in some way, shape, or form.
But the previous manager, when you would look at Dusty would come every day and hear fans and Astros fans losing their mind every day about moves and decisions and what he should do and what he shouldn't do.
Well,
Joe is making decisions and changing things up and down the lineup and everything like he's just changing new draws every day. We get in there, oh, God, no, Maldonado. No, he's not listening to you. He's doing what he knows, what he feels like is the right thing. Abreu needs to move, not doing what he's doing. No, he's not. This cat, Alex Bregman, has batted in 3 different spots since Friday. He started out the season said they'll always bat right behind each other. Alvarez and Tucker. That has changed before we've gotten to May. He looks like he's just trying things. And then we roll out here, man. That was a read the room opportunity right there. And he did what Dave Campo does. No offense to Dave Campo.
Yeah, they get a lot of drive-bys here, but your point is so valid. It's so spot on. I'm here for it.
And it's so weak, so sheepish.
I mean, that did you.
So
I don't know.
Wimpy.
Hardcore Rockets fan. Did that feel Steven Silas to you?
Oh God, yes. Damn.
That feels Steven Silas to you?
Damn.
Not like we ain't seen it. That feels Steven Silas to you? Or that feel Ime Udoka? That feel D'Amico to you? All right, coming up, Tyler brought up a point that we've got to address. The guy who is going number 1. I have about had it up to here with Clint's favorite. Wait till you hear what an anonymous scout had to say about the number one pick in the draft. We'll discuss that next.
All right, Academy Sports and Outdoors, y'all. They are right around the corner. I tell you what else is right around the corner. How about Mother's Day? You need to find something for Mom. I guarantee you may snicker a little bit, but I'm dead serious now. Get down to Academy Sports and Outdoors. You can find something for Mom, and it'll be prices that you'll.
intuitive online ordering, an increase in organic search visibility, and a 40% increase in new users. For scratch-made Asian cuisine, visit your local P.F. Chang's or go to pfchangs.com for website design, development, digital marketing, and hosting that produce efficiency, revenue, and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. P.F. Chang's and AmericanEagle.com. Another example of the best businesses in the world. Turning to the best in the business for websites, go to AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
Live from the Twin Peaks Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, I'll get to one of our favorites, the Anonymous Scout, real quick. Again, just let you know, the Astros, they lose. Joe Espada had his first ejection, his first career ejection. If you haven't seen it, go watch it. Then text in and tell me how you feel about it.
One of the wimpiest things I've ever seen on a baseball diamond.
YouTube and Twitch, go check it as well.
It's embarrassing, dude. Demoralizing.
Someone text in, John Singleton needs to be playing and not playing Dubon every day are big issues from Joe Espada. Yeah. Yeah, there are a lot there. I can't get over the ejection and then the looks on their faces after that game on April 25th. What was it, 2 days ago, Jose Altuve said, we've been on big runs. We can go 8 for 10. I know we can get hot. And then the way he looked with his head over that railing, like they did against the Rangers when they lost in Game 7.
Uh-huh.
Watch it. That's what it looked like.
You want to hear how that look might sound?
Oh, Lord.
I mean, it's a quote I'll read to you. I just saw this.
Please.
This is strong. This is coming from Mauricio Dubon of the Astros after the loss to the Cubs today. He said, quote,
"Oh, God.
It's a slap in the face. If you'd have told me we were going to be like this after we broke camp, I probably would have called bullish. BS. Things are not going our way right now. We just have to battle through, stay positive, and keep playing baseball." But he said he would have called BS, so they're shocked by it. Didn't see it coming.
They should be shocked by it.
Well, I think we all are.
Yeah, Doobie.
I think to your point, Ron, of the look on Altuve's face after that game. I mean, he's not exaggerating when he says it's everybody's to paint a picture. Everybody's seen this before. You know, a championship is played, it's won. The losing team stays on the court or stays on the field or stays on the edge.
I thought there was confetti.
And watches the other team celebrate and thinks, man, how hard I've got to work to get back here. That kind of deal. That's what Altuve was doing on the top step of the dugout, leaning over the rail, April the 25th, 2024.
Bregman's arguing with the umpires.
I mean, it looked like, and to me, that's a big part of. We've talked about several different things. That's a big part of why I've been concerned earlier than most, and yada yada yada. Is because the body language is bad. Like I talked about the other day. I mean, it's a week ago, 10 days ago, maybe, where Ryan Presley, the pitching coach, comes out there in a clutch situation to talk to him. Ryan Presley don't even look the guy in his face. Ryan's not. I mean, it's not a. I mean, this seems like everybody's out of sorts to some degree, and it's the body language, the look of we're out of answers. Kind of that's the part that's been concerning me for a long time, and it's just obviously it's worse and worse with every one of these losses.
It does. They're swept. What did we say? How many times? This is the fourth time?
Fourth time. 4 in 7 games. 7 series this year, they've been swept 4 times. Wow. It was 3 for 6. Now they're 4 out of 7.
Yeah, we are also shocked too, Mauricio Dubon. All right, the draft is tonight, and Caleb Williams is going to go number 1 of the Chicago Bears. We got that. But it is a lot to me that has been made of him just leading up to this. I mean, I mean the amount of things that have been said and questioned with him comparative to the other prospects is wild. And I guess that happens when you have been thought to be the number 1 pick for the last 2 years, and now we've arrived here. This, to me, feels – generally this happens. I watched it with Andrew Luck, Trevor it happened with, Bryce and CJ it happened with. But this is more than I've ever seen. almost with Caleb Williams. This is Dave Fleming, ESPN Magazine, giving an account that he had with a scout. These are scouts. These are people within
people that are paid. They're paid to evaluate and analyze.
They're the ones that give guys like Nick Caserio and D'Amico the real hardcore intel on drafting these guys. This is a scout and what he had to say. An anonymous source, a punk ass who won't come out and put his name on this, if I can just be honest with you. This is what he had to say.
And I reached out to a guy who's really well-connected, a former scout, really well-connected across the NFL with GMs and front offices, and I was blown away by his reaction.
What did the scout tell you that you can report?
I hated it. Hated it. He would scare the shit out of me if I was working for a team. Raw emotion is great, but Caleb's thing, that was ridiculous to me. That threw up major red flags. You just lost a game in the middle of your fucking season, and it was like your third loss in the Pac-12, and you went hugging on mommy and crying in mommy's arms, and it just seems really freaking weak and nuts. And I will tell you, he scares the shit out of a lot of NFL teams, too. The book on him is he's just kind of a weird kid. One GM told me it's like if Prince played quarterback. Look, I don't know him from Adam. I do not know him. But to me, that looked weak as shit, really fragile.
I'm
damn.
Dude, first off, say your name. What the hell does that mean? He looks like Prince playing.
Yeah.
Playing. Like this is what happens when you get just old. Like to me, that sounds like an old dude that it doesn't have an understanding or at least a change of what this generation potentially could be about.
Well, yeah,
it's just silly. Like clearly you're equating those dumb things that you're talking about to like, oh man, he's a weird kid. Aaron Rodgers is weird. His ass can play. There's a lot of weird dudes out here. His ass can play. He's 21. Get out of here.
Yeah, the part that bothers me is that like nobody, like if it were me,
that really boils me.
Well, it should. If it were me and this guy was saying it to me, like I would push back. Like he says, you just lost a game in the middle of a season and you lost 3 games in the Pac-12. No, actually, he lost 3 games in the Pac-12. It was at the end of the season, and it was the game that determined his last run in college. His college career was not going to end in a shot at a national championship
or a Pac-12 championship.
Right. It was that game did mean something. Don't paint the picture as it was just a mid-season loss in the middle of the Pac-12, and he's on record of saying that like it all just hit. He didn't go to his mom and cry. He talks to his parents, his mom, I guess, after the games, and he's hugging her, and he said it all just hit him at once. He realized like that year wasn't going to end in another Heisman. That year wasn't going to end in a championship, Pac-12 or national championship. So, I mean, I don't know. It's have your opinion. I don't care. But, boy, if you're going to be vocal and share your opinion, at least be accurate in what message and what your opinion's built off of. I guess that's the part that really irks me is don't change the kid's story to fit your narrative.
Like, and my thing is, listen, I believe like intangibles and leadership is really, really important, especially at that position. Like one of the things that I've heard from other anonymous scouts, Clint, is he gives real Russell Wilson vibes. One, whatever that means for a kid who is 21, 22 years old, we don't even know where he's going to be in 10 years or in 5 years. Who knows where he's going to be? Second, the Chicago Bears would run tripping and stumbling if they got Russell Wilson. Tripping and stumbling. Like Russell's weird leadership stuff started to have an issue and his skills deteriorated, and he ran into Nathaniel Hackett. That's when the Russ weirdness happened, because before that, Russ was 11 years in Seattle. 10 years he had a winning record. 8 times he got to the playoffs. He went to 2 Super Bowls and won 1. with his weird ass. Aaron, some people will look at Aaron as a terrible leader. We have heard many guys from Green Bay talk about Aaron. What can Aaron do? Play. Jay Cutler, a terrible leader. He just slipped himself into an NFC championship game. Like, no one will be talking about the greatness of the leadership that C.J. Stroud as much if they went 3 and whatever. Can you play? Get out of here with that point. And then like people can't lead different ways. That runs me. That runs me hot. Like this dude, like, hey man, he's 21. This is who he's gonna be. For starters, even if you have this is who he's going to be. Yeah. Like that's it. That's it. Like, oh, he's crying home to mommy. Yeah, he's emotional with his parents. He's very close with when his college career is ending.
Yeah.
Like, well, I mean, listen, yes. Like I respect the hell out of Clint Stoerner for standing up and answering all those questions after some of them tough games. I would not have faulted Clint at all if he was crying in Linda's arms. Oof. I would not fault if Clint was emotional after some really big losses. Hell, I think Clint did get emotional after the win against Tennessee the next year.
There's so many people, they rushed the field. Linda couldn't get there quick enough. So, yeah, I mean, ain't no doubt. Hell, I couldn't even talk.
They tried to get the camera to you, and you went to get that you carried that all. I mean, it is just like, dude is like, you're out, you're concerned. Like, what does that mean? He's a weird kid. If he's weird because he paints his fingernails, welcome to a whole bunch of those weird-ass kids.
You got several on your squad.
Yes. Coming up, the Astros, they take an L. Joe Espada, he speaks on his ejection. We'll love to hear from him. We'll get you ready for what they do in Mexico City. Good news, at least good news with Framber Valdez. We'll keep you updated on that. And we got to answer this question. How many quarterbacks are going tonight? It's the first round. How many quarterbacks are going tonight? We'll discuss that next.
All right, Twin Peaks, there's 5 lines.
ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty and the Dilf.
The big Dilf.
And Psycho T, a.k.a. T Mill, have the latest. The latest is 5 o'clock fire is brought to you by Kirk Holmes and the Astros. They cannot stop the bleeding. They get swept today after taking a 1-0 lead in the first. The problems continue. The problems continue with hitting with runners in scoring position. They had plenty of opportunities like we've seen a lot this year. This team leads the league in hits, by the way. They had plenty of opportunities again today and could not plate any other runs. And there was plenty of traffic, even when Verlander was in, which is why he had to leave early. Plenty of traffic in this game. And then a kid who had never gotten a hit before, who was just called up, went deep and hit a 2-run homer to give the Cubs a 2-run lead. They win this game 3-1. The Astros are now 7-19. They have been swept for the 4th time out of 7 series this year. Joe Espada, who was ejected, and it was the calmest ejection I've ever seen, almost appearing that Joe Espada requested to be ejected. That's almost what it looked like. Joe did speak on it. Joe said he got ejected because I didn't agree with the strike zone today. And why he chose that moment, Espada said, I just got tired of watching. That is from the manager, Joe Espada.
That's what you want from your manager, man. That's what you want to hear right there. I was just tired of watching. I wanted to hit that house.
I don't mind. You're tired of watching. I want to see you show me that you're tired of watching. I don't know, man. This is I would pose this to you two and the people. Is this rock bottom? Have we reached it?
I hope so. I can't take much more, dude.
Because, honest to God, Mexico City on the horizon could be. Is this as low as it gets? The ejection, the way it looked, getting swept here, losing the Verlander start where he gives up 1 run in his 5 innings plus. Is this rock bottom for the Astros?
Well, it's hard to think that they're at rock bottom April 25th, but it's difficult right now to think that they could dig any deeper. I know you can from a record perspective, obviously, but you've got is Colorado still? Are they still one of the teams that's worse than the Astros right now? I couldn't.
Well, they did. We talked to Tony yesterday. I said it can't get better. If they go down there and lose to the Rockies, they're going to struggle. And then he told us, well, they beat the Padres last night, so.
So they have won a game or two.
Let me
yeah,
check.
man. Look, I just
they're up 10-9 right now on the Padres.
I just don't know. I don't know that it could get any worse.
If they win today, they will have the same amount of wins as the Astros. They will be 7-19.
7-19. So there can't be another team worse, right? I mean, there's got to be. In the standing, look at the standings.
Oh, there are the Chicago White Sox. They're sitting there with three.
Okay, so there is at least 1 or 2 teams that's worse than the Astros right now. So. Yeah, look, I don't know that this – again, you can go lose in Mexico City back-to-back games, I suppose, and it would be even further – the hole would be even deeper. But it's never been more obvious to me that this team lacks leadership in a major, major way, and the manager that you hired doesn't have the ability to fill that void at the very least. It's very obvious to me right now that injuries aren't the problem. Like getting guys back
aren't the sole issue.
It isn't going to fix the issues that you have going on. This is, as many times as we've said it, I know the it's early crowd don't want to buy into it, but there's zero doubt about it. This baseball team consistently does things that bad base, and it's not just one thing here or there. There's several in every single game, and it's in the field, it's at the plate, it's on the base pass. It's just it's hard to think that they're going to snap their fingers and all of those things are going to be corrected. So I don't know how you can get any further in the hole.
Yeah, someone texted in and said, I think Mexico City might be the rock bottom, and they may make huge changes after that. I don't know. I don't know if that is the case. This is just getting bad. Like, it's just and now when you hear from guys like Mauricio Dubon, who said it's a slap in the face. If you'd have told me coming out after we broke camp that we'd be playing like this, I probably would have called BS. And then the looks on their faces, of defeat, of we don't know what we're going to do next. Like literally after this game on April 25th, the most experienced player you got looks like they just lost in the playoffs to end their season. Jose Altuve is sitting just motionless, just sitting, staring, and not going back into the clubhouse like you would do in a normal game. Is sitting there just staring out in Chicago over the railing as if like their season just ended. This is close to it. If they go out there and get swept, in this 2-game set against the Rockies, now it can't get worse than that.
It's not ideal.
At that point, it can't get worse than that. So, we'll see what happens. They lose 3-1, 7-19, 12 games under 500.
5 o'clock fire.
It's the Astros' worst start since 1969. And there is at least some good news, Clint. Framber Valdez will come off the injured list and start Sunday against the Rockies in Mexico City, Joe Espada said prior to the game. And that is big news. Blanco and Framber Valdez will start those games Saturday and Sunday. They get another day off tomorrow. They'll start those games Sunday. And that's, to me, why I said, like, those are games you at the very least split. At the very least split. This thing, what are they right now on this road trip?
1-5.
They only got one to get against the Nationals. Damn it. You're right. 1-5. So they're going to finish under 500 on this trip. They are 1-5 on this trip. That's why it's important. Like, they got it at the very least split this thing, especially with those pitchers. I don't know what his pitch count's going to be. Since the injury that we know of, he has only had a 40-pitch bullpen session, so we'll see how long Framber can go. But it's a tough thing because there's actually a little pressure on him. Like, they need you to perform, Framber. They need you to come back your first one, not ease into it, baby. They need you to perform. So this is the other scary part. Like, Blanco has been a lifesaver for this team. What happens if, as they say, water finds its level with him? Like, what happens if he just becomes solid instead of great like he has been? That's because you can't expect him to just come out here and just pitch the way he has pitched to start this season. At some point, you feel like he's not. This isn't a Cy Young guy. At some point, you think it's going to drop back. So this is, but it's big to get Framber back though, at the very least, and hopefully Javier is coming soon, and you can at least have the injury thing completely out of the picture.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be nice to have your top 3 starters, and look, it's not. Again, I'm still in a position where I think the Astros have a chance that they can claw back and make this thing at least interesting as the season rolls on here, because I do believe that the Altuves of the world, he's 1 for 16, by the way, with runners in scoring position this year. I believe those kinds of stats are gonna flip at some point in time, and so I think I'm not completely out on them yet, and getting their top 3 starters back would be a big plus. It's not going to be the cure because that's not the problem, but it'll be a big plus.
Yeah. All right, that's where things land here. Framber back and off the IL. We'll see who gets sent down in the move to bring him back. But Framber will pitch on Sunday against the Rockies.
5
the clock fire.
All right, the NFL Draft is tonight. Coverage is rolling. This thing is about to kick off here in less than 2 hours. As we talked about it just now, Caleb Williams will go number 1. We know at the very least he's going to go. Jaden Daniels will most likely go to the Washington Commanders at 2. My question to you, Clint, you've been watching this. This is the position, and we know how quarterback-needy teams get. And last year, seeing what C.J. Stroud did and how quickly that turnaround happened, teams want to look at it and try to get that franchise quarterback and find them.
Worst thing that ever happened to the rest of the league, rest of these rookies, is C.J. do what he did last year.
They don't see Bryce. They see C.J.
Oh, that's it, man. That's the bar, man. And these owners, they're ignorant enough to go, yeah, that's what we want our guy to do. That's what we expect our guy to do. You go out there and play like CJ. Hey, man.
God bless, brother.
Look at Anthony Richardson
God bless
before
you,
he got
CJ.
hurt. Yeah.
It's just that bar is way too high for any rookie. Look, I think to your point, I think Caleb goes 1. I do think Jaden Daniels goes 2.
How many quarterbacks in this one? In the first round, you think? Last year was just 3.
There's a chance 6 go in the first round.
6? You think all of them, all of the ones they've talked about? 6?
Possibly. Not likely, but possibly. I'm bullish on it because I think
you think 6 should.
I think Michael Penix should. I don't think Bo Nix would typically be a first round draft, but I mean they're talking about him. How many could go tonight overall? I think 6 could potentially go. Especially if you get a run of, they're talking about potentially off the 4 of the first 5 could be quarterbacks. Isn't that right? Who's got the 5th pick?
Oh, well, no, the Cardinals aren't going to pick.
They got 4. That's what I said, 4 of the first 5.
Oh, the 5th is that's the Chargers, isn't it?
Yep, so it would be 4 of the first 6.
Yeah, Chargers. The Giants have 6, though.
Gotcha.
They could.
But Minnesota's expected to possibly jump up
Minnesota,
into
Denver are the ones you want to keep an eye on. And it's been quiet with the Raiders, but they're sitting over there with Gardner Minshew and Aiden O'Connell. So that
the interesting thing to watch here
for me, I've seen Penix going to the Raiders.
That's it, man. Michael Penix Jr. I just refuse to believe that there are 32 staffs, not individuals, 32 scouting staffs, general manager down, that there's 32 of them that believe Michael Penix is the 6th best quarterback in this draft. I do not believe that there's that many people that believe Michael Penix Jr. is not one of the top 3 quarterbacks in this draft. So once you get beyond Jaden Daniels, I think Caleb Williams is a lock. I think Jaden Daniels, based on what he just did this year at running and throwing the football, is a lock. And then when you get beyond that, I love Drake May. I do think he's a guy that's going to need some development. But you get into that Drake May, J.J. McCarthy, Michael Penix Jr., I think they're all in that conversation. And I think Michael Penix Jr. goes a lot earlier than people think.
Yeah.
That's where I'm at with it.
I'm trying to, I think 4, at the very least 4, maybe 5. I think this is so, it's weird to be Penix. I don't agree. I don't understand it. I completely agree with you. I mean, there were times he was, for long stretches, the best quarterback that I've seen, that I saw in college last year. That includes Caleb. So I am, and he played the last couple of years all the way through to kind of show you that the injuries are things that are potentially behind him. And he played, like he ran the ball. He did, like you can go look at those playoff games against Texas and Michigan. He ran the football. So I'm really surprised that he is really getting held so hard because of those injuries. But like last year, I thought all 4 would go in the first round, and then Will Levis fell. Hell, I thought there was a chance the kid from Tennessee might get in late in the first round, Hendon Hooker. But they all fell lower and lower. So I don't think all 6. I would say 4. 4 at the very least, but you just never know how these quarterback needy teams will get antsy. How they will get antsy and say, all right, we got to go get it.
The thing is, you can rattle off 6 teams that need a quarterback, and if you've got them
easy,
if you've got them slated as Michael Penix Jr. is your 6th best, and that 6th team rolls around, they'd be a fool not to pick him.
Because like if if those three go early, which I think most people believe the top three will be Caleb Williams, Daniels, and then Drake May. And then if J.J. gets nabbed off early, let's say the Vikings go up and get him at, they say, here, we'll trade with the Chargers or somebody, and they go up and get him at 5, and now 4 of them going off, like you could see, oh, God, we're getting antsy. Oh, man, there's Bo Nix, there's Penix. Like you could see the Raiders. You could see the Giants saying we want to get back in to try to get him. You can see Denver. Denver, if Minnesota goes up and gets them, that would be their guy. But the Raiders, you could see teams getting antsy, saying, like, we want to go make a move.
If you don't have your quarterback and you're drafted in the mid-teens to the 20s and Michael Penix Jr. is on the board, you're a fool if you don't pick him.
I think teams like the Saints, teams like that, say, we're going to sit, and how much longer they're going to roll with guys like Derek Carr or something like that. All right, when we look at the draft from a Texans perspective, I think it's been interesting. It feels like my partner, Clint Stoerner, has made a shift on what he thinks is the most important position of need right now for the Texans. We'll see how that factors in the draft coming up this weekend. That's next.
All right, this is
Odyssey app thanks to Planet Fitness, home of the judgment-free zone. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, some news coming with the Astros after they're swept in Chicago. Sources tell Chandler Rome of The Athletic that the Astros are optioning right-handed pitcher J.P. France to AAA Sugar Land ahead of the Mexico City trip. That will clear a roster spot for Framber Valdez, but does prompt some questions about how their rotation lines up going forward. So J.P. France is the odd man out. And, Clint, that is interesting because they looked at this thing and they could have gone J.P., they could have gone Hunter, but obviously we know a guy that I think the thought was maybe it's too early. This is earlier than we wanted to bring Spencer Arrighetti up, and it's really not going amazing. But he is the one, they choose him to stay in the rotation ahead of J.P. France, who you could argue, I don't even think there's an argument. Well, yeah, I guess Verlander came in the second half. But you could argue he was this team's best pitcher in the second half, best starter in the second half last year. And he is the one that goes down over Spencer Arrighetti and Hunter Brown, who is struggling as well. It's wow, where J.P. France is, where they are.
Yeah, look, I didn't. They got to make Healthy has to make room for Javier too.
I was about to say, who's next? Is this Hunter and Spencer going to battle this one out when Javier comes back?
Yeah, the one that's safe is O'Neill, ain't he?
Nail's good.
He ain't going nowhere.
No, he ain't going nowhere at all.
He sure as hell better not.
I mean, at all.
Right. Yeah, I mean it's got to be Arrighetti, right?
I honest to God think it's whoever is starting to pitch well. I think to the point you made earlier, they were very impressed how Arrighetti kind of pulled it together in his last start. I think it was similar fashion where he maybe gave up some early and was able to kind of at least give him a shot. I think last night, I know 4 runs in the first inning ain't great, but they held him down and he pitched much better and it at least gave him a shot.
If they make plays behind him,
yeah.
If they make plays behind him, he doesn't give up 4 runs. He gives up 1. He gets out of that jam, and so. Yeah, I mean, he definitely looked better and was swing and miss stuff, had several strikeouts. I mean, that was impressive, a lot more impressive than I think what the box score would tell you with Spencer Arrighetti yesterday. So we'll see. But J.P. France, I hate to see that for the old Eiffel Tower, Tyler. I hate to see that, but I'm glad to be getting some arms back, brother.
Oui.
Yeah, we'll see what happens.
This is wow, damn J.P. What in the hell?
Yeah.
Maybe get himself going again down there.
You remember how horny we all were whenever J.P. France, Hunter Brown, and company just came on the scene and looked great last season?
When they just kept bringing up these guys out of nowhere we never heard of and just lighting it up. Yeah.
I mean,
it was like anytime anybody came up here last year or the last couple of years, they were inspired to do something.
I think I'm going to throw up, man.
I know you are. Sean Bajani's the one I'm worried about. Sean Bajani's the ones who care a lot but keep it together the most, the real positive ones.
Oh, wow.
They're the ones. Like Joe Espada, we saw his ejection. I'm sure Joe's got a real pent-up game that will just let out crazy here soon. All right, the draft is tonight. The Texans are not drafting thus far in the first round. We'll see how the night goes. But Clint, we've been talking about this since free agency, the positions and the positions of need, and I know you really think they got to fill defense at every single level, from defensive tackle to the linebacking core to the second corner safety.
I hope this is a heavy defensive draft, Ron. I hope this is a heavy defensive draft.
Yeah, and you talked about that. It's funny now that we have been getting closer and closer to the draft and we've been having these conversations. It feels like, to me, to start, defensive tackle was the absolute number one priority for you, the thing that concerns you the most about this team. You even talked about there are ways that you can hide potentially a second corner in your coverages, what you do, and especially how well you rush the passer. And the Texans look like they have an opportunity to be one of the best in the game at doing that. But he always said it's hard to hide a guy right up there up front. But the more we've talked over the last month, Clint, it feels like to me now you have shifted to corner, to that second corner being maybe the most important position for you. And that seems to be a shift from that defensive tackle.
Well, yeah, the game has changed, right? I mean, we're not talking about free agency where there's guys that you can go pay $15 or $20 million a year to and plug them in, and they are absolute game wreckers from the inside. I don't believe that with second round and third round draft picks that you're gonna find that type, that caliber player in the draft. So when I look at the defensive tackle position, I was bullish on it, wanting a game changer, a game wrecker at the defensive tackle position. And you're not going to find that in the second round of the draft. You're not going to find that. Now, you may, and he may turn out to be 3 years from now, he may be that guy. But that's not the expectations that I have going to the draft for the Texans, is that in the second round, they're going to have the ability to get a player that's plug and play, and all of a sudden this guy is a game changer type of player. I don't think you're going to find that in the second round. Now, if they trade back up into the first round to get one of these top 3 defensive tackles that may or may not fall, okay, that's different. But right now, sitting in the second round, and as it pertains to the draft, I just believe that the Texans, at the very least, need to get a player at one of the positions of need where you fill at least the void of depth. Like, if you get a second-round defensive tackle right now, I believe that guy is plug and play in a heavy rotation, and he's going to get a lot of snaps, and he's going to get a chance to develop naturally by being in there, and by midseason you hope he's separated himself and he's become a starter, and he's going to exceed that second-round caliber player. Same thing at linebacker, same thing at corner. Those are just the positions for me that I think in the second round, having that draft capital would best suit the Houston Texans. And to be honest with you, you wouldn't have to talk to me real hard to get me to say the same thing about defensive end and safety as well. I just think this has to be a defense-heavy at least top of the draft for the Houston Texans.
Yeah, I look at this and I think where they are and where they're drafting, I can see them being able to draft a player that by midseason is a player that is not just in your rotation, whether that is in corner or D tackle. Those are the 2 positions that feel like the big one. Even at linebacker too, you can throw that into. That at the very least by midseason, maybe week 10, 11, 12, whatever, around that time of the year, that they could be someone pushing for a starting job. They could be someone that you feel comfortable getting starting reps, those amount of reps, right? Like if you drafted a defensive tackle, especially one of these top ones where you're like, all right, even the kid out of Florida State, the big kid that's going in the second round, Fisk. Even a kid like that in the second round that you're seeing, there's a thought like maybe that is a guy that by week 10, by week 11, that could be pushing guys like, Tim Settle or Foley into getting starting.
He better be.
You know what I mean? If you can, and I can see that in a cornerback spot, any of those corners in that late first to second round, that they could get through and be pushing the Okudas, the Hendersons, if they're still there, pushing them as starting caliber guys. So I don't think right off the bat those are guys that would be able to do that. In the same thing in the linebacker spot too, right off the bat. But hopefully mid-season wise, like they're ready to at least be that type of an impact player.
Yeah, look, I mean, you look at Jalen Petrie. He out of the gate was an impact player and then slowed down in the second season. Yeah. He was a second-round guy. You look at Nico Collins. He was a third-round guy. It took 2 years for him to really find his groove, even though I believe that with this coaching staff, he would have found his groove a lot earlier. You look at Tank Dell, third-rounder, found his groove. I don't know that Juice Scruggs, second-rounder last year, would have started the year I don't know if he would have been a starter. He was competing, I believe, for the starting center position in training camp. I would assume that he would. But things, guys like that. Like I don't. This team, I don't believe, is in the same spot where they're drafting the Tanks, the Juice Scruggs, the Nikos, and those guys are immediately going to get opportunities. So you're in a spot where you don't necessarily need the draft to go play a game tomorrow, but you've got 2 premium draft picks in the second round and one in the third, really, but we'll talk just about the second rounders. Drafting guys that are good, solid depth, so you don't have to go out there and manufacture reps for them. You don't have to try your damnedest to create the game-like atmosphere in training camp or in practice to get reps out of them and develop them. No, you throw them. They're second-round picks, man. You throw them to the Wolves, and you control how many snaps they get in a game, and you, to a certain degree, can control the situation that they're in, and you let them develop naturally as they help your team win ball games. And you talk about like the Fisk kid out of Florida State. I mean, the key is bringing one or two of those guys in that have a little different gear than all the journeymen that you brought in at D tackle.
Yes. Somebody. Yeah.
That's an
ascending player, right?
And if you look, it's a roll of the dice. But if you hit on them, to your point, by mid-year, they could potentially be wrecking shop, earning more reps. Boom, and now you hit a grand slam with that in the second round with one of those picks. So I just want it to be one of those guys. I think it's a pipe dream to think that they're going to draft guys in the second round that are just going to be plug and play difference makers, right? Because we saw CJ and Will and even Tank and all that. Like, the team is constructed different right now. The team is built different right now to where, hell, as a fan, I don't want that to be possible. I don't want it to be possible.
Yeah. All right, coming up, as we'll finish a little bit more on the draft. That's coming up as well. But I think we're starting to see potentially in a season of many issues for the Astros, we may be seeing maybe what the number one central issue is. We'll discuss that coming up next.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Should they be the hunted?
No, hell no. I don't think anybody in the NFL looks at the Texans like, yeah, we got to go get them or else. I just hope that that's the mindset of the squad, man, and you're still the hunter. You're hunting every Sunday. You're going hunting, and I love D'Amico's mindset there.
Ride home with Clint and Ron, 2 to 6 every afternoon on Sports Radio 610.
From the Bell Furniture and Beat a Bell Prices Traffic Center, your traffic report is sponsored by RonCraftChevrolet.com. Find new roads. Taking a look at the Cordell and Cordell traffic cams, there's delays on I-45, the Gulf Freeway, northbound at El Dorado, where an accident has a right lane blocked. Tired of big car payments? RonCraft Chevrolet solves that problem with lease payments at only $277 a month for 36 months on a 24 Equinox LT. RonCraft Chevrolet in Baytown, I-10 next to Buc-ee's. Together, let's drive to RonCraft Chevrolet. I'm Laura Reynolds, Sports Radio 610.
Attention taxpayers. If you or your business owe the IRS back taxes or have years
SportsRadio.com to get the journey started.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
One of my favorite moments. What we're going to be talking about tomorrow. Who is going to be the person that really sticks out with their outfits tonight? Who is going to bring it tonight?
We've already seen a couple.
We've
seen Caleb Williams. We've seen
he's got a little navy blue number
with some looks like some crosses coming out of the pocket. Looks like some. It's not a pocket square. It looks like they're designed. They're on the jacket.
Oh, designed on the jacket.
Not real flashy. That's not going to win any awards. We saw Jaden Daniels.
Somebody's got to bring it. I
don't know, man. I mean, those two aren't the two. To be honest with you, I thought Daniels from LSU
might.
From Arizona
Marv
State.
ain't gonna do nothing. Marvin Harrison ain't gonna do nothing.
I feel like I've seen him G'd up before. It's the ankle showing and the clean shoes. Where did I see him at?
Yeah,
I'm sure it was the awards, the college awards show. Yeah, I don't know.
You think we gonna get any Pepto-Bismol suits like Kyler Murray gave us?
Somebody's. I would imagine somebody's gonna
come on, give us something to roll with.
Yeah. Michael Penix Jr., if he does get drafted in the first round, he's been known to have some clean gear.
Well, I'm trying to figure out who all showed. We'll see how many guys are actually there.
See, I'm not familiar with.
I think it's like 12.
Like Dallas Turner right here. This kid is the best edge player, best defensive player. On a lot of people's boards, or on damn near every board out of Alabama, defensive end. I don't know what his gear game's going to be like.
Yeah, we'll see. I want to see if somebody stands out. Somebody's going to.
Well, hell, I mean, Ron, it's offensive tackle heavy, man. O-tackle, big boys are showing out, man.
That's what I'm seeing. Yeah, big boys. Yeah, I'm waiting. Yeah, I like the big fellas that come through and they wear stuff they're so tight. You wonder, man, how big is that guy?
Right?
How big is that guy? I was hoping Trevondre Sweat would be there. I don't care where he gets drafted. I just want to see his gear.
Well, damn, Byron Murphy's a bad man, ain't he?
Big fella. I'd like to get your hands on him, wouldn't you? Like to get your hands on him. All right, draft, big night coming up. Remember, right behind us, NFL draft coverage. The fellas will have that for you. That'll roll through this evening as well. Tyler, do we have Area 45 tonight? Or is it just straight up?
No Area
draft?
45.
Yeah, straight up NFL draft tonight. All right, I saw PC around here. I wasn't sure.
He's sailing.
NFL draft round 1. We'll have that all for you tonight right here on Sports Radio 610. And we'll be out tomorrow at the Texans party. We'll be kicking the thing off. We'll be there early before it gets started tomorrow.
That's right. Who's all invited? That everybody? Anybody? Is that everybody coming to the party?
I would imagine it's been. I imagine it's very similar to.
Yeah, it's wide open.
It's to the previous years. So
well, come hang with us then, man.
Yeah, come have a good time.
I knew we were going to be at the party. I didn't know it was wide open.
That big Nick energy.
Yeah. Oh, I got a feeling you're going to get. Hell, the Astros been on your ass about what you do. Now you're going to get to.
Well, the Astros just need to worry about not sucking ass on the baseball diamond.
Great.
He's waiting on that one.
Not my tweets.
He's waiting on that one. NFL draft coverage coming up next. All right, the Astros, if you missed it, JP France, he is going to be optioned down to AAA Sugar Land as they make room for Framber Valdez. So he is the odd man out. And Clint, they lost again today.
Mm-hmm.
They're 7-19 now. Brian Abreu gives up a 2-run homer when he comes in to try to clean things up. They lose. Verlander started. He gets into the 5th inning. He was in trouble all game long. Was able to get out of it, but they were able to continue to clean up the jams as Abreu eventually gave up a 2-run bomb as the Cubs sweep this series. And I think the big conversation piece right now is Joe Espada gets ejected, and I think a lot of people are looking at this like, what the hell was that ejection? That ejection seemed like it was the most polite ejection I have ever seen in my life, Clint. And I think overall, I'm not saying that alone builds this thought to me, but Clint, I don't think the players and these are a lot of players who have a ton of experience, I don't think that they are really confident that they have the people in place to figure out the answers that they're going to need. You have made reference to seeing Ryan Presley and how he was with the pitching coach that came out to talk to him. Didn't seem like there was a lot of confidence in what was going to be said there. And Joe Espada is just not bringing a ton of confidence, I don't think. I think the players inside question if they have the people there that are putting them in the best place to win games. I think that is, at the very least, a question right now, if full-fledged a belief.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, I don't want to take away from the fact that this team, the players, are not performing at an acceptable level. It's bad. It's really bad. It's unacceptable. But through this adversity, I think one of several things that has come to light is there is a serious void of leadership. And I think the one thing that's been most obvious when you start talking about leadership is the manager, Joe Espada, appears to be incapable of moving the needle with this team. Whether you're talking about the comments that he makes after guys are struggling at the plate, after guys struggle at the on the mound, you talk about the inability to go out there and at least try to light a fire into your ass with getting ejected from the game. It was the most polite conversation I've ever seen an individual have. It was the most casual ejection, and it was the most casual walk back to the dugout afterwards. To me, that piece is the biggest concern, or the biggest thing that I draw from this 7-19 start with the Astros is clearly there's a lack of leadership across the board.
Yep.
Your better players, Altuve, Yordan Alvarez, Bregman, Kyle Tucker, clearly those guys are not the leaders that Carlos Correa was, that Springer was, that Maldonado was. And clearly when you look at, I think the most obvious is it appears that Joe Espada is in over his head. It appears that he is from a managerial standpoint, doesn't have the ability to be a difference maker as you manage through adversity, the way that Dusty Baker and A.J. Hinch appeared to be able to do. So, Ron, your overall point of it seems like maybe the team doesn't believe in the decision makers. I don't know if this team is there yet, but I know it's a legit possibility.
This is today did not help. That did not help because
you talking about the ejection,
the casual,
the polite
all of
ejection?
that. Like you said it. I'm not saying he is. There are moments that he resembles, and it looks like Steven Silas.
Oh, agreed, 100%.
There are moments
the
when
post game, the way in the tone and the way in which he communicates is very
like
Silas.
That and or in over his head and like the Cully feel like it's
a great comp with Silas. Honestly,
it feels like with Cully. Like I don't even put Lovey into this. I think a game just maybe passed him, but guys like Cully and Silas,
football playing Jesse,
they just don't. Like they've been assistants their whole lives, and they feel like they should be assistants.
Yeah,
and that's what Joe Espada feels like 25 days into April. You know, the first part of this season, he feels like he is an assistant that they have given the keys to. But the worst part about it compared to Silas and Cully is those cats didn't have talent and expectations.
Yeah,
he does.
Yeah.
This was supposed to be, I was told repeatedly last year, anybody could manage this team to a World Series. They're winning in spite of the manager. And they brought this cat over with expectations, and they've brought an assistant. And yesterday, Tony said the place where you really see a manager is when things start to hit the fan and things start to go left, those guys have a calming force and a level of confidence that the team feels like it's going to be all right, and that we're not seeing that.
Yeah, look, it's a perfect storm with Joe Espada. And I know for me personally, I was high on Joe Espada being the manager. I did not think that they would be entertaining or interviewing a guy that would be in over his head so early on, or appear to be in over his head so early on. Nor, because to me, like, yes, Joe Espada appears to be in over his head. He appears to not be able to handle the adversity of this season so far. He just doesn't handle it, doesn't navigate it well, doesn't communicate it well, doesn't. There's no. He doesn't. I would like for my manager to exude confidence. He doesn't. No. But I would also say that I never in my wildest dreams thought that this team like required a Dusty Baker level glue guy, if you will, to play good baseball. Like I thought this team with Jose Altuve, even Abreu, Bregman, Tucker, like Jordan to a certain extent. I know he's young, but Fromber, I mean, these guys are growing up. Like I expected this team to be able to play good baseball, to right the ship. And they clearly, yes.
They have panicked really early. Panicked, and they are pressing. Clearly you can see all the way through. And with their pressing, the manager's making moves like he's pressing. Tomorrow, like coming up on Friday, right now, do you think Alex Bregman has pure confidence to know where he's going to bat Friday?
I don't know why he would.
He needs to be in the 5-hole.
That would be another new spot. That would be the fourth place he's bat. If he was in the 5-hole, that'd be the fourth place he's hit since Friday.
Is Braggy being ridiculous?
Not to say that Alex Bregman has done anything to make you say, hey, security, put you wherever you should know where you're coming in. But damn, boy, it's getting rough. They're getting close to hitting the rock bottom. Boy, if they get swept by the damn Rockies, that's.
I think Tyler said it best. They go south of the border, and that might be rock bottom. We'll see what happens.
Framber's pitching.
And if that's the case, we got to hold a funeral for this golden era.
No, we got it.
It's a proper way to send it off. It's what we do on this show. We have funerals.
Friday before May 1st, you think? All right, Clint, great job. Tyler, great job as well. Stay tuned for NFL draft coverage coming up right behind us. I am Ron Hughley, as always, Houston. We love you, baby. He goes by G-Wa?
Yeah.
No, he does.
Yes, he does.
G-Wa?
What up, G-Wa?
No, you're lying.
It's not that bad.
No, it is. I can look stupid by myself. No one has ever said, yo, G-Wa!
Always seems to know the way.
Nick Caserio isn't buying into the outside noise around the Texans.
It's so early. I mean, we haven't done anything. What happened last year has no bearing on this year, so we're focused on right now. We're focused on the present. We're focused on improvement, and I think the players' focus is just on their attitude, their effort, and their commitment to being a good player. So outside of that, I mean, the rest of it is just a bunch of garbage.
Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
From the Bell Furniture and Vita Bell Prices Traffic Center, your traffic report is sponsored by Coushatta, Louisiana's best bet. On I-10, the Katy Freeway, westbound at Kirkwood, it's a stall that has a right shoulder blocked. Spring is here, and so is your chance to win cash at the big $200,000 Spring Green Cash giveaway this Saturday, April 27th at Coushatta Casino Resort, Louisiana's best bet. I'm Laura Reynolds, Sports Radio 610.
It's the one-year anniversary of Chris Poulos and his family purchasing West Point Lincoln, and they're having a huge anniversary sales event going on right now. Huge discounts, 0% interest available for all qualified buyers. Check them out, Katy Freeway, exit Kirkwood, or online at westpointsales.com. Hey, it's Sean Pendergast from my friends at Suit Mart, and they are back with an offer that's too good to resist. For a limited time only, Suit Mart presents the ultimate deal. You buy one suit, you get one suit free. You know about that. But wait, there's more. When you buy select suits, you get a dress shirt, a tie, and a pair of shoes absolutely free. That's right, 2 suits for the price of 1, plus essential accessories to complete your look. At Suit Mart's where I get all my suits. Choose from slim fit, modern, classic fit suits, sizes, and up to 60 regulars. Hurry in today to Suit Mart. Take advantage on these select styles. It's Suit Mart.
What's good, y'all? Clint Stoerner here for QC Kinetics, man. The future of medicine is here, and it's QC Kinetics. They are the nation's leader in the most exciting revolution in pain management we've seen in decades. Regenerative medicine. If you're tired of achy joints, if your joint pain is keeping you from doing what you love, you need to call QC Kinetics immediately. Surgery, steroids, drugs, they're all a thing of the past. Regenerative medicine at QC Kinetics is transforming lives with innovative treatments that deliver lasting results. We're talking natural biologics using your body's own power to repair and restore damaged tissue. QC Kinetics is under the leadership of National Medical Director Dr. Mitchell Scheinkupp. Dr. Scheinkupp is a pioneer in this field. With 20 years of clinical work, tons of research, teaching, and publishing, he wants to get you relief with a needle, not a knife. Call QC Kinetics now to learn more about these exciting options, man. This is a revolutionary approach that can get you long-term relief with no downtime. Call QC Kinetics now for a free consultation. 713-913-5285.
This is Seth Payne here with Trice Ham, the general manager at Bayway Chevrolet, just reflecting on how far we've come in this city to where April is way more exciting with the draft at the end of the month than it was a couple years ago. One thing that never changes is the Bayway Guarantee.
That's right, Seth. The Bayway Guarantee is not going anywhere, and whether you make us your first pick, second pick, third pick, as long as you stop at Bayway, I promise you're going to get the best deal on a new Chevrolet.
That is a great way to put it, Trice, because if somebody goes out and gets an offer at another Houston area dealership, they can bring it on in and you're going to beat that offer.
Yeah, you bring me a written offer on any new Chevrolet, I will beat it, or I'll give you $1,000 on the spot.
Trice is committed to getting you the absolute best deal on the brand new Chevrolet you've been dreaming about. Check it out online at BaywayChevrolet.com. Then head on down to Bayway Chevrolet on Broadway in Pearland. And with Trice Ham and his crew taking care of you, you end up with a great vehicle at the best deal in Houston. Check it out online at BaywayChevrolet.com. It's Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Transform your outdoor space with Texans Turf. Imagine a lush green lawn all year round, no more muddy pet paws, and a softer, cleaner playground for kids. Texans Turf withstands our weather and stays beautiful. Visit TexansTurf.com and get a free quote today. Texans Turf makes Texas green.
Get the one and done you want for your dog's monthly protection. NexGard Plus, Afoxolaner, Moxidectin, and Pyrantel chewable tablets. Protects against fleas, ticks, heartworm disease, roundworms, and hookworms. All in one delicious, beef-flavored soft chew. Use with caution in dogs with a history of seizures or neurologic disorders. Dogs should be tested for existing heartworm infection prior to starting a preventive. Ask your vet about NexGard Plus Chews.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
There is no offseason.
Intercepted.
There's no greater expectation than the expectation we put on ourselves.
Rock and roll. Touchdown, Houston.
We have expectations and a standard we hold ourselves to.
Sacked. 3 and out.
The promise of this team, the talent that we have, the coaching that we have, it's right in front of us, and we just got to keep reaching and going to get it.
The Texans win. That's what it's about, man.
Now, it's Texans All Access.
Hello, Texans. Here it is. The NFL Draft is upon us in 1 hour. First round activity. Mark Vandermeer with you with John Harris. 16 hours of draft coverage starts now on Texans Radio, presented by your Houston area Ford dealers, and we are fired up. Robert Hensley will have the breaking news as always. Tonight, Andre Ware joins us. Tomorrow night at the Texans Draft Party, Avenida Houston, that's downtown, basically Discovery Green area. It'll be Seth Payne along for the ride, along with Robert. And then Saturday, Sean Pendergast, Cecil Shorts, me, Johnny, and Nick Caserio after it's all over. The NFL Draft, there's nothing like this as an off-season event. It's the off-season Super Bowl, like I've often said. And Johnny, the storylines are there tonight, big ones with the quarterbacks. We all know about that from last year. And I guess the big question as far as the Texans go tonight, I got 2 of them. What will the opponents be doing? And we'll follow that all night long. Yep. And does Nick Caserio have something up his sleeve to move back into the first round after trading out of the first round with the Minnesota Vikings?
I asked him that the other day. What do you think the other general managers think when they see Nick Caserio on their phone popping up? Like, oh, dang. You know, like we used to talk about Daryl Morey that way. Like when NBA GMs would see Daryl Morey was on the line, it's like, run. So I don't know if it's quite that way with Nick. because he's made fair deals along the way.
Yeah, it's fair.
But it feels like he knows everybody in the league, and he's having discussions at all times with them. And so if you pull something off tonight, it'll be exciting. It'll be interesting to see what it is. I think it's a D lineman or corner. And just watching this whole thing, the first 3 picks are not going to be sexy because we pretty much know what they are. We know that Caleb Williams is going to Chicago. We know, for the most part, Jaden Daniels is going to the Commanders. And it appears the Patriots are indeed going to draft Drake May. And those are the 3 that we thought in some order they were going to go that way. And then the draft starts at 4 with Monty Ossenfort and the Cardinals. What do? They trade that pick. Does Minnesota move up for a quarterback? Do the Cardinals stand pat and just say, you know what? We've loved Marvin Harrison Jr. We want Marvin Harrison Jr. We want our new Larry Fitzgerald. And then all of a sudden the Chargers are taking offers from everywhere. Because I feel like the Chargers want to move out of 5. I feel like that. I don't know if the Cardinals want to move out of 4, but then I can see the Cardinals doing what they did last year. They did with us. They were at 3. They traded down to 12. Back up to 6, went and got Paris Johnson Jr. I could see them doing that same thing. 4, down to 11, and then back up to 6 or 7 or whatever, and then get the wide receiver there.
Don't the Chargers need one of those receivers? I mean, one of the 2, Neighbors or Marvin Harrison Jr. Let's get ND Kalu in here. In the early going, we'll have John McClain on this hour as well. And our buddy ND on the line. ND, draft weekend. First of all, your feeling heading into this year versus last year with no first-round pick for the Texans, but a team that is, according to some, stacked, and you're still going to get some good players after tomorrow night or during tomorrow night or maybe even tonight. Your thoughts?
The thought is that they had a first-round pick, and we've already celebrated it in Stephon Diggs. I mean, when you talk about talent, when you talk about filling a need, I don't know how long he's going to be a Houston Texan, but the excitement of bringing in a Diggs as the wide receiver position, to me, that was the first-round pick. It just happened to be a few weeks before the NFL draft. I'm very excited about the 2 second-round picks. I know there's this thought, will they create some kind of package and move into the first round? I personally, because I think of the draft as a crapshoot, I would love for them to keep the 2 second-round picks, because I just feel like the odds are better that one of those guys are going to hit instead of just getting rid of those just to move into the first round. But I'm pumped about this draft for the Texans this year because it just feels like every pick is going to be a luxury pick the way they've stacked this team already.
And do you just, outsider looking in at it, for all of us really, talking about defensive tackle, talking about corner, those are the 2 spots, and what's more important, making sure the defensive line is solid or making sure that there's another corner to go with Okudah and Henderson opposite of Derek Stingley. As you're just kind of thinking through the process of what happens with that first pick at 42 and even 59, are there positions that you think are more important than others? I mean, do you just want to see him go defensive tackle, defensive end because you're a former defensive lineman, or what do you think fits best with those first two picks in the second round?
You know what? I was thinking defensive tackle, and yes, I am a little bit biased. I was going to say, you know what? I know the perfect person to ask in regards to thinking if certain guys are going to be around in John Harris, because the draft coverage that he provides is unmatched. And, I've had my eye on Braden Fisk, thanks to Travis Johnson, being a Florida State guy. Yes. I don't know how realistic it is that he's going to be around. I was actually going to pull you aside and ask you, but since we're here publicly and everybody's listening, do you think defensive tackle Braden Fisk? Because if he's around, I say you don't even use the entire, 2 minutes. You run up there and you get Braden Fisk.
Yeah, I'm with you. Braden Fisk, 6'3", 300-ish, maybe a little under that, but a transfer from Western Michigan, 6-year player, stud athlete. But Indy, you know this more than any others. And, it's funny, I was at the Senior Bowl, and I said to a cohort of mine, I said, man, the Colts are going to love him because he's such an athlete. And he went, nah, you know what? He's got short arms. And I know you hear that during the draft. What does it mean if a guy does have short arms, ND? Does that provide, kind of a hurdle a guy's got to get over? And do you worry about that with a guy like Fisk because he is that athletic? Okay, he's got short arms. People hear that. What does that mean, and how could that hold him back, if at all?
Okay, as far as what it means, when you're a defensive lineman, when I'm coaching up young linemen, and I always talk about the 3 S's, the strike, the separate, and the shed. And if you have short arms, it's hard to really get a great separation. And that might not seem like a big deal, but it really is. When you're playing against these athletic, explosive offensive tackles, offensive guards, and you do a good job with the strike, but then when you separate, if you don't have that much separation, it's easy for them on your shed move to get their body back on yours. So when you have guys like Mario Williams, when you have guys like Chris Jones with extra long arms, once they do that, separate, it gives them that space in between the defensive tackle, defensive lineman, and offensive lineman to get that shed and to get away. Because I don't care how strong, how athletic, how explosive you are, your number one goal as a defensive lineman is to get off the block so you can make a play. And if you have short arms and you can't separate, then that's very tough. And keep in mind, I don't care how strong you are. When I say separate, yes, when we practice and we hit the dummy, we have a full separation, a full extension, and that elbow's locked. But in real life, you're not going to get that because the guy on across the field, he gets paid as well. So it's a big deal, but I've seen some guys with long arms who don't know how to utilize them, and they can't play. But when I look at Braden Fisk, and again, I'm looking at highlights. I have to remind myself of that. I didn't see any issues with his arm length.
In a few moments, I will ask John Harris what it will take for Nick Caserio to move into the first round tonight. Let's say pick number 28, 29, in that neighborhood. What's it going to cost the Texans to get into the first round? But, ND, I want to ask you this, because I was watching one of those ESPN hot take shows this morning. Ryan Clark was asked, they were trying to set up a segment, the surest thing in the draft, and he just shot the whole thing down, said there's no sure thing. And Dan Graziano had a good line. He said, literally nobody knows how these guys are going to play. And I think it's pretty funny because nobody truly knows. But you tell me, having survived and thrived over a decade in this league, what's the most important thing for these players picked this weekend to know and do as they embark on their NFL careers? Because as much time as these teams put into this, most of them are wrong over 50% of the time. Your thoughts?
The little things. You know, the most important things are the little things. It sounds cliche, but every single guy is big, strong, fast. You know, every single from the defensive lineman from Texas, Byron Murphy, to Marvin Harrison Jr. Every single one of these guys, Mark, they're big, they're strong, they're fast. But the guys who do the little things, the guys when you're mentally drained, you're physically drained after a two-a-day practice, after your first week of two-a-days, but the guy that says, you know what, I'm going to put my phone down, I'm going to tell my mom, don't call me for the next 30 minutes, and I'm just going to get into my playbook. Like, I'm just going to focus on the playbook and know it like the back of my hand. I think those are the guys that tend to last in this league. And I'll say this, I don't know the stats, I don't know the numbers, but the ones who aren't coming in with all this hype, keep an eye on them. The ones that are a little upset, the ones that go in the third round, fourth round, I would not be surprised if Luke McCaffrey has a longer career than, say, Brian Thomas out of LSU. And it's not a shot against Brian Thomas out of LSU, but, you know, everybody's been hyping him up for the last few months, and you got Luke McCaffrey just minding his own business and making some great plays and doing a great job with his pro days, and he has that chip on his shoulder. I would not be surprised if he ends up having a longer career than some of these wide receivers that go in the first round.
Indeed, wide receiver, speaking of, has been a hot topic in Houston since the end of the offseason. Like, oh, man, maybe getting a wide receiver in this draft because his draft class is so good, et cetera. Then they trade for Diggs, but they lop off the last 3 years. So Diggs, essentially 1 year in Houston. Nico Collins has 1 year left on his contract. There's a chance, albeit hopefully not a great chance, that you could be without both of them going into 2025. So with receiver and with this being a really good wide receiver class, I don't want to say you write it off completely, but does it get pushed down the priority board because you have other priorities, especially on the defensive side, defensive line in particular? Or do you think, you know what, this is such a good wide receiver class, we've got to go get a wide receiver and brace for maybe not having one or both of Diggs and Nico next year?
If the wide receiver draft is as good as everybody's saying it is, then there should be a quality project, emphasis on quality project in the third, fourth round. I would not spend any of the top 2 picks, the 2 second-round picks, on a wide receiver. And also, you have guys like Xavier Hutchins. I felt like this is a guy that can continue to become a number two, a consistent number 3 wide receiver, but he didn't have the targets last year. So I personally would not use any of those second-round picks on a wide receiver. But I will say this, because they always, and I'm sure y'all have talked about it, I'm sure we'll hear about it today, do you draft for need or do you draft best player available? I think it's easy and it sounds good when general managers say, oh, we just draft the best player available. I think it's more of a hybrid approach. But when you look at the Texans roster, when you look at what they've done, I think they're truly in a situation with their second round pick where they can truly go best player available regardless of the position group.
So, Johnny, what's it going to cost the Texans to move late into the first round, say 28, 29? They have the 42nd and the 59th pick and a bunch of others as well. But what would it cost them?
Here's the math. To get to Detroit at 29, it would cost them 42 and 86.
42 and 86.
So 40, basically pick swapping 42. So 42 moves up to 29. And to do that, you give them your third-round pick at 86.
I'll tell you what, it's not out of the realm of possibility at all.
It's not. Now,
why, though? Why? Why do you keep bringing this up? There's some quality in the third round. Why would you give up a second round, a high second round pick, and well, not that high, mid second round pick, and a third round pick just to get one guy? Why?
Because I'm going to answer it this way. Because Nick, because they will fall in love with somebody. And I'm not saying it's the wrong thing at all. In fact, I fully support their gut feeling right now as far as, and it's more than a gut feeling. It's analytics. It's everything that goes into these decisions. But if there's a player that they adore late in the first round and they want to just give up, it's the 86th pick, basically, to move that 42 back into the first round, I'm all for it. I think it costs more. I know that's the math, Johnny.
That's the math,
but draft night here, emotions, it tends to be a premium.
If it's for a quarterback, then I think the team, and obviously if we're the ones trading up, the Lions know, hey, this is not for a quarterback. But if the Lions want to trade out and they're not getting offers from other teams, then, okay, let's take a look at this deal. I'm kind of with ND on this one. No, I'm not kind of. I am with ND on this one. I don't know that I would do this. There are only a couple players where I would go, you know what, this guy's fallen. Somehow, some way, Byron Murphy fell to 29. Like, there's a couple players I would imagine that I would say, you know what? Okay, if that guy falls to 28, 29, we're going to go up and get him. But just beyond a couple of players, I wouldn't do it.
Right.
I wouldn't do it. But if Byron Murphy was one of those guys and he fell to 29, oh, my God, I would go up and get – no, I don't even think he's going to get out of the top 10. But that would be the time, ND, that I would do it, that I'm going to get a higher caliber player than I think I could get at 42, especially at a position like defensive tackle. That would be the only time I would do it. But I'm with you. I feel like 42, 59, 86 is nice. I think it's a good mix to have on day two. It's going to make Thursday, tough, but we're going to end up with 3 really good players with those 3. Now, I do think Nick might move around, maybe drop 42 down a little bit, maybe move 86 up a little bit, so it's like, I don't know, 47, 59, and maybe 77.
Yeah, that doesn't take much, though.
Yeah. I think it could happen.
Who was the best wide receiver on the Houston Texans last year after they had a very successful season? Who was that?
Nico Collins.
Nico Collins.
What pick was he? 89. Like, I'm just not – I'm not trying to get rid of these third-round picks. Because I feel like if you do a good job scouting these players, if you put in half the time John Harris puts into it, you're going to know that some of these guys aren't household names, but they can produce for you.
Yep.
Yeah, but we also want like a big adrenaline rush tonight, ND. What about that part of it? We've become addicted to Texans dopamine hits over the last 15 months, and I'm all about one tonight because – look, it's been a sensational offseason already, this free agent class, then the Diggs move. You got the uniforms this week.
Yeah, we got to get Indy's thoughts on uniforms. What do you think, Indy?
Andy, what do you think?
You know what? As a fan, I'm like, they knocked it out of the park. Like the gear, the swag. I already got my T-shirt. I can't wait to buy some more. I love it. But I could already hear D'Amico telling these guys, hey, this was all fun. It was great. But this doesn't mean a damn thing once we put that ball on the field. So as a fan, which I'm a fan now, I'm pumped about it. I have to go find some shoes to match my new T-shirt. But as a former player, trying to put myself in the shoes of the current players, I hope they're not overthinking it.
You know what, ND? There are so many things you and I, as we've got to know each other, we connect on. matching the shoes to the T-shirt, that's one of my things. I like to do that. I like to match my shoes to my T-shirt. Oh, I love it. That's music to my ears right there. I love the way ND thinks.
That's good.
See, we were cousins in a previous life. You know what? I keep thinking I'm cool when I match my shoes to my T-shirt. Then my kids are like, "Man, you look old when you do that." I was like, "For real?" Like, this was the bomb in the '90s when I put my red Adidas on with my red T-shirt.
Yes, 90s kids understand. The new kids, not so much.
Only 30 years ago. That's it. Only 30. Hey, I left the house the other day, and my 18-year-old really approved of my fit. He said, "Dad, that's a good fit." I thought, I have just knocked it out of the park.
When you get the thumbs up from a teenager on your fit, it's,
and he's plugged in, by the way. I mean,
it's like you won the Super Bowl.
He's well aware of these things, so I'm all about that. But you mentioned the third-round success with Nico Collins and Tank Dell as well. It's a great point. I'm going to back up your point here, ND. Last year, or so after the season ends, we're thinking, all right, Dell got hurt, got it. But you're thinking if you get to the starting line of 2024 and your top two receivers are Nico Collins and Tank Dell, you're feeling great. And they are both third-round draft choices. But you added Stephon Diggs to the mix. So you're loaded at receiver, apparently, in 2024. But I'm with Johnny that it's not off the table entirely at some point in the draft to see what they can do. But I also like what you said about developing the guys you have. And you know what else I liked? C.J. Stroud at the podium talking about John Mechie looking really good.
Huge.
And taking a big step forward from where he was last year, obviously where he was before that, which was not playing because of the recovery. So I am all in favor of seeing what he's got to bring here in the coming weeks. And they've been out there on the field, not full 11 on 11 yet, but they've been out there on the field so they can observe each other. So that's very cool as well. What about the jitters and the feeling that the players are going through, not just the first-rounders, ND, but as we get into Friday and Saturday, these players, as they wait for their name to be called? I love getting the perspective of former players on that feeling and that moment.
You know, I think the guys who are going in the later rounds, they're a little bit more nervous because when you have the guys that are supposed to be first-round picks, you know, and I know they get disappointed. I played with some guys who, quote-unquote, fell to the second round, and I used to joke with them, like, I would have loved to have fallen to the second round. So I know they're a little bit nervous as well. But, I mean, whether it's Marvin Harrison, we brought him up, Jaden Daniels, I think we know where he's going. You know, they pretty much know they're going to be multi-millionaires by the end of the weekend. I think it's the guys like Gabe Hall out of Baylor who had a great Senior Bowl, had a great pro day. You know, some people said he's going to be a priority free agent, but he may have worked his way up to the third round. That's a big difference. Like, those are the guys I feel like they're going to have the jitters. I remember with myself, going into my senior year, you know, my coach pulled me aside and kind of just talked to me. And I said, you know what, Coach, all I want is a chance to go to somebody's camp. So that was my mindset. Then after my senior year, after the Senior Bowl, getting Senior Bowl MVP, people started getting my ear. Oh, you could go in the second round. But I had to keep telling myself, don't listen to that nonsense. But if I'm going to be truthful with y'all, when the draft started, and especially when they got into the second round and I saw some of the defensive ends that were going, I was starting to think like, maybe it could happen, you know, sooner than I expected. And then in the third round, I was like, I can't believe that dude went before me. So then you start to get, you go through the emotional roller coaster of where you're still appreciative, you're nervous, then you get mad. And at one point I just said, man, screw it. And I put on the PlayStation. No, back then it was Sega, you know, my Sega. And then finally I got that call from, you know, Philadelphia. But yeah, it's an emotional roller coaster, especially for the guys who know they're going, but they don't know exactly what round.
And I think about the rookies too, but I also think about the veterans watching at home. And they watch at home, and then all of a sudden they're like, oh, my God, they just drafted a dude in the first round at my position. I can imagine that's probably that's a mental battle to kind of sit through the draft as a veteran. How did that kind of work for you as you were watching, or did you watch when you were a veteran playing in the league and watching a team draft a guy at your position? How did that kind of go for you?
Man, I love that you brought that up, John. I'll never forget. So I was in Philadelphia. A good friend of mine, teammate. His name's Derek Burgess. He went on to have some great years in the league. Mm-hmm. But we were very close, and our dream was just to both be the starting defensive ends in Philadelphia. And the one year where things aligned right, where he wasn't injured, I wasn't injured, and it looked like we were both going to start, they drafted Jerome McDougal, defensive end, first round out of Miami. And I'll never forget, I was in Home Depot with my father, and Derek Burgess called me, and as soon as I said hello, he was just cursing up a storm, like, these MFs, they don't believe in us, and after everything we've done. And I was like, man, and I told him, because I wasn't even watching the draft. I was at Home Depot working on a flip, and I told Burgess, like, man, you know how good you are. I know how good I feel like I'm playing. Like, don't even worry about it. You and I love to compete. But it just, when you ask that question, it just brings up that it's not just the incoming rookies, but you have a lot of veterans who are looking over their shoulder and thinking like, okay, this is some new, fresh competition that they just brought in.
Man, that's got to be strange. And you were working on a flip back then? Look at you, already setting up the post-playing career.
I didn't know how long the NFL thing was going to last. But I'll tell you what's cool about it, Mark and John. He was cursing up a storm, but then as soon as we meet Jerome McDougal, guess who are the two guys, staying with him after meetings, trying to get him coached up. And that's the great thing about the NFL. And it's not just us. It's like guys who, on the outside looking in, you think, oh, they're competing, they each other. They're truly helping each other out.
That is very cool. Andy, great to catch up. We're looking forward to Texans OGs next week with Fred Weary. That's going to be awesome. Your interview with Andre Johnson is still blowing up on YouTube.
Dude. By the way, so awesome.
On HoustonTexans.com, and we'll re-air it on Texans Radio at some point this offseason. Thanks so much for joining us tonight.
All right, bro, and I'll see y'all tomorrow. I'll be at the draft party. I'll see y'all tomorrow.
Oh, yeah.
There we go.
Okay, we'll get you on the air again. There we go. ND Kalu joining us. Always fun to visit with ND. And John McClain is coming up next. Let's visit with him and go over the following things. What the Texans might do in round 2. Is there any member of the Cincinnati Bengals who is not asked to be traded yet? We'll let you know. Because the draft begins in less than 1 hour, and we've got the entire draft for you right here. It's Texans Radio.
This is Texans All Access.
Behind every door at Houston Methodist, you know what to expect. Expertise. Whether it's life-saving brain surgery, your 3D mammogram that catches breast cancer sooner, or orthopedic specialists helping you feel stronger than ever. With hundreds of doors across Houston, you can get expert care everywhere.
That's the difference between practicing medicine and leading it. Houston Methodist, leading medicine.
Community Coffee is proud to be the official coffee of the Houston Texans. For over 100 years, we've served communities like yours with rich, smooth coffee crafted right here in the USA. And as a company that's worked to bring people together since 1919, Community Coffee celebrates the uniting power of fandom, especially for Texans fans in Houston and beyond. We're grateful to be part of the Houston Texans family on game day and every day. Community Coffee, strong as our roots.
When it's your turn to pick up the tab, do it in style with the Texans debit card exclusively from TDECU. With access to team store discounts, discounted tickets, and other offers and promotions, this card is a must-have for all Texans fans. So whether you're grabbing concessions at the game or buying your lucky t-shirt to wear on game day, spend with spirit all season long. Visit TDECU.org/Texans and get yours today. Insured by NCUA Equal Housing Lender.
You don't want to miss it.
Gotta go! Sacked! 3 and out!
Energy around the stadium here has been great.
Throws left side of the end zone. Caught! Touchdown! Houston! Nice! It's intercepted! Houston's gonna win!
Season tickets for 2024 are available now. Catch the Texans taking on Miami, Buffalo, Detroit, Chicago, the AFC South, and much more. Go to HoustonTexans.com and don't miss any of the action.
What a day!
This is Texans Radio.
Hi there. I'm a sleep expert, and I'm proud to be on a team that has served the Houston area for 37 years. I'm personally invested in helping you find better sleep and train 200 hours a year to do it. Mattress Firm is me.
We value giving back, with time off to do it too, while promoting causes that support the health and well-being of this community. And we're part of a local staff of 600 that's as diverse as our city itself. Mattress Firm is me.
Mattress Firm, the official sleep partner of the Houston Texans.
No matter where I travel, one thing remains the same. Everybody loves Ford here in the Lone Star State.
The best in Texas isn't just about being the best-selling trucks. It's about you and how Ford trucks help you be at your best every day, offering the technology and capability to handle whatever the day brings. And that's why we say,
Ford is the best in Texas.
It's always football season in Texas, and Reliant is bringing the energy, powering game day for the Houston Texans and Texans fans across the Lone Star State. Reliant is the only energy provider trusted by the Houston Texans to power every electric moment for the fans in the stands or on the couch this season and beyond. Reliant, proud to be the official energy provider of your Houston Texans.
Reliant, PUCT number 10007.
Payne and Pendergast.
As you're watching this tonight, Seth, are there specific guys or position groups that each time Goodell walked up to the podium are going, okay, please don't be this guy, please don't be this guy?
Yeah, I don't know about like specific guys as much as the cornerback position in general. I'll be really intrigued if any of them starts to slide.
Wake up with Sean and Seth, 6 to 10 every morning on Sports Radio 610.
This is Texans Radio.
Oh, good evening. NFL draft time. There is so much fun to be had tonight in this first round, even though the Texans don't have a pick. For now. You never know.
For now.
We will be following every pick with you tonight. Mark Vandermeer, John Harris. Eventually, Andre Ware steps in as well when round one begins shortly after 7 o'clock. Robert Hensley with all the late-breaking news and information. We are here at NRG Stadium in the Hyundai Texans radio studio, which is not far away from the stage where the Rolling Stones have been rehearsing this week. And I'm walking the service level hearing Stones songs. I heard You Got Me Rockin' tonight. I heard Heartbreaker tonight. I mean, I'm listening to the Rolling Stones play music. And this building is magical because we have game day here. We have all the Texans games, the playoff games. It's awesome. But we also have other events. The Final Four. I walk downstairs, and all of a sudden, I'm at the Final Four. I'm at the College Football National Championship game, at the high school playoffs, Disney on Ice, the rodeo, all of it. But this is different than all of it for me. Just hearing them rehearse it. I know the Stones have been here twice before in concerts, but hearing them rehearse makes it so real. And I'm, Mick Jagger's on stage like, oh yeah, I like the sound of that. And it's just, oh my gosh, you can hear everything. It's bizarro world, and I'm loving every second of it. It's almost painful because I want to be out there. Give me an axe, Mick.
You got to work,
Keith.
You got to work.
I talked to some of the security guards, right, in the hallway here, and they were like, there's a whole detail just to watch Keith's guitars. Like,
oh, wow.
It's kind of like Spinal Tap. Don't even look at them. Don't breathe on them. Don't even look at them. No. These go to 11. No.
How is that man still alive?
It's incredible. It's whatever he does, we should all be doing it.
Back in the 60s, if you would have had a death pool like they did in Deadpool,
yeah.
I mean, the Stones are probably the Bears and the Chargers at 1 and 5. I mean, they probably are way up there in the death pool.
Oh gosh, Keith Richards would have. You would have lost big bucks on that one, and the house would have won. Yes. All right, let's get to John McClain in the house right now. The General joins us on draft night. First round activity begins shortly after 7. General, good evening. Do the Texans move into round one late tonight? What do you think? You think Nick is going to pull something off tonight that we're not expecting?
Absolutely not. He's never done it. He's not going to do it tonight. And your story about the Stones, number one, you should take your guitar with you while you're walking around. Number two, the story with the Rockets when Jeff Van Gundy was the coach and the Stones were next night at Toyota Center. They had security people by their contract throwing everybody out of the building at like 5 o'clock. And Van Gundy, who was barefooted, and these security guys monsters were in there telling everybody the Rockets they had to get out. And Van Gundy comes out. They tried to throw him out. He starts clenching his fist. He's about to jump up and bite him in the knee. And fortunately, security upstairs saw it, came down, and told him, you cannot kick the Rockets coach out. So Jeff got to leave when he wanted to.
Very nice. General, the draft tonight should go Bears, Caleb Williams, Commanders, Jaden Daniels, Patriots, Drake May. What do you think happens at 4? Is it chaos with a trade, or do you think chalk stays and the Cardinals draft Marvin Harrison Jr.?
I think Cardinals draft Marvin Harrison Jr., and then Jim Harbaugh needs an offensive tackle and a wide receiver. Minnesota's got 2 ones, including the Texans' 23rd pick. They could trade those picks to move up to get J.J. McCarthy or whichever quarterback is there. And then Harbaugh can still get a really good offensive tackle and a really good receiver because those positions are so deep and so talented. So I think Jim Harbaugh controls the first round with what he does at 5. And if he were to stay there, I can't imagine he would pass up a receiver for an offensive tackle at that spot because he doesn't have one. You know, he got rid of his best receiver, and Mike Williams is gone as well. He doesn't have his running back. So he's got to load up on offense, and I think the best way to do it is to make that trade with the Vikings.
This is for both of you. Caleb Williams likely, it's a lock really, to go number 1 to the Chicago Bears. Will he be better or worse than Trevor Lawrence? And Johnny, side note for you, side question, going into this draft, is he higher rated as a prospect than Trevor Lawrence was going into the 2021 draft?
General, I'll go real quick. I think he was a step below Trevor for me, just a blip below. But I think that seeing what Trevor has become, I think Caleb can be that and then some in Chicago.
Okay. General?
I think Trevor Lawrence everybody used the word generational, the first one since Andrew Luck. Nobody's saying generational with Caleb Williams. But if the Bears continue to do a good job of stockpiling talent, they also have the 9th overall pick, I think he'll be better than Trevor Lawrence. Because let's be honest, Trevor Lawrence has been a disappointment. You're supposed to be a generational quarterback. By your 3rd season, you know, you should be better than you were the second one when they won the playoff game. And a lot of people want to blame it on Urban Meyer, but he's had Doug Peterson the last 2 years. So he's still a good player, not a great quarterback. I think there's nobody in the NFL, maybe some Jacksonville diehards, who wouldn't trade him for C.J. Stroud in a heartbeat.
All right. Well, of course, C.J. Stroud. It just blew away expectations to see what he did last year. Expectations by many, but had a phenomenal year. And here we go into year 2. And we were talking with N.D. Kalu about the wide receiving crew, General. Will the Texans draft a wide receiver this weekend, in your opinion?
No. In my 9-player Texans mock draft, that's on HoustonTexans.com. I have 6 defensive players, 3 offensive players, a tackle, a lineman, and a running back. And my first 3 are Braden Fisk, defensive tackle, T.J. Tampa, corner, Kalen Bullock, safety. Before I get into an offensive tackle, Christian Jones from UT in the 4th round. But I just don't see it, because if they do, the odds are he's not going to play except because of an injury. I think it's very interesting. I've been talking about this on my talk shows around the country. What team other than 49ers has a foursome like the Texans have, tight end Dalton Schultz and the 3 wides? Who are better? 49ers are better. The Lions are right up there, but it could be the Texans have the 2nd best foursome in the NFL, or 3rd at worst.
Well, 49ers for now. General, there's been talk about Brandon Ayuk and Deebo Samuel or Deebo Samuel being moved. Do you think either one of them gets moved from San Francisco as San Francisco looks for a younger receiver?
No, absolutely not. They're too good. They're on the precipice of the Super Bowl. You don't start getting rid of your best players if indeed you think you're going to the Super Bowl. And they're dying to win a Super Bowl, and this is the time to do it. So, no, I do not think they will do that.
John McClain joining us as we are getting ready for the NFL draft tonight. What about other trades? We got T. Higgins. We got the Bengals with every member of the team apparently wanting out. No, I'm just kidding about that, but at least two.
Feels that way.
Hendrickson and also Higgins wanting out of Cincinnati. Does that happen?
No, of course not. Hendrickson just signed a new contract last year, and then he was phenomenal. Now he wants more. And I'm all for players getting every penny they can because they can be cut anytime. Contracts don't mean anything to teams. If they don't want a guy anymore, they just get rid of him. So Hendrickson's not going to get it. Higgins, I don't know. Jamar Chase is coming up. They can't pay both of them. So maybe they keep Higgins on the franchise tag. They've already picked up the 50-year option on Chase. But I think this is definitely going to be T. Higgins last year. But they're another team trying to win a Super Bowl, and you need to keep those guys together. And they're a Super Bowl contender. So I'd be surprised if they moved Higgins, but you never know.
General, with the top 10, we talked about Chicago, Washington, New England. Probably going quarterback, probably not staying, or staying where they are. Arizona, I think Marvin Harrison, I think we talked about that. Chargers at 5. That's a move situation. Giants, Tennessee, Falcons, Bears, Jets. That's the rest of the top 10. Of those, from Chargers, we'll take Chargers out because you mentioned that. Giants through Jets. Which team do you think is most likely to move, and could that be the Titans moving out of 7, not down far, just to make sure they get an offensive lineman? Who do you think is most likely to move 6 through 10?
I think just for what you mentioned, the Titans are desperate to get a left tackle. They should have a shot at Joe Alt unless Joe Alt goes to the Chargers at 5. J.C. Latham is probably the next best tackle. They also, even though they spent all that money on Calvin Ridley and they have Diop, and then Treylon Burks is back, if one of the top 3 receivers dropped to them, which would be shocking, I wouldn't be surprised if they took him to give more weapons to Will Levis, because they got to find out if they believe, Levis can be a franchise quarterback. But you could trade down a little bit, like with Minnesota, if say McCarthy was still there at 7, and you could still get a great tackle and pick up something else.
Colts, 15th in this draft. A lot of people have them moving around. Yeah, what do you think happens with them tonight?
I think they're going to go for a cornerback. I think there's some people I saw that think they're going to try to trade up to get Brock Bowers, maybe with the Jets. But Chris Ballard hadn't spent a lot of money on other teams' free agents. It's mostly re-signing his guys. But they obviously need more firepower for Anthony Richardson. I don't see him going defense. When you got a young quarterback, you got to get weapons around them. And they're talking about Bowers. It wouldn't surprise me if they didn't move up to 10 to add him because, Texas has done a great job stockpiling talent around C.J. Stroud, and the Colts have not. And maybe this is the opportunity for them to do that.
General, how many receivers end up going in the first round? I know from talking to certain individuals that you may know at Sports Radio 610 and that we know at Sports Radio 610, we're already texting me today that the number is 6.5. And you think about the top 3 guys, then the 2 Texas guys, potentially, who am I missing? Brian Thomas. That's 6 right there. Is there another one that goes in the first round to go 7, which would give you an over, which I know a lot of people are interested in?
John, I would take the under, and the reason is this. The receivers are so deep, you don't need to get them. Look at Nico Collins, 3rd round, Tank Dell, 3rd round.
Yep.
You don't have to get receivers in the first round. I think teams will take other need positions knowing they can get receivers in other rounds. Look at Amon-Ra St. Brown just signed a contract, and he was a 4th round pick. So I don't think there's going to be the run on wide receivers like a lot of people think. I think at that point, near the end of the first round, we're going to see a lot of defensive players start to come off the board.
General, based on what the Texans got at the top and in the 3rd round, is the 2023 draft the greatest draft in Texans history? Can we declare that already, or do we need to wait longer and leave it to 06 or 09 or whatever the case may be?
No. But what Nick Caserio pulled off, Stroud wasn't a surprise, but I remember how everybody, even though I was at the headquarters, I was keeping up what was going on down at Miller Outdoor Theater, and everybody was celebrating Stroud finally getting a quarterback to replace Deshaun Watson, the gift that keeps on giving, by the way. And then when I heard Roger Goodell say there's been a trade, the Houston Texans are on the clock, and it was definitely silent. You guys were there, and then I think when they traded up to get Anderson, the ovation was even better than Stroud because it was so unbelievable to do that. And you don't see a lot of teams throughout history, maybe the Bears with Gale Sayers and Dick Butkus, even though they didn't go to the playoffs with those guys, who had the immediate impact and looked like they're going to have a long-term impact as Caserio was able to do. And a lot of people thought, they gave up too much. They didn't realize they still had picks from Cleveland. So I thought of all the drafts I've covered, and I've covered them 12 rounds, 8 rounds, 7 rounds since 93, I've never seen anybody do what Caserio did and have it pay off so well, so quickly.
General, how do you like the new uniforms?
Ooh, yeah.
Well, first of all, I'd seen them, like you guys had seen them. I like the Columbia blue. I wish it could have been more. We're going to have uniform wars. And Doug Voisick and Greg Grissom, those guys did a tremendous job. And I wish that they could have the red helmets as the full-time helmets, but I understand because Bob McNair, and I wrote a thing for HoustonTexans.com about being behind the scenes with him in 2000 and 2001 at those celebrations downtown, kind of a walk down memory lane comparing then to now. And he loved that helmet. I don't think they will ever change their main helmet because that was Bob's baby. And but I thought it was great. But as John and I have talked about, and Mark, you agree, the uniforms last year looked fabulous, much better than they did the 3 previous years. And McNair told me at his big unveil, they're going to look a whole lot better when we're winning. And so the new uniforms, they continue to win like everybody expects. They're going to look a whole lot better.
Excellent. Well, General, thanks so much for joining us, and we always enjoy reading your stuff on HoustonTexans.com. Thanks a lot.
Hey, Mark and John, you guys enjoy the draft. Thank you very much, and good luck to the Texans.
All right, coming up, Johnny will have final thoughts on his entire Harris 100, 200 mock drafts. Any changes he wants to make, he can get them in now because the draft will begin shortly after 7. Andre Ware swinging the headset in the on-deck circle, ready to go on as round 1 will get underway. Robert Hensley here with the breaking news stuff. It's Texans All Access.
More Texans Radio coming up in a moment.
In real estate, it's all about the amenities. I should know. I'm an agent.
At Hyundai, all of our models offer first-class features, like Android Auto, an available Bose premium audio system, heated front and rear seats, and wireless device charging.
It's like an upscale home on wheels in here.
It's your journey. Own every mile.
Now, get up to $1,000 bonus cash on the Elantra, or pay 0 down with only $349 a month. Visit your local Hyundai dealer, the official car of the Houston Texans. Offers end 4/30/24. Call 469-613-0227 for details.
Texas Children's Hospital is proud to be the official children's hospital of the Houston Texans and local sponsor of Play 60. Getting kids moving for just 60 minutes a day can improve bone health, fitness, brain function, attention, and academic performance. Join us in our commitment to the Houston Texans and Play 60. Because at Texas Children's Hospital, everything we do is to ensure your family's future is a healthier one. Learn more by visiting texaschildrens.org/Texans.
Wide open spaces and lots of room to play. That's Coshada Casino Resort. Escape to Coshada and play the largest and most spacious gaming floor in Southwest Louisiana. With thousands of the newest, most exciting slots, over 55 table games, live bingo and off-track betting, plus beautiful hotels, award-winning cuisine, and the #1 golf course in Louisiana.
It's Louisiana's largest casino resort and Louisiana's best bet.
In the Loop.
I have a strong enough feeling that I would bet on it.
Okay.
If the Texans stay where they are.
Yeah.
42 overall.
Okay.
linebacker.
Okay.
Call your shot if they stay where they are.
I think it really depends on what happens today.
Biggie?
I think they go cornerback.
Your lunch break is better with Landry and John. 10 to 2 every day on Sports Radio 610.
More Texans radio is on the way.
Introducing Whataburger's new Bacon Steakhouse Double. With creamy steak sauce, crispy fried onions, aged cheddar, and crunchy bacon, this is a special occasion burger. But what is a special occasion? A day at the park? That's special. Your Friday meeting getting canceled? Special. Uninterrupted alone time spent with your innermost thoughts swirling through your consciousness? Sure. Why not? Any occasion can be a special occasion with the Bacon Steakhouse Double. Available only at Whataburger for a limited time.
Grilling is a year-round tradition in Texas, and H-E-B has everything you need to become the master of the grill. So get everything to satisfy your cravings, from H-E-B Prime 1 dino ribs and brisket steak burgers to traditional cuts like beef inside skirt steak, available in premium grades like H-E-B Wagyu and H-E-B grass-fed. Now you know. Come to H-E-B to fire up your grill to enjoy a delicious barbecue with friends and family. H-E-B. Here, everything's better.
The big game is here. It's the new Houston Texans scratch ticket from the Texas Lottery. Play today for your chance to win up to $100,000 instantly. Or enter for a chance to win Houston Texans prizes like an away game trip on a private plane, season tickets, a VIP suite experience, and more. Make everyday game day with the new Houston Texans scratch ticket. Houston NFL Holdings LP, all rights reserved. Visit TexasLottery.com for odds. Must be 18 or older to participate. Play responsibly.
It's been said that your network is your net worth. What better way to grow both than through Houston's most exclusive business network? 50% of Fortune 500 companies in Houston are part of the Texans Lux family, where you can tap into our network from day one. Lux is an asset that goes beyond game day, and our team is here to help you make business connections and gain visibility to meet your needs. Find out how you can make lasting, intentional connections by visiting HoustonTexansLux.com.
This is Texans All Access.
Final segment on this program, which is basically the pregame show to the NFL Draft tonight. And since he's right here, I think we'll pull him on the air right now. Andre Ware, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes.
Oh, he doesn't. You can't.
I can't hear you yet.
All right. Well, don't worry. I'll make
you
sure
can hear us.
I'll make sure you can do it.
Yeah,
All right.
I can hear you, but I don't hear you through my headset.
All right, we'll make that happen. We'll make that happen.
I got you.
It's good to see you, 11. How you doing?
It's good to be seen. It's good to see you guys. I almost feel like, we're getting ready to call a game or something, but we're still months away. We're with the season within a season. So
I tweeted out the video that I was able to shoot last year of the reaction, both the reaction to Stroud getting drafted and then the real, like McClain explained very well, moving up to get Anderson at 3, which was unexpected and huge. You guys exploding, Robert breaking the news to us. That was awesome.
Kind of unbelievable, that they were even able to do it. That it happened. The players that you got, and I heard you asking John about, is it the best draft in Texans history? For me, it's a hell yeah, and a major one at that, because I can't think of any other draft that I was that excited about what was to come, and 2 players that ended up in the Pro Bowl. That in and of itself, I think, makes it the best draft in Texans history.
Well, there was also, there's a Cougar drafted too.
And a Cougar in the 3rd round.
Exactly.
No
and he turned out to
That's
be
the
one hell of a
icing
player.
on the cake, the cherry, or whatever.
Yeah.
Well, plus Patterson played and had to for
Henry.
a bit. Right, Henry played. Juice played. A prominent role.
Yep.
I mean, they weren't like tank roles, but they were big roles.
Absolutely.
They contributed to a team that won 10 games and won in the playoffs.
I mean, if you're not excited, not just for tonight, but what's just because it's the draft, and I know they've traded out of the 1st round, but if you're not excited about what they've done this offseason, you've been sleeping under a rock as a Texans fan. Because just on the offensive side alone, there is going to be a huge difference in production.
I remember leaving last year's draft, and we're all packing up and we're leaving. And I just remember thinking, this is the one. I didn't know that they were going to draft Juice and Tank and whatever else. But I was a huge fan of CJ. I was glad they pulled the trigger, and then moving up to get Will, I was even even bigger fan seemingly of Will. I always wanted 2 elite players and I thought there was a 4 elite player draft. It was 2 quarterbacks. It was Jalen Carter and Will Anderson Jr. And after Carter's driving mishaps and whatever else at Georgia, I felt like, he's probably not our guy. Can we still get 2 of these guys? And Nick found a way to go get 2 guys. And I remember leaving that night, and I don't know if you guys felt the same way. It was exciting. It was incredible. And I remember thinking, this is the one we look back on. This is the one we look back on and go, yeah, there were a bunch of things that happened up to that, maybe some micro maneuvers or whatever. And there were even some big moves that, obviously, D'Amico being at his coach. I felt like that night, this is the one. This is the one that turns it around.
When you look at it, I mean, every team goes into a draft with needs. Every team goes into a draft with wants. They fulfilled them on both sides, and not on just the offensive side, because it could have been offensive line, quarterback, offensive line, or whatever it was. They could have just gone total defense. But they went quarterback, which we know how important that is, and when you hit it, they hit that one on the nail. And then you go back in and trade up to get Will Anderson Jr., and you take care of business now. You have cornerstone on both sides of the ball, at quarterback and as an edge rusher. To me, that's the best. That's the best that they've had.
And one other aspect of that, you also get top-notch leaders.
Yes.
You get alphas.
Yep.
And I think that's
from early on in camp, they were kind of anointed as the guys that are going to lead this team for many, many years.
And that's just going to get better and better and better throughout the years. And I think when Will sat in here the other day, you just got that feeling from him when he was with Mark and I talking about it's the way we do things now in Houston. And he said now. He just was like, this is the way we do things in Houston. Houston isn't going to be for everybody. But if you're going to walk in this building, get ready to go. I loved hearing that from him. This is the way he sees it. He's the leader of this team. I was blown away by that. But I'm with you, Dre. I can't wait. Obviously you want to get into the draft and see what happens.
Yep.
But for tonight, it is, what do our opponents do?
Yeah. What do the
opponents do?
Our immediate opponents do? Guys in the AFC South.
Yeah, what do they do? That's going to be the fun
it's
stuff.
It's always going to be about what will Nick do. As Hannah said on the air the other day, big Nick energies. We'll find out. And it's a night for the quarterbacks and the receivers because you're going to get numerous receivers taken tonight. Veteran receivers are in the news. T. Higgins wants a trade. Ayuk, does he get traded? But another receiver, not here, but somewhere else, has inked a deal. Robert Hensley joins us.
Yeah, hi, guys. Good to be back with you for our draft coverage. Looking forward to an exciting night ahead. There's more intrigue going into this draft and the trades that may be made, teams jockeying up to get quarterbacks or perhaps receivers. Before we get to the draft, though, some news coming down just moments ago. The Philadelphia Eagles have re-signed star receiver A.J. Brown to a 3-year, $96 million contract with $84 million guaranteed. This on the heels of Amon-Ra St. Brown signing a 4-year, $120 million deal earlier this week. The price tag for receivers just keeps going up.
And guess what we're going to have to answer at some point in the next how many ever months is what do we do with Nico Collins? What happens with Stephon Diggs? It's the receiver question has finally gotten back to us after DeAndre and after Andre. We've gotten back to it. Oh, my gosh, are we going to have to pay a contract like this? Now, Amon-Ra St. Brown, APY is 4 for 120. That's 30 a year, but he only got $77 million guaranteed. This is $84 million guaranteed over 3 years.
And just to put in perspective on obviously quarterbacks get pushed to the top of the draft, right? Because you're getting a guy a star quarterback on the open market is getting $50 million a year now. And getting great value with that slotted in top of the first round draft money. Receivers, though, are creeping up there into the $32 million a year range. And I think you'll see today that in the top 6 or 7 picks, we're going to have at least 3 receivers go.
Well, beyond that, you also saw who got paid yesterday, too, from the Detroit Lions, right? Mr. Penei Sewell.
Oh, that's right.
4 years at $112 million.
And guess who tweeted about it? Yep.
I like what the Lions are doing in terms of keeping guys that they've drafted, keeping the core players, because trust me, in years past, those guys would have been gone as free agents or just gone, traded out of Detroit. But it's good to see that they've got steady minds upstairs that know how to run an organization.
All right, well, coming up, we're going to have coverage of this, the NFL Draft. By the way, Dre, great golf tournament for Brothers in Arms yesterday.
Had a blast. I'm glad you were there.
Yep.
Hey, get you out, big guy.
I don't golf, but I could be good entertainment.
There were a
I
few
could drive a cart.
I
could drive a cart.
You need to just come experience it.
Yeah.
Just one time and just ride the cart with me.
Robert's over there like Robert golfs.
You've had in a minute. Robert golfs. We'll get Robert out.
Yeah, and it's a great cause. You had the scholarship winners out there. It was awesome stuff. You, Warren Moon, Vince Young was excellent.
I think it was not tooting our own horn, but our best one yet.
Oh, so
and
good.
with Eric Dickerson coming in, and Sterling Sharp was there.
I had a great conversation
Clyde
with
was
Eric
there this year. it was fabulous. And
Just
Coach
name
Fritz,
dropping. That's nice.
Coach Fritz, Coach Sampson was there.
Sweet.
We had a great time yesterday.
It was endless. It was a who's who, the amount of sports celebs. So next year people should play. We'll promote that on the air next year when the time comes.
Definitely.
Dre. All right, coming up, our coverage, wall-to-wall NFL Draft. Johnny Harris, the GOAT of draft analysis, is with us for every single pick. Let's rock and roll next. It's Texans Radio.
This is Texans Radio on Sports Radio 610.
No matter where I travel, one thing remains the same. Everybody loves Ford here in the Lone Star State.
The best in Texas isn't just about being the best-selling trucks. It's about you and how Ford trucks help you be at your best every day, offering the technology and capability to handle whatever the day brings. And that's why we say,
Ford is the best in Texas.
Hi there. I'm a sleep expert, and I'm proud to be on a team that has served the Houston area for 37 years. I'm personally invested in helping you find better sleep and train 200 hours a year to do it. Mattress Firm is me.
We value giving back, with time off to do it too, while promoting causes that support the health and well-being of this community. And we're part of a local staff of 600 that's as diverse as our city itself. Mattress Firm is me.
Mattress Firm, the official sleep partner of the Houston Texans.
Kroger always gives you savings and rewards on top of our lower-than-low prices. And when you download the Kroger app, you can enjoy over $500 in savings every week with digital coupons. Plus, you can earn fuel points to save up to $1 per gallon at the pump. And with a Boost membership, you'll save even more with double fuel points and free delivery. So you can always save big every day with our savings and rewards. Kroger, fresh for everyone. Savings may vary by state. Restrictions apply. See site for details.
What's good, H-Town? Let's clock in for our 2024 season with the official Houston Texans draft party presented by Modelo on Friday, April 26th at 5 p.m. at Avenida in downtown Houston. Watch with fellow Texans fans and celebrities as we welcome our newest players to H-Town. You can also enjoy meet and greet opportunities with Texans legends, cheerleaders, and Toro. Plus, match the players on the field this season and get your hands on one of our new fan-inspired jerseys or exclusive merchandise. RSVP for free now at HoustonTexans.com/draft party.
This is Texans Radio.
You sit in traffic now, but later, there's an ice cold reward. Modelo, the mark of a fighter. You've earned this rich golden lager with a crisp, refreshing taste. Because you know, all your patience is paid out in gold. You remain calm through honks, bumper to bumper, and people yelling. Come on, move! You are a fighter, and Modelo is your reward. Modelo, the mark of a fighter. Drink responsibly. Beer imported by Crown Imports, Chicago, Illinois.
Behind every door at Houston Methodist, you know what to expect. Expertise. Whether it's life-saving brain surgery, your 3D mammogram that catches breast cancer sooner, or orthopedic specialists helping you feel stronger than ever. With hundreds of doors across Houston, you can get expert care everywhere.
That's the difference between practicing medicine and leading it. Houston Methodist, leading medicine.
Got the friends over but the food not figured out? No problem. That's where the Big Dinner Box comes in. Packed full of Pizza Hut favorites to satisfy everyone's cravings, the Big Dinner Box comes loaded with 2 medium one-topping pizzas, breadsticks, and your choice of wings, pasta, or another pizza. It's the feast that makes peace. The meal without a big deal. It's the Big Dinner Box. Get one today. Call or order online now at pizzahut.com. Additional charge for more than one pizza topping. Extra cheese and bone-in wings where available. Product availability. Prices and participation may vary.
Tickets for the 2024 Copa America tournament are on sale now. Feel the greatness during this summer's biggest international soccer event as it returns to the USA at NRG Stadium for 3 historic matches right here in H-Town. Catch Mexico versus Jamaica and Colombia versus Paraguay this June. Plus, the winner of the FIFA World Cup champion Argentina's group will take on the runner-up of Mexico's group for the quarterfinals on July 4. Get tickets for all 3 matchups at lsse.net. That's lsse.net.
This is Texans Radio on Sports Radio 610.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
It's the event of the offseason. The NFL Draft. New Texans are on the way. Welcome to Texans Draft Live. Presented by your Houston area Ford dealers. Also brought to you by Mattress Firm, Sky Vodka, and Community Coffee.
Texans Draft Live. Good evening, everyone. Welcome, Texans, as we cover the NFL Draft start to finish. Mark Vandermeer, John Harris, Andre Ware, night number 1 with Robert Hensley with the late-breaking news and information. We have been doing this for 23 years now, covering the NFL Draft, and there is nothing like this as an off-season event. It's the off-season Super Bowl. It's the annual harvest of NFL players, and it's so much fun, so much hype, so many stories leading into it. Tonight, round 1, Texans have no picks. For now, we'll see if Nick Caserio moves back into round 1. Not expected to, but expectations? Ha! We don't go by expectations. We'll be monitoring all night long as the Texans have the 42nd pick first in this draft. That's their first selection as it stands right now. The first pick belongs to the Chicago Bears. They are not officially on the clock just yet. They haven't started it yet, but all expectations are that they will take Caleb Williams, the quarterback from USC. But let's welcome in everybody, and thanks so much for joining us tonight. First of all, Dre, great to see you as always.
Good to be here. Good to be seen.
Feels like game day.
It does. I mean, this is the night that everybody feels like they're going to the Super Bowl. So, with a couple of picks and off we go. But it's a fun night for fans. It's a fun night for us, and it's been that way for, as you mentioned, 23 years. Mm-hmm. Man, how time flies.
How about that? 23 years. How about this? How about 4 of the last 7 years we have been in the studio or, well, actually in our homes. We had the COVID draft. Yeah. The 3 of us with Robert have been doing this, and we haven't had a first-round pick.
Yeah.
18, 20, 21, 24.
And
That's
you know what?
incredible.
I'm okay this year without having one based on what happened last year.
Yeah.
And the production that played out on the field.
Absolutely. And Nick Caserio did have the 23rd pick, but traded down to 42 and eventually parlayed some of that into a deal for Stephon Diggs. So, Dre, what about Diggs for the Houston Texans? Because that's really part of this draft when you look at it as part of the offseason haul. Diggs added to the receiver crew. What do you think of that?
Well, it lessens your where you have to be perfect on draft night, and you can go other directions. And bringing in a player of his caliber, it takes some pressure off Nico Collins, because next year Nico Collins is going to be a focal point for every defensive coordinator that the Texans face. And so when you have that, now you need a complement on the other side to Nico. And I think Diggs is the perfect complement to him. You bring in Mixon in the backfield. That's going to open things up as well for him. Blocking angles a little bit easier. Running lanes are a little bit bigger for him. And then CJ's just got to be CJ with Dalton Schultz back in the fold and 2 receivers now that are, 1 and 1A or 2 1s, whatever you want to call them on the outside, and a bona fide running game.
Outstanding.
Just finding a way to beat teams different ways.
Yeah.
I mean, when you add Diggs, it complicates things for defenses that much more.
People used to say that about New England. Oh, we're changing the game plan, everything. Well, every team pretty much changes the game plan.
Right.
Are they vulnerable to the run? Yeah, we're going to run Mixon 30 times. Are they bad in the secondary with no pass rush? Yeah. So we're going to throw it 40 times.
Yeah.
But you vary the game plan based on the opponent.
Right.
And it was nothing new that New England was doing.
And the thing about it is you can vary this offense from week to week, and it's not going to look the same, but it's going to be that much more explosive. Like you said, if you want to run Joe Mixon 30 times, you'll run him successfully 30 times. If you want to throw the ball 50 times, like you did against Tampa Bay last year because you got Vita Vea and you can't block him. Okay, you throw it almost 50 times and you win a game that way. I just think the more ways that you can win a ball game, obviously offensively, how many ways can you move the football? How many different ways? You just put that much more pressure on a defense. I love it.
And you know what? We haven't even mentioned Tank Dell in that entire conversation we just had. Another weapon for this offense.
Yep, coming back. And we all saw him on uniform release night modeling. Did an outstanding job.
Tank's had a hell of an offseason. I've seen him at Cougar games. I've seen him at Rockets games. He's modeling uniforms. He has had some fun this offseason.
Workout videos, too,
But he has gotten himself gotten in and worked out.
Yep. He is one guy that definitely understands it's about the work. It's about the work. But I don't know that I've seen an athlete here in Houston. I mean, obviously we know the big ones. But everywhere he goes, people love that guy.
Yeah.
Love him.
He's contagious.
It's unbelievable. And I think he is – I don't want to call him an X factor. I really don't because he's such a big part of this offense. But when they get this offense really cooking, I just can't wait to see how many different layers of the offensive onion they can peel back for what they can do.
It's going to be fun. Hey, Robert Hensley joins us. And, Robert, what are we looking for here in the early going of this draft?
Well, the Texans don't have a first-round pick. They do have 9 picks in this draft, though. For now, I mean, you expect Nick Caserio, based on his history, to use those picks to shuffle around, move up to get a guy, or maybe trade down and pick up more picks in this season or next year's draft. We've seen him do that a number of times as well. For now, though, the Texans are keeping an eye on a number of teams, and the jockeying we're expecting here, especially at the top of the first round. We do expect quarterbacks to go 1, 2, and 3. Reports out late this afternoon that the Patriots, picking at number 3, will be staying in that spot, even though they reportedly were open to business in the months leading up to the draft. The Patriots reportedly are going to stay at number 3, and those are all expected to be quarterbacks in some order. Caleb Williams first, presumably Jaden Daniels second, and then Drake May expected to be the third pick. Maybe not quite as certain on that because J.J. McCarthy has consistently been moving up in terms of where people are expecting him to go. And the question is, at number 4, you've got the Arizona Cardinals who are committed to Kyler Murray, and they may be in position to move that 4th pick to move down to a team looking to come up and get J.J. McCarthy. And the question would be, what team would that be? The Giants need a quarterback. They're drafting right now at number 6. It wouldn't cost that much to move from 6 to 4 and get their guy. But you've also got the Vikings, who acquired the Texans' first-round pick in order to be able to move up and get a quarterback. The Denver Broncos need a quarterback. They're also looking to move up. There's a number of teams interested in that pick, and the Cardinals are going to be in the driver's seat when it comes to trades. I wanted to mention on the wide receiver front, though, as we look at our competition in the AFC South, reports out in the last couple of days say both the Jaguars and the Colts are looking to move up into the top 10 to get one of the top 3 receivers. The top 3 receivers being Marvin Harrison Jr., Malik Neighbors, and then Rome Odunze. It may be that one of those teams could make a big move to come up and get a big man outside.
Both Atlanta and Chicago at 8 and 9 are both, they want to get out. And I think that they want to move down. I think the Chargers want to do that. The Chargers want to move down. They are definitely open for business. So I think teams from 4 on down are going to listen. There's no question they're going to listen. It's just how much. And for the Cardinals, they need a wide receiver. So 4 to 6 would make some sense. So the Giants going up and getting one of those quarterbacks, it would make a lot of sense. So if they went from 4 to 6, they could still potentially even get Marvin Harrison Jr. at that point. So we'll see how it unfolds. But we know the first 3 they're going to be, and the Texans will face 2 of those 3.
And the Redskins are hoping to be the Texans of this year's draft, where they pick second.
You mean the Commanders?
Yeah, oh, gosh. Yes,
we
Commanders.
will be fining for San Diego Chargers references and others.
We just got past that. We just got through that. We now know Los Angeles Chargers pretty well.
Yep.
It's still taking
They're hoping, though, to be this year's version of the Texans, where Jalen Daniels turns into C.J. Stroud of 2024.
Yep, with the new staff and everything.
Not outside the realm of possibility. I mean, with McLaurin there, with Jahan Dotson.
Yeah.
There's a chance. You put Daniels in there, well, they give him a kickstart. Man, that could be a team to watch, definitely. They got to fix the offensive line, though.
Okay, they're bringing the Lions on stage in Detroit to kick off this draft. We don't need to hear from them. We will see them at NRG Stadium this year. Can't wait for that. Schedule comes out in about 3 weeks. We'll update you later. But the draft about to get rolling, and we will go to Detroit after this break and get the first pick in the books of the 2024 NFL Draft. It's Texans Radio.
More Texans radio draft coverage is on the way.
No matter where I travel, one thing remains the same. Everybody loves Ford here in the Lone Star State.
The best in Texas isn't just about being the best-selling trucks. It's about you and how Ford trucks help you be at your best every day, offering the technology and capability to handle whatever the day brings. And that's why we say,
Ford is the best in Texas.
Texas Children's Hospital is proud to be the official children's hospital of the Houston Texans and local sponsor of Play 60. Getting kids moving for just 60 minutes a day can improve bone health, fitness, brain function, attention, and academic performance. Join us in our commitment to the Houston Texans and Play 60. Because at Texas Children's Hospital, everything we do is to ensure your family's future is a healthier one. Learn more by visiting texaschildrens.org/Texans.
You don't want to miss it.
Gotta go!
Sacked! 3 and out.
Energy around the stadium here has been great.
Throws left side of the end zone. Caught. Touchdown. Houston.
Nice.
It's intercepted. Houston's going to win. Season tickets for 2024 are available now. Catch the Texans taking on Miami, Buffalo, Detroit, Chicago, the AFC South, and much more. Go to HoustonTexans.com and don't miss any of the action. What a day.
Welcome back to Earth, folks. We hope you enjoyed your 8.5 minutes in orbit.
Technology lets you vacation in space, but to get work done on Earth, you need more than technology. You need CDW to design and manage a Cisco hybrid work solution that delivers the same secure network experience to all your satellite offices. And with consistent connectivity that empowers your team, they can collaborate from any space.
And no, you can't keep the helmet.
Cisco makes hybrid work possible. CDW makes it powerful. Learn more at cdw.com/Cisco.
It's always football season in Texas, and Reliant is bringing the energy. Powering game day for the Houston Texans and Texans fans across the Lone Star State. Reliant is the only energy provider trusted by the Houston Texans to power every electric moment for the fans in the stands or on the couch this season and beyond. Reliant, proud to be the official energy provider of your Houston Texans.
Reliant, PUCT number 10007.
Hi there. I'm a sleep expert and am proud to be on a team that has served the Houston area for 37 years. I'm personally invested in helping you find better sleep and train 200 hours a year to do it. Mattress Firm is me.
We value giving back, with time off to do it too, while promoting causes that support the health and well-being of this community. And we're part of a local staff of 600 that's as diverse as our city itself. Mattress Firm is me.
Mattress Firm, the official sleep partner of the Houston Texans.
Payne and Pendergast.
As you're watching this tonight, Seth, are there specific guys or position groups that each time Goodell walked up to the podium are going, okay, please don't be this guy, please don't be this guy?
Yeah, I don't know about like specific guys as much as the cornerback position in general. I'll be really intrigued if any of them starts to slide.
Wake up with Sean and Seth, 6 to 10 every morning on Sports Radio 610.
My name is Paula Mendoza, and I'm the CEO of Possible Missions. I needed a bank that would communicate with me. You have to be able to pick up the phone and trust that they can help you. Trust that they know your business well enough that they know what you need. That's one of the reasons I'm with Amegy now. I can email about the smallest of things, and I get a response. I absolutely have all the trust in the world that Amegy will be there for me for my next steps.
Amegy Bank, a division of Zions Band Corporation N.A., member FDIC, official business bank of the Houston Texans.
And now, back to the draft on Texans Radio.
All right, here we are. NFL draft coverage presented by your Houston area Ford dealers, and Andre recalling where he was.
He's got to tell the story. Night before the draft, I went down to Galveston, was hanging out, and just kind of trying to kill time. And then the day of the draft, didn't go to New York. I wanted to spend it with family and friends. Had this big barbecue. My cousin Clarence, he barbecued. And then Matt Musil was one of the Houston reporters that he was covering the draft that day. Got tired because he'd been there all day. Got me one of the first to be there. Yeah. I said, man, go back in my room, take you a nap. You know what? I'm going to take you up on that. And he goes back there and takes a nap.
That's awesome. He just announced his retirement, by the way, Matt did.
Congratulations to Matt. He's a super guy. Super guy.
Going to miss him. He was great.
6 minutes and 20 seconds till the Bears announce their pick that they will take Caleb Williams. Wouldn't it be an upset?
Question is, will they take all of the 6 minutes?
Yeah, Roger told him to build the suspense.
Yeah,
I mean, it's going to happen. He's going to get booed. It's Detroit, so he should get booed.
He should get booed.
He should get booed. But look, this Bears team has an opportunity. If Caleb Williams is worthy of being the first pick and he plays, like he did at USC, there's some creative magic and all that. You add Keenan Allen to DJ Moore. You add another offensive lineman to help that group. Maybe with the pick 9, you add another receiver. The Bears have an opportunity here. Here's my thing.
Same GM, right? The drafted Fields?
That's correct. No. It was different GM. Different GM.
I hope they get it right.
Poles?
Because
I can't remember if it was Poles for Fields or not.
What year is this for Fields coming up? Third or fourth?
This is his fourth.
His fourth. So the GM has been in place, though, to get stuff aligned to help him.
Well, here's my thing with Caleb Williams.
No, 2022 was Poles' first year.
That's what I thought.
As the Bears GM.
2022, 23.
But do you guys –
yeah.
One of the things that I don't think it's – I mean, we talk about DeMeco Ryans with C.J. Stroud, et cetera. I don't think enough is really made about what DeMeco's impact was on C.J. Stroud.
Oh, yeah.
The coach in Chicago is Matt Eberflus. Do you feel great about Caleb Williams teaming up with Matt Eberflus? No, I think
that was my point.
Eberflus is a really good defensive coordinator, but I don't know he's a great head coach.
That's my point. And I don't know that a whole lot has changed. Yeah, they got – a receiver in, a couple of receivers now because Keenan Allen, I think, is signed in Chicago. But I just want to see Caleb Williams get better treatment than Justin Fields had because where you are and what's around you and who's at the top of the office.
Is that important?
A little bit. Yes, indeed. And I'd hate to see another young man go to Chicago and in 2 years, 3 years from now, they're drafting the next hot name. And he's got to go somewhere else to prove himself because he wasn't, they didn't take care of what was around him. You're only as good at that position as what's around you.
So do you feel like what happened here last year with CJ was not just CJ, but all of it? It was a chemistry thing, fitting together to take nothing away. We're not taking anything away from CJ. He's freaking awesome.
But I think he would be the first to admit how the relationship with DeMeco, what it meant to him. Being kind of handed the keys to the car at the right time. They made him earn it. I mean, it was competition going on early on in camp. But once they saw, where he was headed, go ahead and give him the keys and let him drive the car. And then now we're going to put this and this around you. We're going to put this on your plate for you to handle.
Right.
And I think he handled everything perfectly. But he would be the first to tell you or admit that it was all of it and not just him.
And what's great for CJ is that ecosystem stays virtually the same in 2024.
Yeah.
I mean, you think about Justin Fields, it was changing each and every year. And that
you guys have heard me say that.
Success.
When you bring in a new offensive coordinator, especially for a young quarterback, that's like starting over again.
Right.
You're a rookie all over again.
All the terminology.
Yes. And so, if you don't have some type of experience in that system, or how you call the plays, as you mentioned, the terminology, that should be easy going into your second year. There's a foundation that's been laid, and you just come back and build on the foundation. Well, when that's changing every year, now you're learning terminology, you're learning new plays, concepts, reads, all of it. And it's a hard enough position to play.
And you haven't established yourself yet.
Exactly.
So for the veterans, it's tough to learn a new system. Never mind young players who really haven't gotten going yet.
In the 2024 NFL Draft, the Chicago Bears select Caleb Williams, quarterback, Southern California.
Why are they booing at Detroit?
It's Detroit. It's the Bears. I mean, you should boo. I mean, they should absolutely boo. But Caleb Williams, when people get a chance to see him, I would imagine people saw him in college. If they're following the draft, they saw him at USC. I mean, this dude is magical. I mean, he does some things that quarterbacks just haven't been able to do.
Yeah.
People want to compare him to Patrick Mahomes. I won't do that. There's no way. There are certain players I will not comp to. Number 1, Patrick Mahomes. Number 2, J.J. Watt. Aaron Donald, the third one, in no particular order. My comp for him was a bigger Kyler Murray because the way he plays the game and his style, and that is, I am going to make something happen until somebody brings me to the ground.
But as far as college play, you're saying, or is this an NFL projection comp?
It's an NFL projection comp. That's what I think he can be. He can be that kind of player that it's not there. Now, Dre knows this better than anybody. You better speed up your decision-making. And that's one thing CJ was able to do throughout the year early on.
CJ anticipates.
And was able to do that, and it was seamless. But a lot of young quarterbacks struggle when what? When they drop and they're thinking, I'm going to figure out who I'm going to throw to when I hit my back step. No. You better figure it out with 15 seconds left on the play clock, or you are done. Or you're going to be running like Justin Fields was, or you're going to be running like he is. And that to me is going to be his thing. If he is able to make quicker decisions and get the ball out to those receivers, they could be a problem.
I made myself watch 2 consecutive weeks in a row. I think we were on the road, and I was just like, I'm going to shut the phone off. I'm not answering it. I'm just going to focus on Caleb Williams when he's on the field. And my goodness, is he talented.
Yeah.
Can he fit the ball wherever he wants? Absolutely. Can you get him down? No. The first guy that arrives at the top of his drop has no chance whatsoever. Not only strong, but he's super quick.
Wow.
And he can make guys miss, and he's elusive, but he's deadly accurate, not only dropping back, but when he has to ad-lib. And so that's why he's so attracted to the Chicago Bears. I mean, I was blown away 2 weekends in a row. I was like, I'm just going to watch this cat play and see what all the hype's about. And I understand.
One of the things that he does well, and y'all know this, offensive lines are going to break down. Their plays are going to break down. What's going to make a quarterback, I think, in the NFL is, what do you do when the play breaks down? Are you going to crater and get sacked, or are you going to make something happen? And I think one of the things that I saw with him, I saw this against Utah. They ran a play action. They were down on the goal line. They were down in the low red zone. It was in 2022 at Utah. And they run a zone fake, and the defensive end is not blocked. Nobody is there. He is on Caleb Williams as soon as the ball is snapped to him. Williams just keeps fading back away from this guy. So he's now back about the 17, 18-yard line, like backpedaling from this defensive end. And all of a sudden he sees his receiver in the back line of the end zone. So this throw is about 28 to 30 yards. And without stopping his backpedal, he just zips it and hits his receiver right in stride for a touchdown. And I remember seeing that, and I thought, that's different. And, yes, his nails are done. Look, Dre. Well, when he wiped his eyes, he wiped the tears from his eyes, you could see the nails are done. Mom did a good job. See? Those pinky nails are done.
You said the pinky?
I don't know. That's
he
what
usually has all of them done.
Yeah, usually.
But at least at this night, I don't know if there's a color on there or what, but at least he may have gone with the clear.
Maybe.
Clear you can tolerate.
I don't think the girlfriend minds. She's there.
No.
She seems pretty happy tonight.
She doesn't mind at all.
Yep. All right, let's get to a profile on Caleb Williams.
Caleb Williams, quarterback, USC.
Snap back to Caleb. He'll run it himself to the 10, down to the 5. He's going to go. Touchdown! The Trojans have come back to take the lead. How do you do?
Caleb Williams is one of the most anticipated quarterback prospects in recent memory. The former Heisman Trophy winner has even drawn comparisons to Patrick Mahomes with his incredible combination of arm strength and athleticism. He has all the tools you look for at the position and could be a franchise quarterback for years to come.
I love Johnny when these profiles are on because Johnny's body tightens up. It's like, he's not that.
Yep.
You can't compare.
Rolling his eyes over here.
It's so unfair to compare a guy to Patrick Mahomes.
I agree.
It's so hard. You just, it's not fair to do that. His style is similar. But you know what? A lot of quarterbacks are playing that style now.
Yeah, but
a lot of them have that.
Yeah, and it's not fair because what does Mahomes do well? Well, he's got eyes in the back of his head. He's won 3 Super Bowls. He's got some belts on the wall.
Absolutely.
It isn't fair at all. Maybe some elements. I think it's fair when you say, this guy reminds me of that guy in college coming into the draft. I think that's totally fair for anybody.
Or stylistically, because their styles are similar. I mean, the way that Patrick can throw the ball, running to his right full speed and somehow make that throw from short to first that he does back across his body. Yeah, Caleb does that
too. But the mere mention of his name is going to bring this kind of stuff up.
That's why I say those 3 guys, and there might be others.
Yeah.
But those are 3 I would never comp anybody to. But my comp for him was a bigger Kyler Murray. And you think about the way Kyler plays stylistically, that's the way Caleb plays.
Washington is on the board 2.5 before they select. So we'll get their pick, and then we'll take a break. But we'll get the Commanders' pick. It's presumed to be Jaden Daniels. The pick is in, so we'll find out soon enough what Washington decides to do here. Is this a slam dunk in your mind that Jaden Daniels is the second most talented player at quarterback in this draft?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Now, there are some people that want to compare him to Lamar Jackson, which also makes me want to puke. There's only one comparison there. Well, two. One of them is pretty obvious. The second one is, yeah, he runs well. Jaden runs well. But for as much as I love Lamar, Jaden's coming in with a much better throwing acumen and the throws he can make out on a field more so than Lamar. I feel like Lamar's
from college.
Right. I feel like Lamar's passing has improved each year he's been in the league.
He's
That's
just
what
not
Jaden
as
Daniels
quick
gonna have to
twitch
do.
as Lamar is. He
he's a good
reminds
runner.
me a little more of Randall Cunningham.
Okay.
I'll go way back there,
Yeah.
kind of that long, just sweet delivery.
Yeah.
He can run, make you miss, but when he hits a gear, he can pull away. Randall was kind of that way.
You know who I came up with? I said he was a right-handed version of Steve Young. Because Steve was athletic enough to beat you with his legs, but he was a very accomplished and accurate passer, too. Yeah. And I feel like that was what Daniels turned into at LSU. So to me, this is a slam dunk. It's Jaden Daniels.
People forget about Steve when he was in Tampa, huh?
Oh, they do forget about him.
That's the perfect example about what you surround the guy with.
Absolutely.
Because it took him going to.
With the second pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Washington Commanders select Jaden Daniels, quarterback, LSU.
This is a question for both y'all. So Jaden Daniels goes to Washington. The offensive coordinator is Cliff Kingsbury. What do you think about that marriage of Jaden Daniels and Cliff?
I love it. I love everything that Cliff represents. I think he is, it may be one of those situations where a guy is a better coordinator than he is head coach.
Yeah.
And I think that's kind of where Cliff is right now.
Well, how about this? He's been a head coach. He sat, and now he's a coordinator. I kind of like that. He's had a lot of time to think about what's important. And I think guys who have been head coaches, when they become coordinator again, although Cliff we all know he went from coordinator to head coach, but he was head coach at Texas Tech. I mean, but I think it'll make him a better NFL coordinator than he would have been otherwise coming straight up into that role.
So it didn't always work for certain guys.
It didn't always work for certain guys. Oh, yeah, I can name a guy that it didn't work for
I think
recently.
we all know who that guy is.
But it worked well for Kubiak.
I'm not even going to ask. I'm not saying a word.
It worked well for Kubiak. In 2014, he leads the Ravens to, at the time, their best offensive season ever.
There's no doubt with Kubes.
Yeah. Okay.
This other guy we're probably talking about.
So does this mean that Jaden Daniels won the Topgolf competition?
Oh,
is that what this means?
They all had it?
No, Washington brought all four quarterbacks.
Oh,
they brought Daniels, Penix, McCarthy, and Drake May.
Drake May's the best golfer in that group.
Then they went to Topgolf, and they had a competition.
I'm betting Drake May won that because I've seen plenty of footage where he's out on the golf course with his brothers.
Oh, yeah.
Playing. Oh, yeah. And he can play.
Really good.
He can play.
So Jaden Daniels was tremendous this last year. The game against Mississippi State was incredible. The game against Florida, he went 300, 200 in that game. He was unbelievable. Won the Heisman. It's a good fit for the Commanders.
All right, what are the Patriots going to do? We'll have that pick for you next. It's Texans Draft Live.
Back to the draft in a moment on Texans Radio.
You know what having fun your way is really like? It's never-ending options and rewards at over 50 destinations nationwide. It's Caesars Rewards. Dine at Hell's Kitchen at Caesars Palace, Las Vegas. Party the night away at Harrah's, New Orleans. Or bet big on table games at Horseshoe, Bossier City. With Caesars Rewards, you earn benefits for every way you play. Book your trip at Caesars.com and sign up for Caesars Rewards today. Must be 21 or older to gamble. Know when to stop before you start. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-522-4700.
Sky Vodka is now made with water enriched by Pacific minerals and filtered through California limestone. Sky Vodka, the smoother, fresher tasting vodka that's also gluten-free. In other words, it's the best thing to happen to vodka since vodka happened. Sky Vodka, born from the blue. Sky Vodka distilled from grain, 40% alcohol by volume. 2021 Campari America, New York, New York. Please enjoy responsibly.
In real estate, it's all about the amenities. I should know. I'm an agent.
At Hyundai, all of our models offer first-class features, like Android Auto, an available Bose premium audio system, heated front and rear seats, and wireless device charging.
It's like an upscale home on wheels in here.
It's your journey. Own every mile.
Now, get up to $1,000 bonus cash on the Elantra Hero down with only $349 a month. Visit your local Hyundai dealer, the official car of the Houston Texans. Offers end 4/30/24. Call 469-613-0227 for details.
The Texans and SLB are proud to present the Houston Texans Stats Challenge for our 8th consecutive year. This program is designed to help middle school children learn and sharpen their math skills using the game of football. With interactive worksheets and fun videos from Houston Texans representatives, the Stats Challenge presented by SLB makes math a blast for everyone. Last year, over 700 teachers and 85,000 students across Texas completed the challenge. Help your local middle school be the next to join them. Visit HoustonTexans.com.
When it's your turn to pick up the tab, do it in style with the Texans debit card exclusively from TDECU. With access to team store discounts, discounted tickets, and other offers and promotions, this card is a must-have for all Texans fans. So whether you're grabbing concessions at the game or buying your lucky t-shirt to wear on game day, spend with spirit all season long. Visit TDECU.org/Texans and get yours today. Insured by NCUA Equal Housing Lender.
The big game is here. It's the new Houston Texans scratch ticket from the Texas Lottery. Play today for your chance to win up to $100,000 instantly. Or enter for a chance to win Houston Texans prizes like an away game trip on a private plane, season tickets, a VIP suite experience, and more. Make everyday game day with the new Houston Texans scratch ticket. Houston NFL Holdings LP, all rights reserved. Visit TexasLottery.com for odds. Must be 18 or older to participate. Play responsibly.
In the loop.
I have a strong enough feeling that I would bet on it.
Okay.
If the Texans stay where they are.
Yeah.
42 overall.
Okay.
Linebacker.
Okay.
Call your shot. If they stay where they are.
I think it really depends on what happens today.
Biggie?
I think they're going to go cornerback.
Your lunch break is better with Landry and John. 10 to 2 every day on Sports Radio 610.
Behind every door at Houston Methodist, you know what to expect. Expertise. Whether it's life-saving brain surgery, your 3D mammogram that catches breast cancer sooner, or orthopedic specialists helping you feel stronger than ever. With hundreds of doors across Houston, you can get expert care everywhere.
That's the difference between practicing medicine and leading it. Houston Methodist, leading medicine.
Every pick, every round. It's Texans Draft Live.
Let's go to the podium. We should have it. Or maybe we don't. Maybe we don't have the podium. But here's Roger Goodell announcing the pick. And the Patriots are going to take... Do you have it, Robert?
I do. Drake May, quarterback to the New England Patriots. They fielded calls on that pick for a while, but they ended up sticking and taking their quarterback of the future.
There it is. The draft starts now. Here we go. Just reset the open. 2024 NFL Draft now. We knew these three were going. Here we go.
With the third pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the New England Patriots select Drake May, quarterback, North Carolina.
All right, there's Drake May going to the New England Patriots. And you know what? It's good for him that you have that buffer era with Cam Newton and Mac Jones between you and Tom Brady. But it's a tough place to play because of that. There was a legend that did what he did for 2 decades.
Two legends, really, or maybe more than that. But when immediately it's Tom Brady, and then you think of Bill Belichick, who's just
Well, Gerard Mayo's got to replace him, and this is just a new era, and the Texans will be at New England this year. It's funny because on paper, when you look at the schedule, this is one of those games where you say it just doesn't seem as tough as the others, right? Obviously, based on last year's record, and they're going to start a rookie quarterback.
It's always tough going in there.
It's tough going in there. They've never won there. The Houston Texans haven't done it. They did in the preseason last year, but I'm really looking forward to seeing what they can do here against Drake May and the New England Patriots. Any shot that May doesn't start, they have our good old buddy Jacoby Brissett back there.
I think there's a great shot for the Patriots to say, you know what, we got our guy. We know what he can be. Let's give him some time. You know what my comp was for him? And you tell me whether sitting for a few years worked for this guy. Green Bay Packers quarterback Jordan Love.
Yep.
Oh, so that's the Drake May comp, huh?
6'4", 6'5"-ish, 210, 215, throws it, pretty similarly. They have movement skills, although I don't know how much they'll end up, designing run plays for him, but they both can hurt you with their legs. Smart, good competitors. That was my comp. It took a little while for me to get to that comp, but when I got there and I was like, Jordan, that's it.
I bet you there was a phone call from Bill Parcells to Robert Kraft on behalf of Jacoby Brissett.
Okay.
because I know they have a very special relationship.
They're very tight.
Very tight. Very tight. He has mentored Jacoby since day one.
Interesting.
And he gives you a chance to win. I don't know how big of a chance, but there's a chance. And what we talked about earlier, it's all of what's around Jacoby. Because I think he'll be the day one starter. Drake May will have to he'll have to hold a clipboard.
I don't want to see him, Dre, because Jacoby Brissett has a winning record against the Texans. He's been a Texans killer of sorts.
Yeah, it depends on when that game is played.
3 different teams. He's won with the Patriots, the Colts, and the Dolphins against the Houston Texans.
What are the 2 things that we just have not been able to do? I know since I've been there. Beat Jacoby Brissett, beat the Patriots at New England, and now are you going to beat Jacoby Brissett with the New England Patriots in New England?
You know what, though? D'Amico, CJ, I'm in.
It's
Let's
a new
go.
world. It's a new era, Mark, no doubt. But Drake May going to New England, I don't think it's a day one thing. I think it ends up being down the road, but they got their guy. And here's the other thing, too. The 2025 class of quarterbacks, not of this caliber. Not of this caliber.
I remember you and I talking about this at some point last year before the draft. And we were talking about, you were saying, well, next year might be better than this year's crop. And I was like, and then I went and looked. I'm like, well, he may be right.
Wow.
You know, and it's out there. I mean, you have 3 quarterbacks going bang, bang, bang in the draft, and it's not over yet.
Do you get 4? Is there a trade? 3.5 on the clock before the Cardinals pick, and the pick is in, so they will not trade the pick.
Harrison. It's got to be Marvin Harrison.
It's got to be right here.
Now, wait, I take it back. It doesn't have to be Marvin Harrison, but everything always pointed to Marvin Harrison Jr., but it wouldn't surprise me if Malik Neighbors is either one of the 3 would be the call here.
It's a receiver.
It's a receiver. I mean, they got to have one.
Robert Hensley has it.
And reports are that it will be a receiver, and it will be Marvin Harrison Jr. The Cardinals took phone calls from a number of teams. The 2 teams mentioned in trying to move up with either the Patriots or the Cardinals, Patriots at 3, Cardinals at 4, were the Giants and the Vikings. Both teams aggressively trying to move up. In the end, the Cardinals, after all the trading they did last year, they stay home. They don't get cute. They draft probably the most dependable receiver in the draft.
Yeah, I think he's the best receiver of the 3. I think he's the best receiver.
He put it in air quotes, by the way, folks.
Neighbors is the best athlete. Odunze is the best combination, I think, because Odunze is a track guy. He ran 10.5 in the 100 when he was in high school at Bishop Gorman. Neighbors is stupid, sick, athletic. I mean, 42.5-inch vertical, 4.3. I mean, he can do it all. But Harrison's polished. He's polished. He knows how to play the receiver. His body control is ridiculous. So that's going to help. Kyler Murray's going to love that. So Marvin Harrison Jr. goes to the Cardinals. And those teams called Monty Austin for it, and he's like, nah, we're good. We're good. What did they immediately do? Call Jim Harbaugh.
With the 4th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Arizona Cardinals select Marvin Harrison Jr., wide receiver, Ohio State.
Wait, Goodell with the hugs tonight. He recently had back surgery, but he's going for the hugs anyway.
It's got to be gentle. It's got to be gentle. You're talking 2 guys over here with back.
Don't hug me hard today.
Yeah, Dre, you wouldn't know anything about back problems and procedures,
not
would
at
you?
all. Not just a little bit. But I was seeing Payne doctor way too much lately.
Oh, gosh. All right.
Twice in 2 weeks.
Listen, the season's going to be here before you know it. And we got
I'll be 100% by then.
All right, good.
So, Dre, a few years ago, I looked at Mark and I was like, Mark, you want to have a nightmare? I said, could you imagine if in a few years from now, Marvin Harrison Jr. is catching passes from Arch Manning in Indianapolis?
No, see, that would make me vomit.
This is great. He now goes to Arizona. We see him once every 4 years. This is fantastic.
Yeah, no, I love this.
This is awesome.
I love this for Marvin Harrison Jr. And if and when Arch Manning is ready to go, and we'll see what happens, he's got to be in the NFC as well. I don't want to see that at all. Any kind of AFC South, none of that. But Marvin Harrison Jr., are we surprised
at all? Like trade the entire draft again to get Arch Manning?
Get him back to his hometown in New Orleans?
That would be interesting. Are we surprised at all that the Cardinals are fully into Kyler Murray? I guess the contract has something to do with that, and the way he played. I mean, they came out. I thought they were playing pretty hard before he was available with Jonathan Gannon as the head coach, and they played hard here. It took everything you had to beat him here at NRG Stadium when Murray was back and playing pretty well. Are you surprised at all that Murray's still the guy and going to be the guy for the foreseeable future in Arizona?
Because usually, at a change at the helm, kind of, you start thinking about quarterback next and rebuilding, and that's kind of where most teams will start. I'm actually surprised they didn't move him this offseason and start over again, especially with the crop of quarterbacks that are out there now.
And they have the 4th pick. They could have gotten somebody really good. J.J. McCarthy, anyone? How about that?
I felt like he played when he came back. I felt like, I mean, against us, you could tell there was some rust. There's no doubt there was some rust. And he's learning a new offense, and all that goes with it. But I felt like the Cardinals got better as the year wore on, and I felt like he was playing pretty solid. It wasn't CJ level, but he was playing pretty solid. They went to Pittsburgh. They beat Pittsburgh. They went to Philly. They beat Philly, both on the road. And this is a team picking number 4, and they've got a lot of draft capital. They got our pick at 27. This is a team that could turn it around if Kyler Murray becomes that guy.
You guys know the best quarterback hadn't been picked yet, right?
Michael Penix.
It's happening.
I was talking to somebody you co-host your golf tournament with yesterday, and I was asking him about Penix, and I was asking him about a team he has great familiarity with.
He goes there, he'll be the starter at some point.
Okay, and we're talking about the Seattle Seahawks, right? That could happen. So we'll see.
He's staying pretty much at home, but it's not really home. He's a Florida guy.
Guys, I don't think he's getting to 16.
I don't either.
The Las Vegas Raiders reportedly very interested in Michael Penix.
Oh my God, the way they like to push the ball down the field.
13th in the first
That's the
round.
one.
That's where he's going.
Circle that. Michael Penix, that's where I think. Antonio Pierce, like 2 quarterbacks in this whole thing. Because you can't tell me that anybody in the AFC West is like, oh, we got to face Aiden O'Connell and Gardner Minshew. No. You got to face Michael Penix.
I wondered if he faced him when he was at Arizona State as the defensive coordinator for Herm.
No, he was already gone. He was already gone.
I think we have a profile ready on.
That's right. Yeah, he was gone.
Marvin Harrison Jr., who just went to the Arizona Cardinals. And next up, by the way, is the L.A. Chargers, and we'll see who they get. But let's hear more about Marvin Harrison Jr. out of Ohio State.
Marvin Harrison Jr., wide receiver, Ohio State.
Quarterback to throw. Looks, fires into the end zone. Caught Harrison, touchdown. There it is. 17-yard score. Kyle McCord to Marvin Harrison. The high school teammates hook up for the TD.
The son of an NFL Hall of Famer, Marvin Harrison Jr. tormented defenses in his time at Ohio State. He won the Fred Biletnikoff Award last season after compiling over 1,200 yards and 14 touchdowns. He has good size, outstanding hands, elite speed, and is an excellent route runner. In terms of prospects, he's as can't miss as they get.
All right, Marvin Harrison Jr.
So my comp to Marvin Harrison Jr. will get your thoughts, and I'll hit you guys with my comps.
Is it Marvin Harrison Sr.?
Nope, it's not Marvin Harrison. Come on, that's they're actually different kind of receivers.
Yeah.
A.J. Green. Bengals, wide receiver, A.J. Green. To me, the thing that stood out was body control. The things that you see Marvin Harrison go up and do, he's all the way out of bounds. He's catching the ball, and somehow he can get a toe back in bounds. And you're like, how did he do that? His flexibility and body control is incredible. He didn't test. He didn't do any test. Nothing whatsoever. But at his pro day, at C.J. Stroud's pro day, guess who he threw to? Marvin Harrison. That's when everybody got a chance to see what Marvin Harrison was all about.
Interesting. So Marvin was just helping him out.
Yep.
Obviously, he wasn't
draft eligible.
For him. Giving him a little early look.
So
next year.
So Harrison, no testing, and he goes 4th in the draft.
Yeah.
So get ready.
Do you know this is going to be a trend, right?
If you're that good. Dude, Malik Neighbors left Indianapolis.
Somebody's going to try it, though, and it's not going to work out in their favor.
Wait, who's not signing the NFLPA deal?
Marvin Harrison Jr.
So between that... He's not now. Again,
I'm not doing anything. Damn it!
You got to be in the union to play in the league. But the NFLPA deal, as far as the marketing aspect of it goes, this is the NIL era, and it's bleeding into the National Football League, no doubt. Are the Chargers a lock to take Malik Neighbors here?
No, I don't think there's a lock. For Malik Neighbors.
Tackle.
I think tackle is definitely on the board. All the tackles are still there. Any defensive player. Now, I originally thought that they would look at Dallas Turner because Bosa and Khalil Mack had huge cap numbers, but they got those both restructured, so they're okay there at that position. So I don't think it ends up being an edge. This is either a tackle or a wide receiver or a trade, and that as the time is ticking down, we have not seen a pick in, so maybe this is one of our first trades of the night. We'll see what happens in the next couple of minutes.
No, the Chargers are making the pick themselves. They fielded offers, and after all is said and done, they've decided to keep this pick. We still don't know who it's going to be, though.
And Justin Herbert?
Yes. Yeah. The Patriots reportedly contacted them about Justin Herbert, and I don't think Jim Harbaugh was going to listen to that very much. We have not heard yet who that pick is going to be. The thoughts are it's either Malik Neighbors or an offensive lineman.
Yeah, Joe Alt is the name that gets mentioned here a lot as being the number one tackle. I'm not a big Joe Alt fan, but, we'll see. They got Rashawn Slater, Clements grad. I understand going on.
And a Pro Bowler.
That's why I thought they would trade down, because I think they can get Latham, they can get Fuaga, guys that can play right tackle and step right in and be fine, opposite of Slater. But, Slater's been banged up, so I could see it. And we all know, look, Jim Harbaugh wants to smash, wants to run the football, wants to run it, be tough, run behind a really big offensive line. That's what he had in Michigan. So it's not going to surprise me to go offensive tackle here, but as much as I love Josh Palmer and I love Quentin Johnston, they need somebody to catch the football from Justin Herbert. They need a dude. So Malik Neighbors will make a lot of
production go out the door.
Absolutely.
This offseason via free agency, and you're losing receivers like Keenan Allen, Mike Williams.
Yep.
It's got to be Neighbors, I think, here.
Has to be, and that really sets up a lot of drama with the Giants at 6. But go ahead, Robert.
There was a feeling that it would be the wide receiver, because if the Chargers wanted to trade back, there were good tackles available. And there may not be a Malik Neighbors still available, but no, Jim Harbaugh staying true to his roots. He wants big physical linemen, and they are going with Notre Dame tackle Joe Alt at number 5.
Notre Dame, an honorary Big Ten school, basically.
Yeah.
So he's going to go with that, and we'll see how that pans out for him. But you got to get some help on the O-line. You still need receiver help, but they have more draft selections to work with.
Second straight son of an NFL player. Second straight.
Oh.
Joe Alt, his dad, John Alt, played offensive tackle for the Chiefs. Now, here's one thing I'll say about Alt. I'm not a huge fan. He's like
no
6'8".
relation to supermodel Carol Alt,
don't think
who
so,
I
but
interviewed at the 2016 Super Bowl when we were out there.
How many times I've heard that story?
I
bet.
No,
proud of that interview, man.
Somehow I got to interview her alone. I think I said, Johnny, don't. You can take an hour off.
Johnny, go get a Coke.
Yeah, Carol Alt is coming.
I come back and he's like, I interviewed a supermodel while you were gone.
Smiled from ear to ear.
Was there a sock on the microphone?
Yeah, exactly. But Joe Alt going to the Chargers, it makes a lot of sense. I mean, this dude is a unit, and he is athletic, but he hasn't played. There it is. Here it is.
2024 NFL Draft. The Los Angeles Chargers select Joe Alt, tackle, Notre Dame.
Goodell does not sound like he's on painkillers, but it's close.
He's doing all right.
I'm just kidding.
He's doing okay.
His walk to the podium is a little ginger.
Oh, it is.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
He's taking his time to get there. There's no doubt.
This plays right into the hands of the New York Giants at 6. Absolutely, without question, J.J. McCarthy going to the Giants at 6. I mean, if they want a quarterback, J.J. McCarthy is sitting there, or Michael Penix. I'm not of that Bo Nix cat. I mean, the Broncos will take Bo Nix later, but to me, there's a part of me that thinks maybe you should take Penix over McCarthy. But that's a different question for a different day.
I would.
I know you would.
So somebody tweeted an appearance posted on a billboard at, I forget what kind of establishment it was, a restaurant or something. Meet Tommy DeVito's parents here tonight. Right? And I think
He's
it was
a
real.
star in New York,
I think
man.
it was real. So that was funny. But what's not funny is Daniel Jones getting injured, having those issues after you decide to pay him following that great 2022 campaign that the team had. Yep. Now there's no Barkley. They have our buddy Devin Singletary. And, obviously have Daniel Jones coming back. But the quarterback what-if drama is there in New York, so that is a big question heading into this pick 6 right here. Then the Titans are at 7, and we presume they like Will Levis an awful lot at this point anyway.
I just had a bad thought.
What?
I just had a bad thought.
What if the Titans select Neighbors falls to them?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't like that. But they just paid Ridley. They still have Hop.
I know. It's not a great use of resources. But then again, I mean, we saw Ridley with the Jags last year.
Depends on what they want to look like offensively.
That's true.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Where's Henry now?
Where's Henry?
He's in Baltimore.
Buffalo?
Yeah.
Baltimore, I'm sorry. So you may be changing the whole way you play offense.
Yeah.
Oh, I think that's coming. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? You don't have the, that big hammer in the back.
Oh, yeah.
Or as a running back coming downhill
They've got
anymore.
Tony Pollard, right? So they went for that.
They got 2 smaller backs because the kid from Tulane is there now as well. Spears.
Yeah. Spears.
And so they're going to look
Tony
totally
Pollard,
different. Yeah. And those are 2 backs that can actually get out in the pass out in the passing
Guess
game.
who's happy they don't have Derrick Henry? Me. I know the Texans did incredibly well against Henry last year, but I don't want to see him. Now, we are going to see him here at NRG Stadium as a Raven, so that kind of stinks. But that's just one of the very tough games that's on this schedule.
The proper use of resource would be to get an offensive tackle at 7. That would be the proper use of resources, because when you look at what they have, their tackles were turnstiles last year. Turnstiles. They were terrible. We went by them all game long. If you're going to you've given Will Levis some weapons, now you better protect him. And if you don't, you're in a lot of trouble.
Robert?
Well, we don't have to worry about Malik Neighbors going to the Tennessee Titans, because the New York Giants, with Daniel Jones under contract, have decided to give him a weapon outside. Malik Neighbors will be the 6th pick of the first round here to New York.
2 of the 3 going to the NFC. I love it. I love it. Love seeing wide receivers going over there.
It's the smart play.
It had to be. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I just don't know that, how much do you upgrade from Daniel Jones to J.J. McCarthy?
Well, McCarthy might be the next best thing, but you're still so heavily invested in Jones. And if he's healthy, he's playing okay, you would think. But as I say that, is the running game going to be – I mean, it's not going to be
I don't think
Barkley.
he's going to play okay, because right as Saquon leaves, I think I'm asking, can you send me somewhere? Get me out of here, because there's nothing left. I mean, on offense, there's nothing there. That cupboard is dry right now.
And that's why they went and they got Neighbors to say, okay, Daniel Jones, we'll see what you got. Here's the problem again.
Rookie wide
receiver. Daniel Jones fails this year, you find out Daniel Jones is not that guy. You're going to go looking for a quarterback in 2025. And again, what are you going to find in the rookie class?
Not much.
Shedeur Sanders.
Ooh.
If he's a first rounder. I'm not convinced yet, but we'll see.
I don't know. You want a quarterback that didn't like his offense because it had a bunch of option routes, and that's what you're going to run in the NFL? Good luck. I mean, that's why he didn't like his offensive coordinator last year. Sean Lewis wanted to run a bunch of option routes and read on the run stuff, and Shedeur was like, nah, man, that was what the problem was. Like, that's what you're going to be doing in the NFL.
All right,
it's going to be a Dallas mishmash. It's going to be Dallas with Dion, and it's going to be Dallas with Shedeur. That's going to be fun.
Giants fans have made their way to Detroit, and they want to know who the Giants are going to select.
Pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the New York Giants select Malik Neighbors, wide receiver, LSU.
I want to fire up a profile on Neighbors here, because he's so immensely talented. He had so many great plays, and you know who he played with, who was under center throwing him the ball. So let's get to a profile here on Malik Neighbors from LSU.
Malik Neighbors, wide receiver, LSU.
Snap back to Daniels. Has time. Throws towards the end zone to Neighbors. Made the catch. Is he inbounds? Yes, he is! Touchdown, Fighting Tigers! Blew by the defender. Over the shoulder catch at full speed.
Malik Neighbors shined in LSU's high-octane offense last season with over 1,500 yards and 14 touchdowns. He's LSU's all-time leader in receiving yards, a school that's seen its fair share of NFL talent at that position. Neighbors can struggle against press coverage, but he's a dynamic athlete with elite speed alongside great ability after the catch.
All right, there is some stuff about Malik Neighbors, a new New York Giant. NFC East opponent on the Texans schedule, that would be the Dallas Cowboys, who the Texans will face in Arlington this year, so they won't see the Giants for another couple of years. Titans on the clock here, and they need a lot of different things in this draft. They're looking on O-line possibilities. I guess you could say that something in the secondary, Johnny. Receiver still, maybe. I mean, Odunze is really hot. Is he so good that you have to take him here at 7 because he might be the best athlete on your board? How do they handle this?
Well, my comp for Rome Odunze was DeAndre Hopkins for a while, but he's faster than Hop is, and so I eventually settled on a faster CeeDee Lamb for Rome Odunze. Now, I don't want to see Odunze. I love Odunze. I had him number 2 behind Harrison in front of Neighbors. I didn't want to see him at Tennessee. I really don't. Tennessee has got to get – I know Brian Callahan is not Mike Vrabel. I know they're not the Derrick Henry smash mouth. But, my God, they've got to protect Will Levis. They've got to find – and they've got all the tackles except Alt. That's J.C. Latham. That's Fuaga. That's all these tackles that they could look at. I think that's where they got to go.
All right, next up, the Titans pick we will discuss as we hit the AFC South on draft night. It's Texans Draft Live.
This is Texans Radio on Sports Radio 610. The Houston Texans and Chevron have teamed up with the Boys and Girls Club of Greater Houston and the Houston Food Bank to create the Chevron Market Pantry at the Houston Texans Team Club. The partnership provides food to the local community and is run by Team Club members and Chevron volunteers. Together, we're helping make Houston a better place to call home.
Community Coffee is proud to be the official coffee of the Houston Texans. For over 100 years, we've served communities like yours with rich, smooth coffee crafted right here in the USA. And as a company that's worked to bring people together since 1919, Community Coffee celebrates the uniting power of fandom, especially for Texans fans in Houston and beyond. We're grateful to be part of the Houston Texans family on game day and every day. Community Coffee, strong as our roots.
Wide open spaces and lots of room to play. That's Coshada Casino Resort. Escape to Coshada and play the largest and most spacious gaming floor in Southwest Louisiana. With thousands of the newest, most exciting slots, over 55 table games, live bingo and off-track betting, plus beautiful hotels, award-winning cuisine, and the #1 golf course in Louisiana.
It's Louisiana's largest casino resort and Louisiana's best bet.
Take your fandom to the next level and experience the most chances to win like a Texan. Sounds pretty good, right? Join the Stampede, a Houston Texans e-newsletter for the best fans in the NFL. Stampede members will receive the latest in Texans news, upcoming events, and contests. We're talking lots of contests for prizes like autographed items, game tickets, game day experiences, gift cards, and more. What are you waiting for? Subscribe for free now at HoustonTexans.com/fans.
You sit in traffic now, but later, there's an ice cold reward. Modelo, the mark of a fighter. You've earned this rich golden lager with a crisp, refreshing taste. Because you know, all your patience is paid out in gold. You remain calm through honks, bumper to bumper, and people yelling. Come on, move! You are a fighter, and Modelo is your reward. Modelo, the mark of a fighter. Drink responsibly. Beer imported by Crown Imports, Chicago, Illinois.
Hey, Texans fans, Toro wants your kids ages 12 and under to join Toro's Kids Club. Toro's Kids Club is free to join for the young Texans fans in your life. Kids Club members get to enjoy exclusive events with Texans special guests, contests for chances to win game tickets or autographed items, special offers, and so much more. Parents, don't wait. Sign up your kids today at HoustonTexans.com/fans.
I'm Michael Souter, managing partner of Wood Tools of Texas, doing business as Woodcraft. I needed a bank that could take care of my needs in an instant. Amegy Bank has been wonderful about keeping communications open, and it's important to have a bank that understands your business first so that when you make a decision to do some expansion, they understand what you need and how you're going to do it.
Amegy Bank, a division of Zions Band Corporation N.A., member FDIC, official business bank of the Houston Texans.
Behind every door at Houston Methodist, you know what to expect. Expertise. Whether it's life-saving brain surgery, your 3D mammogram that catches breast cancer sooner, or orthopedic specialists helping you feel stronger than ever. With hundreds of doors across Houston, you can get expert care everywhere.
That's the difference between practicing medicine and leading it. Houston Methodist, leading medicine.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
The Houston Texans select.
Your front row seat to the NFL Draft is right here on Texans Draft Live. Presented by your Houston area Ford dealers. Also brought to you by Mattress Firm, Sky Vodka, and Community Coffee.
Yes, Mark Vandermeer, John Harris, Andre Ware, Robert Hensley. It's the NFL Draft, and we are live in the Hyundai Texans radio studio at NRG Stadium. Tomorrow night, we will be at the Texans Draft Party, Avenida, Houston. It'll be awesome. And if it's anything like the party the other night at 713 for the uniform unveil, my goodness, what a week it has been for the Houston Texans. No picks scheduled to go down tonight, but you never know. We'll be on the air all night for this entire first round. It'll be weird to not have a Nick Caserio press conference after the round, but
never know.
You never know if there is a selection made, because the guys are down the hall. The guys meaning football ops people and coaching staff and everybody in the draft room. The McNairs told us the other night that they would be in the draft room tonight no matter what, even though the Texans have no picks scheduled. In fact, local media gathered not too far from where we are.
Just in case.
Just in case. And the Rolling Stones have left the building. So Mick and the boys were rehearsing here earlier for their Sunday night.
Robert told me about that when I was coming in.
Dude,
and he said you were over here just, trying to get in as just to catch a glimpse.
Yes. I was thinking if Mick and Keith pulled me on stage just, during rehearsal here, how many Stone songs do I know cold? Like, I'd be like, let's play Jumpin' Jack Flash right now. I would do it. It would be cool. Anyway, the draft board, and we will reset everything, okay? We'll get to the community coffee picks. But the Titans at 7, pick is in. We'll see if they get to the podium here soon. But I think Robert has the tip
With
as
the
to
seventh
who.
pick
Oh, here we go.
In the 2024 NFL Draft, the Tennessee Titans select J.C. Latham, tackle, Alabama.
Okay, offensive line evaluation. Johnny Harris, when he found out about this, he had a reaction. You could just tell. It was not a good one as far as the Texans go. So what do you think about this selection?
A massive individual. I mean, he is absolutely a unit. I mean, he's 6'7", 360 or something. What did he weigh in at the combine? 6'5" 3/4", 342. He's got 11-inch hands, 35-inch arms. He's Wisconsin, but he ended up going to IMG, played at Alabama. And we need to bring up, we need to find? We need to find what Will Anderson told us the other night. I asked Will Anderson about J.C. Latham, and he told us the story on the air, but then he told us one off the air. And he said, when Latham first got there to Alabama, he was like, yeah, we did basically whatever we wanted to. He said the second year he came back, it was a whole different story. And then he told us the story off the air. He said they one day during practice had moved Will Anderson to a 4-eye, basically inside the tackle. And they were running some sort of power gap scheme where Latham was down blocking on Will. And he said he told Coach Saban, hey, Coach, don't put me at the 4-eye anymore because this guy's a beast. He is my comp for him is Jordan Mailata from the Eagles. He's that size. He can move. He's got elite level power. My one quote was he's strong as bleep. That's basically it. If he gets his hands on you, you're toast.
I think he just killed Roger Goodell because he lifted him up, and Goodell's recovering from the back surgery. Things you don't want to do.
Oh, wow.
And he made the commish look like a toddler.
Yeah.
And the commish is a big guy.
Yeah,
Roger Goodell's a tall, big man by normal standards.
Now, Latham's probably going to play right tackle. I would imagine he played right tackle at Alabama. So he played on the right side the entire time. He's going to probably be given the shot to start at left tackle. So he's going to have some growing pains.
But if he's on the right side, Will is on that side more often than not, right?
Yeah, they'll have a reunion.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, but if what you're saying, those stories that Will told you, he'll come along fast.
Oh, yeah, he'll be fine. He's good.
So the draft has fallen pretty much as people expected. A couple of minor surprises, 7 offensive players in a row, and the Falcons at number 8 were expected to be leaning toward the defense, drafting the first defensive player of this draft. This is the biggest surprise so far tonight if the reports are true, and the initial reports are that the Atlanta Falcons, who just acquired Kirk Cousins to play quarterback, that they are drafting a quarterback, and that quarterback is from the University of Washington.
There it is.
Michael Penix.
There it is.
Oh, my gosh.
Still too – we haven't had anything confirmed yet.
Oh, Antonio Pierce is crying in his milk right now. He's hating this.
What are the Falcons doing?
Or they're letting it out there before the clock starts, or as the clock has already started, in efforts to get the Raiders to make a deal.
Call.
Wait, hang on a second. Cousins signed a 4-year, $180 million deal with $100 million guaranteed. You can't play Penix.
Are you going to sit him on the bench a la Jordan Love for
Are you going to trade Cousins?
4-year deal?
4-year deal.
How long did Jordan Love sit?
3 years.
3 years.
Perfect. The timing's perfect. I bet you it's not backloaded in terms of the money. You're still going to give up whatever's left of the $100 million that's guaranteed. But by year 3 or going into year 4, Penix is ready to play.
Penix is already an older prospect, right, Johnny? He's
he's a little.
He's 24.
He's a little bit older. I mean, he played 6 years in college. The first 4, he was dealing with injuries.
Dre, isn't Penix kind of good to go in many ways? I mean, I'm not saying any rookie
I think so. With the system that he ran I didn't know that about it. I mean, he can make and guys say, oh, he can make every throw in the NFL. This kid can make every throw. I don't know about the other ones, but that one, Penix can make every throw. It's pretty to watch.
What did I tell you at the Senior Bowl? I texted you from the Senior Bowl. I'm down on the field, and I texted you. He's got the strongest arm that I've seen at the Senior Bowl.
Yes.
Yeah, you said that.
Without a doubt.
Ever.
I mean, it was incredible to watch him spin it. Now, I do think there are some accuracy things in certain areas he's got to improve, but he improved from 22 to 23. That was what was really impressive. So here's the other thing. Here's the other thing. We don't know, and I don't know. I'm not looking at the contract. Cousins signed a 4-year deal. Well, sometimes we know those 4-year deals are really 2-year deals.
$100 million guaranteed. Okay,
he got $100 million guaranteed.
Yes, Kirk
Cousins is made out like a mob.
He does not sign
contracts.
He's not screwing around. He's going to get as much guaranteed as possible. To Dre's point, he's played the business side of this thing very well.
Perfectly. Better than maybe anybody has played.
Maybe ever. Considering the results. He signs up. He's done what he's done, and people complain about him.
Here's the other thing, too. Sometimes when you have a staff that drafts a quarterback or signs a quarterback, then a new staff comes in. No, this new staff came in and said, yeah, go get me Kirk Cousins, and then draft Michael Penix.
But you got a Dunze on the board. Is Dunze still available?
Yeah.
You have weapons here.
Could this be an NFL draft moment? I mean, an NBA draft moment? Where you draft a guy for another team that you couldn't make the trade by the time – and then all of a sudden later tonight, we find out that the Falcons have traded Michael Penix to the Raiders for whatever.
You know what, Dre? I think there's...
Let's see. Here we go.
All right. We'll hear from Roger Goodell.
With the 8th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Atlanta Falcons select Michael Penix Jr., quarterback, Washington.
Crowd reacts.
I mean...
You gotta love that. That's a shocker. That's a shocker to me. You can't wait for this.
Let me say it like this. The team that drafted him is a shocker because of who they just traded for.
Absolutely.
The player, though, is a top 10 player, in my opinion.
I'm not questioning that. I'm just saying for the Falcons to do what they did with Cousins and that deal with $100 million guaranteed, getting Penix just seems really strange because you will not – you're hoping Cousins plays great and that you don't have to play Penix.
Right.
There aren't, not a two-quarterback system.
This smells of draft and trade.
It really feels like it, but Robert's scouring the interweb and trying to find something.
There's something about the collective bargaining agreement, though. I think that doesn't allow you to do that.
Well, what about about Eli Manning wearing a Charger hat?
Now that was before the new CBA. New CBA coming out. Well, I say new. The 2011 CBA is the one that changed everything.
You mean going back to 2004 is a while ago?
I don't know.
Only 20 years, Johnny.
It's only 20 years ago.
It feels more recent.
Arthur Blank's in their draft room. He's hyped. I mean, they got themselves. That's one quarterback. They may have one of the better quarterback rooms in the NFL.
Oh, if you have Michael Penix Jr. and Kirk Cousins in your room.
Keep in mind, here's one other thing about Cousins. He's coming off an Achilles.
True that.
So, which begs the question, why did you give him $100 million guaranteed? But he's coming off an Achilles.
Well, if you're worried about that, then wouldn't you be worried about Michael Penix and his injury past?
Absolutely. You'd be worried about his past.
Yeah.
So, but then again, you've got Bijan Robinson, you got Drake London, you got Kyle Pitts, you have Rondale Moore. You have some absolute dudes that can get it down the field.
That's the pass there against Texas I tell everybody about.
You know who's really unhappy right now? Taylor Heineke. Because he's on that team, too. And he's like, man, there goes my chance.
There is nothing like being on a roster, and then the draft day rolls around, and you're hearing all these rumors that for months, and then they draft a guy in the first round at your position.
Yep.
That is an uncomfortable seat.
We talked about that with ND.
Yes. Uncomfortable seat to be in right there.
It's not fun. You got something, Robert?
Yeah, the next pick is in. It's the Bears on the clock. Remember, they had the first pick overall, Caleb Williams, and this the top 8 picks fell just right for the Bears because there's a lot of speculation that Rome Odunze would be going before number 9. The way it played out, though, the Bears got to stay there, and they give Caleb Williams a big target to throw to. He already has DJ Moore there, but they're adding Rome Odunze.
Yeah, back-to-back UW players.
Baby.
That's
I'm telling you.
Penix and Odunze going back-to-back.
Yeah, DJ Moore, Keenan Allen, and Rome Odunze. Now, listen, you know I love our 3 here.
Yeah.
You know I love our 3 here. That 3 is dangerous.
Yeah.
That threesome
With
right
who they
there
got
is
delivering the
dangerous.
ball to him
I
as
mean,
well.
threesomes get a lot of people in trouble. That threesome right there is going to get a lot of people in trouble. Secondaries better get ready for that. Odunze was my number 2 receiver. I love the guy. He, to me, is CeeDee Lamb with some speed.
Wow.
When you add a CeeDee Lamb with some speed to the Bears' offense, Caleb's walking in there with a decent O-line. Not tremendous, but decent. A trio at receiver that's just incredible. A good tight end in Cole Kmet. And we're going to see that group here.
Yeah,
that is going to be a battle.
They will be at NRG Stadium this year. The Chicago Bears and the Detroit Lions coming out of the NFC North to visit NRG Stadium.
All 3 stud receivers, NFC, NFC, NFC.
Yeah. How about all
Love it.
offensive players drafted to this point in the
Absolutely.
draft?
Yeah,
I don't know.
every single
when's
one.
that happened last?
And another
Every
one should be
single
coming
one
here because
has
the
been
Jets
an offensive player.
And another one should be coming because if the Jets do it right, get Aaron Rodgers some help, get Brock Bowers.
Yeah, get a tight end, and then the Vikings are going to take J.J. McCarthy.
I imagine they'll take the quarterback that's left.
Yeah.
I always thought that was a hype machine.
What's that?
J.J. McCarthy.
Okay.
Because you hype him enough, somebody might just take him, and then you get the guy you really want.
Oh.
And fans, that happens in the NFL going into the draft. I mean, every single year where your players are being downgraded when teams really want that player.
With the 9th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Chicago Bears select Rome Odunze, wide receiver, Washington.
Very cool. Robert, what do you got?
We have the first trade of the night going down right now. The Jets are in the 10th slot, but they are trading down 1 spot with the Vikings. The Vikings moving up to number 10, and they will be on the clock right now. We don't know yet what this is all about, but the Jets have moved down 1 spot, picked up a little extra draft capital for that.
These are always interesting to me when you move up 1 spot.
So wait a minute. Zach Wilson was traded.
Yeah.
Who's behind Aaron Rodgers?
Let me find out for you.
I mean, we know what's going on in Atlanta, that obviously Penix will be the backup going into the season, but would the Jets take a quarterback as an insurance
Tyrod Taylor,
policy?
my friend.
Yeah, they're not taking one.
Yeah, they're not.
They're not taking
I couldn't remember who it was, but they're the one moving down to 11. Going to 10 is Minnesota. Minnesota's just basically saying, "Look, we're going to give a 4th to you guys, or whatever it is, so we can get 1 spot, so we can lock up McCarthy." That's not much to give up.
The Broncos and the Raiders both are looking to move up and get a quarterback as well. So they're making sure that doesn't happen.
That's exactly right. So the Vikings are protecting against that, and they still have pick number 23 that they can go out and get. I don't think they need offensive linemen, but they could use something on defense. They could use a corner. So they can use 23 is a sweet spot for corners. So Minnesota could walk out of here with the quarterback that they ultimately wanted to get without having to move up just 1 spot and get a corner at 23 or get a great defensive player at 23. Because, look, what's happening now.
If a defensive player is taken in the first round at this rate.
And who does that make happy? Us. You keep pushing these guys down the board.
Yes.
You get closer to 42. You never know. You never know what ends up happening at that point.
Nick is sitting there with that Simpsons meme, the GIF where it's like,
Mr. Burns.
Yeah, because he knows that he dropped down from 23 to 42, and D'Amico called that the sweet spot of the draft. Now, look, we'll see how it plays out. We don't know for sure, but that is interesting that all these defensive players are being pushed down. Let's push aside here for a moment and get to the rest of the picks. We'll get to the pick-me-up picks from Community Coffee coming up next here on Texans Draft Live.
More Texans radio draft coverage is on the way.
No matter where I travel, one thing remains the same. Everybody loves Ford here in the Lone Star State.
The best in Texas isn't just about being the best-selling trucks. It's about you and how Ford trucks help you be at your best every day, offering the technology and capability to handle whatever the day brings. And that's why we say,
Ford is the best in Texas.
You know what having fun your way is really like? It's never-ending options and rewards at over 50 destinations nationwide. It's Caesars Rewards. Dine at Hell's Kitchen at Caesars Palace, Las Vegas. Party the night away at Harrah's, New Orleans. Or bet big on table games at Horseshoe, Bossier City. With Caesars Rewards, you earn benefits for every way you play. Book your trip at Caesars.com and sign up for Caesars Rewards today. Must be 21 or older to gamble. Know when to stop before you start. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-522-4700.
When it's your turn to pick up the tab, do it in style with the Texans debit card exclusively from TDECU. With access to team store discounts, discounted tickets, and other offers and promotions, this card is a must-have for all Texans fans. So whether you're grabbing concessions at the game or buying your lucky t-shirt to wear on game day, spend with spirit all season long. Visit tdecu.org/Texans and get yours today. Insured by NCUA Equal Housing Lender.
Arriba Texans! Join Somos Texans now for free as we celebrate the passionate, powerful, and vibrant Hispanic community in Houston, Mexico, and around the world. By being a part of Somos Texans, you will enjoy exclusive contests and events, Spanish language content options, membership spotlights, Texas news from our amigos at Telemundo, Mexico outreach opportunities, games, chances to get on the field during game day, and so much more. Únete a nosotros. Sign up now for free to become an official member of Somos Texans at HoustonTexans.com/fans.
Texas Children's Hospital is proud to be the official children's hospital of the Houston Texans and local sponsor of Play 60. Getting kids moving for just 60 minutes a day can improve bone health, fitness, brain function, attention, and academic performance. Join us in our commitment to the Houston Texans and Play 60. Because at Texas Children's Hospital, everything we do is to ensure your family's future is a healthier one. Learn more by visiting texaschildrens.org/Texans.
Houston, we have a great problem. Branson Cognac and Le Chim de Wa Champagne are the official sponsors of the Houston Texans. Now, as we get ready for game day, you've been hearing the hype, you've been hearing the real. Now you're going to experience the great taste of Branson Cognac and Le Chim de Wa, because it's available starting August 1st at all sideline bars of the club level of NRG Stadium. That's right, Branson Cognac and Le Chim de Wa will be available at all suites in season. So bring your friends, bring your family, and taste the great taste of Branson Cognac and Le Chim de Wa.
Your jobs are big and time is short, but King Ranch Ag and Turf has everything John Deere that makes your work quick and easy. Whether you're mowing grass, working in the dirt, or just enjoying the great outdoors, King Ranch has the John Deere mower, tractor, or Gator vehicle that's right for you. And with 110 years of John Deere Texas know-how, King Ranch is always working to keep your equipment on the job. 12 Texas Gulf Coast locations. KingRanchAgTurf.com. King Ranch is a proud sponsor of the Houston Texans.
Tomorrow morning, we're breaking down the first round of the draft and getting you set for day 2. Who are the Texans targeting in the second and third round? We'll bring you the latest with Payne and Pendergast right here at 6 a.m.
Insider access, exclusive content, Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
And now, back to the draft on Texans Radio.
Mark Vandermeer, John Harris, Andre Ware, Robert Hensley with you. Texans Draft Live, presented by your Houston area Ford dealers. And the Bears took Rome Odunze, the wide receiver from Washington, at 9. Vikings on the clock. Do we have any news on the Vikings, Robert Hensley?
Yeah, news on the trade compensation. They moved down one spot. They pick up pick number 129 and 157. So that's a late fourth rounder and a mid fifth rounder to move back one spot. They do have to give up a sixth rounder as well. So they move back one spot, pick up a couple of picks in the fifth and the fourth and the fifth. And the Vikings are going to move up and draft J.J. McCarthy, the quarterback from Michigan.
So McCarthy ends up being a top 10 selection, and Penix goes ahead of him, which a lot of people thought wasn't going to happen.
5 quarterbacks in the top 10.
Yep.
Holy smokes.
And Penix is the big upset of the night because not that he's a top 10 quarterback, but where he went is a surprise.
Not in my locker room, he's not.
Yeah, I know. I know.
I'd have taken him before any of these guys.
Okay. Well, I know you've always liked him, and you liked him before his last collegiate season. And
because I had him
everybody
twice.
Talks about the championship. You know, the thing about that was He's so banged up in that game.
Yeah, I had him twice as a junior, or what it would have been, essentially his junior year, because he had one more year, which was this past year, where he led them to the college football playoff.
Mm-hmm.
But some throws that he made against UCLA out there, oh my goodness! And that was kind of the wake-up call for me about how talented the guy is, and it's crazy.
Well, Atlanta agrees with you because after they sign Cousins to the huge deal, they decide, okay, we're going to go in all in here, as Jerry Jones.
So
might
we were
say.
on the road in 22. Come back to your point. I'm trying to get to bed, and I've got the Washington-Oregon game on, and it's late in the game. Game's tied, and they've got the ball in the right hash. Penix is left-handed. They're got the ball in the right hash.
Oh, wait, here we go.
Here's a J.J. McCarthy pick.
To help make the Minnesota Vikings selection, we are honored to have with us the surviving mother, brothers, and nephew of fallen hero, United States Army Sergeant Zachary Ewing. Zachary died after a battle with cancer, a cancer that was discovered after he was injured during his second deployment to Iraq. We salute him and thank his family and TAPS, the Tragedy Assistance Program for Survivors, which offers care to those grieving the loss of a military loved one. I'm now going to turn this over to Sergeant Ewing's nephew, Asher, who will announce the pick in honor of his uncle. Come on up.
With the 10th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Minnesota Vikings select
J.J. McCarthy,
quarterback, Michigan.
There it is, your fifth quarterback taken in the top 10 as McCarthy goes to the Minnesota Vikings with the New York Jets up next. And the big question here to me is, who will the Jets take? Because the Vikings, there's no way they're moving up one spot unless somebody was trying to get the Jets pick.
Broncos.
And maybe it was the Broncos or the Raiders, and maybe the Jets weren't going to take the risk of the Vikings grabbing their guy after the Broncos would take McCarthy or whatever the case may be here, but the Jets are on the clock.
But you can't kind of wash away the success that this young man has had the last two seasons. What's he, 22-1?
Who, McCarthy?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, it's crazy. He's only lost one game in the last 2 years and won a national championship this year. And he was a big. You can say all you want to about the running game, but and that makes it even harder to play quarterback. When teams know when you're going to pass, you're running on first down, running on second down. Here comes third down. By the way, McCarthy's going to drop back and pass it. That makes it tough to play the position. And he still won a national championship.
Of these five, I have, not to go negative here, but I have one that I think will have the toughest time being successful compared to the rest. I have my guy, and I have my guy who I think will be the most successful among the five.
I'm going to give you a reason why. I know the answer to this, but I'm going to give you a reason why. It's Drake May.
Yes,
I agree with you there.
Drake May is my guy to not
who
make
is
it.
Drake?
Now,
Same here.
I'm not. I hope I'm wrong for his sake and all this. I don't want to be Mr. Negative.
Who is Drake May throwing to?
Who is Drake May throwing to? Like in college or now?
Now. I don't care about what he did.
Yeah, the Patriots have nobody.
Okay. The Bears.
Relatively,
Caleb Williams walks into a situation with DJ Moore, Keenan Allen, Rome Odunze.
Yeah.
Commanders. You have Jay Daniels walking in with Cliff Kingsbury as your offensive coordinator, and you're thrown to Scary Terry McLaurin and Jahan Dotson. All of a sudden, Penix gets on the field. Who's he throwing to?
Well, and he's got
out of the backfield.
And he's got Alex Van Pelt as his offensive coordinator. And was he really the coordinator in Cleveland?
Right, exactly. This is my point. The two guys that just got taken might end up being more successful because of fit in what they have around him. McCarthy's walking into Addison and Justin Jefferson with Hawkinson at tight end.
Yeah.
I mean, what? Somebody just put up an NFL comparison of J.J. McCarthy to C.J. Stroud. Somebody should be fired for that graphic. Somebody should be absolutely fired for that graphic. I'm sorry. I like J.J. McCarthy. What? There's no chance in Hades that these two are even on the same planet. They play quarterback. That's the only thing that's similar between them.
Look at the release.
That is ridiculous.
Look at the difference of the release. And I was talking to Warren Moon at your golf tournament yesterday about C.J. Stroud's release. And, look, Warren has a rocket arm. C.J.'s ball, it doesn't look the same as that, obviously. But the release, and he talked about the release.
There are many that don't look like the ball.
No,
Warren.
yeah, Warren,
it may go down as the prettiest ball ever in history.
Warren and Dan Marino reminded me of each other the way they threw the football a little bit. You know, the flight of the ball, Robert.
So the Jets traded down from 10 to 11. There's been a lot of talk of the team bringing in another pass catcher for Aaron Rodgers. Reportedly, they were in love with Brock Bowers, the tight end. Mm-hmm. They are not going with a pass catcher. They are trying to protect their aging quarterback. They are drafting a tackle, and it is the tackle out of Penn State, Olu Fashanu.
Fashanu, yeah. Fashanu, I like Fashanu a lot. That's going to be a good pick for them. They went out, got Terrence Smith, and they got Morgan Moses. Now, whether those guys can hold up or not, you don't know.
But Fashanu can play guard for a year
he could.
Just to hold down
Some of the others, Fuaga could play guard for sure. I don't know if Fashanu would do it. He didn't have as great a year in 2023 as he did in 22. He would have been offensive tackle number 1 for me last year. It's just this year's class was pretty salty. So, yeah, we'll see the young man out on the edge. I would imagine he'll be there. They'll give him some time. They'll give him some time. You got to protect Aaron Rodgers, and if something goes wrong with Morgan Moses or Tyron Smith, then away you go with the rookie.
All right, time for the Ford best player on the board. For the Broncos at 12, Johnny and Andre, what do you think here? Is it going to be time for Bo Nix? Are we going there right now at 12? Or are we going to get 6 in the top 12? Let's go to Roger.
In the 2024 NFL Draft, the New York Jets select Olu Fashanu, tackle, Penn State.
Is it Fashanu?
I think it's Fashanu, but I think he said it right. Here's what's worrying me. Say the Broncos do what we think they're going to do. Look, you're not going into a season with Jarrett Stidham and Zach Wilson as your only options at quarterback. So I would think Bo Nix is definitely going to be under consideration. Sitting there at number 15, if these NFL teams allow Brock Bowers to fall into the lap of Chris Ballard and Indianapolis Colts, I'm going to be sick to my stomach.
Oh, no. No.
I'm going to be sick. I'm going to be ill.
No.
I will be ill.
Somebody take him.
In terms of athletes, he is in the top probably 3 to 5 players.
In this draft?
In this draft. Just outright athletes.
He would be perfect for them, and that's what I fear. So we need Broncos, the Raiders, the Saints. The Saints are going to have to take an offensive lineman. We got to have one of those teams end up taking Brock Bowers, or Bowers is going to fall right into the lap of Chris Ballard and the Colts, and that sucks.
Robert, do you have something?
Honest.
Did you put a hand up?
I did not, no.
All right. I'm just checking.
We do have an incredible and unprecedented run of all offensive players.
Why don't you recap the board for us?
The first 11 picks. So we'll start right at the top. No surprise at the top. Caleb Williams, quarterback from USC, goes to the Chicago Bears with the first pick. Second pick is the Washington Commanders with Jaden Daniels, the quarterback from LSU. New England followed with another quarterback, Drake May out of UNC. Then we got away from the quarterback train as the Cardinals stayed put, selecting Marvin Harrison, wide receiver. In the 5th slot, the Chargers fielded calls but ended up keeping their pick and taking Joe Alt, the first offensive lineman taken in this draft. The Giants followed with Malik Neighbors, LSU's top wide receiver, and the Titans drafted J.C. Latham, a tackle to help protect Will Levis. In the 8th spot, the stunner of the night so far, the Falcons taking Michael Penix at quarterback. They just signed Kirk Cousins to play quarterback, but Michael Penix was their pick at number 8. That was followed by Rome Odunze going to the Bears. Then Minnesota moves up a spot to get quarterback J.J. McCarthy. And the New York Jets at number 11 select Olu Fashanu, the tackle, to help protect Aaron Rodgers. And that brings the Denver Broncos to the clock here at number 12.
And the pick is in, apparently, so Robert's going to look for it. Johnny?
How about if we play the NFC North? Bears, rookie quarterback. Vikings, rookie quarterback. Jordan Love, second-year starter. And then, of course, the grizzled veteran Jared Goff.
Yeah, but Jordan Love scares me more than anybody.
Oh, I know.
And up there at Lambeau Field, at least you get Goff in this building here, Robert.
And we know who the Broncos are taking now, and it is the 6th quarterback in the top 12 picks. Bo Nix going to the Denver Broncos. Sean Payton has his new quarterback.
Okay, could we play the Broncos this year?
If Bo Nix works out, fine. But this feels like the definition of reach.
Yes.
We need a quarterback.
Desperation.
Yeah, take him. Can he beat out Stidham? That's a legit question.
Maybe not right away. But there's going to come a point where they're going to have to turn it over to him.
If they draft
they're
him
gonna have to.
right here, which they are, you have to play him eventually.
I mean, Sean Payton at some point is going to get impatient and go, man, we got to go to the rookie. And now you're throwing Bo Nix. I'm telling you, it's the Senior Bowl. I was excited to see Nix and Penix at the Senior Bowl.
Wouldn't you love to be a fly on the wall in that room, though?
With Sean Payton right now?
And just him dog cussing, bust Bo Nix.
Oh, my
The first
gosh.
couple of weeks. And you're a rookie, you're not this, you're not. I'd love to just hear that.
Now, Nix is older.
And then it work out like they're not winning a game. And he's not the genius that he thinks he is.
What was the difference in tough love factor on the coaching staffs between Auburn and Oregon?
I don't know.
I don't know. I'm just asking.
I don't know that there was
style.
I don't know there was a big difference. I mean, he struggled at Auburn. He's following his dad's footsteps at Auburn. He grew up at Oregon. They put better weapons around him. Had a good offensive line. He did very well. He does some things. He moves. I think he would fit in a Sean Payton offense, and Payton gets to mold him from the beginning. But I'm telling you, at the Senior Bowl, I saw a quarterback that was struggling with college all-stars, with the speed of the game, with those guys. I mean, he was struggling big time.
Give me a quarterback
I don't know.
that Sean Payton has taken from the beginning and molded into an NFL caliber quarterback.
I mean, the only one I ever had was Drew Brees.
Brees, but that wasn't the beginning. Brees was already a really good player
That's my
when
point.
he left San
Gruden,
Diego.
the same thing. I can ask you the same thing about John Gruden.
But didn't he do well with Gannon?
Gannon was already in the league 35 years.
Right, but I thought he kind of got Gannon to a good, or helped Gannon get to a good level.
Gannon was producing in Minnesota long before he was a Raider. And we were there at the same time, so I know.
But with Payton, I think Payton, obviously, he's got some coaching chops, but Brees was already a pretty good quarterback. It just all worked out for them. And when you have a guy like Brees, and Andre knows him. I remember when we interviewed him, and we were both towering over him. Just kidding. But
we were, though.
I'm not kidding. We were towering over him. Speaking of towering over, Vince Young towers over everybody. Is that your calling tournament, too? Because he's co-host.
Warren and I.
I know. I'm looking
Vince
at the three
is a legitimate 6'6". I mean, people listed him at 6'5" as a player. He is every bit of 6'6". And when he stands next to you, I want to move away.
Yeah.
Because he's just so daggum tall.
Yeah.
He casts a shadow over you.
Wow.
It's crazy.
But here's where this Bo Nix decision becomes.
Run and throw at that size.
I mean, you guys know this. Payton put more pressure on himself because he's already gotten rid of Russell Wilson. So he's already got that. So now all of a sudden you go out and you draft your guy. This is your guy. Number 12 pick in the draft is Bo Nix. That's your guy. You got rid of that guy. What are you going to do with your guy? And if he doesn't make him into a quarterback, that pressure is going to grow immensely. The hot seat's going to get hot if it's not already hot for him. And we'll see how he lasts. We'll see what happens with George Payton, the GM. But Bo Nix going to the Broncos.
I have some things against Payton for obvious reasons, right? So here he is in Denver. They're paying him a truckload of money. You mentioned it, Johnny. Wilson out of there. Now, it's their fault for making the deal to begin with.
Yep.
But Wilson out of there, all that money, they're holding that bag. And you're right. Now they draft Nix here at 12. This could be spectacular.
6 QBs.
In 12,
in a bad
12
way.
picks.
In a bad way.
You were right, Johnny.
What?
Last year when we had that conversation before the draft.
About all these quarterbacks?
About this year's crop of quarterbacks. And I'm talking about as a whole.
Right.
Because, I'd take C.J. Stroud over any of these dudes.
Of course.
And that's not, that's even before I saw him last year.
Pick
Oh, really?
in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Denver Broncos select Bo Nix, quarterback, Oregon.
We're 12 picks in. Not one defensive player. And I bring that up because what I said at the draft last year, it didn't take much to look ahead and go, these are the players potentially on the board as defensive players. They are not Will Anderson. Go make the deal, Nick. Make the deal. Because getting Will Anderson now, so what?
Looks even better
What if
now.
we would have had a top 5 pick in this draft? What defensive player are you going to take that even gets to be the caliber of Will Anderson?
And Anderson's playing for somebody else and chasing C.J. Stroud this year.
Right.
Yeah, no, wouldn't want to see that at all. I mean, it worked out
You're 12 and take
gloriously.
Lucas Van Ness from Iowa? No, screw that. Go get the elite player, the alpha, Will Anderson Jr., and set yourself up for success in 2023 instead of waiting for 2024 when there isn't a player even of that caliber. And the draft is proving it out right here. And thank you for saying I was right. Because my wife doesn't
man. I'm
think
going to give you credit when I'll give you credit when it's due.
I know
for
you
sure.
Do. You
Awesome.
always do. You two always do. My wife at home, not so much.
All right, Raiders on the board, then it's the Saints, and then the horseshoe. We'll have all those picks coming up and more on Texans Draft Live.
Back to the draft in a moment on Texans Radio.
Sky Vodka is now made with water enriched by Pacific minerals and filtered through California limestone. Sky Vodka, a smoother, fresher tasting vodka that's also gluten-free. In other words, it's the best thing to happen to vodka since vodka happened. Sky Vodka, born from the blue. Sky Vodka distilled from grain, 40% alcohol by volume, 2021 Campari America, New York, New York. Please enjoy responsibly.
In real estate, it's all about the amenities. I should know. I'm an agent.
At Hyundai, all of our models offer first-class features, like Android Auto, an available Bose premium audio system, heated fronts, wireless device charging.
It's like an upscale home on wheels in here.
It's your journey. Own every mile.
Now, get up to $1,000 bonus cash on the Elantra, or pay $0 down with only $349 a month. Visit your local Hyundai dealer, the official car of the Houston Texans. Offers end 4/30/24. Call 469-613-0227 for details.
Welcome back to Earth, folks. We hope you enjoyed your 8.5 minutes in orbit.
Technology lets you vacation in space, but to get work done on Earth, you need more than technology. You need CDW to design and manage a Cisco hybrid work solution that delivers the same secure network experience to all your satellite offices. And with consistent connectivity that empowers your team, they can collaborate from any space.
And no, you can't keep the helmet.
Cisco makes hybrid work possible. CDW makes it powerful. Learn more at cdw.com/Cisco.
The Texans and SLB are proud to present the Houston Texans Stats Challenge for our 8th consecutive year. This program is designed to help middle school children learn and sharpen their math skills using the game of football. With interactive worksheets and fun videos from Houston Texans representatives, the Stats Challenge presented by SLB makes math a blast for everyone. Last year, over 700 teachers and 85,000 students across Texas completed the challenge. Help your local middle school be the next to join them. Visit HoustonTexans.com.
Everyone circle up. I know it looks rough out there. Sure, we're down 24-6, but we came here to play differently. We need a game changer. Something like Ring Central, the business phone system that's more than a phone. I want you to communicate like you can talk to anyone, anywhere, all from the same app. Now get out there and play like you're using Ring Central.
Ring Central. Simpler communications.
Payne and Pendergast.
As you're watching this tonight, Seth, are there specific guys or position groups that each time Goodell walked up to the podium, we're going, okay, please don't be this guy, please don't be this guy?
Yeah, I don't know about like specific guys as much as the cornerback position in general. I'll be really intrigued if any of them starts to slide.
Wake up with Sean and Seth, 6 to 10 every morning on Sports Radio 610.
Rooting for the family team has become quite the tradition at Amity Bank. It's something we grew up doing, and it's something that defines who we are. We're also big fans of rooting for family businesses, because in all of our years of banking, we found that when we treat every business like family, they tend to prosper. So, if you're a family business and you need a bank, come see us today. Amity Bank. Here you grow. A division of Zions Bank Corporation, N.A., member FDIC.
Whether running a marathon or walking your dog, every movement matters. But when you're in pain, simple activities can feel unbearable. At Houston Methodist Orthopedics and Sports Medicine, our specialists can help you heal faster using the latest technology, minimally invasive procedures, and advanced physical therapy. As the top-ranked hospital in Texas, we have the expertise to keep you moving and help you get back to doing the things you love. Houston Methodist, leading medicine.
Every pick, every round. It's Texans Draft Live.
All right, we're in the Hyundai Texans radio studio, round one. Texans have no selections in this round yet. You never know. Nick might jump in. You never know. So far, all offense all the time in the 2024 NFL Draft. We are at pick number 13, and the Raiders, Robert, took...
They took Brock Bowers. Johnny breathes a little more easily. He was worried about the Colts having a chance to draft Brock Bowers, the big tight end out of Georgia. Instead, he goes to the Las Vegas Raiders.
And you were the one that actually said this, and I agree with this. You said tight end. Tight end gets to be this murky word in the NFL.
Yeah, how many guys have said that I'm a receiver?
Yeah.
Maybe Pitts.
Right.
Who else?
Pitts.
I'm a receiver, but I play
Dalton
in the slot.
Kincaid comes to
Somebody was in
mind.
a contract negotiation trying to do that one
Well,
year.
it's like, well, you're a tight end. No, it just says TE before my name. That's not what I do, and that's not what Brock Bowers will do. Because my first thought was, well, they got Michael Mayer, and I was like, oh, that's dumb, John. He's a tight end wide receiver. You can play those 2 and 12 personnel. I would imagine teams are going to look at it and go, no. We're not calling that 12 personnel because we're going to treat Bowers like a receiver. Because if we don't, we're going to get cooked. Because that guy can dominate. He's going to be a really good fit in Las Vegas. Now it's just a matter of who's going to throw him the ball, Aiden O'Connell or Gardner Minshew.
Linebackers can't
Raiders.
stay with him. Corners, if you try to put a slot corner or slot DB over him, he's just going to body position those guys.
A Lombardi Award finalist, because I emceed that night, so I'm well aware of these guys.
He was a Lombardi Award finalist, and he was the John Mackey finalist. One for tight end, one for interior offensive
You get
lineman.
those overlapping situations with the Lombardi guys because of the description of the award, which no one can really do.
And the tight ends
it's somewhere around the line of scrimmage, a big dude usually, but you never know. And for a couple of years, it wasn't that at all because Joe Burrow won it.
So we've had 13 offensive players go in the first 13 picks. 14 is the Saints. That's going to be another offensive player. Is the first defensive player coming at number
Seahawks?
15 with the Indianapolis Colts.
Or Seahawks after them.
Do you think the Indianapolis Colts will take a corner or Byron Murphy on the board or an edge? I think the Colts are the one to take the defensive player. That sounds like a Ballard thing to do.
Or another receiver.
Well, based on a receiver is a possibility.
Possibility.
But they re-upped with Pittman. They still have Pierce.
They have Josh Downs, who I think
they
is
have
going to be
Downs,
good.
he had some big moments against the Texans in that regular season.
Where are they with
finale.
Jonathan Taylor? Contract.
Just re-signed him last summer.
Yeah, so they're okay
Got
with
that
Taylor.
done.
Yeah. The big thing about the Colts to me is going to be, and I know that the Saints are on the board, but come on, let's talk about the Colts because I love talking about the horseshoe. The big thing about them is at the quarterback position, Richardson looked really good early in this game out here. I point to the field area here at NRG Stadium. Yeah, it was before you knew what happened, before the fans could get to their seats. They're up 2 touchdowns. He has tremendous runs, and I thought this is going to be a big problem. When Minshew came into the game after Richardson exited, I thought, oh, good, Minshew's in. This should be a good comeback opportunity. Nope. But CJ did throw for over 350 in that game and showed us that, hey, he's throwing the ball around the yard. This is good. It was a good sign. But the Colts with Richardson, what's it going to look like? Joe Flacco's the backup this year. Are they going to need him? There are a lot of questions there. Richardson's got to prove he can stay healthy. But, yeah, you're right, Johnny. I think it's got to be a defensive pick for them. Now, we'll find out what the Saints do first. They are up in 2 minutes and 45 seconds here in round one.
It depends, though, because most teams with young quarterbacks are giving them weapons. So it wouldn't surprise me that they go wide receiver in this draft. Or maybe offensive line to kind of, they've got one of the better offensive lines in the league, in my opinion, but they could still, add to it or add some depth to it.
Xavier Worthy is the name that's been mentioned with the Colts.
Yep.
Oh, from Texas.
And he can fly.
He of the 4.21 back in Indianapolis at the Combine.
He can fly.
I don't like that.
I mean, I would love it, but, you're going to take targets away from one of the other guys. Maybe, I guess, Pierce at that point, because Downs is going to be your slot guy. So, I don't know, you got to deal with that. But then again, what are you going to do coverage-wise to deal with us? That, to me, is going to be the issue. You're going to have to get pressure on us, and who are you going to have cover?
Would they go Chop Robinson here?
The Saints have made their pick. Remember Ryan Ramczyk, there was some injury news that came down. He's going to miss most of, if not all of, the 2024 season. So there's a real emphasis on drafting an offensive lineman, and the Saints are going that way. Talise Fuaga, the 14th pick, goes to New Orleans. And that is a new record, 14 offensive players in a row. It's a new record for the entirety of all previous drafts. The longest in offense, I think, had gone, or that offensive players, the longest streak of offensive players had been 13. We're at 14 now, and we're just starting the draft.
This is like when you're at the casino and you walk up to the roulette wheel, and it's like black 5 times in a row. You think it's got to go red.
Got to be red. Got to be red. Well, this is a perfect pick for the Saints, too, because Trevor Penning, who they drafted a couple years ago, if the light ever goes on and he can play tackle, if Ramczyk is available to play tackle, Fuaga can go into guard. They've done that before with Andres Pete. They're not bringing Pete back, but Pete did that. Pete was a tackle at Stanford. He moved into guard. Ended up having a decent career. Fuaga is an absolute masher. He is a masher. So they need him on the edge. I think the Saints might be a team. There's really one quarterback left, to be honest. Spencer Rattler. It's a matter of where Rattler is taken. We have a friend of ours who has got before 84.5. I think he's going before 84.5 the way these quarterbacks have gone off the board.
Yep.
So that might be something the Saints consider.
This
but
was a guy once talked about to be the #1 overall pick.
Oh, I remember.
Oh, yeah.
Isn't that funny?
Yeah. I got a feeling we're going to hear his name tomorrow before it's all said and done. Point being, Saints had to go get offensive line. I mean, they had to protect Derek Carr. We watched Penning last year. Remember Penning last year, left tackle? He couldn't stay with anybody. The four of us could rush, and he was just a nightmare. But we've seen that happen before. Garrett Bowles with the Denver Broncos. He was a disaster the first 2 years. And then the lights started going on, and all of a sudden he's one of the better left tackles in the league now. I don't think Penning does that, but they had to make sure they protected it. So Saints get a pick here, and now it's on to the horseshoe at 15. Yep. Do they pick a defensive player?
Yep, we're going to find out soon enough. And the Indianapolis Colts, in their opinion, coulda, woulda, shoulda won the division. Did you say you saw one of those internal Hard Knocks types of productions about that game? Where did you see
about the Colts?
The mic'd up or something like that?
So the Colts do a show behind the Colts. It's kind of their behind the scenes of the offseason. And so the very first episode started with they flashed up Lucas Oil, and then it said January 6, 2024.
With the 14th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the New Orleans Saints select Taliese Fuaga, tackle, Oregon State.
So I'm watching that, and that was how they introed the first episode. And all of a sudden they show the outside, they flash the data, go inside, and you see DeForest Buckner on the sideline. And you see him say, there it is. And it's the fourth down play that Goodson drops. And you see the Colts on the sideline dealing with that in the locker room, the quiet just frustration of losing that game. And it was kind of like,
to watch this.
Yes, that was awesome. And then you see them starting to build their roster, talk about Shane Steichen, who I think is a very good coach. And I think you guys echo that too. I think he's done a really good job with the Colts.
That's a problem.
So, yeah, and I worry about that. Now, we'll see. Xavier Worthy, is he a guy that they think could come in there and give them some deep threat? Do they watch us with Nico Collins going down the field and they want more of that? And if you're going to max out Anthony Richardson, you better give him a threat that can go down the field. So if it's not Worthy now, it better be somebody speedy for them later.
So 6 quarterbacks so far in the first 12 picks of this draft, and we are on pick number 15 with the Indianapolis Colts. We've seen 6 go before the first round, and probably the most notable is the class of 83 with Dan Marino, John Elway, Jim Kelly, and others. And the others are Tony Eason, who actually played in a Super Bowl with the New England Patriots and went to another playoffs with the Patriots. Kenny O'Brien, who made the playoffs with the Jets, but those guys aren't really well known. Todd Blackledge, who's a TV color commentator now, good one. And he played for the Kansas City Chiefs for a bit. But that was a 6-quarterback class, and it really gets a lot of notoriety because Marino dropped in that class, and he turned out to be, the second-best quarterback among those 6 behind John Elway. So how will this class be looked at? Remember what happened in 2021. First-round activity. We did the show. We were at Sports Radio 610 that year. It was still kind of COVID-ish. No draft party.
Right.
But we did the first round. And you had Trevor Lawrence and others come off the board, and Davis Mills was drafted in the 3rd round. But you've seen a lot of graphics lately on how that class is doing, and the answer is not very well. Because in the first-round selections, Trevor Lawrence is the only guy still with his original team.
Right.
So we'll see how it goes for him entering year 4. But Fields is gone, and Mac Jones, and obviously Trey Lance, and all those others.
5 quarterbacks taken, 4 of them traded. Trevor Lawrence is the 5th one.
Okay.
So, we talked about that draft being a pretty good one because you had Trevor. And, I think at the time we thought Zach Wilson was going to do some good things with the Jets. That just didn't and hasn't panned out. So we're looking into the draft room. They're clapping in Indianapolis, so they apparently have got their guy. Shane Steichen, it looks like, is on the phone. So it looks like they have their guy and what they're going to do. So we'll see if the first defensive player goes off the board.
Oh, I thought we were just drafting offensive players in the first round. I thought the second round would be defense.
I mean, that'd be nice for the Texans. You push all the defensive players down a bit, that would be kind of nice. I mean, we knew this was an offensive player draft. We talked about that. I don't think we knew it to this degree, that 14 straight right off the draft would be offensive players.
Crazy.
It's nuts.
So is this true or false, that later in the first round, from about, 22 on, maybe 24 on, they're really not first-round grade players? That's one of the reasons why Nick might have dropped that pick from 23 to 42, that they might not have had enough first-round grades to even go for it right there. So why not trade the pick, get something out of it? You swung a deal for Diggs, and who knows what else happens tomorrow night when the Texans have 2 second-round picks and a third-round selection, as we'll be at the draft party at Avenida Houston.
So before the Colts pick, you want to hear a good one?
Yeah.
It's from Diana Rossini a minute ago. Wait, no, that's not the one I wanted.
Okay.
Here, this one's from Jane Slater.
Okay.
As we all sit in shock over the Atlanta pick, a source tells me Kirk Cousins was just as shocked and disappointed. Never said anything to him or his reps about a quarterback in the first round, despite suggesting they would. Still, it's a business. So he had no idea.
I see, that seems bad to me. Kirk Cousins. They didn't. Dre, should they at least give Cousins a little heads up? Hey, we're drafting a quarterback here.
Well, they might have been in a position where they're shocked that Penix is still on the board. So when is their time to pick up the phone and say, "Hey, Kurt, by the way, Michael Penix Jr. is available, and we're actually thinking about taking him"? No, you don't. I don't think you empower anybody, any player,
with that kind of information.
With that kind of information,
Robert.
And the pick is in for the Indianapolis Colts. The run of offensive players to start this draft is over.
Oh, no.
The Colts get the number 1 player on their defensive board, and it is Leatu Latu from UCLA, one of the top pass rushers in this draft.
The Lombardi Award winner.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
One of my
You had no idea,
man.
did you, when you were announcing him?
Yeah, you know what? I would have tripped him on the way to the podium.
Retroactively, you want to go back and punch him a little bit.
Or gotten sick that night.
Don't be a Colt.
All those nice things you said about him that night.
Yeah.
Look what happened.
He's a good dude, too. He's easy to like.
No, I love
He's a
Latu.
heck of a player, though.
Yeah.
He's got more pass rush moves.
And you know, I'm sitting
you've
there
ever
thinking,
seen.
Chop Robinson from Penn State is an edge. They're known for producing edge rushers.
Who, Penn State?
No, I mean the Indianapolis. Once they get in the league and they draft him, and so with him sitting there, he's one of the best pure pass rushers in this draft. I thought maybe that's an area which they would lean towards. They just did it with a different player.
Robinson's the better athlete of the two, and Latu's got some medical. He's got some medical issues. In fact, he was at the University of Washington, and his dude was Joe Tryon, who ended up going to the Bucks. But Latu had an accident, and they didn't know whether he was going to play. He couldn't really get cleared from the Washington doctors, but he could at UCLA. And so he went to UCLA, had no issues. I talked to him at the Senior Bowl, and I was like, look, you're going to be gone by the time the Texans take you. If I'd have known that he was going to go to the Colts, I don't know. But I slid in there and a little gut shot or whatever. Listen, he's as good a pass rusher and completed pass rushers they're going to find. However, one of the things I didn't like about him, I don't want to say this. He's not as physical against the run.
Okay.
And what's another word for that?
Yeah.
Soft. I think he's a little soft against the run. But as a pass rusher, holy smokes.
All right, so he's not an every down guy.
Maybe not. Not to begin with.
They have Kwity Paye. They have Ebukam, right, on the edge. And if you're the Colts, what do you want to do? Beat C.J. Stroud.
Absolutely.
So let's get after the quarterback.
Absolutely.
And
I agree.
see what we can do there. They already have the great interior guys. Here's Roger.
With the 15th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Indianapolis Colts select Leatu Latu, defensive end, UCLA.
Here's one thing, and Dre just said it, and I think you said it, Mark. To win a division, you got to go through us now. So you got to get to C.J. Stroud. So you got to have a pass rush, right? I like how one of our best players in Laramie Tunsil matches up with Leatu Latu. He's going to teach him some lessons. There's no doubt about that.
He's going to dominate him the first couple of years.
So it's not like we have this massive gaping hole that the Colts can then exploit. We've got one of the best left tackles in the game, and hopefully Titus can stay healthy and play on the other side. I just love this kid. I love Leatu Latu. I love him. I love his story, and I love watching him. He's got that Euro cross chop, that new move it's a monster.
Here's my question to you, and I know a lot of fans are probably thinking this way, and How does we know about the signings in terms of skill position players this offseason? How do the Texans look on the offensive line? How does it go from left to right, in your opinion?
This is what I think, Dre. I think we know left tackle, we know right guard, and we know right tackle. Assuming Titus goes back out to right tackle.
Give me all the names from left to right.
So Laramie's at left, and here's where it changes. If Kendrick Green, Kenyon Green, one of those two steps up at guard and really impressive, Juice at center, Shaq, Titus. If those two guys aren't impressive, and maybe Jarrett Patterson is better, or maybe they draft a center, then I think Juice stays at guard, and then you got a competition at center.
Why can't Patterson play center and Juice play guard?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Oh, okay.
That's what I'm saying. You could do that. So I think Juice is one of those other two positions. So I think there are 4 starting linemen: Laramie, Juice, Shaq, Titus. It's the 5th lineman. It's just a matter of, does Juice play center with a guard, or does Juice play guard and you've got a center?
What's the status of Kenyon Green and his return from that shoulder surgery?
That's a great question, and we'll find out during OTAs. He's been working out. He's been here. We talked about it after it happened, and we were all on it. Rehab during the season so that when you get to January, you're done with your rehab and you can build your body and get it right for the season.
Yeah, and we see him in the building all the time. So you hope he's doing all the work, and you assume he is. And I've seen Kendrick Green a lot, too. I think he wants to be part of something. So they have options, but we don't really know for sure exactly what the starting lineup would be. But, obviously Shaq's going to start, and Titus is going to start at right tackle, you would think. Charlie Heck is back. They re-signed him to be the swing tackle. It's interesting with the O-line because I could see them drafting an O-lineman somewhere in the interior to take a shot there. And maybe they look for a veteran for this. Swing tackle insurance. I'm not sure how they'd handle that, but remember, you get thin in a hurry. George Fant go out to right tackle. They acquired him during camp, or right before camp, right as camp began, I should say. And that changed everything on the O-line, but it all worked out for them over the course of 1 year. What they really need to do, though, is find a way to get these guys run blocking in concert with Joe Mixon and Damian Pierce. And they just re-upped with Dario Gunbowale, by the way, which is great for special teams. And Dari can certainly, in a pinch, play some good back for you. So we'll see how that goes. All right.
What if there's a tackle that falls through the cracks of the draft, and at 42, he's still there that maybe they thought would go late first round? Would they leave Titus at left guard?
That's a great question. Don't know the answer to that.
Here's my thought. I think both of you know. I think you bring up a great question. Titus is a better tackle than he is a guard. He's a better tackle than he is a guard.
You know why he is? Because I think he wants to play tackle.
Exactly. Yeah, absolutely.
And when you make a move like that with players, they better be on board 100%, or you're just not going to get the best out of them.
Right.
Okay, next up, Seattle, then Jacksonville. So I can't wait to find out what the Jags do with their first selection in this draft. It's Texans Draft Live.
This is Texans Radio on Sports Radio 610.
The Houston Texans and Chevron have teamed up with the Boys and Girls Club of Greater Houston and the Houston Food Bank to create the Chevron Market Pantry at the Houston Texans Team Club. The partnership provides food to the local community and is run by Team Club members and Chevron volunteers. Together, we're helping make Houston a better place to call home.
Introducing Whataburger's new Bacon Steakhouse Double. With creamy steak sauce, crispy fried onions, aged cheddar, and crunchy bacon, this is a special occasion burger. But what is a special occasion? A day at the park? That's special. Your Friday meeting getting canceled? Special. Uninterrupted alone time spent with your innermost thoughts swirling through your consciousness? Sure. Why not? Any occasion can be a special occasion with the Bacon Steakhouse Double. Available only at Whataburger for a limited time.
Wide open spaces and lots of room to play. That's Coshada Casino Resort. Escape to Coshada and play the largest and most spacious gaming floor in Southwest Louisiana. With thousands of the newest, most exciting slots, over 55 table games, live bingo and off-track betting, plus beautiful hotels, award-winning cuisine, and the #1 golf course in Louisiana.
It's Louisiana's largest casino resort and Louisiana's best bet.
As a Houston Texans Lux member, you can access the Houston Texans like no one else. Get an unparalleled game day experience from the best seats in the house. Share your Lux access with clients and employees for memories they won't forget. And make intentional connections alongside Houston's most influential business executives. Ready to learn more? Our Lux team will work with your needs in mind to create best-in-class moments that extend beyond the field year-round. Visit HoustonTexansLux.com.
David's Bridal, where brides and bridesmaids get fabulously dressed. We let our friends pick out what we wear, show off our dance moves, obsess over every little detail. Hold your hand through it all. Smile bravely when it's time to let go. Make your dreams come true. Wedding dresses starting under $200, bridesmaids dresses starting under $100. The things we do for love. Only at David's Bridal.
Are you a fan of the Houston Texans? Do you want to play a key part in pioneering change for the Texans fan experience? Then join the 2024 Houston Texans Fan Council. As part of the Fan Council, you will engage in exciting discussions throughout the season on topics such as game day entertainment, annual creative campaigns, and so much more. With our fans at the heart of decision making, we are excited to add a diverse group of fans who will lead the charge forward into this coming season. Apply now at HoustonTexans.com/Fan Council and let your voice be heard.
The Texans and Amegy Bank are proud to call Houston home and believe that small businesses are vital to the strength of our community. We've joined forces to create the Houston Texans Small Business Boost, presented by Amegy Bank. Do you know a small business who makes the community a better place? Nominate your favorite local business today, and they may win $5,000 cash. Special promotion from the Houston Texans and exclusive opportunities from Amegy Bank. Find out more at HoustonTexans.com/Business Boost. Amegy Bank, a division of Zions Bank Corporation, N.A., member FDIC.
Behind every door at Houston Methodist, you know what to expect. Expertise. Whether it's life-saving brain surgery, your 3D mammogram that catches breast cancer sooner, or orthopedic specialists helping you feel stronger than ever. With hundreds of doors across Houston, you can get expert care everywhere.
That's the difference between practicing medicine and leading it. Houston Methodist, leading medicine.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
The Houston Texans select.
Your front row seat to the NFL Draft is right here on Texans Draft Live. Presented by your Houston area Ford dealers. Also brought to you by Mattress Firm, Sky Vodka, and Community Coffee.
Oh, the Community Coffee pick-me-up picks. And we just had a pick come off the board. I don't know if we heard it from the podium or not, or if they've been to the podium, but who did the Seahawks take at 16, Robert Hensley?
Well, he apparently reached the defensive portion of the draft because for the second pick in a row, shocker, as defensive player has been taken. The Seahawks, following the Colts pick of Laiatu Latu, Seahawks go to bolster their defensive line, taking Texas defensive tackle Byron Murphy, and that puts the Jaguars on the clock.
Mike McDonald. There it is, Mike McDonald, who I met at the owners' meetings. Could not have been nicer. Could not have been a nicer guy. Obviously, coached in Baltimore, defensive coordinator. Credits D'Amico with helping him out, giving him a lot of advice. He's been in Baltimore for a long time. We reminisced about some Ravens-Texans games.
Boy, he's going to build a monster with that defense. Re-signed Leonard Williams, Boye Mafe on the outside. Now you put Murphy in there.
Yeah. Glad they're in the NFC, as we'll get to the podium to get that selection in just a moment. But then it's the Jags, the second or the third AFC South team of the night to pick. Texans have no selections in the first round. I'm Mark Vandermeer with Andre Ware, John Harris, and Robert Hensley with the late-breaking information. Tyler Milner at the controls. He will be tomorrow as well, as we'll be out and about at the Texans draft party presented by Modelo. It'll be at Avenida Houston, downtown, George R. Brown Convention Center in Discovery Green. It's an awesome area, and we'll be out there. If you go to the party, say hello to us. Here's Roger. We got a military salute here. USO. Let's get to the podium. Yep, the 12.
To our men and women who serve in the United States military, your sacrifices to defend our country's freedom do not go unnoticed. Thank you so much. With the 16th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Seattle Seahawks select Byron Murphy, defensive tackle, Texas.
There it is.
Dude, an absolute dude. He's going to be Mike McDonald's Justin Madubuike. Whatever Madubuike was, that's what Byron Murphy is going to be for this defense. I had Byron Murphy comped to Ed Oliver. I think that's who I had him comped to. Just quick, strong, really good year in 2023. So is that the first Longhorn off the board, Robert? Our fellow Longhorn?
It is, yes.
Okay, well, we have
First of many, I'm sure.
Another situation of wheeling and dealing, AFC South style. What do you have, Robert?
The Jaguars were on the clock, but they have traded the 17th pick. The Minnesota Vikings moving up from 23 to 17 to make a selection here.
Corner.
We don't know who it is just yet.
Corner.
But to move up to that spot, 6 spots in the first round, the Vikings give up the 167th pick in this draft, along with 2 picks in the 25 draft, a 3rd rounder and a 4th rounder reportedly going to the Jaguars to move up 6 spots. Jaguars are now pick at number 23.
That's a lot that they gave up. That's a lot. And this is their second trade of the night. They moved up 1 spot to take J.J. McCarthy earlier, and now they move up again with the Jaguars.
167 is a 5th rounder this year. So a 5th this year, a 3rd, and a 4th in next year's draft. Move up 6 spots in the first.
Hey,
Corner.
Johnny,
Get the top
question.
corner off the board. Vikings need one.
Who was the higher-rated player before the stuff happened with Sweat? Was it Sweat or Murphy?
Murphy.
So Murphy's always
freakazoid.
Always been ahead of Sweat.
Yeah, he's been ahead of Sweat.
Because I thought, whatever it went down with him, it was going to cost him some draft capital. And I didn't know because I was like, okay, I've heard stuff about Murphy. I've watched him play. I've always been impressed because he's just so wide and hard to move. But Sweat was the one that it seemed like everybody was talking about.
Yeah, Sweat. I mean, when a guy's 366 and he moves the way that he does, but Murphy was the dude in that defensive line. He changed things. So, funny story. I go to the Senior Bowl, I'm at the Senior Bowl, and I'm talking to some friends, and they're like, yeah, Jim Nagy, who's the executive director of the Senior Bowl, is a little upset with Daniel Jeremiah because Daniel Jeremiah had put out his top 50 right before we got to the Senior Bowl. Murphy was in, I think, his top 15 or top 20. And Murphy said, yeah, Jim, I'm not going to make it to the Senior Bowl. I'm good. So he bounced out of the Senior Bowl because he realized, oh, yeah, they like me. They really like me. And so he decided not to go to the Senior Bowl. He went to the Combine and just did freakazoid things at 297 pounds. I mean, Byron Murphy, with Mike McDonald in that defense, we talk about fit for quarterback. For defensive player, Byron Murphy going there is an absolute
Jacksonville Jaguars have traded the 17th pick to the Minnesota Vikings. With the 17th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Minnesota Vikings select Dallas Turner, linebacker, Alabama.
Wow.